September 4th, 2023. In the classroom of Senior 3, Class 1. You didn't sleep well last night. You look a bit. Fang Muyang frowned his handsome face, showing undisguised concern. He reached out to touch Song Ye's forehead, but the other instinctively avoided him. Song Ye's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, the weight of 30 to 40 years from his past life, mingling with the panic beneath this youthful shell, leaving him almost breathless. Of course he hadn't slept well. Since his rebirth 3 days ago back to the first day of senior year, he hadn't had a single peaceful night's sleep. Not to mention the inexplicable system that had appeared in his mind. He looked at Fang Muyang, this childhood friend who had always been bathed in an aura of brilliance. Well-off family, cheerful personality. The only bright, yet unreachable color in the quagmire of his past life. In this new life, he had wanted to firmly grasp this friendship and make up for all regrets. But now this friendship seemed to be charging in a bizarre direction. I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night. Song Ye's voice carried a hint of hoarseness and detachment he himself didn't notice, completely different from his previous cautiousness around Fang Muyang. He looked down at his own hands, which had become slender and fair in just 3 days, with distinct knuckles, but lacking the roughness of a teenage boy, instead exuding a jade-like delicacy. All these changes stemmed from that damned thing calling itself the Fanrin Shoshian Chuan anime version song, You Fairy Same Style modeling system. Just then a burst of laughter came from the classroom door. Several scruffy-looking boys surrounded a tall, sturdy figure as they strutted and led by the class troublemaker Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's eyes swept across the classroom, like radar, finally locking precisely on his Song Yu in the corner. Yo, isn't this our class beauty Song Yu? Zhao Lei called out in a strange, mocking tone, and his lackeys immediately burst into harsh laughter. Bro, no kidding, Song Yu is getting prettier every day. That skin is even better than my girlfriend's. Haha, did he secretly use some whitening product? A grown man acting like a girl. The sharp comment stabbed into Song Yu like countless fine needles. In his past life, he was cowardly and self-abased, only lowering his head further in such situations only to invite more relentless mockery. But now beneath the tough shell of a 34-year-old soul, there was immense panic and shame caused by his physical transformation. He felt the gaze of the entire class focusing on him, scrutinizing, sneering, leaving him nowhere to hide. Such public humiliation was more unbearable than any physical blow. He had to do something. He could no longer live as a joke to be trampled on like in his past life. He wanted to change not only for himself, but also to protect the people around him, like his mother who hadn't yet been diagnosed with cancer, and like Fang Muyang, the only friend before him. He needed power even if its source was so bizarre. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a social predicament. Intense emotional fluctuations have activated the novice quest. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Song Ye's mind, and a translucent panel unfolded before his eyes, visible only to him. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Fanrin Shoshian Chuan Song, You Fairy Same Style modeling system. This system is dedicated to perfectly transforming the host from a mere mortal into the legendary Song Yu Fairy of the cultivation world, possessing a beauty and temperament that captivates all. Current transformation progress 15. Novice quest released. How can a fairy's demeanor tolerate mundane noise? Quest requirement: respond to Zhao Lei's provocation in an elegant, non-violent manner, leaving him speechless. Quest reward: transformation progress 5. Unlock basic skill, clear voice lingering. Failure penalty: return to pre-rebirth timeline permanently locked. Social phobia debuff. Song Ye's breath caught. This damn system not only intended to forcibly change his gender, but also forced him to complete utterly humiliating quests. But he had no choice. Returning to pre-rebirth, the social phobia debuff. These punishments he could not bear. Reborn into this life, he possessed a 34-year-old soul and knowledge of the future. This was his greatest advantage. He cherished peaceful daily life, valued his friendship with Fang Muyang, and longed to earn money to treat his mother's illness, allowing her to enjoy her twilight years. To achieve all this, he needed a healthy body, a normal social environment, and a lot of money. This system, absurd as it was his only golden finger at the moment. He needed to complete quests and obtain rewards, even if the cost was physical transformation. He must control this system, not be toyed with by it. Why aren't you talking, little beauty? Zhao Lei, seeing Song Yu silent with lowered head, thought he was cowering as before, and his smugness grew. He stepped closer to Song Ye's desk, extending his thick finger, about to poke Song Ye's face. Don't think keeping quiet will get you out of this. I'm talking to you. A grown man, never hanging out with boys, always sticking with Fang Muyang, and making yourself look neither male nor female. It's disgusting. Zhao Lei's tone was full of contempt and malice. He intended to trample Song Ye's self-esteem in front of the whole class. Fang Muyang's face had already darkened, and he was about to stand up, but Song Yu stopped him with a single glance. Song Yu took a deep breath and silently said to the system in his mind, "Accept quest." The next second, he slowly raised his head. There was no anger, no fear, not even a trace of emotional fluctuation. His originally ordinary eyes now reflected a cold, glassy hue under the morning light, like an unfathomable cold pool. He simply gazed at Zhao Lei, the corners of his mouth, even holding a faint, almost pitying arc. The whole movement was fluid, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. This sudden shift in aura instantly silenced the previously noisy classroom. Zhao Lei's finger about to poke Song Ye's cheek froze in midair. He was unnerved by Song Ye's gaze. A look he had never seen before, as if he himself was nothing more than a jumping ant before Song Yu. What? What are you looking at? Zhao Lei shouted, trying to hide his inner fear with volume. Song Yu finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear, like a clear spring flowing over a rocky stream, carrying a strange, soothing power. I'm looking at how boring a person can be to spend all their energy gossiping about others' appearance. Zhao Lei is your world left with only this pitiful source of amusement. Not a single curse word, yet more devastating than any insult. The moment his words fell, the system prompt sounded again in Song Ye's mind. Ding. Quest. How can a fairy's demeanor tolerate mundane noise? Completed. Evaluation perfect. The host crushed with absolute aura, words like sharp blades precisely breaking the opponent's psychological defense, beginning to show a fairy's demeanor. Reward distributed, transformation progress, 5 current, total 20 skill, clear voice lingering, basic unlocked. A faint warm current passed through his throat, and he could feel a subtle change in his vocal cords. Zhao Lei's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, choked by Song Ye's words, unable to speak for a long time. He wanted to retort, but found that every word was like a slap hitting his face. He wanted to throw a punch, but meeting Song Ye's cold, unreal eyes, a chill shot from his feet to his crown, freezing him on the spot. The surrounding classmates were utterly stunned. Was this still the same Song Yu who used to be timid and blush at any criticism? This aura, this eloquence, and this voice was simply too pleasant. Especially the girls in the class, their looks at Song Yu had shifted from curiosity to a hint of admiration. Fang Muyang sat beside him, witnessing it all from beginning to end, his eyes almost overflowing with surprise. He had known Song Yu for over a decade and had never seen him so sharp. And his voice, it really seemed different from before. Bro Lei, the bell for class is about to ring. A lackey behind Zhao Lei whispered, breaking the eerie silence. Zhao Lei, as if granted amnesty, glared fiercely at Song Yu through it. Just you wait, and slunk back to his seat. The storm dissipated without a trace, but the ripples it cast across the classroom were far from settled. All day Song Yu could feel gazes from all directions, probing, curious, astonished. He had become the new focus of the class, but this time not because of effeminacy, but because of that sudden, mysterious, and powerful aura. After school, Song Yu went alone to the restroom. He stood before the mirror, carefully examining his reflection. The transformation had reached 20, and the changes were visible to the naked eye. The contours of his face were softer, yet the jawline remained clear and sharp, creating a delicate androgynous beauty. His skin was fair and delicate, almost poreless, like fine mutton fat jade. And his eyes, the outer corners slightly upturned, the color of his pupils seemed lighter, carrying a natural distance and indifference when looking at others. He tried to clear his throat, then let out a soft, ah. The sound was clear, pure, with a hint of jade, striking jade, so unfamiliar, even to himself. Current status overview. Host Song Yu, modeling template Song Yu, fairy Fanren Xiuxian Chuan, transformation progress 20, appearance features, facial features, refined skin, optimized bone structure, slightly adjusted overall, tending toward androgynous beauty. Unlocked skill, clear voice lingering, basic. Your voice now has basic infectiousness, easily attracting others' attention and increasing the credibility of your words. System evaluation. Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken the first step from mortal to fairy. Keep up the good work and conquer this boring world with your charm. This damn system. Ding. Insulting this system is prohibited. This system decides to impose an additional penalty. Immediately optimize host's neck, Adam's apple amplitude to 0, or reshape shoulder and necklines to standard fairy proportion swan neck. You, are you trying to kill me? Song Yu was about to beg for mercy in his mind when a warm, tingling, numbing sensation suddenly spread through his neck. The faint Adam's apple disappeared completely, and the line from jaw to collarbone became smooth, as if carved from fine white jade. When he looked up, the slight arc of his neck revealed a standard, graceful swan neck. Ding. Transformation progress 25. Song Yu looked at his reflection, already bearing the visage of a beauty, his heart a mix of emotions. He hated this involuntary change, yet had to admit it brought him unprecedented power. At least today he didn't lose face, didn't let Fang Muyang see him in a pathetic state. He remembered his past life, how he frantically took delivery orders in a rainstorm to buy a luxury bag for his gold-digging girlfriend, only to slide into the icy river with his electric scooter. The despair and unwillingness of that moment he would never forget. In this life, he would never grovel in the dust for anyone. He would live for himself, get into a good university together with Fang Muyang, earn money, cure his mother's illness. As for the system, he would treat it as a necessary tool on the road to achieving his goals. He must learn to use it, control it, and make it serve him. Ew. A familiar voice called from behind. Song Yu turned around and saw Fang Muyang carrying 2 backpacks leaning against the wall outside the restroom, waiting for him. Why are you so slow? Let's go, we'll treat you to something good. Fang Muyang smiled, and walked over naturally, extending his arm to put it around Song Ye's shoulder. But the moment his palm touched Song Ye's thin school uniform, both of their bodies stiffened slightly. Song Yu felt a warm electric current from his shoulder, making his hair stand on end. Fang Muyang also felt something wrong with the touch under his palm. Too thin and too soft. Ding. Detected physical contact with key character, Fang Muyang. Intimacy 1, interactive quest unlocked. New quest released, Sweet Casualness, share a bottle of drink with Fang Muyang. Quest reward, mother's health checkup package, deep full body cancer screening, green channel, at top tier hospital, failure penalty, none. This system encourages voluntary participation, but this opportunity is only once. Song Ye's pupils contracted sharply. He stiffly turned his head, his gaze exactly landing on the bottle of iced cola in Fang Muyang's other hand. Sunlight streaming through the corridor window made the condensation droplets on the bottle glisten. Fang Muyang seemed to sense the awkwardness too, scratched his head, retracted his hand, and offered the cola. Do you want some? On the handsome young man's face, there was a faint, barely noticeable blush. The instant Song Yu took the cola, his fingers lightly brushed against Fang Muyang's. A subtle numbness spread from the point of contact like a faint electric current. Song Yu instinctively withdrew his hand, nearly dropping the bottle. Careful! Fang Muyang's quick hands caught the bottle, and their hands met again in the air. Song Yu. System, are you deliberately messing with me? Why am I so sensitive to him now? Ding. Detected secondary physical contact, intimacy 0. 5 extra, total 1. 5. The bond between the host and the key person is deepening, quietly deepening my ass. Song Yu cursed in his mind, but on the surface he maintained that cold and distant expression. He couldn't help it. The fairy demeanor from earlier hadn't fully worn off, and switching back to ramp mode would cause a split personality. He looked down at the cola bottle in his hand, where condensation droplets ran down the smooth surface, wetting his fingertips. 5 minutes. The system only gave him 5 minutes. Let's go. Fang Muyang withdrew his hand, stuffed it into his pocket, but his shoulder leaned unconsciously towards Song Yu. There's a new fried skewer shop at the school gate. He'll treat you. Song Yu tightened his grip on the cola bottle and followed. The corridor was crowded with students flooding toward the gate like a tide. Song Yu walked beside Fang Muyang, but his peripheral vision kept glancing at the cola bottle. How to drink? Drink now in front of everyone. Or wait until later somewhere private. No, the key point is this an indirect kiss? He and Fang Muyang, two guys sharing the same cola bottle. Thoughts flooded Song Ye's mind like a barrage of comments. Isn't this an indirect kiss? We're good brothers for life. What's wrong with sharing a drink? Wait, did you forget Song Yu is now 25 fairy constitution? Is his mouth still the same? Is this the system forcing love and pairing? You. Fang Muyang suddenly stopped. Song Yu nearly bumped into him, braking sharply, looking up. Huh? Fang Muyang turned around, backlit by the setting sun, his expression complex. You today? He chose his words carefully. Are you feeling unwell? I saw how you were with Xiaolei. That's not like you. Song Ye's heart tightened. He knew it. He had been noticed. He and Fang Muyang had known each other for 12 years, playing together since elementary school. Although in his past life, due to inferiority and cowardice, he gradually distanced himself from the brilliant Fang Muyang, the other knew him too well. Any anomaly couldn't escape Fang Muyang's eyes. Nothing much. Song Yu lowered his eyelashes, a movement that now came naturally with a hint of aloofness and indifference. I just figured some things out. What things, eh? Some people, the more you avoid, the more they come at you. Song Yu said. Better to let them know and not to be messed with. Fang Muyang froze for a moment, then laughed. That smile under the setting sun was dazzling, revealing neat white teeth, his eyes curving into beautiful arcs. Alright, you've grown up. He reached out and ruffled Song Ye's slightly long hair. But next time let me handle it. You talk, I act. We make a good team. Song Yu was a bit dazed by the ruffle, and by the time he reacted, Fang Muyang had already withdrawn his hand and continued walking. And his hair was messed up. Wait, that action just now. Ding. Detected third physical contact, head pat, intimacy 1 extra, total 2. 5. Congratulations, host. The intimacy with the key person has broken through the ordinary friend threshold, entering the special attention level. Special attention level privilege. When the host is in danger, the key person has a higher probability of detecting and arriving immediately. Song Yu. So this system not only wants to transform his body, but also forcibly bind him emotionally with Fang Muyang. He was a reborn man, not the protagonist of a romance game. You hurry up. Fang Muyang waved ahead. The skewers will sell out. Song Yu took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the cola bottle, and quickened his pace. At the school gate, the aroma of fried skewers wafted far. Fang Muyang ordered a large pile expertly, then turned to ask Song Yu, what do you want? Anything. The usual then. Fang Muyang said to the vendor, extra spicy, no cilantro for him. Song Yu stood by, watching Fang Muyang skillfully avoid his dislikes, a complex emotion rising in his heart. In his past life, after losing everything, he realized belatedly that Fang Muyang was the only one who never gave up on him. But back then he was too cowardly, too inferior, feeling unworthy of such friendship, so he actively distanced himself, drifting apart. Later he heard Fang Muyang went abroad, and then there was no later. Reborn, he didn't want to lose this friend again. Even if the system was trouble, even if his body became strange, as long as he could keep this friendship and his mother's health, he could endure everything else. Ding. Countdown 2 minutes remaining. Please complete the shared drink task soon, or it will be considered abandoned. Song Yu snapped back to reality, looking at the cola in his hand. Then, at Fang Muyang waiting for the skewers. Now was a good opportunity. He twisted off the cap, the cola letting out a soft hiss, bubbles rising. Fang Muyang. Moi. Song Yu held out the cola. Want some? Fang Muyang turned to look at him, his expression a bit odd. Song Yu's heart wavered. What's wrong? You? Fang Muyang scratched his head. Didn't you always refuse to drink anything I've had? Said it was saliva, disgusting. Song Yu. In his past life he really had that habit. But that was because he cared too much about Fang Muyang. Any intimacy made him flustered, and he used disgust to cover his unease. Now the system forced him to break his persona. Did the sun rise from the west today? Fang Muyang teased, but his hand had already reached out, taking the cola bottle and taking a big gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed, a drop of cola slid down the corner of his mouth, youthful vigor radiating. Song Yu looked at the cola bottle, thinking only one thing, it's over. It really is an indirect kiss. Fang Muyang finished drinking and handed the bottle back. Thanks. Song Yu took it mechanically, the bottle rim still warm from Fang Muyang's lips. He looked down at the bottle rim, then at Fang Muyang. Fang Muyang was focused on the skewers, oblivious to what he had just done. Song Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, lifted the bottle to his lips, and took a gulp. The cola bubbles burst in his mouth, sweet with a hint of indescribable flutter. Ding. Task casual sweetness completed. Task evaluation. Host completed the sharing without the key person's awareness, naturalness, full score, embarrassment moderate, full reward granted. Reward: mother's health checkup package, deep full body cancer screening, green channel at top tier hospital, has been stored in system warehouse. Host can retrieve and use anytime. Retrieval method: go to any top tier hospital. The system will automatically activate the green channel, no queuing, full VIP service. Song Yu's hand holding the cola bottle trembled slightly. Success. His mother's life was saved. You. Fang Muyang's voice pulled him back to reality. What are you thinking? The skewers are ready, let's find a place to sit. Fang Muyang took the cola bottle from his hand, naturally finishing the last sip, then carrying the skewers pulled Song Yu toward a stone bench by the roadside. Song Yu was pulled along, his mind still on the checkup. The dog system was indeed troublesome, but at least it could really help him fulfill his wish. Just then the system voice in his mind sounded again. Ding. The first phase of the novice task is complete. The second phase will be unlocked soon. Detected current, host transformation degree, 25. According to system core rules, reaching 30 transformation will trigger the feminine physique initial qualitative change node, at which point the host's body shape and figure will undergo irreversible changes. To ensure the host is fully prepared before the qualitative change, the system issues the following reminders. 1. It is recommended that the host purchase loose clothing as soon as possible to accommodate the concealment needs of initial chest development. 2. It is recommended that the host learn basic body posture camouflage techniques to avoid exposing anomalies in daily activities. 3. It is recommended that the host maintain a moderate distance from the key person Fang Muyang to avoid being noticed for anomalies. The above reminders are non-mandatory suggestions. Whether to adopt them is up to the host. Song Yu's steps faltered. Chest development. He looked down at his currently flat chest, imagining something growing there later, and felt terrible. You. Why are you so distracted today? Fang Muyang was already sitting on the stone bench, opening the skewer bag, handing over a beef skewer. Try it, still hot. Song Yu took it mechanically and took a bite. The spiciness exploded on his tongue, but his thoughts drifted far away. 30. According to the system, it was irreversible. He was now at 25 and could already feel the changes in his body. His skin had become finer, his features more delicate, his Adam's apple gone, replaced by a swan-like neck. When he reached 30, would he completely become someone else? Would Fang Muyang still recognize him then? You. Fang Muyang suddenly spoke, his tone more serious than before. Song Yu looked up. Fang Muyang looked at him, the afterglow of the setting sun falling on both of them, casting long shadows. Whatever you're thinking, whatever happened, Fang Muyang said, you can tell me. We're brothers. Well, face anything together. Song Yu froze. He looked at Fang Muyang's earnest eyes, his throat tightening. He wanted to say, my body is turning into a woman's body, do you know? He wanted to say, I have a system in my head that forces me to do embarrassing things, do you know? He wanted to say, I was reborn, I've lived a failed life, once, do you know? But he said nothing. He just smiled. This time it wasn't that cold, aloof fairy smile, but a smile that belonged to Song Yu himself. A bit silly. Got it. Fang Muyang nodded in satisfaction and continued eating skewers. Song Yu also lowered his head, eating silently. The sun gradually set, the two boys' shadows stretched long, almost merging into one. And in Song Yu's mind the system panel floated quietly. Current transformation 25. Next node 30. Feminine physique. Initial estimated trigger time 7 days. Suggestion. Host, please prepare. Attached system mall now open. Host can earn embarrassment points by completing embarrassing tasks in exchange for needed items. Current embarrassment points 150 from today's tasks. Recommended purchase lightweight, seamless chest binder, 120 embarrassment points. Invisible, comfortable, breathable, perfect for concealing early development or while swimming or bathing. Songyu glanced at the recommended item and almost choked on the skewer. Chest binder. A guy had to buy a chest binder. System, are you serious? System, this system never jokes. In 7 days, you will thank me. Songyu. Thank you, my ass. But his hands still uncontrollably opened the mall. What if it really was needed? Just prepare in advance. He looked at the product image of the lightweight, seamless chest binder, took a deep breath, and clicked exchange. Exchange successful. Deducted 120 embarrassment points, remaining 30. Item stored in warehouse. Host can retrieve and use anytime. Songyu expressionlessly closed the system panel and continued eating skewers. Fang Muyang chattered about basketball, but Songyu didn't hear a single word. Only one thought occupied his mind. I Songyu, after living 2 lifetimes, am finally going to wear a chest binder. Life is truly. Ding. Daily task refreshed. Tomorrow's task, keep your core tightened all day, walk lightly like a fairy. Task reward, transformation 0. 5, embarrassment points 20. Note this task is part of the posture optimization series. Completing it gradually internalizes graceful bearing. It is recommended that the host persist. Songyu was too tired to complain. He bit into a skewer, looked at the evening clouds, and thought, Mom, for you, I can endure anything. Including a chest binder. Including a fairy's walk. Including sharing a cola with Fang Muyang. At that moment, Fang Muyang finished the last sip of cola, threw the empty bottle into the trash, clapped his hands full. Let's walk you home. Songyu stood up and followed him. As they walked, Fang Muyang suddenly turned back. By the way, have you grown taller recently? Songyu was startled. No, I don't think so. Fang Muyang looked him up and down. Then you've lost weight. You feel lighter somehow. Sonya's heart tightened. It wasn't weight loss. It was the system reshaping his body. His skeleton was adjusting, muscles remodeling, the whole body careening towards slender and graceful. Maybe I haven't been sleeping well lately, he evaded. Fang Muyang nodded, didn't ask further, just said, then go home early and rest. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Songyu stood there watching Fang Muyang's figure disappear around the street corner, then turned and walked home. Halfway he stopped, pulled out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to his mother. Songyu, Mom, are you free this weekend? Let's go to the hospital for a full checkup. He stared at the screen for a long time after sending it, until his mother's reply popped up. Mom, why the sudden checkup? Songyu, the school organized it for parents and students free. Mom, okay, I'll go with you this weekend. Songyu put away his phone and looked up at the night sky. It was already dark, a few stars faintly visible on the horizon. He remembered the day his mother was diagnosed, in his past life, the harsh white lights of the hospital corridor. Not this time. He would catch that disease early and strangle it in the cradle. For that he could endure anything, including becoming fairy Songyu, including wearing a chest binder, including every casual intimate contact with Fang Muyang. Ding. Emotional bond upgrade triggered. Due to the host's strong emotional fluctuation from missing his mother, the bond with the key person Fang Muyang has deepened subconsciously. System reward, transformation 0. 5 total, now 25. 5. Message, the path of a fairy's growth is never lonely. Cherish those who are willing to walk with you. Songyu looked at this system message and was silent for a long time. Then he smiled gently and continued walking home. The streetlight cast a long, slender shadow, already faintly hinting at a grace not belonging to a boy. But he didn't look back. He just walked forward toward that unknown, absurd, yet hopeful future. System mall back in data, lightweight, seamless chest binder sales, 1 buyer. Songyu buyer review, not yet reviewed. System note, it is expected that in 7 days, this buyer will add a 5-star review. Songyu. Songyu was awakened by pain. It was not the sharp, scream-inducing kind, but a strange, dull ache spreading from deep within his abdomen. He opened his eyes, staring at the familiar crack on the ceiling. A crack he had gazed upon countless times in his past life, each time filled with despair. Now looking at it, his only thought was, damn it, if there's a next life, I hope it'll be reborn into a house without a leaky ceiling. Ding. Good morning, host. A new day, a new shame. The cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind, instantly obliterating his drowsiness. Today's daily task, activated, maintain core tightening all day, 700. Task requirement, keep the abdominal core muscles continuously tightened without relaxation. The system will monitor the host's core muscle tension in real time. Each relaxation will deduct 10 shame points. If cumulative relaxations exceed 5, the task fails. Task reward, transformation 0. 5, shame points 20. Failure penalty, shame points reset to 0, and mandatory fairy posture, 24-hour special training, will be activated. Maintain perfect posture throughout the day with real-time scoring. A score below 80 will extend the training time. Songyu stared at the system panel in his mind, his brain freezing for 3 seconds. Core tightening. What does that even mean? He was an engineering geek. In his past life he coded and invested, in this life he studied. With a soul of 50 or 60 years combined, no one had ever taught him what core meant. Systems thoughtful tip: core tightening means keeping the abdominal muscles in a state of slight, continuous contraction as if ready to take a punch. This state optimizes posture, making the host standing, sitting, and walking more upright and elegant, gradually internalizing into the standard demeanor of a fairy. Plain language version: suck in your stomach. Straighten your back. Don't slouch. Song Yu. So he had to stay tensed up all day like someone was holding a gun to his stomach. He subconsciously glanced at the warehouse. Warehouse item: mother's health checkup package, deep full body cancer screening, green channel, at a top-tier hospital. Warehouse item: lightweight, seamless chest binder, one and used. Good. He already had the chest binder. Though it wasn't time to use it yet, at least he felt less anxious. He threw off the covers and prepared to get up. Then he froze. The hem of his pajamas had rolled up sometime, revealing a section of his waist. That waist was pale, slender, glowing with a soft luster in the morning light, with smooth lines curving inward to form an extremely pleasing shape. Song Yu reached out and poked his own waist. So soft, but not the softness of fat, rather a firm softness. Ding. The 25 transformation node has stabilized. The host's waist and abdomen have completed initial optimization. Current waist circumference 63 centimeters, reduced by 2 centimeters from the previous day. Target waist circumference 58 centimeters, ultimate fairy waist. System evaluation: a slender grasp, the embryo has taken shape. Congratulations, host, you now possess a waist that countless girls would envy. Song Yu. He silently pulled down his pajamas to cover that waist, then tightened his abdomen and got up. Ding. Core tightening initiated. Today's monitoring officially begins. On the way to the bathroom, Song Yu habitually relaxed his abdomen. Ding. Core relaxation once. Current relaxation count 15. Shame points 10, current remaining 20. Song Yu shuddered and quickly tightened up. Ding. Core restored. Monitoring continues. Song Yu stood at the bathroom door, taking a deep breath. He had just gotten up, hadn't even brushed his teeth or washed his face, and already lost 10 points. Yesterday he had barely scraped together 30 points, spent some on the chest binder, leaving 30, and now he lost 10. Wait. He opened the system panel. Current shame points 20. Task failure penalty: shame points reset to 0. Song Yu's heart tightened. He couldn't fail. If he failed, those 20 points would be gone too. Although his most important item, the chest binder, was already in hand, shame points would still be useful later. Who knew what else he might need to buy from the system shop? He walked into the bathroom with his stomach tightened, standing before the toilet. Then he realized a serious problem. How was he supposed to pee with his core tightened? He tried to relax just a tiny bit, Ding. Core relaxation twice. Current relaxation count 25. Shame points 10, current remaining 10. Song Yu. System: are you human? System: this system is a fairy nurturing system, not human. Song Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Forget it. Let it deduct. Everyone has bodily needs, even fairies. He completely relaxed his core and took care of the physiological issue. Ding. Core relaxation 3 times. Current relaxation count 35. Shame points 10, current remaining 0. Warning: the host's current shame points are 0. If you relax twice more upon task failure, mandatory training will be triggered, and there will be no shame points to offset the penalty. Song Yu expressionlessly pulled up his pants, washed his hands, and looked at the increasingly delicate face in the mirror. The girl in the mirror was also looking at him with slightly upturned eyes, light-colored pupils, and an inherent aloofness. Beneath those eyes was a face slightly pale from lack of sleep. But even that paleness had a jade-like translucency, like fine porcelain. Song Yu forced a ferocious grin at the mirror. The girl grinned back at him ferociously. Well, good, his soul was still there. He took a deep breath, tightened his core, and walked out of the bathroom. At 7:30 a.m., Song Yu left for school. From home to school, a 15-minute walk. These 15 minutes were his first direct confrontation with the system. At first it was fine. He kept his stomach tightened, lightened his steps, and tried to look normal. After 5 minutes of walking, his abdomen began to ache. After 10 minutes, the ache turned into pain. After 12 minutes, he started to wonder if there was a granny roan living in his belly, stabbing his abs with needles. Ding. Detected rising fatigue in the host's core muscles. It is recommended to slightly reduce the tightening force. Maintain a slight contraction, no need to overexert. Song Yu cursed inwardly. Why didn't you say that earlier? He relaxed the force a little. Just a little. The agonizing soreness in his abdomen immediately subsided. So tightening didn't mean tighten to death. It meant gently tighten. Song Yu understood. He adjusted his state and continued walking. When he was almost at the school gate, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Fang Muyang. He was standing at the gate holding 2 breakfast bags, looking around, obviously waiting for someone. Song Yu instinctively wanted to walk over, but then he realized, was his own gait a bit too light now? He looked down at his feet. His stride had shortened. His step frequency had increased. When landing, the ball of his foot touched first, then the heel. He was indeed walking. Lightly, like stepping on clouds. Ding. Detected that the host has autonomously optimized gait meeting the light step standard of a fairy. Special commendation. Reward shame points, 10 current remaining 10. Songyu. That worked too. He looked up and met Fang Muyang's gaze. Fang Muyang's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he strode over. You're so early today. Songyu hummed in response, continuing to keep his core tightened, trying to make his posture look normal. But he forgot that with a tightened core one's posture naturally becomes upright, shoulders naturally open, neck naturally lengthens. The whole person takes on a very graceful state. Fang Muyang stopped in front of him, suddenly halting. He looked Songyu up and down, his expression a bit strange. Songyu's heart tightened. What's wrong? Nothing. Fang Muyang scratched his head. It's just that you seem different today. Songyu, different how? Fang Muyang glanced at him again and said, can't quite put it into words. Just, you look pretty energetic. Songyu breathed a sigh of relief. Energetic is good. As long as he didn't notice he was keeping his stomach tightened. Here. Fang Muyang handed him a breakfast bag. Soy milk and meat buns. Eat while they're hot. Songyu took it and thanked him. The two walked side by side toward the teaching building. As they walked, Fang Muyang suddenly said, are you the way you walk today? Songyu's heart skipped a beat. What about the way I walk? Nothing, it's just. Fang Muyang thought for a moment. It feels steady. Songyu. Thanks. What kind of comment was that? Steady. He had walked with his stomach tightened for 15 minutes, and all he got was steady. First period in the morning Chinese class. Songyu sat in his seat, maintaining his core tightness, trying to look normal. But his stomach was killing him. The ache wasn't sharp pain, but a persistent nagging, unbearable soreness. He subtly adjusted his sitting posture, trying to relieve the pressure on his abdomen. Ding. Posture adjustment detected. Core tension changes still within acceptable range. Monitoring continues. Songyu. Might as well just live inside my stomach. He listened to the Chinese teacher droning on about classical texts, his mind beginning to wander. Yesterday the system said that at 30, there would be a primary feminization of the body, qualitative change. He was now at 25. 5, only 4. 5 away from that node. At the current task progress, one daily task was 0. 5. It was coming soon. Very soon. He subconsciously touched his chest. Flat. But soon. He silently withdrew his gaze and continued listening. After the second period in the morning, the long break, Songyu went to the bathroom. This was the second challenge he faced today. How to use the toilet with a tightened core. He stood in front of the urinal staring at the tiles, lost in thought. A boy came in and stood at the urinal next to him, starting to relieve himself. Listening to the sound of rushing water, Songyu felt even more urgent. But he didn't dare relax his core. If he relaxed, today's task would be completely ruined. He had only 2 relaxation chances left. He took a deep breath and tried to do what he needed to do while keeping his core tight. No use. Absolutely no use. With his core tightened, his abdominal muscles were tense and nothing would come out. He tried 3 times, all failures. The boy beside him had already washed his hands and left. Songyu stood in front of the urinal on the verge of tears. Ding. Detected conflict between the host's physiological needs and the task. The system provides the following solutions. Option 1, abandon the task, accept the penalty, and initiate fairy posture, 24-hour special training. Option 2, persist in the task, enter a stall, and use a sitting posture to fulfill the physiological need. Songyu. Sitting posture. He was a guy and he had to pee sitting down. System, the host's body is undergoing transformation toward feminization. Adapting to a sitting posture in advance will facilitate the future physiological transition. Please be aware. Songyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he turned and walked into the stall, locked the door, sat on the toilet, and relieved himself. Throughout the entire process, he kept his core tightened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a physiological need while maintaining core tightening. Special commendation. Reward shame points, 20 current remaining 30. Songyu expressionlessly washed his hands, and walked out of the stall. He glanced at himself in the mirror above the sink. His face was still the same, delicate, cool, androgynous. But there was a hint of life weariness in his eyes. Songyu said to himself in the mirror. Songyu, oh Songyu, you've lived 2 lifetimes and finally reached the point of sitting to pee. What an achievement. The girl in the mirror looked back at him with a hint of sympathy. Lunchtime in the cafeteria. Songyu and Fang Muyang carried their trays and found a corner to sit down. Songyu kept his core tight and carefully sat down, his back straight as a rod. Fang Muyang sat across from him, looked at his posture, then at his own slouched, hunched shoulders, the standard teenage boy slouch. He suddenly felt a bit guilty. Are you practicing something lately? Songya's chopsticks paused. Practicing what? You know. Fang Muyang gestured vaguely. Like posture. You seem to sit really straight now, not like before. Songyu. No. Fang Muyang let out an "oh" and didn't ask further, lowering his head to eat. Songyu also lowered his head to eat, continuing to keep his core tightened. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly realized a problem. Under the condition of keeping the core tight, would eating affect digestion? System, no, it won't. Core tightening only acts on the abdominal wall muscles and does not affect gastrointestinal peristalsis. Please rest assured, host. Song Yu felt relieved and continued eating. After finishing the meal, the two of them carried their trays to put them away. When standing up, Song Yu's core loosened for a moment. Ding. Core loosened 4 times. Current loosening count 45, a shame value, 10 current remaining 20. Warning: if you loosen once more the mission will fail. Song Yu's entire body stiffened, and he quickly tensed up. Fang Muyang turned back to look at him. What's wrong? Nothing, Song Yu said. My leg is a little numb. Fang Muyang nodded and didn't ask further. After the third period in the afternoon, it was PE class. This was the part Song Yu feared most today. PE class meant running, jumping, and doing all kinds of movements. How could he run while keeping his core tight? At the edge of the playground, the PE teacher blew his whistle and called everyone to gather. Song Yu stood in the line, tightening his stomach, trying to look normal. Today we'll test the 1,000-meter run, the PE teacher said. Boys first, girls later. The line erupted in groans. Song Yu's face also turned pale. 1,000 meters. Running 1,000 meters while keeping the core tight. He was afraid he would ascend to heaven halfway through. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a challenge. The system hereby provides the following suggestions. Suggestion 1. Abandon the mission, accept the punishment, and activate the 24-hour fairy posture special training. Suggestion 2. Persist with the mission. During the run, try to keep the core tight as much as possible, and the system will appropriately relax the monitoring threshold. Song Yu took a deep breath. He had already persisted until now. Just one final push. He chose to persist. The whistle blew, and Song Yu rushed out with the pack. The first 200 meters were okay. He kept his core tight, trying to maintain rhythm. The middle 400 meters began to get tough. The soreness and swelling in his core grew stronger, and his breathing became rapid. The last 400 meters were a complete breakdown. His core was so sore it had gone numb. His whole body felt as if someone had removed his bones, hanging on by sheer willpower. But he dared not loosen. If he did, all of today's efforts would be wasted. Only one last chance remained. He gritted his teeth and kept running. Ding. Detected that the host's core muscles are severely fatigued. The system activates emergency protection mode. Temporarily unlocked ability, fairy posture, forced maintenance, trial version. Effect: when the host's stamina is exhausted, the system will forcibly maintain the core tightening state until the run ends. Consumption: none. Emergency protection does not deduct shame value. Song Yu felt a tightening in his abdomen, and an invisible force took over his core muscles. He no longer needed to exert himself. The system was exerting for him. He just needed to keep running. The last 200 meters, he almost charged through with his eyes closed. The moment he crossed the finish line, he collapsed directly onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ding. Core state is still being maintained. Please do not relax, host. Song Yu. I'm already collapsed, and you still want me to keep it tight. Are you human? System: this system is not human. PE class ended. Song Yu dragged his exhausted body back to the classroom. He sat in his seat and continued to keep his core tight. There was still one last hurdle. School dismissal. As long as he could make it to dismissal, the mission would be complete. He lay on the desk, eyes closed, waiting for the bell. Fang Muyang walked over and sat down beside him. Ayu, are you feeling unwell today? Fang Muyang's voice was filled with concern. After the run, I saw your face was especially pale. Song Yu opened his eyes and glanced at him. Fang Muyang's face was especially soft in the sunset, his eyes full of worry. Song Yu suddenly felt a bit moved. This big fool really cared about him. It's nothing, he said. Just a little tired. Fang Muyang let out an oath, then reached out and touched his forehead. Song Yu's whole body stiffened. Not because of the physical contact, although the system had taken the chance to add 0.5 intimacy, bringing the total to 3.0, but because when Fang Muyang touched his forehead, he subconsciously took a deep breath and his core loosened slightly for that one instant. Just that one instant. Ding. Core loosened 5 times. Cumulative loosening count 55. Mission failure judgment. Detected that the current time for the host is 1758. There are still 4 hours and 2 minutes until the mission end time of 220, and the loosening count has reached the limit. Mission failed. Penalty triggered. Shame value reset to 0. Current remaining 200. Forcibly activate 24-hour fairy posture special training all day tomorrow. Song Yu. He looked at Fang Muyang's concerned face, wanting to cry, but without tears. Fang Muyang was completely unaware of the consequences of his action, just now still talking to himself. No fever, that's good. Go back early and rest tonight. See you tomorrow. Song Yu nodded and watched him leave. Then he lay on the desk, burying his face in his arms. Ding. Today's daily mission, keep core tight all day, failed. Mission summary: cumulative loosening count 5 times. Total shame value deducted 50. Already deducted. Current remaining shame value 0. Penalty details. 1. Shame value has been reset to 0. 2. Tomorrow, forcibly activate 24-hour fairy posture special training. Maintain perfect posture all day with real-time monitoring and scoring by the system. Scores below 80 will extend the training time. Warm reminder: the host already has lightweight, seamless chest binder 1 in the warehouse. Please keep it properly. Use it before the 30 milestone. Song Yu stared at that warm reminder and felt a little better. At least the most important thing was already in hand. As for the shame value, it's gone, so be it. He could earn it back later anyway. After school, Song Yu walked out of the school gate alone. The sunset painted the entire campus in a warm orangey. Students leaving school walked out in twos and threes with laughter, chatter, and bicycle bells mingling together. Song Yu walked through this hustle and bustle, yet felt the world was far away from him. He looked down at his shadow, slender and elongated, already faintly showing a softness not belonging to a youth. Tomorrow there was still special training. The day after he would face the unknown 30, and his current shame value was 0. Ayu! A familiar voice sounded behind him. Song Yu turned around and saw Fang Muyang carrying 2 backpacks running toward him. Why didn't you wait for me? Fang Muyang ran up to him and handed him one of the backpacks. Come on, I'll walk you home. Song Yu took the backpack and thanked him. The two walked side by side. As they walked, Fang Muyang suddenly said, Ew, have you been troubled by something lately? Song Yu's heart tightened. No. Really? Really? Fang Muyang glanced at him and didn't ask further. But after a few steps, he suddenly reached out and put his arm around Song Yu's shoulder. Song Yu's whole body stiffened. Fang Muyang's palm rested on his shoulder, warm and strong, carrying the unique vigor of youth. Ayu, Fang Muyang said, no matter what happens, you can tell me. We're close, aren't we? Song Yu was silent for a moment, then softly let out an He didn't pull away from Fang Muyang's hand. Not because the system had added another 0. 5 intimacy, cumulative 3. 5 now. But because, at this moment, he really needed a bit of warmth. Even if that warmth came from someone who didn't know his secret. Even if that warmth might one day disappear because of his exposed secret. But at least now at this moment it truly existed. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in the host. Emotional bond triggered. Intimacy with key character Fang Muyang 0. 5 cumulative 3. 5. Message: the path of a fairy's growth is never lonely. Cherish those who are willing to walk with you. Song Yu looked at this system message and smiled faintly. Cherish. Of course he cherished. He just didn't know how long Fang Muyang could accompany him on this path. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Song Yu lay on the bed. Ding. Today's mission officially ends. Core monitoring is turned off. Song Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the bed like a puddle of mud. His abdomen still ached faintly, reminding him of everything he had experienced today. But he had no energy left to complain. He just wanted to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at the system panel. Current transformation progress, 25. 5. Next milestone 30. Preliminary feminization of figure, estimated trigger time, 6 days. Current shame value 0. Warehouse items: lightweight, seamless chest binder 1 and used. Warehouse items: mother's health checkup package, deep full body cancer screening, green channel in top tier hospital. Tomorrow's special training: fairy posture, 24 hours, forcibly activated. Training content: maintain perfect posture all day, real-time scoring, scores below 80 will extend training time. Song Yu closed his eyes. Tomorrow is another tough battle. Ding. Good night, host. May the fairy's dreams be gentle and beautiful. Song Yu's consciousness gradually blurred, and he sank into deep sleep. In his dream, he wore a white long dress, standing in a peach blossom forest, the wind lifting his long hair. Wait. Long hair. Song Yu woke up with a start. Outside the window, it was already light. Ding. Good morning, host. 24-hour fairy posture special training officially begins. Today's training requirements: maintain perfect posture all day. Stand like a pine, sit like a bell, walk like the wind, lie like a bough. The system will score in real time, and scores below 80 will extend the training time. Current score 0 points, not yet started. Song Yu lay on the bed staring at the ceiling and took a deep breath. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? He threw off the covers and prepared to get up. Then he paused. The hem of his pajamas had rolled up at some point, revealing a section of his waist. That waist was thinner than yesterday. Song Yu. System, did you secretly twist me 2 turns while I was asleep? System, this system never lays a hand on a sleeping host. This is the result of natural metabolism. Please rest assured, host. Song Yu. Rest assured my ass. He tightened his core and got up. Ding. Today's special training item: 1 morning rising posture check. Please complete the entire process of getting up, dressing, and washing with the most elegant posture. Start scoring. Song Yu looked at this message and suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second. Current posture score 45 points, fail. Reason: hunched back when getting up, detrimental to the fairy's demeanor. Please start over. Song Yu. Start over. This thing can be started over. System, of course. During the special training, the host has 3 chances to restart. Each restart, the system will rescore. If all 3 attempts fail, it will be directly judged as today's special training failure extended by 1 day. Song Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he lay back on the bed and got up again. This time he tightened his core, straightened his back, and used an extremely elegant posture. At least he thought it was elegant. He sat up, then got out of bed. Ding. Morning rising posture score 78 points, good. Evaluation: significant improvement, but still needs optimization. Suggested: raise the head slightly by 15 degrees when getting up, which can improve to above 85 points. Song Yu. This system is a demon, right? Absolutely a demon, right? He stood by the bed looking at the rising sun outside the window and suddenly remembered a saying. Life is like a rape, but if you can't resist it, just enjoy it. His current situation was, the system was like rape. He couldn't resist it, nor could he enjoy it. He could only tough it out. He took a deep breath and walked toward the bathroom. A new day, new shame. Come on. At 6:30 in the morning, Song Yu stood before the mirror questioning his existence. Ding. Morning posture assessment in progress. Current item smile, standard weight 15. Result asymmetrical mouth corners, excessive murderous intent in the eyes, overall presenting a state of resentment that screams I want to kill the system. Score 32 failed. Remaining retries 23. System suggestion, imagine yourself as a fairy under the moonlight, overlooking the mortal world with compassion. Song Yu stared at the mirror, struggling to adjust his expression. A fairy under the moonlight, overlooking the mortal world. With compassion, he tried to twitch the corners of his mouth. 15 degrees on the left, right side, come on, lift. The maiden in the mirror twisted her face like someone who finally found a toilet after 3 days of constipation, only to realize there was no toilet paper. Score 28, even lower. System note host, this expression will get you stripped of your immortal status. Recommend a complete reforge. Song Yu. I'm a straight guy, and you want me to practice smiling. 15 minutes later, Song Yu walked along the road to school. Core tightened back, straight stride controlled at 45 centimeters, step frequency at 120 per minute, arm swing amplitude no more than 15 degrees. The system arranged every step he took with meticulous clarity. Passers-by turned their heads at an increasing rate. An elderly woman approached, staring at Song Yu for 3 seconds, her eyes growing brighter. Young lady, are you practicing your catwalk? You walk so beautifully. Song Yu maintained his fairy smile, barely passing, his voice clear and melodious. Annie, I'm a boy. The elderly woman froze. Her expression shifted from astonishment to shock to questioning life. A transition as smooth as a textbook-level performance from the Beijing Film Academy. Boys nowadays look like this. Song Yu kept his smile and continued walking. Inner monologue, I just want to be a normal boy. Ding. Bystander reaction detected. Bystander, a elderly woman, astonishment 85, oh shock 100. Keyword feedback, young lady catwalk, good looking. System evaluation, congratulations host. Your fairy charm has begun to influence passers-by across genders. Keep it up. Song Yu, go to hell. I'm male. The moment he entered the classroom, Song Yu clearly felt several gazes converge on him. He maintained an aloof expression, walking lightly to his seat. The system gave a real-time score of 85, barely passing. Whispers arose behind him. Is Song Yu even prettier today? His skin is so good. What skincare does he use? A guy looking that good, what's the point? Be careful, don't get turned. Song Yu ignored them, sitting down. Back straight, knees together, hands naturally folded on the desk. Standard fairy sitting posture. Fang Muyang was already there, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Song Yu. You today. Song Yu's heart tightened. What now? Fang Muyang scratched his head. Nothing, just that you walk especially graceful today. Song Yu. Inner monologue, if you knew the system was forcing me, would you die laughing? Fang Muyang handed him breakfast, as usual, soy milk and meat buns, eat while they're hot. Song Yu took it and thanked him. Fang Muyang glanced at his own posture. Slouched back and legs apart, the standard teenage boy sitting position. He adjusted himself silently, then reverted to the original after 3 seconds. Before morning, reading, the classroom door was shoved open violently. Zhao Lei swaggered in with 2 lackeys, his gaze sweeping the room and landing precisely on Song Yu. He didn't look happy today. Yesterday's basketball game had been a total defeat at Fang Muyang's hands, leaving him simmering with anger. Seeing Song Yu's increasingly refined face only stoked the flames. Zhao Lei and his 2 lackeys stopped in front of Song Yu's desk, speaking with exaggerated sarcasm. Oh, our class's beauty Song is even prettier today, that skin, that aura, tsk. Brother Lei, don't you think Song Yu secretly got plastic surgery? The change is too big. Maybe he's using some girls' skincare products. Aren't all sissies like that? Zhao Lei waved a hand. Hey, don't say that. This is called refinement, you know? Nowadays, isn't everyone into this kind of icon? Several classmates paused their activities, looking over. Song Yu completely ignored Zhao Lei. Seeing that Song Yu didn't respond, Zhao Lei thought he was backing down and grew bolder. He reached out to touch Song Yu's face. Come on, let Brother Lei see if your skin is really that good. Song Yu slightly turned his head, avoiding the touch. His eyes turned cold. Zhao Lei's hand froze in midair, embarrassment turning to anger. The lackey immediately chimed in. Brother Lei, she's looking down on you. Zhao Lei's face darkened. Song Yu, I'm giving you face, and you're putting on airs. The atmosphere in the classroom froze. Fang Muyang frowned, about to stand up, but Song Yu stopped him with a glance. Song Yu slowly rose to his feet. He lifted his eyes. Those amber irises, like blades tempered in ice, pierced straight into Zhao Lei's eyes. The air around them dropped in temperature. Zhao Lei's heart tightened, his outstretched hand freezing in place. That gaze held no fear, no anger. Only a cold indifference, as if looking at a dead thing. It sent a strange chill down his spine. Zhao Lei. Song Yu's lips curled into a standard 15-degree sneer. You're staring at my face like a horny chihuahua every day. What, you have a crush on me? Zhao Lei's face turned from red to purple, veins bulging on his forehead. You're asking for death. A thick fist swung with a gust of wind, aimed straight at Song Yu's nose. Ding. Detected verbal harassment and successful counterattack. Villain Zhao Lei's hatred 50. Emergency mission triggered fairy posture unmoving as a mountain. Mission requirement maintain perfect composure under Zhao Lei's attack. Do not dodge, flinch, or retreat. Reward transformation 1, shame 100, unlock temporary ability fairy gaze. Penalty for failure hit by Zhao Lei posture score plummets, special training extended by 24 hours. Song use inner monologue, not dodge. You want me to wait to get hit. I report. This is a script kill. But the system's force kept him rooted to the spot. Song Yu's feet were nailed to the ground, his icy gaze locked onto Zhao Lei's eyes, neither dodging nor flinching. The fist was about to smash into his straight nose. Slap. A broad hand shot in from the side, gripping Zhao Lei's wrist like a steel vice. Bones ground together with a sickening creak. Fang Muyang stood upright, his presence looming half a head taller than Zhao Lei, pressing down like a shadow. His eyes were dark, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Zhao Lei, touch him if you dare. Zhao Lei twisted his face in pain, struggling. Fang Muyang, let go. I'm going to kill this pervert today. He's my brother. Fang Muyang twisted his wrist, forcing Zhao Lei's arm down hard. Curse him again, and I'll make sure you leave here horizontal. Zhao Lei, you son of a... Fang Muyang increased the pressure, and Zhao Lei winced in pain. What's going on? Mutiny. Homeroom teacher Lu Mei stood at the door, clutching lesson plans, her roar shattering the glass. Fang Muyang casually flung Zhao Lei away. Zhao Lei staggered back a few steps, rubbing his wrist, his snake-like gaze flickering between Song Yu and Fang Muyang. Then he gritted his teeth and sat down in the back row. Fang Muyang turned around, the darkness in his eyes instantly dissipating, and stared at Song Yu. But did he touch you? Song Yu looked at the tall figure before him and shook his head slightly. Ding. Emergency mission complete. Mission evaluation. Host maintained perfect composure in the face of a lethal threat, with eyes showing no sign of fear, embodying the fairy's demeanor of unchanged countenance even when Mount Tai crumbles. Reward issued transformation 1 current, total 26. 5 shame 100 current, remaining 100. Temporary ability fairy gaze unlocked. Fairy gaze when locking eyes with someone induces a brief psychological pressure, double effect on those with a guilty conscience. After school, the setting sun dyed the campus a warm orange. Fang Muyang was waiting for Song Yu at the school gate as usual, and the two walked home side by side. As they walked, Fang Muyang suddenly said, "Ew, that way you confronted Zhao Lei today was pretty impressive." Song Yu started it. Fang Muyang nodded, "I know. But next time let me handle it. That little frame of yours can't take a punch." Song Yu glanced at him. He wanted to say that with the system's boost he might not get hit. But the words died in his throat. He just said "mm." Fang Muyang reached out, habitually wanting to put an arm around his shoulder, but hesitated halfway, then withdrew his hand into his pocket. Song Yu noticed, but said nothing. They continued walking, their shadows stretched long and thin under the setting sun. At 10 in the evening, Song Yu collapsed onto the bed. Ding. Daily summary. Special training score 82, pass, no extension needed. Transformation 26. 5-1. Shame 100. New temporary ability fairy gaze valid for 24 hours, can be internalized later. Tomorrow's preview daily mission elegant dining. Maintain perfect eating posture in the cafeteria, no deduction version. Difficulty. System message: the path of a fairy is never without storms. But after the storm there will always be a rainbow. Difficulty. System message: the path of a fairy is never without storms. But after the storm there will always be a rainbow. Song Yu stared at the ceiling. Rainbow my foot. I just want to sleep peacefully. He rolled over, his consciousness slowly fading. In his drowsiness the system panel flickered again. 30 milestone countdown, 5 days. Lightweight, seamless chest binder pending use. Mother's health checkup package, deep full body cancer screening, express lane at top hospital pending use. Friendly reminder: it is recommended that the host study the wearing tutorial in advance to avoid fumbling when the time comes. Song Yu was too exhausted to complain. He fell into a deep sleep. System mall backstage. Lightweight, seamless chest binder sales, 1 buyer Song Yu. Today's new browsing record chest binder usage tutorial viewed 3 times, not purchased. System note: host watching the tutorial is free. Please study it as soon as possible. That icon Song Yu, why does Fang Muyang defend him like that? And that look he gave me just now, why was it so creepy? Just wait. Fang Muyang can't follow you 24 hours a day. Next time I'll make you suffer. Villain hatred accumulated 75, reached deliberate revenge threshold. Sisters, have you noticed? Song Yu has been getting more and more handsome lately. And his aura is incredible. He walks like the wind, so ethereal. He and Fang Muyang are such a good ship. I ship them again today. Campus CP fandom forming. Campus CP fandom forming. Song Yu was startled awake by a bizarre dream. In the dream, peach blossom petals fluttered through a grove. He looked down at himself. Beneath the hem of a skirt was an entirely unfamiliar body. A waist so slender it could be circled with a single hand. The gentle curve of his chest slightly lifted by the fabric. Delicate slender collarbones. And a pair of hands with well-proportioned bones and faintly pink nails. This was not him. This was her. Up. Song Yu's eyes snapped open, his hands swiftly covering his chest. Flat. He then reached down and touched his waist. It was slender but still within the reasonable bounds of a male physique. He collapsed onto the bed staring straight at the crack in the ceiling, his chest heaving violently. Damn it. That cursed system. Ding. Good morning, host. A new day. Shut up. Song Ye's voice was weak. Let me have 10 seconds. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. Song Yu closed his eyes, forcibly pushing the bizarre images from the dream out of his mind. He could tolerate long hair, but why did his body shape have to change? What was under that skirt? 3, 2, 1, ding. A new day, new shame. Song Yu was utterly speechless. Ding. Morning data, check. Current transformation progress 26. 5 waist circumference 61. 5 centimeters decreased by 0. 5 centimeters from yesterday. Countdown to 30. Threshold 4 days. Today's task: elegant dining, combined training task requirements, complete breakfast and lunch in the cafeteria, maintain perfect dining posture throughout real-time scoring. Score below 80 results in task failure, extending training by 1 day. System tip: eating is also an art. 61. 5 centimeters. Song Yu stared at this number, then glanced at the inventory panel. There lay an unopened, lightweight, seamless chest binder. He threw off the covers and got out of bed. Standing before the mirror, his skin was paler, the corners of his eyes softer, his jawline clean and sharp. His overall aura had completely deviated from the path of an ordinary boy. He tried to force a smile. Morning smile check 78 points. Good system evaluation. There is still killing intent in your eyes. Suggest adjusting your mindset and embracing your new life. Song Yu sneered. I embrace your grandmother. He glanced down at the hem of his pajama. The fabric was rolled up, revealing a section of pale, clean waistline. The lines on both sides tapered inward. He reached out and pressed it. The texture was firm, yet strangely soft. He immediately pulled the pajama down and covered it tightly. Couldn't look anymore. At 7:30 in the morning, Song Yu pushed open the door and walked out. On the sidewalk, his body automatically entered training mode. Core slightly tucked back, straight stride precisely controlled to a moderate distance. After days of torment, these once deliberate movements had become muscle memory. Passers-by's gazes kept sweeping over him. An old man riding a tricycle stared at him for a few seconds, his handlebars swerving, the wheel scraping past a utility pole. Song Yu kept his eyes forward, not stopping his stride. What are you looking at? Never seen a man walk. At the school gate, Fang Muyang stood there holding 2 plastic bags. Seeing Song Yu, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over at Yu. Song Yu nodded. Fang Muyang's gaze circled his face. You today? Changed again. Song Yu frowned. Changed what? Can't quite say. Fang Muyang scratched the back of his head. Just more good looking. As the words fell, both fell silent. Fang Muyang quickly looked away, shoved the bag at Song Yu. Let's go, the bell's about to ring. Song Yu took the breakfast. Good looking, my ass. I'm a real man. Ding. Intimacy 0. 2 accumulated 4. 0 system evaluation, saying one thing, but meaning another. Song Yu blocked the system. The cafeteria. The morning rush was bustling with noise. The two carried their trays through the aisle. Gazes converged from all directions. Look, Song Yu. The way he walks. Stunning. A few boys curled their lips and complained, what a poser. Song Yu walked toward the serving window, tray in hand. Real-time monitoring, standing posture, 95 points, tray angle, 88 points, eye level, 92 points. The auntie at the window looked up, her large stainless steel ladle suspended in midair. Miss porridge or soy milk? A brief dead silence fell over the line. Song Yu displayed a standard 15-degree smile, his tone flat. Auntie, I'm a boy. Porridge. The auntie froze, and a ladleful of porridge spilled back into the bucket. Oh dear, the young man is too handsome, this old woman's eyes are failing. Muffled laughter rippled around him. Fang Muyang stood beside him, his shoulders shaking violently. Song Yu carried the bowl filled with porridge and turned toward an empty table. I am a man. Male. A pure male. The two sat down in a corner. Song Yu initiated the elegant dining mode. Knees together, back straight, tray placed at a fist distance away. He slowed his movements while picking up food, chewing with his lips closed, swallowing after exactly 20 chews. An ordinary meat bun was eaten with the flair of a 3 Michelin-star meal. Chewing posture, 90 points. Utensil use, 92 points. Fang Muyang bit his chopsticks, his gaze fixed on Song Ye's face. Song Yu looked up. What are you staring at me for? Nothing. Fang Muyang lowered his head and took a few bites of rice, then couldn't help but look up again at you, the way you eat. What? Quite pleasing to the eye. Fang Muyang's ears reddened, and he buried his face in his bowl, eating ravenously. Song Yu paused. Pleasing to the eye. This damned system forced these mechanical movements. Where was the pleasure in that? Ding. Intimacy 0. 3. He accumulated 4. 3. Lin Weiwei approached with her tray, stopping by the table. Fang Muyang, what a coincidence. Fang Muyang looked up and nodded. Lin Weiwei's gaze shifted to Song Yu. Her eyes held a mixture of assessment and subtle wariness. This must be Song Yu, right? She flashed her signature smile. I've been hearing a lot about you lately. Song Ye's gaze swept over her, his tone devoid of emotion. Hello. Lin Weiwei's smile froze for a moment. She hadn't expected such coldness. You really have an aura. She quickly composed her expression. I want to disturb you too. Lin Weiwei turned and left. Fang Muyang leaned in, That's Lin Weiwei, a candidate for Campus Belle at the art festival. Song Yu didn't respond, continuing to eat. Ding. Detected potential rival Lin Weiwei favorability 40100 system tip. This character views the art festival as her home turf, possible future competition conflict. Song Yu set down his chopsticks. Competition. I, a man with a dick, competing for Campus Belle. The most absurd joke under heaven. Absolutely preposterous. Between classes. Song Yu was napping on his desk. Waist circumference 61. 5 centimeters. Skin changes. Prominent collarbones. The 30 qualitative transformation node in 4 days hung over him like a guillotine. He had to find a way out. Did you hear? Last night's lottery jackpot was 5 million. The chatter of a few boys in the back row drifted over. 0, 5, 12, 10, 18, 26. I was off by 3 numbers. Song Yu shot upright. 0, 5, 12, 10, 26. The long dormant floodgates of memory burst open. The lottery jackpot from the first week of senior year had been a combination of his family's 3 birthdays plus an extra 03. His mother's May 12th. His father's July 31st. His own October 26th. 05, 12, 07, 31, 10, 26, 03. The draw was the very next round. His breathing began to quicken. This set of numbers meant 5 million. It meant his mother's medical expenses. It meant he wouldn't have to be completely at the mercy of this damn system. Detected intense emotional fluctuation. Song Yu summoned the panel. Shame value 100. Available funds 0. He had 200 yuan left in pocket money. Buy 10 identical tickets. That would be 50 million. School let out that afternoon. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out. Fang Muyang called out, walk together. Something to do, you go ahead. What is it? He'll go with you. No need. Song Yes' reply was firm. Fang Muyang looked at him, his brow furrowed. You've been hiding things from me lately. Song Yu lowered his eyes, his voice calm. A personal matter. Fine. Fang Muyang nodded. Call me if anything. Song Yu turned and walked out of the classroom. As he descended the stairs, he glanced back. Fang Muyang was still standing there watching him. Song Yu averted his gaze and quickened his pace toward the lottery shop outside the school. The shop was filled with the smell of cheap tobacco. Boss ID liked to buy a lottery ticket. The 50-something shop owner, eyes fixed on his newspaper, replied casually, Miss, what numbers? Song Yu ignored the address, speaking rapidly. 05, 12, 07, 31 and 26, 03. 10 times the stake. The owner tapped on the machine. These numbers look like birthdays pieced together. The printer spit out a slip. 20 yuan. The owner handed over the ticket. Miss, buying this for fun is fine, but don't take it too seriously. Song Yu paid the money. He walked outside. The setting sun's rays fell on the thin slip of paper. This was his rebirth trump card, his starting capital. System evaluation, thanks to the host for their charitable contribution to the lottery center. Song Yu snorted coldly, nail and tong. Don't you regret it? Just wait. Don't bully a young man in poverty. He tucked the lottery ticket into his wallet and walked back along the alley. His steps were noticeably lighter. Yo, if it isn't the Great Beauty song. A grating, raspy voice sounded ahead. Song Yu stopped. Zhao Lei with 2 of his cronies blocked the alley entrance. In a good mood, Zhao Lei stepped closer, his gaze roving insolently over Song Yes' face. Why isn't Fang Muyang playing bodyguard for you today? Song Yes' gaze turned utterly cold. Temporary ability activated, fairy's gaze remaining 6 hours. He stared at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei suddenly felt as if he were being watched by a cold-blooded predator stalking its prey, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his back. But with his cronies beside him, backing down would be a loss of face. What are you looking at? Zhao Lei bellowed to bolster his courage, reaching out to grab Song Yes' collar. Warning, physical threat detected. Combat power disparity, retreat advised. Song Yu sidestepped, taking a half step back. Now was not the time for a conflict. The lottery ticket in his pocket was more important than anything. He was about to turn and break through. Zhao Lei. A low, fury-laden voice came from the other end of the alley. Fang Muyang strode over and yanked Song Yu behind him. His tall frame stood solidly in front. Did you take what I said last time as a joke? Zhao Lei's arrogance was instantly halved. I didn't lay a hand on him. Can I say hello if I bump into him? Fang Muyang stepped closer. The sheer dominance of his height and build made Zhao Lei involuntarily shrink back. This is the last time. Fang Muyang pointed at Zhao Lei's nose. Song Yu is my brother. Try blocking him again and you'll see. Zhao Lei swallowed hard, shot Song Yu a venomous glare. Let's go. He and his cronies hurried away. The alley fell silent. Fang Muyang turned and looked Song Yu over. Are you hurt? No. Fang Muyang's gaze dropped to the wallet Song Yu hadn't yet put back in his pocket. In the wallet's inner compartment, a corner of the lottery ticket was visible. You went to buy a lottery ticket. Song Yu paused. Short on cash? Fang Muyang asked. No. Fang Muyang stared at him, his eyes sharp. Song Yu looked away. Just bought it for fun. Fang Muyang didn't say anything. He raised his hand and ruffled Song Yes' hair. You. His voice softened. If you're really in trouble, don't tough it out alone. My family may not be filthy rich, but I can still help you solve problems. Song Yu looked up. In those eyes was unreserved trust. Come on, I'll walk you home. Fang Muyang shoved his hands in his pockets and turned to lead the way. From now on after school you have to wait for me. 10 o'clock at night. In his bedroom, Song Yu took out the lottery ticket. 05, 12, 07, 31, 10, 26, 03. 10 times. He pulled up the calendar on his phone and checked the draw date. The day after tomorrow. Friday night. He pressed the ticket flat under his pillow. System tip lotteries are for entertainment, don't get addicted. Go to hell. Song Yu turned off the lamp and buried his face in the blanket. Tomorrow's preview attempt to use the chest binder reward transformation progress 0. 5 is shame value 30. It is recommended that the host seriously consider this. Song Yu pretended not to see it. His consciousness gradually blurred. The dream came again. Still that peach blossom grove. Still that alluring, provocative body. The wind blew and a peach blossom landed on the person's shoulder. Fang Muyang turned around and looked at him. His gaze was full of admiration. You look so beautiful like this. Song Yes' eyes snapped open. He clutched his flat chest, gasping for air. This dream was too eerie. Thursday morning. The system prompt sounded on time. Song Yu opened his eyes and pulled out the wallet from under his pillow. He drew out the lottery ticket. 05, 12, 07, 31, 10, 26, 03. 10 bets the draw was tomorrow. The fortune of 50 million was all staked on this piece of paper. Detected that the host is planning to uninstall the system, issuing a severe warning. The mechanical voice in his mind was a jarring intrusion. Song Yu curled his lips and opened the panel. Today's optional tasks had refreshed. Task 1, walk home with Fang Muyang. Reward 10 shame points. Task 2, go to the library to study. Reward 15 shame points. Task 3, attempt to wear a chest binder for 6 hours. Reward 30 shame points, early adaptation to 30 node. Song Yes' gaze fixed on task 3. He looked down at his chest. Beneath the pure cotton pajamas, it was still flat. But last night while showering he had clearly felt a hint of unusual softness in the area of his pectoral muscles. His body was truly changing. System prompt 30 node countdown 3 days. A qualitative change will bring visible morphological transformation. It is recommended to adapt in advance, otherwise the node will be advanced to tomorrow. Song Yu cursed. He had no choice. He clicked to accept the task. From the corner of the cabinet, he retrieved the package that had arrived yesterday. A lightweight, seamless chest binder. He tore open the packaging. Inside was only an extremely thin piece of fabric. Song Yu took off his pajamas and stood before the full-length mirror. His collarbone was clearly prominent, his shoulders had imperceptibly narrowed, and his waist measurement showed only 61 centimeters. He picked up the chest binder and pulled it over his head. It got stuck. He pulled it off and put it on again. The buckle was at the back. He couldn't reach it with his reverse hand. After twisting in front of the mirror for 10 minutes, he finally managed to fasten the loosest notch. The fabric clung tightly to his upper body. The negligible rise of his chest was completely flattened. The lines of his shoulders appeared particularly smooth and graceful. Unexpectedly, it looked somewhat good. Song Yu quickly shook off this terrible thought and swiftly put on his autumn school uniform. The uniform was very loose, showing no signs of deception from the outside. He did a few chest expansion exercises. There was no suffocating tightness, but the presence was extremely strong, constantly reminding him of what he was wearing underneath. The system judged the wearer as qualified, and the reward countdown began. Song Yu shouldered his backpack and left. At the school gate, Fang Muyang leaned against a stone pillar holding meat buns and hot soy milk. Seeing Song Yu, Fang Muyang strode over. "Ayu," Song Yu responded. Because of the thing he was wearing inside, he couldn't help but hold his back straight. Fang Muyang's gaze fell on his shoulders. "Why are you walking a bit stiff today?" Song Yu was speechless. "Didn't sleep well last night, lower back pain." Fang Muyang immediately reached for the backpack. "Let me carry it for you. Walk slowly." The backpack was taken away, and Fang Muyang casually placed a hand on Song Ye's shoulder. His palm was warm. Song Yu quickly sidestepped half a step. If he felt the edge of the shoulder strap, everything would be over. Fang Muyang's hand missed. He looked at his empty palm and silently stuffed it into his school uniform pants pocket. The two walked one after another toward the cafeteria. Physical contact caused extreme guilt, shame points 30. Song Yu silently protested. This damned system was monitoring his mental activities around the clock. The cafeteria was bustling with noise. Song Yu held his tray and cued. The chest binder restricted his upper body range of motion, so he could only move forward in small steps. When he reached the serving window, the plump auntie looked up. "Miss, do you want chili?" The surrounding small circle instantly fell silent. Song Yu remained expressionless. "Auntie, you forgot again. I'm a boy, no chili." The cafeteria auntie was stunned, awkwardly retracting the spoonful of red oil. "Too handsome, my old eyes are playing tricks again." Behind him, a few male freshmen were desperately suppressing laughter. Misgendered in public, shame points 40. Song Yu took his tray and found a corner to sit. Fang Muyang sat opposite, not even touching his chopsticks, just staring at him as he ate the buns. Song Yu chewed 20 times as per the system's rules before swallowing. "What are you looking at?" Fang Muyang lowered his head and wolfed down 2 mouthfuls of rice. After a few seconds, he looked up again. "The way you eat, it's really getting more and more beautiful." Song Yu directly bit through the meatball in the bun. Praised for appearance, straightforwardly shame points 20. Morning break. A few girls from the front row gathered around Song Ye's desk. Song Yu, your school uniform looks so stylish today. How do you take care of your skin, eh? Recommend some skincare products. Your walking posture is amazing, can you teach us? Song Yu was annoyed by the chattering voices. He tried to maintain an expression that said stay away. Born with it. The girls let out a burst envious exclamation. Surrounded and discussed by female peers of the same age, shame points 50. Standing at the edge of the crowd was one person. Lin Weiwei, wearing a custom pleated skirt and a high ponytail. She stepped forward with a smile, and the surrounding girls automatically made way for her. Song Yu, our class needs to submit a performance for the art festival. Lin Weiwei stared straight into his eyes. I heard you've been practicing guzheng lately. Want me to recommend you for it? He looked at Lin Weiwei. In the depths of her eyes, there was undisguised scrutiny and wariness. This was not an invitation, it was a probe. No need, thank you for the kindness. Song Ye's voice was very faint. The smile on Lin Weiwei's face deepened. Well, okay then. Looking forward to your future performance. She turned and left. Encountered a rival's probing shame points 30. In the afternoon there was PE class. Boys 1,000-meter fitness test. The crowd stood on the starting line of the rubber track. The PE teacher blew the whistle. Song Yu charged forward with the group. The first lap was relatively easy. By the second lap the presence of the chest binder began to amplify wildly. The tight fabric tugged and rubbed with each rapid breath. He had to slow down his pace, gradually falling to the back of the pack. Zhao Lei and his two sidekicks easily caught up from behind, brushing past him. Can't run anymore. Weak as a little girl. The sidekicks laughed loudly. Lei is right, his stamina is only good for embroidery. Song Yu gritted his teeth and did not retort. He forced himself to finish the last lap. When he stopped at the edge of the track, gasping for air, the semi-transparent panel in front of him suddenly burst into golden light. Ding. Cumulative shame points reached 300. System-exclusive cash conversion function activated. A secret bank account automatically generated. No traceable origin, supports real-time withdrawal. Conversion rate 1 shame point 100 yuan. Current exchangeable balance 32000 yuan. Song Yu stood frozen in place. The wind on the playground dried the sweat on his forehead, but he felt his blood burning throughout his body. 32,000. Real money. Enough to take his mother for a comprehensive and thorough medical checkup, improve the family's meals, and buy all the disguised props. Without hesitation, he clicked on the exchange button. Entered value 100. Exchange successful. 100 yuan transferred to secret bank account. Song Yu pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly. He opened the mobile banking app he usually used. A new deposit notification quietly sat on the homepage. Account credited 100,000 yuan. The original pocket money balance of just over 200 yuan instantly turned into a 5-digit figure. Song Yu stared at the string of zeros on the screen. This was not a big pie drawn by the system. This was money. In this second life, he had finally pried out real solid cash from this absurd and humiliating system. Detected hosts, corners of the mouth lifting, achieved the taste good achievement. Song Yu silently closed the prompt box. Tastes good, then so be it. Whoever gives money is the boss. The school bell rang. Song Yu made an excuse about having something to do, declining Fang Muyang's request to walk together. He quickly walked out of the school gate, planning to go to the lottery shop to confirm the draw time again. As soon as he turned into the familiar old alley, he stopped. Zhao Lei leaned against the gray brick wall, flanked by his two sidekicks. Hey, the schoolflower Song is flying solo today. Song Ye's eyes instantly turned cold. After 2 days of body modification, when he stood there quietly, he naturally exuded an oppressive aura of superiority. Zhao Lei inexplicably felt a bit intimidated. But relying on his numerical advantage, he forced his chest out. Monthly exam is over, let's find a place to have a good chat. After dropping this face-saving remark, Zhao Lei didn't dare to stay long and hurried away with his men. Antagonist hostility reached 90. Triggered primary crisis warning. Zhao Lei plans to ambush after the monthly exam when school is out. Song Yu watched their backs. He now had 100 yuan in cash in his card, and the system could provide attribute enhancements. A few high school kids who hadn't even grown a full set of hair. He didn't take them seriously at all. Back home, the sound of stir-frying and the roar of the range hood came from the kitchen. Song Yu changed his shoes and walked in. Mom. His mother turned around, still holding the spatula. Wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. I bought your favorite sweet and sour ribs today. Song Yu looked at his mother's graying temples and the wrinkles around her eyes. The despair of a cancer diagnosis in his past life intertwined with the solid confidence of the money in his card now. There was 100 yuan in the card, and tomorrow there was a chance to directly win 50 million. Don't forget about the checkup on Saturday. His mother smiled. I know, why are you suddenly so concerned, kid? Song Yu turned and walked toward the bathroom. The person in the mirror had soft features and skin so delicate it was flawless. This body was irretrievably sliding toward another unknown gender. But what of it? As long as he could change the tragedy of his family's ruin in his past life. He had even worn that damned chest binder, what else was there to fear? Late at night, Songyu lay in bed. The wallet rested safely under his pillow containing the Tinteamsbet lottery ticket. The system panel showed that today's chest binder task was completed. Modification progress increased to 27. 5. Remaining disposable shame points 220. He closed his eyes waiting for dawn in the silence. Inner monologue Nailan Tong. Just wait and see. He'll uninstall you soon. Tomorrow will tell. System mall back in new item scholars aura fragment listed price 50 shame points per piece. Collect 3 pieces to unlock the scholars aura beginner level. Limited time discount pain tolerance potion trial pack original price 80 shame points, now 50 shame points. Suitable for use at the 30 node. Lightweight seamless chest binder sales 1 buyer Songyu. Today's new review anonymous user 5 stars. Review content although it's shameful to wear to the point of wanting to die, it's indeed useful. Breathable non-binding invisible and seamless automatically adapts to chest size a must for the 30 node. Recommended to pair with loose school uniforms. System note congratulations to the host for achieving the taste good achievement. Fang Muyang's perspective inner monologue. Ayu was a bit stiff walking today, is he really not feeling well? He said it's nothing, but I'm worried. They'll go earlier tomorrow and bring him a cup of hot soy milk. And the way he ate today was really beautiful. What am I thinking? He's a guy. He's my bro, but he really was beautiful. No Fang Muyang, what are you thinking? Straight man's confusion index 75 steadily rising. It was 6:30 in the morning. Songyu woke up. His heart was pounding rapidly in his chest. He opened his eyes and reached directly under the pillow. The wallet was there. So was the lottery ticket. Songyu stared at the thin piece of paper. 50 million. With this money his mother's medical expenses would no longer be a worry. He also had a substantial startup fund to complete his subsequent plans. Ding. Good morning, host. A new day? Don't speak. Songyu interrupted it. Let me think for another 5 minutes. System okay. It will broadcast an important reminder in 5 minutes. Songyu turned over. 5 minutes later. Ding. Important reminder. 30 modification degree threshold countdown 2 days at that time. The preliminary body feminization, qualitative change will be triggered with visible protrusions appearing on the chest-waist circumference further reduced to the 5,860 centimeters range, and hip curves beginning to emerge. Suggested for the host 1. Continue wearing chest binder today 2. Exchange for the shop item, pain tolerance potion 3. Plan clothing combinations in advance. Songye's fantasy was directly crushed by this string of text. He looked down at his chest. It was still flat. After wearing the chest binder all day yesterday, a red mark was left on his skin. His hand slid to his waist. 61 centimeters. The data the system reported last night. In 2 days it would become 58 centimeters. Songyu held the lottery ticket up to his eyes. With 50 million nothing was a problem. He opened his mobile banking app to check the balance. 10207 yuan. This was real money exchanged for shame value yesterday. Even if the lottery ticket didn't win, he had the confidence to hold on for a while. He got up and put on the chest binder. Finished in 3 minutes. The buckle was adjusted to the right setting, neither too loose nor too tight. He put on the school uniform. The person in the mirror had delicate features, fair skin, and a slender waist. Songyu forced a twisted smile at the mirror. The person in the mirror returned the same expression. He tucked the lottery ticket into the innermost layer of his backpack and left. 730 M. At the school gate. Fang Muyang was standing in their usual spot, holding hot soy milk and meat buns. Seeing Songyu, he walked up. Ayu. Songyu responded and took the breakfast. Fang Muyang stared at him for 2 seconds. Your eyes seem a bit unfocused today. Thinking about something? No. Fang Muyang reached out and gently ruffled Songye's hair. The movement was very light. Let's go, we're going to be late. Songyu bit the straw. Ding. Interaction with key character triggered intimacy 0. 1 cumulative 4. 6. The entire morning Songyu was in a strange state of excitement. Chinese class, he was planning the use of 50 million in his mind. Math class, he was calculating the interest on bank deposits and gold prices over 23 years. Songyu. The English teacher stood at the podium and tapped the blackboard. Question 3, which one is the answer? The whole class turned to look at him. Songyu stood up. Beside him Fang Muyang pushed his textbook closer and pointed a finger at one option. Songyu glanced down. Choose B. The teacher waved a hand. Sit down, don't daydream in class. Songyu sat down. Fang Muyang turned his head to look at him, but said nothing. Between classes. The classroom was noisy. Songye's hand reached into his backpack and touched the wallet. 947. 10 hours until the lottery draw. A few girls gathered around. Songyu, your skin looks really good today. What brand do you use? Have you practiced your sitting posture? Teach us. Are you signing up for the art festival? Nobody from our class has signed up yet. Songyu maintained a poker face. Thanks. I don't use skincare products. I haven't practiced sitting posture. I want to participate in the art festival. The girls looked a bit disappointed. Lin Weiwei walked over. The crowd dispersed. She looked at Songyu. The art festival program recruitment ends today. If you want to add your name later, come to me. You can still add before the preliminaries and finals. Songyu nodded. Okay, thanks. Lin Weiwei turned and left. As she walked out the door, she glanced back at him. Ding. Interaction with Lin Weiwei triggered shame value 10. Current remaining 240 system prompt. Lin Weiwei's alertness toward the host has increased to 45,100. Song Yu withdrew his gaze. Art festival. He didn't even have any talent. What would he do on stage? The last class of the afternoon. The clock struck 1700. The bell rang. Song Yu grabbed his backpack and rushed out. Fang Muyang blocked him. Walk together. I have something today. Song Yu sidestepped him. Fang Muyang frowned. You've been busy every day lately. Personal business. Fang Muyang raised his hand and picked off a thin thread stuck to Song Ye's shoulder. Take care of yourself. Call me if anything comes up. Song Yu nodded and ran out of the classroom. The lottery shop. Song Yu took 10 minutes to run the whole way. The shop owner was sitting behind the counter watching TV. Little girl here again. Check the results. What time is the draw tonight? 8:30. Live broadcast on TV. Wanna wait? Wait. Song Yu sat on a plastic stool. A long wait. 8:30. The lottery draw program started on TV. The lottery machine spun. First 05. Hit. Second 12. Hit. Third 07. Hit. Fourth 31. Fifth 10. Sixth 26. All hit. Song Ye's back straightened. 6 numbers completely matched. As long as the last one was 03. The 7th number ball rolled out. The number stopped. 16. 1 number off. Song Yu leaned back against the chair. The TV host's voice was high-pitched. Outside, someone was even setting off firecrackers. The shop owner walked over with a teacup. Did you win? 1 number off. Song Ye's voice was dry. That's normal. Try again next time. 1 number off. Song Yu walked out of the lottery shop. The night wind felt cool on his face. Ding. Detected logical confusion in the host. System explanation. The mass interference caused by the host's rebirth has triggered a butterfly effect at the microscopic level. The airflow inside the lottery machine deviated by 0.001 due to this effect. Conclusion: reborn individuals cannot profit through known probability. Fate cannot be speculated. Blue font floated in midair. Song Yu stared at the line of text. The memories of his past life were not an powerful cheat. Na Lan Tong had cut off his only escape route. He walked to the trash can. His fingers relaxed. That lottery ticket mixed into the pile of waste paper. 10 p.m. Song Yu lay in bed. Current modification degree 27. 5:30 threshold countdown 48 hours. Current shame value 260. Crisis warning. Zhao Lei's hatred value 90. Retaliation time next Friday after the monthly exam. Enemy combat power Zhao Lei 3 sports students. Expected danger level medium-high. Song Yu opened the shop. Just a few high school students. If they wanted to play dirty, he was ready to go all the way. Portable anti-wolf spray 80. Shame value. 1 button spray, effective range 2 meters. Causes temporary blindness and severe coughing. Scholar's aura fragment 50. Shame value per piece. Collect 3 pieces to unlock the basic level. The monthly exam is imminent. This was the real battlefield. He directly operated the panel. Exchange for Scholar's aura fragment x3. Consume 150 shame value. Unlock Scholar's aura basic. Learning efficiency 20. Exam performance stability 15. Exchange for portable anti-wolf spray x1. Consume 80 shame value. Current remaining 30. System prompt pop-up appeared. Ding. Tomorrow's task preview. Optional task 3. Familiarize yourself with the terrain of the alley behind the school in advance. Reward modification degree 0. 1. A shame value 20. Unlock temporary ability, terrain memory, know yourself and know your enemy. Song Yu clicked accept. He closed the panel and went to sleep. In his dream, there was a peach blossom forest. He looked down, a light green ancient-style dress sheer gauze. Black hair was tied up with a cloud-patterned white jade crown. Long hair at both temples was pinned with white jade hairpins. Around the neck hung a white jade pendant in the shape of a lock of hearts. The wind blew. The skirt fluttered. Ding. Good morning, host. The 30 threshold is arriving one day early. Originally Sunday triggered today, specific time random. Song Ye's drowsiness was instantly obliterated by these words. He sat up abruptly. Early. Today? Random. System yes. The qualitative change is uncontrollable. It is recommended that the host be mentally prepared. Mentally prepared. Song Ye's voice wavered. How am I supposed to prepare? I'm accompanying my mom for a checkup today. You want me to turn in front of her? He couldn't go on. System This system understands the host's anxiety. However, the qualitative change cannot be postponed, nor can the location be chosen. It is recommended that the host find a relatively private space as soon as the change occurs. Song Yu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He looked down at himself. Under his pajamas, the outline shaped by the chest binder was already different from when he first put it on. These past few days, the changes in his body had been gradual. Every day when he looked in the mirror, he could see subtle differences, but at least he could still deceive himself. Still me. After today, could he still deceive himself? Xiao Yu, are you up? Didn't you say the checkup is at 8? His mother's voice came from outside the door. Song Yu responded, I'm up. He threw off the covers and stood in front of the mirror. The person in the mirror was also looking at him. Fair skin, delicate features, collarbones faintly visible at the collar of his pajamas. Those eyes still carried the drowsiness of just waking up, but the curve at the corners had already softened to be indistinguishable from a girl's. 27. 5. This was the last time he would appear before his mother in a state close to being a boy. Song-yu forced a smile at the mirror, then withdrew it. Let's go, he said softly. System status. No mandatory tasks today. Host is free to act. Kind reminder: during the qualitative change, symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, and localized fever may occur. This is normal. At 7:30, mother and son left the house. The early autumn morning already carried a chill. Sunlight slanted across the street, casting long shadows. His mother chattered the whole way. How did the school suddenly arrange a free checkup? And this high-end? I told your father, and he said had never heard of any high school offering such treatment. Song-yu brushed it off. Maybe it's a benefit for key high schools. Our school was just rated a provincial key school, right? That's true. His mother nodded, then glanced at him again. Xiaoyu, you've been losing weight lately, haven't you? Your face looks pale. Song-yu's heart tightened. No, I haven't. Maybe it's from studying too hard. Senior year you should work hard, his mother sighed. But don't push yourself too much. Health comes first. Song-yu hummed in agreement and said no more. He didn't dare say more, afraid of letting something slip. The outpatient building of the top-tier hospital glowed white under the sun. The entrance was bustling, and the registration desk had a long line. Song-yu stood in the center of the lobby, activating the checkup package in his mind. Ding. Green channel activated. Please proceed to the special needs clinic, 5th floor VIP area. No queue required. Mom, this way. Song-yu pulled his mother toward the elevator. His mother was puzzled. Don't we need to register on the 1st floor? Song-yu, the school booked a green channel. We just go straight to the 5th floor. A green channel. His mother's eyes lit up. Your school is this good, oi? Song-yu lowered his eyes. This was the first lie he had told his mother. The elevator was not crowded. A nurse stood in the corner, glanced at Song-yu, then glanced again, and leaned in to whisper something to her colleague. Song-yu's hearing had been enhanced by the system, and he caught every word. That little girl is so pretty, her skin is so nice. He stiffened, pretending not to hear. His mother didn't notice, still looking at her phone. The elevator doors opened. The 5th floor. Ding. Mistaken identity triggered, shame value 20. Current shame value 50 inch. The environment in the special needs clinic was much better than the 1st floor, fewer people, quieter, with a faint scent of disinfectant in the air. His mother was taken by a nurse to have blood drawn. Song-yu followed. In the blood drawing room, the nurse had his mother sit down, then looked at Song-yu. Little girl, are you here with your family? Just sit over there and wait. Song-yu's face was expressionless. I'm a boy. The nurse's movements froze. A cotton swab rolled off the table. His mother laughed beside him. My son is a bit delicate looking. He's been like this since he was little, always mistaken for a girl. The nurse apologized, awkwardly lowered her head to find a vein. Song-yu sat on the nearby chair, watching his mother's arm tied with a tourniquet, watching the needle pierce the skin, watching the dark red blood surge into the test tube. In his past life, it was in a blood-drawing room like this that he had accompanied his mother for a checkup. After that came the diagnosis. After that came the chemotherapy, hair loss, emaciation, and finally, he closed his eyes, pressing those images back into the depths of his memory. Ding. Mistaken identity, mother's finishing blow triggered shame value 30. Current shame value 80 inch. Next was the ultrasound. Before his mother went in, Song-yu held her hand. Mom, it's okay. It's just a routine checkup. His mother smiled. Why are you so nervous? It's not like you're the one being checked. Song-yu didn't reply. He sat on the chair outside the ultrasound room, staring at the closed door. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly a wave of dizziness hit him. Not the spinning kind, but a strange warm sensation rising from his abdomen, as if something deep inside his body was slowly awakening. Ding. Transformation progress 28. 5. Primary feminine physical qualitative change entering preparatory phase. Expected to trigger within 2 hours. Song-yu's heart tightened. So soon. He stood up and walked toward the restroom. In the stall, he locked the door and leaned against the wall. The warm sensation grew stronger, spreading from his abdomen to his chest, then to his waist. He looked down at his waist. The school uniform, which had fit perfectly, now felt a bit loose. He reached out and touched it. Thinner. Even thinner. System notification: waist circumference 60 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Song-yu stared at that number, his mind blank. 60 centimeters. A man with a 60-centimeter waist. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, washed his face, and returned to the area outside the ultrasound room. After another 10 minutes, the door opened. His mother came out holding the report, beaming. The doctor said there's nothing major. Just told me to eat less greasy food and exercise more. He also said this checkup was especially thorough. They even did genetic screening. Song-yu took the report, looking at the rows of normal indicators. His hands were trembling. His eyes were stinging. He turned his head away, his voice tight. That's good. That's good. Mom, do you know how long I've waited to hear those words? 2 lifetimes. Ding. Emotional bond triggered. Longing for mother, protective desire. System reward transformation progress 1. 4. Current 29. 9 inch. A warm current surged through his body. Just 0. 1 left. His mother went to pick up the last test result, telling Song Yu to wait on the bench in the corridor. The corridor was long and very quiet, with an occasional nurse pushing a cart past. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright patches on the floor. Song Yu had just sat down when the warm sensation returned. This time it didn't come slowly. It surged like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire body in an instant. Ding! 30 transformation threshold triggered. Primary feminine physical qualitative change initiated. Song Yu gripped the back of the bench, gasping for air. The first change came from his chest. A sour swelling sensation spread across his chest. The originally flat area began to swell subtly at a visible rate. The school uniform fabric pushed up into a faint curve. The chest bind was instantly stretched to its limit. She could feel the thin fabric tightening, further pressing her chest into a soft contour. The second change came from her waist. A faint crack sounded from the bones in her waist as both sides drew inward. The waist of the school uniform was clearly looser, the fabric hanging loosely against her body. 58 centimeters. The ultimate goal of a Tea-Blossom Fairy waistline had been achieved ahead of schedule. The third change came from her hips. Her pelvis expanded slightly outward, and the curve of her hips began to emerge, the school pants stretching into a soft arc. She instinctively wanted to cover it with her hands, but she couldn't even lift them. The fourth change was overall. Her height was shrinking. She could feel herself getting shorter, her field of vision dropping noticeably. 175 centimeters, 174, 172, 170, 168. 7 centimeters gone, just like that. Her skeleton was also shrinking, her shoulder width further reduced, as if her entire body had been remolded. The fifth change was her hair. Although it didn't become 3,000 strands of silken hair, her hair now fell to just below her ears and in front of her shoulders. Gentle yet neat. The texture became softer and glossier, a few strands of hair hanging over her forehead with a subtle sheen. The entire process lasted about 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Song Yu leaned against the wall, gasping with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked as if she had just been pulled out of water. Her school uniform was noticeably too big now, because her height had shrunk. The sleeves and pants legs were longer by a section. But her chest and hips were clearly pushed out, the fabric taut in soft curves. Her entire figure presented a clear, delicate outline of a fairy's body. Song Yu gritted her teeth, struggling desperately to steady her legs. Darkness swirled before her eyes, and her body uncontrollably tilted to one side, falling. A thick, powerful arm intercepted her downward trajectory out of thin air. That hand was warm and strong, with a faintly damp sensation from after exercise, precisely catching her waist that had just shrunk to 58 centimeters. 5 fingers closed and almost encircling her entire waist. Song Yu looked up. Her pupils quaked. It was Fang Muyang. He was wearing a dark blue tracksuit, clearly just finished playing basketball, with fine beads of sweat at his temples. In his hand, he held a bottle of mineral water with condensation on the bottle. The expression on his face shifted from confusion to shock, then to a complexity Song Yu couldn't read. He stared at her for 3 seconds. You? What are you? What are you doing here? Are you okay? Your face is so pale. Song Yu's mind went blank for 3 seconds. Internal monologue: holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, why is he here? How much did he see? Did he see what I look like now, eh? She instinctively tried to pull away, but her legs were too weak to stand, and instead she fell deeper into Fang Muyang's arms. Fang Muyang's arms circled her waist. That 58-centimeter, incredibly slender waist. He held tighter, afraid she would fall. The place where Fang Muyang's palm touched was exactly where the lower edge of the chest bind met her waist. She could feel those hands tighten slightly, as if confirming something. Then that sensation came. Fang Muyang's palm warmth seeped through the thin fabric of the school uniform into her skin, like a small flame burning from her waist to her back, then shooting up to the nape of her neck. Song Yu shuddered all over. A strange tingling numbness exploded from the point of contact, traveling along her spine, leaving her limp and her fingers curling. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. It was an unfamiliar, unsettling flutter. Her waist instinctively softened, leaving her even more helplessly leaning against Fang Muyang. She could even hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It pounded so fast it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Inner monologue: what the hell? Why is this happening? I'm a guy? This is my waist. He's my bro. What? Why am I? But she couldn't deny it. In that instant, only one thought filled her mind: so warm. So safe. Don't want to leave. Feminization progress bar unlocked. Feminization progress bar. First experience of unusual flutter when touched by a male. Feminization 15. The system notifications flooded the screen. Ding. 30. Transformation complete. Current transformation 30. Host initialization complete. Congratulations, you have officially entered the second phase of Song Yu's exclusive transformation. Body data update: height 168 centimeters, waist 58 centimeters, bust compressed by binding 72 centimeters. Hips 86 centimeters. New permissions unlocked. Shop expansion task rewards increased by 200 for transformation and shame value skill imbuement module activated. New items unlocked. Black, white, and fleshtone stockings redeemable. New ability unlocked. Basic crisis warning permanent emotional resonance basic. Pending activation urgent physical contact with key character Fang Muyang intimacy 1. Current accumulated 5. 7 detected key character witnessing the host's transformation moment shame value 500. Current shame value 580 detected host's first experience of physiological flutter from being touched by the opposite sex feminization trajectory. Recording initiated warning host's current status abnormal weakness tension initial feminization leave public area as soon as possible. Song, you didn't catch a single one. She was still immersed in that strange tingling numbness, her legs too weak to stand, relying entirely on Fang Muyang. Fang Muyang looked down at her, his eyes full of concern. Can you hear me? Song Yu opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Fang Muyang's arm tightened a little more, encircling her entirely in his embrace. The movement was so natural as if he had done it 1,000 times. Fang Muyang didn't let go. He looked down at Song Yu, his brows deeply furrowed. You can't even stand still. Don't move. He glanced around. A few people in the corridor were watching them with curious eyes. He immediately took off his sports jacket and draped it over Song Yu. The jacket was large, carrying his body warmth and a faint scent of sweat, just enough to conceal Song Yu's changed figure, covering the chest that had swelled, the slender waist, and the soft curve of the hips. Then, half supporting and half guiding, he brought Song Yu to the rest area at the end of the corridor and helped her sit down. He crouched in front of Song Yu, looking up at her. At 188 centimeters tall, he was now at eye level with her as she sat. His eyes were filled with unguarded concern. Are you unwell? Low blood sugar. He'll go get you something to eat. Song Yu looked at him, her throat tightening. She wanted to say, don't you see I've changed? She wanted to say I might not be the same person anymore. I even felt strange things about you just now. But she couldn't say a word. She just lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. Fang Muyang stared at her face for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead. His movements were so soft, as if afraid of breaking something precious. His fingertips brushed across Song Yu's forehead, wiping away sweat, and then lightly, almost imperceptibly touched her brow bone. You're sweating. Your face is still so pale. His fingers lingered on her temple for a moment before withdrawing casually. Song Yu's heart raced. That tingling numbness surged again, this time starting from her forehead and spreading through her entire body. Shame value 50, current balance 6, 30 feminization progress bar 5, cumulative 20. Just then her mother's voice came from not far away. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, where are you? Song Yu jolted, flustered, and tried to stand up, but Fang Muyang pressed her back down. Fang Muyang, don't move. He'll go talk to Auntie. He stood up and walked towards Song Yu's mother. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on his silhouette. He smiled as he spoke, his voice sunny and nothing like the deeply worried person from moments ago. Hello, Auntie. I'm Fang Muyang, Song Yu's classmate. Song Yu has a bit of low blood sugar. I helped him sit down for a while. Don't worry. Her mother paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh, Xiao Fang, Song Yu often mentions you. Thank you for your help. Fang Muyang, no trouble at all, Auntie. Have you finished your checkup? Would you like to sit with us for a bit? Her mother glanced at Song Yu. Wrapped in the jacket, only half her face was visible. Her complexion was pale, her hair slightly damp, and she looked. All right, I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. You two chat. After her mother left, Fang Muyang returned to Song Yu, crouched down, and lowered his voice. Hey, you, is there something you're hiding from me? Song Yu opened her mouth, then finally lowered her eyelashes, her voice soft and trembling with a tremor. She didn't notice herself. If I said that from now on it'll be different, would you still treat me as your brother? Fang Muyang was stunned for a moment. Then he gave a warm smile. His eyes curved into a beautiful arc, revealing a row of neat white teeth. He reached out and ruffled Song Yu's hair, which was now almost shoulder length. His touch was even gentler than before, more like a gesture of cherishing. What are you thinking? No matter how you change, you'll always be you, my brother. For life. Song Yu looked up at him. Her eyes finally reddened, but she held back her tears. Ding. Emotional bond upgrade triggered. Fang Muyang's guardian oath achieved intimacy 1. 5, a current accumulated 7. 2 bonus reward transformation, 1 current 31 feminization progress bar. Fang Muyang's oath further loosens Song Yu's inner defenses feminization, 10, cumulative 30. Her mother returned with the water and chatted with Fang Muyang for a few words. Fang Muyang said he drove there and could give them a ride home. Her mother politely declined a few times, but eventually agreed. Song Yu's condition was indeed not suitable for taking the bus. At the hospital entrance, a black SUV was parked by the curb. Fang Muyang quickly stepped forward and opened the passenger door. Song Yu got in. Fang Muyang's jacket was still draped over her, wrapping her entirely, only half her face visible. Before closing the door, Fang Muyang said softly, fasten your seatbelt. If you feel uncomfortable, lean back. The ride from the hospital to home was quiet. Her mother sat in the back, scrolling through her phone, occasionally commenting the checkup went smoothly today and the doctor was nice. Fang Muyang gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at Songyu in the rearview mirror. In his eyes were concern, confusion, and a trace of lingering attachment he didn't even realize. Songyu leaned against the window, pretending to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her long eyelashes, on the boy's jacket, draped over her, on her slender, almost unreal silhouette. She wasn't asleep. She was looking at the system panel. Song yes, initialization completed, current transformation 31, shame value 630, intimacy with Fang Muyang 7. 2 reached abnormal attention threshold, feminization progress 30, first experience of the flutter of being protected, new quest unlocked, art festival, main quest, Guchin skill, imbuement consumed 200, shame value. To unlock intermediate, Guchin 30 node reward shop expansion, completed, new song, yes, same style 4-piece series, added the car stop downstairs at Song yes home. Songyu got out of the car and handed the jacket back to Fang Muyang, her voice very soft, thank you. Fang Muyang took the jacket, looking at her as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Finally, he said, hey, you, no matter what happens, call me anytime. My phone is on 24 hours. Songyu nodded. She turned and went upstairs. She didn't look back, but she knew that Fang Muyang stood by the car, watching her silhouette disappear into the stairwell. Songyu returned home and locked the door. She stood in front of the mirror, took a deep breath, and then took off her clothes. In the mirror was a completely unfamiliar, delicate young girl. Height 168 centimeters, 7 centimeters shorter than this morning. Her waist was incredibly slender, a 58 centimeters waistline that seemed as if it could break with a single touch. Her chest, compressed by a binder, showed a soft curve. 72 centimeters bust still had a noticeable presence even under the binder. Her hip line was smooth, 86 centimeters hips, shaping a feminine curve. Her features were delicate skin, fair collarbones distinct, and her shoulders narrow and rounded. Only her eyes still held a trace of stubbornness and helplessness, along with a newly awakened bewilderment. Songyu stared at the mirror for a long time. She reached out and touched her own waist. 58 centimeters, thinner than many girls. Then she touched her chest. The slight softness beneath the binder was palpable. Then she whispered, Mom, your son might really have become a daughter. But don't worry, no matter what I become, I'll make sure you live well. And Fang Muyang, he said, no matter how I change, I'm still his brother. But when he touched me just now, why did I? Ding. Detected host's emotional fluctuation system message. The growth of a fairy is never a loss, but a different form of gain. Those who truly care about you will value your soul, not your appearance. And the flutter you feel toward him is not betrayal, but the new you seeking resonance. Songyu looked at those words and suddenly smiled. A bitter smile, but with a hint of relief. She remembered what Fang Muyang said, no matter how you change, you'll always be Ayu. She took a deep breath, put on her pajamas, and lay back on the bed. Outside the window, the afternoon sun was just right. It shone on her slender figure, casting a soft shadow. On the way home, Fang Muyang pulled over and sat in a daze for a long time. He gripped the steering wheel, his mind filled with the scene just now. Ayu leaning against the wall, pale, trembling, on the verge of collapse. He supported his waist, so slender, impossibly slender. And the way he leaned in his arms, eyelashes lowered, breathing softly, his whole body soft like melting water. His heart was pounding at that moment, pounding unnaturally fast. What am I thinking? Fang Muyang muttered to himself, rubbing his face. He's my bro. He's a guy. I'm not gay. But another image flashed through his mind. Ayu looking up at him, eyes redrimmed, those eyes. So beautiful. Fang Muyang buried his face in the steering wheel. Straight Guy's Dilemma Index 85 continued on September 10th at exactly 7 o'clock. She stood before the entire class wearing stockings, and everyone was laughing. The girls pointed at her legs and whispered among themselves while the boys whistled and jeered. Zhao Lei's voice cut through the noise, especially sharp. I told you he was a pervert. Look. She wanted to run, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. Then she looked down and saw the transparent, shimmering stockings on her legs. She opened her eyes with a start. The crack on the ceiling was still there, and outside the window the day was already bright. Songyu gasped for air, instinctively reaching for her chest. It rose and fell slightly soft to the touch. The chest binder was still there. Before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, the familiar mechanical voice exploded in her mind. Ding. The mandatory outfit task, first trial of cloud stockings, has been issued. Songyu froze in bed. What the hell? A translucent system panel unfolded before her eyes, and cold words appeared one by one. Task content were stockings of any color for a full day of school activities. 700. The system will monitor your wearing status in real time. Do not remove them. Task rewards, shame value 300, transformation, degree 1, feminization level 10. Failure penalty, forced to wear stockings short skirt to school uniform skirt the next day, shame value deducted by 500. Note this task is a core mechanism after 30 transformation and cannot be refused. Songyu stared at the words cannot be refused for a full 10 seconds. Then she let out a despairing groan and buried her face in the pillow. Where? Were stockings? System, yes. Please complete the wearing as soon as possible. The task timer will officially start at 7:30. Songyu sat up abruptly, her hair falling messily over her shoulders. It was now nearly reaching her shoulders, the ends brushing against her collarbone with a faint coolness. She looked down at herself, 168 centimeters tall, a waist of 58 centimeters, and the two soft mounds hidden beneath the chest binder. Now add stockings to the mix. Her inner monologue went into overdrive. I just became like this yesterday, even lost my second brother, and now I have to voluntarily put on stockings. What kind of shameful play is this? System reminder: the mandatory outfit task is a core mechanism after 30 transformation. Nailan Tong, are you taking revenge on me, or what? But no matter how much she cursed, she couldn't refuse the task. She gritted her teeth and sank her consciousness into the system shop. 3 colors of stockings were already unlocked, neatly displayed on the panel: black, white, and skin-toned, each pair costing 80 shame value. She chose skin-toned without hesitation. The most inconspicuous, the least likely to be discovered. Exchange successful. 80 shame value consumed. Remaining 550. Item has been stored in the warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. The next second, a thin, transparent packaging bag appeared in her hand. Song Yu stared at the bag, her fingers trembling. She opened the package and the stocking slid out. Thin, almost transparent, with a slippery, unfamiliar touch that belonged to another gender. She had only seen such things on her ex-girlfriend's legs in her past life. Never did she expect to wear them on her own legs now. System, please complete the wearing as soon as possible. 25 minutes remaining. Song Yu took a deep breath, took off her sweatpants, and sat on the edge of the bed. First she put on the left foot. The material of the stocking slid over her ankle calf and slowly pulled up. The unfamiliar sensation shot up from the sole of her foot, tingling and numbing, sending a shiver through her body. Then the right foot. The same process, the same tingling. Slowly she pulled them up, adjusted, and made the stockings fit snugly around her entire legs. After putting them on, she stood up and looked in the mirror. The person in the mirror made her freeze. Her legs were perfectly wrapped, the skin-toned stockings almost invisible, but the lines of her legs were noticeably smoother. Her already slender legs, now accentuated by the stockings, exuded an indescribable, ethereal beauty. She reached up and brushed her nearly shoulder-length hair, the ends sweeping over her collarbone. Staring at herself in the mirror, 168 centimeters tall, a 58 centimeters waist, the stray hair falling over her shoulders, the legs enhanced by the stockings. Her inner monologue completely collapsed. Is this me? Is this me? Is this me? Ding. First time stocking wear completed. Shame value 50 bonus reward. Current shame value 600. Song Yu pulled on her school trousers, expressionlessly covering her legs. She took a deep breath in front of the mirror. It's okay, no one will find out, no one will find out. Before leaving, she took one last look at herself in the mirror. She clasped her hands together and silently prayed. Walking to school, every step felt like stepping on a knife's edge. The sensation of the stockings was too unfamiliar. With every step, she could feel the thin fabric rubbing against her legs, slippery with an elusive presence. She couldn't help wanting to look down to see if her trouser cuffs had ridden up, if the stockings were showing. Her core unconsciously tightened. It had become instinct. Her gait became lighter steps, smaller landings, softer. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that she felt everyone was staring at her legs. Passing by a breakfast stall, an auntie holding a bowl of soy milk looked up and stared at her legs for 3 seconds. Little girl, aren't you cold wearing so little? Song Yu froze. She looked down. Her school trousers were clearly covering everything. Nothing was visible. She didn't dare to respond and quickened her pace to escape. Ding. Noticed by a passerby, focusing on your legs. Shame value 20. Current 620. She continued walking, every step fraught with anxiety. Her inner monologue went wild. Did they notice? Are the stockings showing through? Are the trousers too thin? System skin-tone stockings have the best concealment. Please trust the system's professional judgment. At the school gate, the familiar figure was already there. Fang Muyang was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, holding 2 breakfast bags, looking around. The moment he saw Song Yu, his eyes brightened noticeably, and he strode over. You. Song Yu stepped back half a step guiltily. Good morning. Fang Muyang paused, frowning slightly. Why are you walking stiffly again? Is your back uncomfortable? No, I'm fine. Song Yu shook her head frantically. Fang Muyang stared at her for 2 seconds, his gaze lingering on her face, then moving down, finally, settling on the hair ends over her shoulders. He paused and blurted out. You, has your hair grown longer again? Song Yu's heart tightened, and she instinctively raised her hand to touch the ends of her hair. It had indeed grown, the ends nearly reaching her shoulders, hanging softly there. Maybe. Haven't cut it in a while. Fang Muyang said. Oh, and reached out to touch her shoulder. Song Yu recoiled as if electrocuted. Don't touch me. His hand hung in midair. Fang Muyang was stunned. What's wrong? Song Yu realized she had overreacted, her heart beating so fast it felt like it would burst out. She lowered her eyes, her voice stammering. Nothing, just a bit nervous. Exams are coming up. Fang Muyang withdrew his hand and shoved it into his pocket. He looked at her with a complex expression but didn't press further. All right then, let's go. The two walked side by side into the school gate. Song Yu maintained her distance throughout, afraid that Fang Muyang might accidentally touch her. What if he touched her leg and felt the texture of the stockings? What if he discovered something was wrong? Ding. Avoided Fang Muyang's touch. Guilty shame 30. Current 650. After the second period in the morning during the long break, Song Yu sat at her desk pretending to read, but she was constantly adjusting her sitting posture. Knees together, back straight, but most importantly her trouser cuffs must not ride up. She had maintained this position for the entire class, and her legs were almost numb. A few girls gathered around to chat, and somehow the topic turned to her. Song Yu, your skin has been so good lately. What skincare products are you using? Don't be stingy, share with us. Song Yu maintained a cool expression, her voice calm. Nothing special. And your legs are so thin. Even in school trousers it's obvious. With that she bent down to look at Song Ye's trouser cuffs. Song Ye's heart tightened, and she instinctively pulled her legs back. But it was too late. The girl's gaze froze, staring at the faintly visible skin color at Song Ye's ankle. It wasn't the color of skin. It was a faintly glossy color that didn't belong to skin. Stockings. Song Ye's heart stopped. The girl straightened up with a strange expression. She pulled the other girls away, and the three huddled together, whispering, occasionally glancing back at Song Yu. Song Yu couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could guess with her toes. Ding. Stockings discovered by classmates. Shame value 80. Current 730. For the rest of the class, Song Yu sat on pins and needles. During lunch break, she went to the restroom. Passing by a group of girls, lowered voices drifted into her ears. Her hearing had been enhanced by the system, so she couldn't help but hear. Really? He's wearing stockings. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. The skin-tone stockings showed at his ankle. Oh my god, why would he wear stockings? Have you noticed? Song Ye's hair is almost to his shoulders. And the texture is so good, black and shiny, smoother than mine. Good looking with thin legs, and now even hair better than a girl's. Is he really a boy? A smaller voice said. I feel like she's always been a girl. That would explain everything. Song Yu walked past expressionlessly, pretending she hadn't heard anything. But her ears were burning. Her inner monologue roared, I heard it all. Could you please be quieter? I'm not a girl. I'm a boy. Even if I don't look like one now, I really am. Ding. Gossiped about by a group of girls, stockings hair. Shame value 12030. Current 880. Back in the classroom, Song Yu lay on the desk, burying her face in her arms. Fang Muyang walked over and sat down beside her, asking softly, what's wrong? Not feeling well. Song Yu mumbled, nothing. Fang Muyang was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, those girls were talking about you earlier. Song Yu's heart tightened. What were they saying? Fang Muyang scratched his head. I didn't catch it clearly. I just saw them looking at you. Seemed to be about legs and hair. Song Yu. Fang Muyang looked at her, his voice softening. Did you? Or something? Song Ye's heart pounded. No. Fang Muyang stared at her for a few seconds. His eyes held concern and confusion, but no suspicion. Finally, he looked away and simply said, whatever you are wearing, don't mind what they say. You're my brother. I trust you. Song Ye's eyes grew hot, and she quickly lowered her head to hide it. Ding. Fang Muyang's declaration of trust. Intimacy 0. 3 cumulative 7. 5. Feminization level 5 cumulative 35. Meanwhile, at a billiard hall outside school, Zhao Lei was smoking a cigarette, sitting at a table with two jocks. The billiard balls were scattered, but no one was in the mood to play. A lackey leaned in. Brother Lei, after the exam on Friday, Fang Muyang will be busy reviewing and won't have time for that sissy. Zhao Lei blew out a puff of smoke. You sure? Another nodded. I asked his classmates. Fang Muyang always reviews for a long time after each exam. It's a habit. Zhao Lei sneered. He crushed the cigarette, but in the ashtray a malicious curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Then we'll corner him in the alley after the exam. Just the three of us. Zhao Lei, he'll get one more. 4 is enough. That sissy is so skinny, one push and he'll fall. What if the school finds out? Zhao Lei scoffed. So what? We won't lay a hand on him. Just chat. If he dares to snitch next time, it won't be just a chat. The three exchanged knowing smiles. The system panel flickered in Song Yes Mind. Zhao Lei's revenge plan confirmed September 15th, a location back alley behind the school. Number of people 4. Preliminary crisis alert triggered. It is recommended that the host prepare in advance. Over the past few days, Song Yu had turned wearing stockings to school into muscle memory. Every morning, the first thing upon waking was no longer a struggle, but a mechanical routine, tearing open the package, sliding them on, smoothing out the wrinkles, then pulling on her school trousers and heading out. The skin-toned stockings, from the initial unfamiliar shame, gradually became a matter-of-fact presence. Even occasionally, not wearing them felt like something was missing from her legs. Fang Muyang, as usual, waited for her at the classroom door. Walked together. Song Yu shook her head. You go ahead. I need to go to the restroom. Fang Muyang frowned. Then he'll wait. No need, no need. You go first. He'll go by myself later. Fang Muyang stared at her for a few seconds, his expression growing increasingly complex. Suddenly he asked, are you avoiding me? Song Yu was taken aback. No. You've been avoiding me for days. His voice was calm, but something churned in his eyes. If I touch you, you flinch. If I look at you, you look down. What did I do wrong? Song Yu opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. Fang Muyang sighed. He reached out and ruffled her hair. The movement was gentle, but Song Yu couldn't dodge in time. His fingers clearly touched the longer strands. The hair now truly reached almost to her shoulders, hanging softly there. He paused after ruffling, looked down at his hand, then at her hair. Then he said, "Whatever you're thinking about, tell me after the exam. We can talk about anything, right?" Songyu lowered her eyes. Fang Muyang withdrew his hand, shoved it into his pocket, and turned to leave. His figure disappeared at the end of the hallway. Songyu stood there for a long time. She looked down at her trouser cuffs. The outline of the stockings was faintly visible. Impossible to hide once wet. Inner monologue: if one day you find out what I'm wearing, why my hair has grown long, what my body has become, will you still say we can talk about anything? Ding. Emotional fluctuation triggered. Feminization level 5. Current 50. Threshold for beginning to desire protection reached. Mandatory outfit task. First trial of cloud stockings. Completed. Shame value 300. Current cumulative shame value 1490. Current shame value converted to cash 9 million yuan. Transformation degree 1. Current cumulative 32. Completed mandatory outfit task. Unlocked stocking adaptation beginner. Next mandatory task pressure 20. Songyu walked home alone under an umbrella. The wind blew her nearly shoulder-length hair, the strands lifting slightly in the light and shadow. She looked down at her shadow on the ground. A slender figure, smooth leg lines, and wind-tousled shoulder-length hair. It was the silhouette of a young girl. Her phone vibrated. A WeChat message from Fang Muyang popped up: after the exam tomorrow, they'll take you to eat something delicious. Don't overthink. I'm here. Songyu stared at the screen, her finger hovering over the keyboard for a long time. Finally, she typed a single word: okay. System shop back in data. Skin tone stocking sales. 4 buyer. Songyu today's new review. Anonymous user 5-star rating review. Content worn for 4 days. Actually quite comfortable. And the quality is really good. No runs, no sagging. Feels smooth and nice on the legs. System note keeps saying it's embarrassing, but sure is eager to place orders. Suggestion: try the black and white styles next time for a new level of shame and experience. Girls group chat log. Girl, a sister Songyu, is wearing skin tone stockings again. Saw it during PE when her trouser cuffs rode up. Girl B, she changes to a new pair every day and only wears skin toned. Girl C, probably afraid of being too obvious. Her hair is almost shoulder length now, doesn't look like a boy at all. Girl D confirmed ages ago she's a girl. She and Fang Muyang are such a perfect match. I'm imagining a campus romance. Campus CP fan force gossip escalating. Fang Muyang's perspective. Inner monologue. At 1 in the morning, Fang Muyang was still wide awake. The phone screen brightened and dimmed and brightened. It was the word, okay, that Songyu had replied. He turned over, his mind filled with images from the past few days. A you dodging his hand, a yes stiff back when walking, a yes falling hair, ins when she lowered her head. That hair was already nearly to her shoulders, black and smooth, always making him want to look at it a few more times. And today when he sent the message saying, "They'll take you to eat something delicious tomorrow," a you only replied with a single word. One word. Okay, but he had read it over a dozen times. What am I thinking? He muttered, pressing the pillow over his face. After 3 seconds, he lifted the pillow again. He pulled out his phone, opened the chat with Songyu. Typed: after the exam tomorrow, wait for me. Let's go together. Deleted. Typed: don't go alone tomorrow. Deleted. Typed: call me if anything comes up. It'll be available 247. Sent. He stared at the sent confirmation, feeling a bit more at ease. But the nameless unease still lingered, refusing to go away. You. What exactly are you hiding from me? Ding. Good morning, host. The familiar mechanical voice exploded in Song Yes' mind. She didn't even bother to open her eyes, merely turning over, wishing to dismiss the sound as morning bird song. Mandatory outfit task. Initial cloud shoes completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the stockings adaptation beginner buff. Special note: after the task concludes, the host may freely choose whether to continue wearing stockings. The system imposes no mandatory requirements. Free choice. Song Yes' eyes snapped open. Then I choose. Warm reminder: after 30 transformation stockings have become a system-recommended daily accessory, aiding in leg line optimization and overall elegance. Moreover, some classmates noticed your stockings yesterday. If you suddenly stop wearing them today, it might attract extra attention, such as why isn't she wearing them anymore? The rest of Song Yes' words got stuck in her throat. She stared at the crack on the ceiling, her mind in a chaotic mess. Was this damn system gaslighting her? Yesterday, when her stockings were soaked, it was a certainty that people had seen. Those girls were probably already scripting a whole drama in their private discussions. If she suddenly stopped wearing them today, would they think, we were mistaken, or she's guilty, afraid to wear them? And her gaze slowly drifted downward, landing on her bare legs. The skin glowed under the morning light with a jade-like whiteness, the lines slender and smooth with not a trace of excess fat. After wearing them for so many days, it actually felt quite comfortable. That slippery texture, that sense of encasement that made her legs look even more perfect. Ding. Detected. The host is convincing herself. Shame value 30. Current 1,520. Song Yes' face instantly flushed crimson. Even this counts. System: the process of self-persuasion itself is a betrayal and submission of male dignity. Please face the changes within yourself, host. In my heart, I want to format you. System: this system cannot be uninstalled or formatted. Song Yu gritted her teeth and sat up in resignation, swiping open the system shop. The product image of skin tone stockings lay quietly there, priced at 80 shame value. Her gaze lingered on the image for 3 seconds. Maybe. Try black. The thought was crushed as soon as it emerged. No skin tone was the most discreet. Exchange. Exchange successful. Shame value 80. Remaining 1,440. The familiar transparent packaging bag appeared in her hand out of thin air. Song Yu stared at it, feeling that all the integrity she had accumulated in 2 lifetimes was now sealed in this thin plastic. I Song Yu have lived 2 lifetimes, and yet I've turned wearing stockings into muscle memory. She curled her lips in self-mockery and tore open the package. Her movements were so practiced that it startled even herself. The stockings slid smoothly from her ankle up her calf, clinging to every inch of skin, bringing a slight shiver of coolness. She stood up, adjusted them. Then an action she herself had never anticipated occurred. Her hand involuntarily rose, slender fingertips landing on her thigh, lightly hooking the gossamer thin fabric, then releasing it. Snap! A sound so fine, so crisp, with the silk's distinctive suppleness, rippled a circle on the soft flesh of her thigh. Song Yu froze completely. She stared at her own fingers, then at the slowly fading wave on her leg. What am I doing? System the host is admiring her own legs. A normal phenomenon. Oh, all immortals love beauty. Shut up. She practically fled into her school trousers, then her chest binder, then the school uniform top. In the mirror, the youth's features grew ever more refined, skin fair as alabaster, shoulder-length black hair falling softly, obscuring half of the cool, clear eyes. Though the school uniform was loose, that androgynous beauty could no longer be hidden. Song Yu made a fierce expression at the mirror. The girl in the mirror returned an equally fierce look, but her eyes, no matter how she looked, seemed to shimmer with water. Good. I Song Yu am back. She swung her backpack over her shoulder and strode out the door. The morning exam was English. Under the blessing of the academic halo, Song Yu wrote like lightning. But a tangible gaze like a needle pricked the back of her neck. She paused her pen, subtly glancing diagonally backward. Zhao. His eyes held not a shred of examinee's focus, only a thick, undiluted venom, as if looking at a slab of meat. Sensing Song Yu's return gaze, Zhao Lei's lips curled into a silent arc, forming unmistakable words. Just wait. Song Yu turned back expressionlessly and continued answering, but her heart sank. Wait then. I've got pepper spray now in the system. Just not sure if the system will trigger another semi-autopilot today. System, the emergency task triggers only when the host is in dire straits. Rest assured, this system never lets a celestial maiden be tarnished. Song Yu, find you're good for something. Noon cafeteria. Fang Muyang, as usual, occupied a corner spot. The moment he saw Song Yu approaching with a tray, his eyes lit up, and he waved vigorously. Ayo. Over here. Song Yu walked over and sat down. Here. Fang Muyang handed her a bottle of water. Song Yu reached out to take it, and their fingertips brushed lightly in midair. A faint electric current jolted through, and Song Yu's hand jerked back as if burned. Fang Muyang froze for a second, then pretended nothing happened, withdrawing his hand and burying his face in his rice, but the tips of his ears had turned red. An awkward atmosphere hung between them. Wait for me after the exam this afternoon. Fang Muyang broke the silence first. I promised to take you for something good to eat. Song Yu nodded. Hopefully she'd still have an appetite by then. Fang Muyang studied her, then frowned. You look a bit pale. Didn't sleep well? Song Yu's heart skipped a beat. She shook her head. No, I'm fine. Fang Muyang didn't press further, simply picked the 2 largest braised pork chunks from his own plate and placed them into Song Yu's bowl. Eat more. You're as thin as paper. Song Yu looked at the glistening meat in her bowl, warmth filling her heart, and silently ate it. Ding. Interaction with key character triggered. Intimacy 0. 1. Total 7. 6. System note: host Fang Muyang gave you food. This is a classic case of doing what a boyfriend should do under the guise of being a brother. Song Yu roared in her mind. Shut up. 4:30 p.m. The final bell rang. Fang Muyang was already waiting at the door, naturally taking Song Yu's backpack. Let's go. Just as they reached the teaching building entrance, a strange boy rushed over, panting. Fang Muyang, someone's looking for you outside. Said something happened at home. You need to go to the school gate right now. Fang Muyang's face changed instantly. Song Yu's heart clenched. Here it was. The clumsy diversionary tactic. She grabbed Fang Muyang's sleeve, her voice taut. Don't go. It's probably fake. Fang Muyang's eyes flickered with hesitation, but the boy urged more urgently. Hurry, it sounds urgent. Said it's about your parents. You go to the school gate and wait for me. We'll be right back. Fang Muyang gritted his teeth, shook off Song Yu's hand, and dashed off without looking back. Song Yu stood still, watching his back disappear around the stairway corner. Ding. Diversion successful. Key character has been lured away. Estimated return time, 20 minutes. Crisis countdown, 5 minutes. Suggestion for host 1. Go to a crowded place. 2. Avoid acting alone. 3. Prepare pepper spray. Song Yu slid her hand into her pocket, her fingertips touching the cold metal canister. She didn't head toward the crowded main road. Since it was a trap, there would be people waiting on the main road too. Instead, she chose the back alley she had scouted countless times. 5:20 p.m. School back alley. As soon as she turned the corner, 4 figures emerged from the shadows of the wall, blocking both the front and rear passages. Zhao Lei, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, grinned with twisted features. Song to the school beauty, right on time. Where's your good brother? Oh, busy attending a funeral. A jock pulled a telescopic baton from behind his back, bouncing it in his hand with a dull metallic clatter. Song Yu stopped, raising her eyes. Those eyes were as cold as ice, making the system rating instantly soar to 98. Her voice, enhanced by the clear voice resonating buff, was calm, yet piercing. Zhao Lei, using such low tactics to get rid of Fang Muyang, just to corner me. That's all the ambition you have? Zhao Lei's grin froze. He had imagined Song Yu would be scared, beg for mercy, or run away. He had never imagined she would look at him like he was garbage. A surge of fury rushed to his head. Still got a sharp tongue. He threw the cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it with his toe. Let's see if you've got any hard parts left on your body later. He waved his hand. Get him. Ding. Emergency task triggered. Rescue in the rain upgraded. Task: escape and scathe from the encirclement of 4 without serious injury. Reward: transformation 2, shame value 300, unlock permanent ability, agile body technique beginner. Penalty: hospitalization for 35 days, transformation 100 to become celestial maiden. Song Yu monthly exam results void. Note: hostile forces detected wielding weapons. System is activating novice mode. The first thug lunged at Song Yu like a hungry tiger. The moment the command exploded in her mind, her body seemed no longer her own, yet more obedient to her will than ever. A minuscule sidestep. So small it was almost impossible to believe, letting the large hand slide past her uniform, stirring a breeze. Her feet, as if on bearings, spun lightly. Center of gravity dropped. The thug missed and slammed headfirst into the wall, producing a teeth-grinding thud. Song Ye's heart pounded. She couldn't believe she had actually dodged. The second man attacked from behind, arms wide, attempting a bear hug. Song Ye's feet automatically executed a bizarre dance step. Left foot stepping diagonally forward, right, her body spinning like a top 180 degrees. Not only did she evade the grapple, but her right foot also hooked backward. Thud. The attacker fell face first, making a perfect dog-eat-dirt landing. The third man swung the baton, a sharp whistle cutting through the air, straight at her face. Yes, pupils contracted sharply. Her waist bent backward at an astonishing angle, almost parallel to the ground. Her shoulder-length hair swept across the floor as the cold baton whistled past her nose. The next second, she straightened her body like a spring, her right leg lashing out like lightning, striking the opponent's wrist precisely. Out. With a cry of pain, the baton flew out of his hand, striking a spark against the wall. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Zhao Lei's face turned completely green. Damn, how is that possible? You're all useless. Get him together. He himself charged forward with a roar. The 3 of them surrounded her, leaving no blind spot. But Song Ye's body reacted even more astonishingly. She kicked off the rough wall, launching herself into the air. A graceful somersault. The wind howled past her ears. In the upside-down world, she saw the gray, dreary sky above the alley. When she landed, her foot exactly stepped on Zhao Lei's hastily outstretched hand. Off. A piercing scream tore through the air. Zhao Lei's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his hand nearly crushed beneath her foot. Song Yu crouched there, maintaining the pose, and slowly looked up. Her eyes were cold as frost, a few strands of stray hair falling across her face. The hem of her school uniform pants, ridden up from the violent movement, revealed the thin skin-toned stockings clinging to her ankle. Fragility and strength formed a strange and deadly fusion within her. She stood up, brushed the dust off her uniform, and said in a calm voice, Zhao Lei, do you want to continue? Zhao Lei clutched his hand, his face drenched in cold sweat from the pain. In his eyes, besides agony, there was an unshakable shock. You son of a bitch. He struggled to stand up, but Song Yu stepped back, reaching into her pocket to grip the pepper spray. Zhao Lei's face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble. But he had no retreat. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a switchblade from his pocket. They'll cut your face. He roared and charged. Song Yu raised the spray, aiming. Zhao Lei. A thunderous roar exploded from the alley entrance. Fang Muyang. He was drenched, the rain that had started at some point soaking his hair and clothes, making him look like a lion enraged to the core, sprinting toward them. He yanked Song Yu firmly behind him, then threw all his strength into a punch that landed squarely on Zhao Lei's face. Bang! Zhao Lei flew backward like a broken sack, the utility knife clattering far away. Stop! Everyone stop! The dean and the security guard arrived just in time, pulling back Fang Muyang, who was still trying to land another punch. Fang Muyang shook off the dean, turned abruptly, and pressed both hands firmly on Song Ye's shoulders. His eyes were something Song Yu had never seen before. Fear, fury, heartache. Countless emotions intertwined, finally coalescing into a terror that threatened to drown her. His hands were trembling, and so was his voice. Are you hurt? Where did he touch you? Are you okay? Song Yu looked at him. She looked at his pale face from the sprint, at the intense, almost overwhelming panic in his eyes. The loneliness of her past life, where no one cared, was suddenly washed clean in this rainy night. The wall in her heart collapsed with a crash. I'm fine, she said softly, her own voice softer than she had ever realized. Fang Muyang gasped for air, trying to calm himself. I felt something was off halfway through, he said, his voice still shaky. I called home. Nothing was wrong. I knew it was aimed at you. He looked at her, the fear still lingering in his eyes. I'm sorry, he said hoarsely. I shouldn't have left. It's not your fault. The dean walked over, looking at Song Yu. Drenched hair plastered to her face, frail and slender, as if she would break at a touch. Then at the fallen figures on the other side, including the one who had drawn a knife. His face was livid. Zhao Lei, you're waiting for disciplinary action. Carrying a knife to corner a classmate. This school has no room for you. Ding. Being seen in a disheveled state by Fang Muyang, scrutinized by the dean's soaked stockings, possibly exposed, shame value 100, current 1540. The rain continued to fall. The two shared an umbrella. Fang Muyang tilted almost the entire umbrella toward Song Yu, leaving his right shoulder fully exposed to the rain soon soaked through. Song Yu pushed the umbrella back toward him, but he stubbornly pushed it back. After 2 rounds, Song Yu gave up. The rain pattered, and the two walked in silence. When they were almost at her building, Fang Muyang suddenly spoke, his voice low. I'm sorry. Song Yu looked up at him. I shouldn't have left, he said, staring at the rain-soaked path ahead. I knew the news was suspicious, but I still left. If I had been a moment later. He didn't finish, but the lingering fear made Song Yu's heart clench. But you're here now, she said softly. Fang Muyang's footsteps paused. He turned his head, the rain blurring his silhouette, leaving only his eyes startlingly bright. His Adam's apple bobbed, then he looked away and continued walking. After a few more steps, he said in a tone of unprecedented determination. From now on, no matter who comes to find me, no matter what they say, I won't leave. He paused, turned his face, and gazed at Song Yu with burning eyes. Unless you come with me. Song Yu's heart skipped a beat. Feminization progress 5, total 55. When they arrived at her building, Fang Muyang handed her the umbrella. What about you? He'll run back. It's not far. He looked at her as if wanting to say something, but finally reached out extremely gently to brush aside the damp strands of hair on her forehead. His fingertips grazed her cool skin with an indescribable tenderness. Go take a hot shower when you get inside, he said hoarsely. Don't catch a cold. Tomorrow I'll take you to eat something good as promised. Song Yu nodded. You too. Fang Muyang withdrew his hand, turned, and ran into the rain, as if fleeing from something. Song Yu stood there watching his figure disappear for a long time. Ding. Shame value 50, U current 1590. Intimacy 0. 1, total 7. 9. At 10 o'clock at night, Song Yu lay in bed. There were a few bruises from dodging, and her knee was scraped, but her mind was full of those incredible movements in the alley. Ding. Emergency quest rescue in the rain upgraded completed. Quest evaluation perfect. The host remained calm in the face of danger, already showing the demeanor of a fairy maiden. Rewards transformation 2, current 34, shame value 300, current 1890. Permanent ability unlocked, reality agility technique basic. Reality agility technique basic, physical coordination, reaction speed, and evasive ability, permanently enhanced, equivalent to a professional parkour athlete. Special reward unlocked, permanent ability basic, crisis warning already activated in advance. Song Yu, professional parkour athlete. Me. System yes. But please remember, host, the path of a fairy maiden emphasizes softness, overcoming hardness, not violence against violence. This ability is meant for graceful escape, not for brawling. Fine, as long as I can run. She turned over and picked up her phone. Fang Muyang, you tomorrow, I'll take you to eat something good. Song Yu, okay. Fang Muyang, sleep early, see you tomorrow. Song Yu, see you tomorrow. Putting down the phone, she stared at the ceiling, replaying the image of Fang Muyang shielding her. The terror in his eyes. The warmth of his fingertips when he brushed away her wet hair. The tone of his voice when he said, I want leave from now on. Her heart beat faster and faster. She buried her burning face in the pillow, letting out a muffled whimper. It's over. Song Yu, the iron straight man of 2 lifetimes, are completely done for. Ding. Feminization progress 3, total 58. System message, the path of a fairy maiden's growth is never without storms. But after the storm there is always a rainbow. And at the other end of the rainbow stands the one willing to get wet for you. Song Yu stared at the line of text and let out a soft humph. System. Why are you so talkative today? System. This system is merely recording the host's psychological changes, including the current heart rate rising to 120, ear temperature at 38. 5C, the uncontrollable upward curve of the lips, and the subconscious action of crossing and squeezing the legs together. You? Shut up. System understood. Good night, host. May the fairy maiden's dreams be gentle and sweet. Chapter ending. Mini theater. Zhao Lei's perspective. Security office undergoing interrogation. Dean, why did you bring a knife? Zhao Lei kept his head down and said nothing. Dean, for people cornering one, and you still brought a knife. Do you know what that means? Zhao Lei kept his head down and said nothing. He was still replaying Song Yu's bizarre movements in his mind. Inner monologue. How is this possible? She's cheating. The final disciplinary decision, a major demerit, probation, 1-week suspension, and notification to parents. As he walked out of the security office, his eyes were as sinister as if they were dripping blood. Villain hatred 98, temporarily dormant. Dean's office. Writing the disciplinary report. He paused, thinking of the student named Songyu. She was indeed very pretty, but that aura of calm in the face of danger. She was no ordinary person. Cornered by 4 people in an alley, yet she managed to hold out until Fang Muyang arrived. And he heard her grades had been improving recently. He nodded and made a note in his book requires special attention. Girls group chat log. Did you guys hear? Songyu was cornered by Zhao Lei today. I heard. Fang Muyang, the hero, saved the beauty. Someone took a photo. They'll post it in the group. Oh my god, Fang Muyang's eyes. Songyu with wet hair looks so beautiful. Her skin is so fair and delicate. There's definitely something between them. I ship it. Campus CP fans in a frenzy. System mall backstage. Flesh-colored stockings sales 5 buyer Songyu. System note host, you can take a day off from wearing stockings tomorrow, but the system kindly reminds you once you get used to them, suddenly not wearing them might make you feel like something is missing. Song yes, inner monologue, missing my ass. Screw you. Ding. Main quest released. Golden characters flickered in her mind, 10 times brighter than usual. Songyu jolted upright, her hair in disheveled strands hanging before her shoulders, her pajama pants rolled up to her knees, leaving her smooth, fair legs bare. What the hell? A translucent system panel unfurled before her eyes, every word sharp and clear. Main quest art festival, a stunning melody. Quest content: win the championship in the September 22nd art festival competition by performing the system's original Gujing piece, Stunning Melody. Rewards: transformation 10, a shame value 3000, permanently unlock, Gujing mastery skill unlock, stage presence basic ability. Penalty for failure: shame value reset to 0, forcibly activate, fairy training week, skirt outfit etiquette training. Note this is a core quest and cannot be rejected. Songyu stared at the phrase, cannot be rejected, for a full 10 seconds. Then she let out a wail, Gujing. I don't even know how to read sheet music. System skill infusion module activated. Host can consume shame value to directly unlock the Gujing skill. 3 options popped up on the panel. Basic knowledge 100 shame value recognize strings, basic finger techniques. Advanced techniques 200 shame value reach amateur intermediate level able to play fluently. Mastery grandmaster level not yet unlocked requires sufficient transformation. System tip: there are 6 days until the art festival. It is recommended that the host immediately unlock the skill and begin practice. Songyu stared at the 3 options, her mind racing. Basic knowledge. What's the use of recognizing strings? Go on stage and identify the strings. Hello judges, I know this string is called do. Mastery level is not unlocked. Then I'll have to choose advanced. 100. 200. That's 300 shame value in total. That's 30,000 yuan. She glanced at the panel, current shame value 1890. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself. Accept the quest. Unlock advanced techniques. Ding. Consumed 300 shame value, remaining 1590. Gujing skill infusion initiated. The next second, a warm current surged into the back of her head. Songyu closed her eyes. Her fingers trembled slightly. Knowledge she had never encountered before. The arrangement of strings, the names of finger techniques, how to read sheet music, the posture for playing. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes, looking down at her own hands. Those hands were still hers, slender, fair, but now she knew exactly how to place them on the strings, how to pluck, how to exert force. Ding. Gujing skill infusion complete. Current level intermediate amateur performance level. Mastered repertoire basic practice pieces 12, graded pieces 5. To be unlocked system original piece, Stunning Melody, requires skill fusion degree of 60 to unlock. System tip: Stunning Melody is an exclusive system piece. It can only be played after partially internalizing the infused skill through practice. It is recommended that the host find a Gujing for Hansen practice as soon as possible. Songyu stared blankly at her hands. Then she spoke. System, can I play the Gujing now? System: yes. The host's mind now possesses a complete theoretical framework for Gujing performance, but lacks muscle memory. Practice is needed to transform knowledge into instinct. Songyu: so I still have to practice. That 30,000 was just tuition. System: yes. Songyu was silent for 3 seconds. Fine. She threw off the covers. At least it's better than starting from scratch. System tip: please proceed to the school to register for the art festival. The student council has club activities today, and art committee member Lin Weiwei is on campus. Songyu paused mid-motion. It's Saturday, a day off. System: yes. Please act promptly, host. No one's at school. System: Lin Weiwei is on campus. Please do not procrastinate, host. Songyu: you even know that. System: this system has access to all publicly available campus activity information. Songyu took a deep breath, standing in front of the wardrobe, caught in a new dilemma. Should she wear stockings today? 2 pairs had been ruined, 3 pairs were washed and neatly folded in the drawer. Song yes, inner monologue. Saturday, no school, no one to see. But what if I run into Fang Muyang? He said he'd take me to eat something good today. Final decision: wear them. After all, she was used to them, and they really were comfortable. Ding. Shame value 10, current 1600. Shame of actively choosing to wear. She deftly picked up a pair of skin-tone stockings from the drawer, slipped them onto her left leg. the silk glided over her ankle calf and snugly wrapped around her skin. Then the right leg, the same process, the same smoothness. She stood up, adjusted them to fit perfectly. She expertly snapped the fabric at her thigh. Snap. Then she put on a chest binder and changed into a neutral casual outfit, adjusting herself in front of the mirror. The girl in the mirror looked back at her. Delicate features, fair skin, distinct collarbones, shoulder-length hair falling softly in front of her shoulders. Her hair had grown a bit longer, nearly reaching her shoulders, the ends curling slightly inward. She tried flipping her hair. The strands slid through her fingers, feeling pleasant. Inner monologue, damn, I look good. Should I get a haircut? Never mind, the system definitely won't allow it. Song Yu stood at the school gate, gazing at the empty campus, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, utterly speechless. System, the host is completing a main quest. This is a necessary procedure. Then why didn't you say so earlier? When the deadline was approaching, why were you silent? System, at that time the host's transformation degree was insufficient. Unlocking the Guzheng skill requires over 30. Registering early would have been useless. Song Yu sighed helplessly, took a light breath, and stepped into the school. The campus was eerily quiet, with only a few club activities, students passing by casting curious glances at her. Song Yu maintained her aloof expression, walking lightly toward the student council office. Student council office. Lin Weiwei was buried in organizing materials. Hearing the knock, she didn't look up. Come in. When she saw it was Song Yu, her eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. A mix of curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of an I knew it understanding. Song Yu. She put down the folder. What brings you here? Song Yu stood at the door, striving to maintain her cool expression. System score 92 points. I wanted to ask if it's still possible to register for the art festival. A late entry. Lin Weiwei was taken aback for a moment. Then she chuckled lightly. There was a hint of I win smugness in her smile. She pulled a blank registration form from a drawer and placed it on the table. Of course. I've been keeping it ready for you. Song Yu froze. How did you know I would come? Lin Weiwei tapped the paper with her fingertip, looked up at her gaze open and calm. That day in the classroom, the way you looked at the art festival poster. It wasn't just a casual glance. I guessed you would eventually come around and sign up. She paused, her voice softening, carrying a hint of subtle tenderness. I just didn't want you to miss this opportunity. Song Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. Inner monologue, this woman. Is she a bit obsessed? That day I merely glanced at the art festival content out of pure curiosity, and she concocted all that. If it weren't for this damn system forcing me, I would never come to join this nonsense. Ding. Interaction with Lin Weiwei triggered. Shame value 30, current 1630. Lin Weiwei pushed the registration form forward, a hint of challenge in her smile. Fill it in. I'm curious to see what skills the person Fang Muyang protects every day actually has. Song Yu looked at her, suddenly finding this woman a bit interesting. Not the annoying kind of interesting, but a subtle sense of meeting a worthy opponent. She walked over, sat down, and filled out the form. Lin Weiwei watched beside her. Instrument. Lin Weiwei leaned in. Guzheng. How long have you practiced? Song Yes hand paused. Haven't started yet. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow. And you still dare to sign up? Song Yu looked up at her gaze cool. Is that not allowed? Lin Weiwei was taken aback. Inner monologue, since you're offering yourself up to make a fool of yourself, don't blame me. Then she suddenly smiled, a hint of amused anticipation in her tone, drawing out her words. Fine, of course you can. Lin Weiwei took the form, glanced at it, and said slowly, however, the preliminary round has already ended. Song Yes' brow furrowed slightly. So if you want to participate, you'll have to go straight into the semifinals. Lin Weiwei looked up, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of her lips. September 22nd, scoring alongside the finals. Are you mentally prepared? Song Yu thought of the system's support. She took a deep breath, her voice cool and resolute. Yes. Lin Weiwei looked at her for the first time, shedding her mockery, her gaze turning more serious. After a moment, she nodded lightly. Good. They'll be waiting for your brilliant performance. System prompt. Lin Weiwei's evaluation of the host updated. Curiosity, caution, formal competitor affection, 55,100. System prompt. Main quest confirmed. Goal: win the championship at the September 22nd art festival. Countdown 6 days. Walking out of the school gate, Song Yu stood by the roadside, lost in thought. Guzheng. Where to find a Guzheng? She pulled out her phone and searched. There was a music shop nearby, a 15-minute walk. At the music shop, Song Yu pushed the door open, greeted by the scent of wood and strings. The owner, a man in his 50s, looked up. Young lady learning or buying? Song Yu had long given up correcting the address. Boss ID, like to practice the Guzheng. Do you have a space? Boss, yes, charged by the hour. Can you play? Song Yu nodded a little. The boss led her to a small cubicle with a Guzheng inside. Give it a try. Song Yu sat down, placed her hands on the strings. At that moment, her body froze. In her mind, she knew how to play. Gong on this string, shang on that string. Finger techniques, force posture, all crystal clear. But the moment her hands touched the strings, she suddenly didn't know where to start. System prompt. Normal phenomenon. Infused skills need to integrate with actual operation. It is recommended to start with basic practice pieces. Song Yu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, recalled the knowledge in her mind. Then her fingers moved. Gong, shong, ju, ji, yu. Based on the traditional pentatonic scale, one note at a time, raw but accurate. She opened her eyes looking at her own hands. She could really play. System, congratulations host on completing your first Hansen practice. Current skill, Fusion 5. The boss listened at the door for a moment, poked his head in. Oh, you really can play. How many years have you practiced? Songyu was vague, not many years. Just dabbled a bit. The boss nodded, didn't ask further, and left, closing the door. Songyu stared at the strings, then suddenly smiled. It was a smile of near disbelief, a dawning realization. I can actually fucking play the guzheng. She began to play a second time. A third time. A fourth time. Her phone buzzed. Fang Muyang, you. Wake up. I said I'd take you to eat something good. Songyu, I'm up. Where? Fang Muyang, send me your location, I'll pick you up. Songyu, Songyu checked the time. 1145. She had practiced for over 2 hours without realizing it. Her fingertips were numb, but she hadn't noticed. She packed up and left the music shop. 10 minutes later, a black SUV pulled up by the roadside. Fang Muyang leaned out of the window about to send a message when he saw Songyu emerging from the music shop. He paused. Why is your location here? Songyu walked over, opened the car door, got into the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt, practicing the guzheng. Fang Muyang's eyes lit up. You signed up for the art festival. Songyu. Fang Muyang perked up immediately. Let's go eat first, you can tell me all about it at the restaurant. In the car. Fang Muyang drove. Songyu stared out the window. The cabin was quiet, only the soft hum of the air conditioner. Then Fang Muyang sniffed. He turned to look at Songyu, then turned back. After a few seconds, he turned to look again. Songyu. What are you looking at? Caught Fang Muyang's ears reddened, but this time, he didn't look away. Instead, he sniffed again. Did you spray perfume? Songyu was taken aback. No. Then how? Fang Muyang sniffed again. There's a faint fragrance, kind of nice. Songyu. She lowered her head and sniffed her own wrist. No scent at all. Songyu. I didn't spray perfume. Fang Muyang. Oh, Ed sniffed again and muttered. Maybe it's the body wash. Songyu said nothing, quickly averted her gaze, pretending to look at the street scene whizzing by outside the window. But her fingers unconsciously tightened on the seatbelt. Her legs unconsciously drew together, slightly concealing the panic deep within her heart. Ding. Interaction with key character triggered. Shame, 20, current 1680. Shame from being smelled of body fragrance. Intimacy 0. 1 cumulative 8. 0. Private kitchen restaurant. Fang Muyang was evidently a regular. The host greeted him personally. He ordered a full table of dishes, all of which were Songye's favorites. She froze, realizing that Fang Muyang remembered everything. During the meal, Fang Muyang asked, how's your guzheng practice going? Songyu paused with her chopsticks. It's okay. I've just started practicing. Fang Muyang then. On the day of the art festival performance, they'll definitely come to cheer you on. Songyu looked at his sparkling eyes and suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Inner monologue. He doesn't know I'm being forced by the system. He doesn't know I was still wailing in bed this morning. Feminization 2, cumulative 60. After the meal, Fang Muyang paid the bill. Songyu glanced at the amount on the receipt and was a bit stunned. Fang Muyang, don't look, it's my treat. When are you free? He'll accompany you to practice. Songyu froze. You'll accompany me? Fang Muyang. Yeah, I'm free on weekends anyway. And I want to listen. When he said those last 3 words, he looked up and met Songye's eyes. In that moment of mutual gaze, his ears turned red again. Intimacy 0. 1 cumulative 8. 1. Songyu brought Fang Muyang back to the music shop. The owner saw Fang Muyang and gave a knowing look. Oh, brought your boyfriend along. Songyu. No. Fang Muyang. No. They spoke in unison, then exchanged a glance and quickly looked away. The owner suppressed a smile. All right, not a boyfriend then. Same booth as before. Shame 30, current 1660. Inside the booth, Songyu sat before the guzheng, while Fang Muyang sat on a chair beside her. Silence broken only by the sound of the air conditioner. Songyu. Why are you staring at me? Fang Muyang. I'm not staring at you, I'm staring at the guzheng. Songyu, the guzheng is in front of me. Fang Muyang. Then I'll close my eyes and listen. He really closed his eyes. Songyu took a deep breath and placed her hands on the strings. She began to play. Still the same basic practice pieces, but after the morning's practice they were much smoother. The pentatonic scale flowed note by note like a babbling brook, clear and pure. Fang Muyang kept his eyes closed, motionless. Songyu finished the piece and stopped to look at him. He still had his eyes closed. Songyu. Hey. Fang Muyang opened his eyes, a bit dazed. Done. Songyu. Fang Muyang was silent for 2 seconds, then said, that was beautiful. Songyu, that's a basic practice piece. Fang Muyang, it's still beautiful. Songyu looked at his earnest expression and suddenly didn't know what to say. She continued practicing, playing the 3rd and 4th repetitions. Fang Muyang sat beside her the whole time, quiet, as if he wasn't there. But every time Songyu turned her head, she saw him looking at her. Whenever caught, he would immediately avert his gaze, pretending to look at the strings. Fang Muyang's inner monologue, the way she plays. She's so beautiful. Her fingers are so long, so graceful when pressing the strings. Those strands of hair falling down. I want to brush them aside for her. Wait, what am I thinking? She's my bro. But she is really beautiful. System monitoring key character Fang Muyang's straight guy confusion index has risen to 85. Threshold reached. My bro seems to have become really beautiful. During a break, Fang Muyang handed her a water bottle and asked softly, "Oh, are you tired?" Songyu took it. "I'm fine." Fang Muyang, how long did you practice this morning? Songyu, a bit over 2 hours. Fang Muyang's brow immediately furrowed. So you had lunch with me then came straight here and practiced until now? Songyu's voice was soft yet earnest. I want to practice a bit more. The competition is coming up soon. Fang Muyang was silent for a moment, then his tone turned serious, carrying an undeniable authority. Stop practicing. That's enough for today. Continue tomorrow. You have to take it step by step. Practicing too long is bad for your fingertips. Feminization 2, cumulative 62. As they left in the evening, the setting sun slanted, casting a soft light in the music shop. Songyu packed her things to leave. Fang Muyang suddenly spoke. "Oh." Songyu turned back. Fang Muyang looked at her, the sunset falling on her face, outlining her features in a warm glow. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. Finally, he said, "Nothing. Let's go, we'll take you home." In the car, Fang Muyang drove, while Songyu looked out the window. After a moment of silence, Fang Muyang suddenly asked, why? Are you participating in the art festival?" Songyu was taken aback. "I just want to participate." Fang Muyang, not to prove something. Songyu, prove what? Fang Muyang, prove that you're better than Lin Weiwei. Songyu smiled lightly. Why would I compare myself to her? Fang Muyang looked at her, his expression complex. Because she's a candidate for school beauty. Now, a lot of people say you're prettier than her. Songyu. They're just talking nonsense. Fang Muyang, I don't think it's nonsense. After saying that, he froze himself. Then he quickly looked away, pretending to focus on driving. His ears were completely red. Songyu was also stunned. She looked at Fang Muyang's profile, and for a moment her heart skipped a beat. System notification detected key character Fang Muyang's first positive expression of admiration for the host's appearance. Intimacy 0. 3 E cumulative 8. 4. Feminization 5 E cumulative 67. 10 o'clock at night, in the bedroom. Songyu lay in bed after a shower. The system panel popped up. Ding. Today's summary practice duration 4 hours. Skill integration 1813 from morning transformation rate 3435. 1 from practice shame value 1660. Fang Muyang intimacy 7. 98. 4 feminization 5867 system prompt 5 days until the art festival. It is recommended that the host continue practicing tomorrow at least 4 hours daily to ensure reaching 80 integration before the competition. Songyu stared at the panel and sighed. 5 days. 4 hours each day. She thought of Fang Muyang's company today. Her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. System note: host, your heart rate has risen again. Would you like the system to analyze the cause? Songyu. No need. Shut up. System understood. Her phone vibrated. Fang Muyang, what time tomorrow? He'll pick you up. Songyu, 9 o'clock. Fang Muyang, okay. Sleep early. Songyu, good night. Sunday. Fang Muyang arrived on time. Today he was wearing a white t-shirt exuding a fresh, youthful vibe. When Songyu got into the car, he glanced at her legs. Neutral casual pants, nothing special. But he felt the way she walked seemed even more graceful. At the music shop, today she finally attempted to play a simple piece. Songyu was stunned to find that the melodies that had only lingered in her mind before were now flowing from the strings through her fingertips. It felt strange, as if another soul had taken residence in her body. Fang Muyang still sat beside her, but today he started finding small tasks to do. Handing her water, fetching tissues, quietly adjusting her chair to the most comfortable height. He wouldn't stay idle for a moment. Every time he approached, his movements were exceptionally gentle. When handing her the water, their fingertips accidentally touched. Songyu pulled her hand back, as if scalded, spilling a little water from the bottle. Sorry. Fang Muyang quickly apologized. It's okay. Songyu's voice was soft. Both of them lowered their heads simultaneously, neither daring to look at the other. Lunch break. Fang Muyang took Songyu to a nearby restaurant. While waiting for the food, he suddenly asked, "Who have you been keeping something from me lately?" Songyu's heart tightened. "Why do you ask?" Fang Muyang, I just feel you've changed a lot recently. Songyu, changed how? Fang Muyang looked at her seriously and said, I can't quite put it into words. I just feel you're becoming more and more. He paused, not finishing the sentence. Songyu, more and more what? Fang Muyang looked away. Nothing. Let's eat. System prompt: Fang Muyang's intuition is approaching the edge of the truth. But given his current cognitive level, he will attribute it to the category of my bro has become beautiful. Afternoon practice. Songyu began practicing the fragment of Jinghong. The system played the sheet music and fingering in her mind. Her fingers tried the strings over and over. Fang Muyang listened quietly beside her. As the sun slanted westward, Songyu finally played the first complete melody. She stopped and turned to look at Fang Muyang. He looked back at her, light shining in his eyes. He said, Ayu, you are truly beautiful. He froze after saying it. Songyu froze too. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Fang Muyang suddenly stood up. I'll go buy some water. Then he fled from the booth. Song Yu sat still watching his retreating figure. Her heart pounded as if it would leap out of her chest. System prompt: congratulations, host. Key character Fang Muyang has once again expressed positive admiration for the host's appearance. Although his subsequent behavior was avoidance, it has triggered an emotional node. Intimacy 0. 3 E cumulative 8. 7 Feminization 5 U cumulative 72. Evening back home. Song Yu lay in bed. She stared at the ceiling, replaying the afternoon scene in her mind. Ayu, you are truly beautiful. She covered her face and rolled around on the bed. Inner monologue. I'm done, completely done. I'm about to fall. Ding. Today's summary: practice duration 5 hours, Gujing skill integration 35, transformation rate 3536. 1 from practice, shame value 1660, Fang Muyang intimacy 8. 48. 7 feminization 6772, system prompt: 4 days until the art festival. A new daily task will be unlocked tomorrow. Also, Lin Weiwei's attention toward the host is increasing. Please be prepared. Her phone vibrated. Fang Muyang, about today. I was just rambling, don't take it to heart. Song Yu. Which part? Fang Muyang, that part about being beautiful. Song Yu. Oh. Fang Muyang, you're not mad, are you? Song Yu, I'm not mad. Fang Muyang, good. See you tomorrow at the school gate. Song Yu, Fang Muyang, good night. Song Yu, good night. She put down her phone and continued staring at the ceiling. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. System note: host, the corners of your mouth have lifted another 15 degrees. Song Yu. Shut up. System understood. Good night, host. May the fairy's dreams be filled with the one who praised your beauty. Song Yu buried her face in the pillow, but the smile still wouldn't fade. Chapter 11 and Chapter Extra: Lin Weiwei's perspective. In the student council office evening, she looked at the registration form in her hand, lost in thought. Guqin hasn't been practiced long. She knew that Fang Muyang had been accompanying Song Yu at the music shop these past 2 days, and a complex emotion surged within her. She opened her phone and sent a message in the art festival contestants group: Lin Weiwei, everyone confirming the preliminary list. New contestant added, class 1 grade 3, Song Yu talent Gujing. The group instantly exploded. What? Supplementary registration. Song Yu. The Song Yu who's been popular lately. She's participating in the art festival too. Playing Gujing. Lin Weiwei watched the barrage of messages, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Let me see what you're really capable of. Lin Weiwei's affection for host 50,100 official competitor class teacher Lu Mai's perspective. Sunday evening, she was organizing next week's lesson plans in the office. When she saw the name Song Yu on the art festival supplementary registration list, she paused. This kid really has ideas. She wrote a line in her notebook: Song Yu Gujing, close attention. Grades improving, significant changes in temperament and appearance. Girls group chat log: sisters. Big news. Song Yu is going to participate in the art festival. Playing Gujing. What? Really? Really? Lin Weiwei posted the list in the group. Oh my god, she can play Gujing too. What kind of goddess is this? Fang Muyang has been accompanying her at the music shop these 2 days. A classmate of mine saw it. Holy crap. There's definitely something going on between them. I'm going to watch the art festival. Don't stop me. School CP fan base growing steadily. System mall backstage: skin-colored stocking sales 5 buyers. Song Yu system note: host always wearing skin-colored is so monotonous. Black gives a sense of abstinence, white comes with pure desire. Wanna unlock a new shameful experience. Song: yes, inner monologue, black and white, huh? Pondering seriously. Monday. Song Yu was awakened by the alarm clock. She opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling, and was dazed for 3 seconds. Then subconsciously she opened the system warehouse and took a glance. Black stockings and white stockings lay quietly there, reminding her of last night's impulsive purchase. 3 pairs. 2 black, 1 white. 240 shame points just gone like that. She stared at the black stockings for 3 seconds, then silently took them out, carefully put them on. The black stockings slid over her ankles, calves pulled up inch by inch, snugly wrapping around her skin. That familiar sensation surged up from the soles of her feet, but it was different from the nude-colored ones. This time it carried a hint of an indescribable feeling. She stood up and looked at the mirror, paused for a moment. In the mirror, the black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, outlining extremely beautiful lines, adding a touch of asceticism compared to the nude ones. Cool and glamorous. Or beautiful. She turned around in front of the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror. So beautiful. She extended her fingertip, gently plucked the black stocking at her thigh. Snap. A crisp light snap, creating a shallow ripple on her thigh. Ding. First time wearing black stockings, shame value 30, current 1450. Dual shame of active choice, trying a new color. She slowly pulled on her school uniform pants. There was a subtle, exciting feeling in her heart. At the school gate, Fang Muyang was still waiting for Song Yu, holding a breakfast bag in his hand. Seeing Song Yu approaching, his eyes lit up, and he strode over. You. Song Yu hummed in acknowledgement, took the breakfast. The two walked side by side toward the teaching building. Fang Muyang was unusually quiet today, not chattering as usual. Song Yu turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Fang Muyang snapped back. Nothing. He paused, then added, it's just I didn't sleep well last night. Song-yu what? Fang Muyang averted his gaze, nothing, just thinking about something. Song-yu didn't press further, but she noticed that Fang Muyang's ears turned red again. System monitor key person Fang Muyang was sleepless until 2 a.m. last night. Reason for insomnia: repeatedly recalling the scene of you're really beautiful yesterday. Song-yu interrupts. So it wasn't just me who didn't sleep well. During the morning break the classroom was noisy. Song-yu sat at her seat pretending to read. Actually, she was watching Fang Muyang out of the corner of her eye. He was really off today, constantly zoning out and occasionally stealing glances at her. When caught, he immediately looked away. Just then a few girls gathered together, letting out a burst of exclamations. Really? Let me see, let me see. Oh my god, who posted this? Fang Muyang's brow furrowed. He stood up and walked toward the group of girls. What are you looking at? The girls saw him and immediately got excited. Fang Muyang. Look at the forum. Someone posted a comparison between Song-yu and Lin Weiwei. Fang Muyang's expression changed. Song-yu heard this and was also stunned. She pulled out her phone, opened the campus forum. The top post was clearly visible: hot rational discussion between Song-yu and Lin Weiwei of Class 1 Grade 12, who is the true school beauty of the 2023 graduating class. The comments section was already in an uproar. 1L, must be Lin Weiwei. She is the orthodox school beauty. 2L, bullshit. Song-yu's face is at a level that can make people suffocate. 3L, Song-yu is a guy? What are you all discussing? 4L, reply to 3L, she's a girl, okay. How could that face be a guy? Look at her face, it's more girly than a girl. 5L, I vote for Song-yu. I saw her in person at the cafeteria that day. Her legs were so slender, I went straight into self-isolation. 6L, Lin Weiwei dances really well, but Song-yu. She is a scenery just standing there. 7L, don't you think she and Fang Muyang are a great ship? Fang Muyang protects her every day. 8L, shipping it. Shipping it. Song-yu looked at the screen, her whole body went numb. Female. School beauty. She a guy was being discussed by the whole school about whether she is the school beauty. Ding. Being discussed on the forum. Misidentified. Compared. Shame value 100. Current 1550. Social death level. Shame. Song-yu interrupts. I am a guy. A guy. She looked up and met Fang Muyang's gaze. Fang Muyang was also looking at her, his eyes complicated like a tangled mess. You. He started, but didn't know what to say. Song-yu took a deep breath, maintaining a cool expression. Don't look at that, it's boring. She lowered her head and continued reading. But her fingers were trembling. At noon, at a corner of the cafeteria, the two sat in their usual spot. But today's atmosphere was weirdly frozen. Fang Muyang kept his head down shoveling rice, but his chopsticks poked into the empty bowl several times. Song-yu looked at him, wanting to speak, but stopping. Finally she spoke. Fang Muyang. Fang Muyang jerked his head up. Song-yu. There's no rice in your bowl. Fang Muyang looked down, his face instantly flushed red. Song-yu sighed. That post, don't take it to heart. Fang Muyang was silent for a while, then said, I didn't take it to heart. He paused, then added, I was just thinking. Thinking about what? Fang Muyang looked at her with something in his eyes that Song-yu couldn't read. Thinking about whether what they said is true. Song-yu was stunned. True or false what? Fang Muyang averted his gaze, his voice very soft. It's just, you are prettier than Lin Weiwei. After saying it, he himself was stunned first. Then he abruptly stood up. I'll go buy water. And ran off again. Song-yu sat in place watching his back. Her heart was beating a bit fast. System prompt key person Fang Muyang's straight guy entanglement index increased to 90. System prompt host's psychological response to key person is abnormal. Feminine degradation 2, cumulative 74. Shame value 20, current 1570. Shame of being praised for being good looking in front of the face. Fang Muyang's perspective inner monologue. What the hell am I thinking? You is my brother a guy, how could I? How could I think he is good looking? No, good looking is an objective fact. He is indeed good looking, there's no problem there. But why is my heart beating so fast? Why when I saw that post was my first reaction not, what nonsense, but they finally noticed. Why am I concerned about the question of who is better looking? Why did I blurt out, you are prettier than Lin Weiwei? He crouched in front of the vending machine, face buried in his hands. Calm down for a while, right? These days AU has been practicing at the music shop. She probably doesn't have her own guzheng yet. Straight guy entanglement index 92. After school at the music shop, Song-yu practiced the guzheng. Fang Muyang sat beside her. But today Fang Muyang was excessively quiet, not saying a word. Song-yu played for a while, then stopped to look at him. What's wrong with you? Fang Muyang snapped back, nothing. Song-yu stared at him. You've been off since morning. Fang Muyang was silent. After a long while he suddenly asked, you do you? Mind that post? Song-yu was taken aback. Which one? That one. About the school beauty and all. Song-yu smiled. What do I have to mind? I'm not a girl. Fang Muyang looked at her, his eyes complicated. But, he paused, you really are very beautiful. Song-yu's smile froze on her face. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Fang Muyang suddenly realized what he had said, his face instantly flushed red. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just making an objective description. Really, don't misunderstand. Song-yu. Inner OS objective description? You call this an objective description? System prompt key person Fang Muyang once again positively expressed appreciation for the host's appearance, although later explained as objective description, but has revealed true thoughts. Intimacy 0. 2. Cumulative 8. 9. Feminine degradation 2. Cumulative 76. Shame value 30. Current 1600. Cumulative shame of being repeatedly praised for being good-looking. System note the last stubbornness of a straight guy is to call his own heart flutter in objective description. The next day, after school at the music shop, after a day of calming down, Fang Muyang seemed to have returned to normal. At least on the surface he had returned to normal. He picked up Song Yu as usual, accompanied her practice as usual, passed her water as usual. But his gaze would still involuntarily drift over. Today Song Yu was wearing her school uniform, same as yesterday, couldn't tell what she was wearing underneath. But Fang Muyang couldn't help wondering. What exactly was she wearing underneath? Wait, what am I thinking? He quickly averted his gaze. System monitor Fang Muyang's number of stealthy glances at host today, 17 times. Average duration per glance 2. 3 seconds. Song Yu didn't notice at all, focused on practicing the guzheng. Halfway through, Fang Muyang suddenly spoke, you. Song Yu's fingers paused, she looked up at him. Fang Muyang stood up, his expression a bit unnatural. This guzheng you're using, it's from the shop, right? Song Yu nodded. You rented by the hour. Fang Muyang, oh, Ed silent for a few seconds. Then he said, then for the art festival whose guzheng will you use? Song Yu was stunned. This question, she really hadn't thought about it. Does the art festival stage provide a guzheng? Or does one need to bring their own? She had no idea. System prompt the art festival stage provides a basic model guzheng with average sound quality. If the host uses an ordinary guzheng to perform, the current probability of winning the championship is about 47. Song Yu. 47. Isn't that just leaving it to fate? Fang Muyang saw her expression was off-pressed. What's wrong? Song Yu snapped back, nothing. It's just the art festival's guzheng might be average. Fang Muyang frowned, then what to do? Can you use your own guzheng? Song Yu smiled bitterly, I don't have my own guzheng. The air was silent for a few seconds. Fang Muyang suddenly grabbed Song Yu's slender arm and said, let's go. Song Yu, where to? Fang Muyang had already started packing up to buy a guzheng. Song Yu was stunned by a guzheng. Now. Fang Muyang turned back to look at her with an unshakable determination in his eyes. Yes, now. Half an hour later, Fang Muyang's car stopped in front of a musical instrument store. Not the small music shop Song Yu had been to before, but a very large store with an imposing facade and various instruments displayed in the glass windows. Song Yu got out of the car, looking at the signboard a bit dazed. Here. Fang Muyang had already pushed the door and entered. What are you spacing out for? Come in quickly. Song Yu followed in. The air conditioning in the store was very strong, and there was a faint scent of wood in the air. A shop assistant came up. Welcome, sir, are you here to pick up the guzheng? Fang Muyang said directly yes. I came yesterday and paid a deposit. It's the best guzheng you have here. Shop assistant. Okay, this way please. Song Yu tugged at Fang Muyang's sleeve, lowering her voice. Are you crazy? A good guzheng is very expensive. Fang Muyang glanced at her. I know. Song Yu, then why did you? Fang Muyang interrupted her. Because you're going to compete, and I don't want you to lose. Just that one sentence. Song Yu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. The shop assistant had already led them to the guzheng section and began to introduce. Miss, look at this model. It's professional performance grade with a clear tone and good resonance, especially suitable for stage performances. Also, this gentleman has already paid the deposit, and our store policy is that the deposit is non-refundable. Fang Muyang turned to look at Song Yu. Try it. Song Yu sat down in a daze, placing her fingers on the strings. Gently plucked. The tone was indeed much better than the one at the shop, clear, mellow, with lingering echoes. She tried a few more notes. The more she tried, the more she liked it. But she took a look at the price tag. 5 digits. Song Yu's hand trembled, nearly snapping the strings. She stood up. It's too expensive. Can we not? Fang Muyang pressed her back down. You haven't finished playing. Song Yu, I'm done. It's bad. I don't like it. Fang Muyang looked at her, his eyes tinged with helplessness. Your ears turn red when you lie. Song Yu instinctively touched her ears. They were warm. The shop assistant watched them, clearly mistaking the pair for a young couple, and lowered her head to stifle a laugh. Seeing Song Yu like this, Fang Muyang directly told the assistant, we'll take this one, wrap it up. Song Yu panicked. Fang Muyang turned back to her. What's wrong? Song Yu, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Fang Muyang was silent for 2 seconds. Then he said, these past few days I've been practicing with you, watching you go from knowing nothing to being able to play a complete piece. Do you know how I feel? Song Yu was stunned. Fang Muyang averted his gaze, his voice very soft. I think you're incredible, extremely talented. Really? He paused, then added, you listen to me. I don't want you to lose because of the instrument. Just think of it as me lending it to you. Song Yu looked at him. Under the light, his profile was a little blurry, but his ears were bright red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. System notification: key figure Fang Muyang presents a professional grade guzheng. Though its value is 5 digits, its emotional value is immeasurable. Intimacy 0. 3. Cumulative 9. 2. Feminization sense 3. Cumulative 79. Shame value 50. current 1650. In the car, Song-yu kept glancing back at the Gujing case in the back seat, still dazed. Fang Muyang drove, occasionally glancing at her too. What's wrong? Still dwelling on it. Song-yu shook her head no. She paused, then asked, when did you prepare it? Fang Muyang was startled. What? Song-yu, just now that person said you'd already paid a deposit. Don't play dumb. Fang Muyang was silent. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. I came to see it yesterday after lunch. Song-yu was stunned. Yesterday afternoon. That was the time when, after buying water, he said he had something to do and disappeared for a while. Fang Muyang stared ahead, his voice a little unnatural at that time. I thought you've been practicing on the music shop's Gujing. What if the one at the art festival isn't good? So I came to check it out first. Song-yu. Then why didn't you tell me? Fang Muyang's tone carried a grudging seriousness. What if you didn't like it? What if you looked down on it? Song-yu. Inner monologue, such a wonderful Gujing. Look down on it. I look up to it, but I can't afford it. System note, host, your inner thoughts have betrayed you. Song-yu, shut up. Wednesday afternoon. Music shop. Song-yu practiced with unusual intensity today. The melody of Jing Hong was becoming increasingly smooth. She used the Gujing Fang Muyang had given her yesterday. The timbre was truly beautiful. The more she played, the more natural it felt, and she became completely immersed. Fang Muyang sat beside her, as usual, holding a bottle of water ready to hand it to her at any moment. Halfway through the practice song, you felt a bit warm. The heater in the music shop was too high. She instinctively tugged at her collar, then continued playing. Fang Muyang didn't think much of it. After practicing a while longer, Song-yu stood up to stretch, then sat back down. When she sat down, the hem of her school uniform pants slid up a little. Just a little. Fang Muyang's gaze unconsciously swept over. Under the black stockings, pale skin faintly showed through. Fang Muyang's mind went blank for a second. Black stockings. Yu was actually wearing black stockings. Before he could process this, Song-yu raised her hand to brush aside the hair that had fallen. Her fingers passed through her hair, revealing her pale ears and a graceful stretch of neck. The movement was casual, natural, with a hint of laziness. Fang Muyang's heart skipped a beat. Then Song-yu continued playing, leaning forward slightly. Because of the earlier movement, her collar had loosened a bit, revealing a small patch of skin on her shoulder with a delicate black strap gently resting on it. It was a shoulder strap. Fang Muyang was completely petrified. Black stockings. Black shoulder strap. The supremely girly hair-tucking gesture. A triple critical hit. His brain completely crashed. Fang Muyang's inner monologue. Black stockings. She's wearing black stockings. And what is that thin strap? Is it the shoulder strap of the bra the girls in class wear? Wait, what am I looking at? I can't look. But why is it black? So beautiful. So sexy. No. She's a guy. She's my bro. Yet, it's really damn sexy. I can't take it anymore. System monitor key figure Fang Muyang's straight male confusion index has exceeded 95. It has reached the I think I really like my bro cognitive threshold. System notification, Fang Muyang is experiencing the largest scale self-identity collapse in his life. Please be prepared, host. Song-yu finished a section and stopped to turn and look at him. What's up with you? Your face is so red. Fang Muyang snapped back to reality, his voice stammering nothing. The heater is too strong. Yeah, the heater. He fanned himself frantically. Song-yu looked at him with confusion, didn't think much of it, and continued tuning the instrument. She had no idea what kind of damage she had just caused. Shame value 40, current 1690. The belated realization of being seen. System prediction. Evening. In Fang Muyang's car. On the way back, neither of them spoke. Fang Muyang drove. Song-yu looked out the window, but the atmosphere was bizarrely tense. Fang Muyang's hands gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. His mind was filled with the scene from earlier, playing on a loop. He took a deep breath, then another. It didn't help. The image was still there. Song-yu finally couldn't help turning to look at him. You've been off since this afternoon. What's wrong? Fang Muyang was so startled by the question, he nearly slammed on the brakes. Nothing. I'm fine. Perfectly fine. Song-yu, are you sure? Fang Muyang nodded frantically. Sure. I'm absolutely sure. Song-yu stared at him for 3 seconds, then sighed. Then drive carefully. Fang Muyang, okay, Yu. He continued driving, but the loop was still playing in his mind. Shame value 20, current 1710. The subtle shame of the awkward atmosphere. Late at night. 2 in the morning. Fang Muyang lay in bed staring at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. He absolutely couldn't sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, the afternoon scene appeared. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow. After 10 seconds of muffled silence, he turned back. Staring at the ceiling, he spoke. Could she really be a girl? And am I really in love with you? His voice was very soft, as if afraid someone might hear. But the moment he said it, his heart beat even faster. He was silent for a long time. Then he began to mutter to himself, no. She's a guy, my childhood friend, my bro. But she really looks so beautiful. The way she plays the Gujing is so beautiful. The way she walks is so beautiful. The way she tucks her hair is so beautiful. The black stockings she wore today, so sexy. And what is that strap anyway? Wait, what am I even thinking? He buried his face in the pillow again. After a long time, a muffled voice came through. I think I really do like her. System monitor key figure Fang Muyang admits liking for the first time. Although subsequent behavior involves self-denial, the cognitive threshold has been breached. Hidden intimacy 0. 3 not counted in the panel but affects future development. The next day, Thursday evening. Songyu's room. Skill Fusion Degree 68. Songyu sat on the bed looking at the system panel. Ding. This week's task summary. Practice duration 16 hours total. Skill Fusion Degree 68 up 33 from Sunday. Songyu Fairy Transformation Degree 36, 38 Practice Reward 2. Shame Value 14, 2018-80. Intimacy 8, 79. 2. Feminization Sense 7280. System notification tomorrow is the official art festival performance. Hosts current Gujing Skill Fusion Degree 68. System notification with the professional performance Gujing, gifted by Fang Muyang, the current estimated probability of winning the championship 85. System notification, it is strongly recommended to purchase the Songyu Fairy matching outfit for the stage performance. This will boost the overall stage performance to nearly 100. System notification detected that key figure Fang Muyang's straight male confusion index has reached 98, about to enter the next emotional stage. System notification Lin Weiwei's attention level toward the host continues to rise. There will be an important interaction tomorrow, please be prepared. Songyu stared at the panel and took a deep breath. Tomorrow is the art festival. 85. Is it really going to? Songyu's inner monologue went wild. No way, no way. The pressure is maxed out. I'm so nervous. Her phone vibrated. Fang Muyang, tomorrow at the art festival, I'll come cheer you on. Songyu, okay. Fang Muyang, don't be nervous, you actually play really well. Songyu, how do you know? Fang Muyang, because I've been listening all along. Songyu stared at the screen, her heartbeat speeding up a little. Fang Muyang, by the way, what you wore today, never mind, forget it. Sleep early, I'll be cheering for you from the audience tomorrow. Songyu, what did I wear? Fang Muyang, nothing. I was just rambling. Good night. Songyu looked at the message, stunned for 3 seconds. Then she looked down at herself. Her school uniform pants covered everything tightly, nothing visible. How did he know what I wore today? System notification, host, when you sat down in the music shop today, your pants leg slid up about 3 centimeters. Fang Muyang saw it. Songyu. System notification, what he saw was black stockings. Songyu. System notification, he also saw the shoulder strap. Songyu. She buried her face in the pillow. Inner monologue, it's over, it's over, it's over. System note, host, you've finally begun to understand Fang Muyang's state over the past 2 days. Songyu, shut up. Lin Weiwei's perspective. Thursday night, she lay in bed scrolling through the forum. That comparison post was still floating on the homepage, its popularity undiminished. She clicked on it and scrolled down one by one. Songyu's face is the kind that can make you stop breathing, okay? Just her standing there is a scenery. She and Fang Muyang are so shippable. She put down her phone and stared at the ceiling. Her mood was a bit complicated. Songyu. She muttered the name softly. Tomorrow, let me see what you're really made of. Lin Weiwei's affinity toward the host 55100, a slightly acknowledged rival. Girls group chat records. Sisters. The art festival starts tomorrow. Songyu is going to play the Gujing. I'm so excited. Do you think she'll wear a skirt? Probably not. She usually wears pants. But her legs are so slender. She'd look stunning in a skirt. Please let her wear a skirt. Campus CP fanbase continuing to grow. System mall backstage. Flesh-colored stocking sales, 5 buyer Songyu. Black stocking sales, 2 buyer Songyu. White stocking sales, 1 buyer Songyu. System note, host collecting all 3 colors can summon a dragon. Tomorrow maybe try white. Songyu's inner monologue, get lost. It hurts. It hurts so much. Songyu was awakened by the pain in her lower abdomen. She snapped her eyes open, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Outside the window, the sky was just turning light, dawn creeping through the gaps in the curtains and falling onto the familiar crack on the ceiling. Songyu gasped for breath, still not processing what had happened, when a mechanical voice exploded in her mind. Ding. Urgent notification. Detected host current status Fang Muyang. Gifted a Gujing Skill Fusion Degree 68, Modification Degree 38. Tomorrow's main quest winning probability only 85. System determination, hosts current abilities insufficient to 100 complete main quest. Initiating emergency protocol. Forcibly raising modification degree to 40 node. 40 qualitative change triggered now. Duration 3 minutes. Song's pupils quaked. What? Before she could finish, a second wave of excruciating pain struck. This time it didn't start from her lower abdomen, but from her chest. The softness beneath her chest binder suddenly swelled. The curve already marked by the binder instantly filled out the fabric, straining, outlining an even more distinct contour. Songyu pressed both hands to her chest, feeling the soft mounds trembling between her fingers. Inner monologue, damn. Why is it still growing? It's already big enough. No. Why is it still growing? It's already big enough. No. Breast development complete, upper bust 93 centimeters, under bust 80 centimeters. Before she could digest this change, a strange tingling spread across the top of her head. Her shoulder-length hair began to grow at a visible speed. Strands slid from her shoulders, brushed past her collarbone, and fell to her chest. It kept growing, continuing downward, finally stopping just above her lower back. black as a waterfall shimmering with a satin-like luster in the morning light. A few strands fell against Song Ye's cheek, tickling, carrying an unfamiliar sensation. Inner monologue, my hair. Am doomed. 3,000 black silks, unlocked hair reaches waist. Third wave. The dull ache in her lower abdomen peaked. The pain wasn't sharp, but heavy and dull as if someone had grabbed her entire lower belly and squeezed it hard. Then a warm liquid gushed out slowly, trickling down the inside of her thigh. Song Yu froze in bed, her mind blank, for 3 seconds. Then she slowly lifted the blanket. On the sheet, a small patch of glaring crimson. I'm done. What do I do? Mom will definitely find out. Inner monologue completely crashed. System prompt: female physiological cycle officially unlocked. First menstruation has arrived. First menstruation has arrived. Body shape microadjusting. Waist circumference 58 centimeters remains unchanged. Ultimate fairy waistline already achieved. Hip curves fuller, stretching the sleep pants. Skeletal frame further narrows, making her entire figure look delicate and graceful. Skin translucency increased, pores almost invisible. Eyelashes longer, the curve of the outer eye softer. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes. Song Yu lay collapsed on the bed, gasping, cold sweat mixed with what might have been tears or other fluids smeared across her face. She looked down at herself. Long hair cascading like a waterfall spreading over the pillow, shoulders and chest. The chest binder stretch taut, her chest rising high, the curve full and real. Lower body. A complete mess. My chest feels so tight. She immediately took off the binder. Ding. 40 qualitative change complete. Current modification degree 40. Body data update: height 168 centimeters, a waist 58 centimeters, upper bust 93 centimeters, hip 87 centimeters, hair reaches waist, voice permanently feminized, no need for falsetto anymore. New permission unlocked: mall expansion, cool feminine casual, wear fishnet stockings, cloud silk bandeau, cloud silk underwear, long-lasting warm belly patch, sanitary pad. New item obtained: 40 gift pack, cloud silk bandeau, cloud silk underwear, sanitary pads, 3 packs, long-lasting warm belly patch, 5 pieces, stored in warehouse. New ability unlocked: emotional resonance basic, pending activation, disguise technique basic. Detected hosts: first menstruation experience, shame value 500. Current accumulated 2,380. System reminder: please handle personal hygiene and change clothes as soon as possible. Tutorials for using sanitary pads and the bandeau have been uploaded to the system panel. Song Yu stared at those system prompts, unable to read a single word. She just stared at the ceiling, at that familiar crack, and thought, Song Yu have lived 2 lifetimes and finally, I've gotten my period. Life, huh? What a damn spectacular ride. Song Yu gripped the edge of the bed and sat up, her legs weak. She looked at the bloodstain on the sheet, then at the blood streaks trailing down her legs, her entire being in a strange state of numbness. Inner monologue: I'm a guy. I got my period. My sheets are dirty. I need to wash them. Mom and Dad will definitely find out. What kind of earthly suffering is this? She stood up, her legs almost giving way, and nearly fell. Holding onto the wall, she moved step by step to the bathroom. With each step, she could feel that warmth flowing, the unfamiliar sensation making her scalp tingle. The feeling was too bizarre. Something inside her body was flowing out, uncontrollable, unstoppable. The moment she closed the door, she finally broke down. She crouched on the floor, burying her face in her knees. Ugh. System prompt. Ding. Detected host emotional breakdown. Would you like to view the sanitary pad tutorial? Song Yu lifted her head, eyes red, teeth clenched. Fine. He'll watch. He'll watch, okay. Opening the packaging, her fingers were trembling. She tore at it for ages, but couldn't open it, finally used her teeth. Rip. The packaging tore open, and a small white thing fell out. Song Yu held it up, turning it over and over, her mind blank. Inner monologue: how the hell do you use this? Where do I stick it? Which side is up? Which is the front, and which is the back? What kind of crappy design is this? The system thoughtfully popped up a 3D usage diagram, red arrows clearly marked. Song Yu face red, finished reading, and finally understood. She sank her consciousness into the warehouse and took out the cloud silk underwear. It was a thin wing-like triangle, form-fitting and neat, with a soft, smooth touch and delicate cloud patterns embroidered on it, extremely exquisite. Held in hand, it was so light it felt almost weightless. This is too. She couldn't find the words. Forget it, just put it on. She tore off the back adhesive, hands shaking so much she almost stuck it crooked. After fumbling for a while, she finally found the right position on the cloud silk underwear. She put on the cloud silk underwear, stood up, and took a few steps. It felt strange, but at least it wasn't leaking anymore. Inner monologue: so now, I have this thing down there, and I'm going to school for the art festival. After dealing with the lower half, she stood in front of the mirror and looked at her upper body. The firm softness of her chest was clearly visible, rising and falling gently with each breath, so soft it was impossible to ignore. She sank her consciousness into the warehouse and took out the cloud silk bandeau. It was a thin wing-like silk bandeau, soft and smooth to the touch, with a faint pearlescent sheen. Same material as the underwear, also with exquisite cloud patterns. First attempt, she held the bandeau and fumbled for ages, not knowing where to start. System tutorial aware diagram popped up considerately again. Successfully put on. The bandeau slid over her shoulders and fit snugly against her chest. The material was light and breathable with no sense of restriction at all. It perfectly outlined the curve of her chest, firm, yet not exaggerated. Paired with the school uniform, it looked natural and elegant. Inner monologue, this thing is way more comfortable than the chest binder. And it looks so pretty. Wait, what am I thinking? She quickly returned to her room, changed the sheets, and stuffed the dirty ones into the washing machine. Set a timer to wash them later in the evening, so Mom and Dad wouldn't find out. After doing all this, she could finally catch her breath. Final mirror check. She stood in front of the mirror and looked at the person inside. Stunned. Hair reaching her waist, cascading like a waterfall. Her features were exquisitely unreal, skin fair and translucent. The cloud silk bandeau outlined the curve of her chest, the school uniform half covered, hinting at it. The curve was full and real, rising and falling gently with her breath. A radiant fairy stood before her. She whispered to the mirror, Songyu. Now you've really become her. System prompt. Ding. First use of cloud silk bandeau sanitary pad, shame value 100, current accumulated 2480. Songyu walked to school with her gujin case on her back. Inner monologue frantically, Mom and Dad will definitely find out. The gujin gifted by Fang Muyang. Hair reaching her waist, swaying gently with each step. She still wasn't used to this length, always feeling an itch on her back, wanting to reach back and fiddle with it. What made her even more uncomfortable was the weight on her chest. Those two soft mounds trembled slightly with each step. Although the cloud silk bandeau was comfortable, it couldn't erase that unfamiliar sense of presence. She instinctively wanted to slouch, but the system's core tightening reflex made her straighten her back, making the curve even more pronounced. Every passerby turned their head 100. A middle-aged man on an electric bike passed by, stared at her for 3 seconds, and nearly crashed into the curb. Songye's face was expressionless as she quickened her pace. Inner monologue, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a manly man before? From a distance, she spotted the familiar figure. Fang Muyang stood at the school gate, still in his school uniform today, holding 2 breakfast bags, looking around. Then he saw her. He froze. The breakfast bags in his hands fell to the ground with a slap. Fang Muyang's brain received the overall image in the first second. Ayu stood in the morning light, her waist-length hair cascading like a waterfall, the ends swaying gently at her waist. Slender figure, fair skin, her whole being seemed coated in a soft glow. So beautiful. That was the first word that popped into his mind. Second glance locked on her chest. His gaze instinctively swept over her face, her long hair, and then stopped at her chest. The school uniform was originally loose, but now the fabric at the chest was pushed up by 2 soft, full curves that could never belong to a boy. Those were the genuine contours of a girl's chest. The curves rose and fell gently with her breath. The trace of the cloud silk bandeau was faintly visible. At the edge of the collar, a small piece of pearlescent silk fabric peeked out. Third glance, cognitive collapse. Fang Muyang's brain completely crashed at that second. He had seen her wearing a chest binder, seen the faint bulge at her chest, even seen her legs in black stockings. But all of that could be forcibly explained. Maybe it was muscle, maybe it was fabric folds, maybe he was seeing things. But now, how the hell do you explain this? This curve, this fullness, this rise and fall with each breath. This is clearly. Fang Muyang's inner monologue completely collapses. Is that a chest? A you has a chest. No, how can a guy have a chest? Is that muscle? What kind of muscle grows like that? Could it be? She's really a girl. She's always been a girl. What I saw before. The chest binder, the straps, the stockings. Were all because she's a girl. So, she's not a pervert, she was originally a girl. So I'm not gay, I've always liked a girl. No, if she's a girl, then why did she pretend to be a guy? Why did she wear a chest binder? Those questions can wait. The important thing now is, she has a chest. Such a beautiful chest. No, what am I thinking? But she really does have a chest. So big. Wait, Fang Muyang, you pervert. What are you looking at? She's your best buddy. Fang Muyang's face flushed red at a visible speed from his neck to his ears to his forehead to his hairline. He abruptly averted his gaze to the nearby utility pole. Then he couldn't help but turn back. Another glance. Look away again. Another glance. Repeating in a cycle. Songyu stood in place, watching Fang Muyang's expression change. He froze, pupils dilated, face reddened, frantically looked away, yet couldn't help turning back. She glanced down at her own chest. The school uniform was indeed pushed up the curve, obvious. She instantly understood what he was staring at. Her face also turned red. Inner monologue, Fang Muyang, you absolute pervert. Creep. But she had to maintain a cool facade, pretending nothing had happened. She walked over, bent down to pick up the fallen breakfast bags, and handed them to Fang Muyang. Cat got your tongue. Her voice was clear and soft with a hint of girlish tenderness. As she bent down, the collar of her school uniform gaped slightly, revealing a small edge of the pearlescent cloud silk bandeau just below her collarbone. Fang Muyang's gaze uncontrollably swept over that spot. So erotic. I can't take it. Then his entire system shut down. System spam. Ding. Key character Fang Muyang witnesses host's 40 complete form for the first time. Visual impact highlights 1. Waist-length hair 2. Complete chest contour 93 centimeters. 3. Cloud silk bandeau edge. Fang Muyang's inner fluctuations astonishment 100 confusion 200 heart rate acceleration 500 straight male cognition completely shattered. Straight male anguish index 100 at the brink of my buddy is really a girl cognitive breakthrough. Intimacy 0. 3. Cumulative 9. 5. Shame value 100 shame from being stared at by Fang Muyang current cumulative 2580. Feminization sensation 3. Subtle flutter and slight excitement from being seen in her real body cumulative 85. Fang Muyang's stammering response. I. Fang Muyang took the breakfast bags, hands trembling. You. He couldn't form a complete sentence. Song Yu looked at him, trying to stay cool. Me what? Fang Muyang's gaze uncontrollably drifted toward her chest again, then jerked away. Have you eaten? No, I mean. That. Nice weather. Yeah, nice weather. Song Yu. The two walked side by side into the school gate. But this time the distance between them was a little wider than usual. Fang Muyang deliberately kept his distance, afraid he'd look again. But his peripheral vision simply wouldn't obey. The waist-length hair swayed gently with each step, the ends brushing against her waist. The curve of her chest trembled slightly with each step, the school uniform fabric occasionally clinging to reveal a clearer outline. And that faint fragrance on her. Not yesterday's shower gel, another kind more elegant, like white flowers in morning dew. Fang Muyang took a deep breath, then another deep breath. Useless. His heart rate was still 180. When she walks, that part moves. Wait, what am I looking at? But she really looks so soft. No. Fang Muyang, are you a pervert? But if she's a girl, then me looking at her is normal, right? But she's still in a guy's identity now. So is she a girl or not? That chest couldn't be fake, right? Can a fake chest be that soft? It looks so soft. Here we go again. Song Yu sneaked a glance at Fang Muyang. His face was still red, ears so red they could drip blood, his gaze darting everywhere, just not daring to look at her. She suddenly felt like laughing. Inner monologue, this big dummy. If he finds out the truth later, will he just faint on the spot? But then she thought, what exactly is the truth? She didn't even know herself anymore. She was Song Yu, originally a guy, but now. She looked down at her own chest. She remembered that morning's first menstruation. It was real. She had completely turned into a girl. Soft, heavy, swaying gently with each step. The short 5-minute walk felt like 50 years. Neither spoke. But the atmosphere was so awkward you could wring water out of it. Students passing by turned to look back at them. Isn't that Song Yu? How did her hair get so long? Hair extensions. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Fang Muyang's face is so red, what's up with them? Could it be a confession? Whispers drifted into their ears. Song Yu quickened her pace. Fang Muyang also quickened his. They practically fled into the teaching building. Competitor assembly point backstage of the auditorium. Song Yu and Fang Muyang parted ways. Fang Muyang went to the audience, Song Yu to backstage to sign in. Backstage already had 20 or 30 contestants, some applying makeup, some tuning instruments, some warming up. The moment Song Yu pushed the door open, the entire backstage fell silent for 3 seconds. Everyone's gaze turned to her in unison. Someone's powder puff fell to the floor. Someone almost snapped a string. The focus of the stares was twofold. First, her waist-length hair. Second, her chest. The full curve under the school uniform, definitely not something a guy should have. Lin Weiwei was stretching her legs, and the moment she saw Song Yu, her movements froze. Her gaze swept over Song Yu's long-haired, delicate profile, slender figure, and finally locked onto her chest. That curve was bigger than her own. Lin Weiwei's heart sank to the bottom. She suddenly realized that this opponent might be far stronger than she had imagined. System issues mandatory outfit quest. Ding. Mandatory outfit quest startling beauty has been issued. Quest content during the art festival competition: fully wear the light cyan ancient style dress, white stockings, white jade hair ornament, foundation, cream light makeup to complete the performance. Quest reward: shame value 3000, modification degree 3, feminization sensation 5. Note this quest is a key plot node and cannot be refused. Song Yu stared at the panel. Inner monologue. 3000 shame value. Is it going to make me rich all at once? Great. But the thought of wearing that dress. She took a deep breath and sank her consciousness into the warehouse. Song Yu fairy same style light cyan layered ancient style dress. 888 shame value. Song Yu fairy same style white jade hair ornament set. 648 shame value. Heartlock white jade pendant. 268 shame value. Small teacup. 128 shame value. White stockings. 80 shame value. Foundation cream. 50 shame value. Total 2060 shame value. Song Yu gritted her teeth. Exchange. Current remaining 520. System all backend. Cloud silk bandeau sales 1 buyer Song Yu. Today's new review anonymous user 5-star rating. Review content. 1,000 times more comfortable than a chest binder. The material is silky and doesn't constrict, perfectly outlines the curves. Once you put it on, you don't want to take it off. And it really makes you look big, referring to the effect. Highly recommend all sisters to get it. System note: host, you are already a sister. Congratulations. At 6:30 on Friday evening. The art festival was set to begin at 7 o'clock sharp. Song Yu had been cowering in a corner of the backstage rest area, cradling the guzheng that Fang Muyang had given her mind, replaying the fingerings of Jinghong over and over. A persistent dull ache throbbed deep in her lower abdomen. Though the long-lasting warming patch radiated heat, an unfamiliar heaviness lingered in her body. Even harder to adjust to was the weight on her chest. The cloud silk bustier perfectly supported her 93 centimeters curves. With each breath, the soft mounds rose and fell. She glanced down. The zipper of her school uniform was only halfway up. Below her collarbone, a sliver of the pearl-lustered bustier edge was clearly visible. She quickly reached up and pulled the zipper all the way to the top. System notification: 2 hours until the performance. It is recommended that the host change into the performance costume in advance to adapt to the dress. Song Yu clenched her fingers, stood up, and slipped into the changing room. With a click, the lock fell into place. She focused her mind, and the performance outfit materialized in her hands. The texture of this dress was astonishingly fine. The light cyan bodice was layered with ice silk gauze cascading in translucent, ethereal folds. It was a bustier design with a slender waist sash, and the skirt fell straight to her ankles. She shed her stuffy school uniform and picked up the white stockings. The silky fabric crept up her calves, over her knees, and clung tightly to the delicate skin of her thighs. The white was far more striking than any shade she had worn before, innocent yet tinged with an indescribable allure. She stared at her slender legs wrapped in the white stockings in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. Then she changed into the dress. The bustier perfectly cradled her full chest. The sash cinched at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The long skirt cascaded down. As she moved, the white stocking-clad calves peeked out from beneath the hem, now visible, now hidden. She picked up the white jade lock pendant and put it around her neck. The warm, smooth jade rested against her delicate collarbone, cool to the touch. Finally, she donned the white jade hair ornaments. A portion of her hair was gathered into a top knot with a cloud-patterned jade crown. On each side of her temples, wing-shaped jade hairpins were inserted at an angle. Her long hair fell straight to her waist. The person in the mirror was cool and ethereal, breathtakingly beautiful. She stared at her reflection and whispered, "Fucking gorgeous." Ding. First full set of Song Yu Fairy's outfit worn. Shame, 100 current 620. Ultimate shame if I admit I look good. Song Yu pushed open the changing room door. The clamor in the backstage area abruptly ceased. All the waiting performers turned their heads in unison. Lin Weiwei was raising a water bottle to drink. The moment she caught sight of that light cyan figure, she choked, water spluttering into her throat. The violent coughing was jarringly loud in the quiet backstage. Song Yu's expression remained impassive as she walked straight to the waiting area and sat down. Her long hair draped over the back of the chair, and the skirt spread around her feet. A section of her white stocking-clad calf peeked out from the hem. Gazes from all around instantly glued themselves to her. Whispers converged from every direction. "Is that Song Yu from Senior 3? She looks like a celestial maiden. The craftsmanship of this dress is incredible. Is her hair real? The texture is amazing. Legs so slender. And she's wearing white stockings. Look at her chest. That curve is incredible." Song Yu lowered her eyes, pretending to tune the guzheng, but her ears were burning. Internally, she was screaming, "Stop looking. Stop looking. I'm going to die of embarrassment." At 7 o'clock sharp, the host's announcement echoed through the auditorium. First up, Lin Weiwei from Class 2, Senior 3, performing a ballet solo from Swan Lake. Lin Weiwei stepped into the spotlight in her white ballet tutu. Her hair was swept up into a high bun, revealing a long, elegant neck. The music flowed. She rose on point and spun lightly. Her professional-level fundamentals were on full display, how every movement almost perfectly hit the beat. Yet Song Yu still caught a slight flaw. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Song Yu stood behind the curtain, quietly watching the performance. Lin Weiwei danced brilliantly. Years of relentless practice left their unmistakable mark. System notification: Lin Weiwei's current performance, score 95. If the host performs normally, the probability of winning the championship is approximately 70. Song Yu let out a soft breath. A 70 chance of winning. That was enough. As the final pose froze, the entire auditorium burst into cheers. Lin Weiwei took an elegant bow. As she turned to exit, her peripheral vision caught the light cyan figure behind the curtain. Her expression grew extremely complicated. Walking backstage, she deliberately stopped in front of Song Yu. Their eyes met. "Your turn," Lin Weiwei said softly. Song Yu replied. Lin Weiwei stared intently at her face, a turmoil of defiance and challenge in her eyes. "Don't make it too easy for me." Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, then a faint, barely perceptible smile curved her lips. "They'll do my best." At 8 o'clock sharp, the host's voice rang out again. Next up, Song Yu from Class 1 is Senior 3, performing a guzheng solo Jinghong. Song Yu lifted the guzheng and walked step by step to the center of the stage. The spotlight followed her. The auditorium, which had been somewhat noisy, fell into dead silence. Her waist-length hair cascaded like black silk. The light cyan dress shimmered with a pearly luster under the lights. The bustier hugged her full chest, gently swaying with each step. The skirt swayed. With every step a segment of her white stocking-clad leg was revealed. The light struck the white stockings, making them gleam dazzlingly. The white jade lock pendant on her collarbone swung gently. She approached the low table and set down the guzheng. She smoothed her skirt and sat down gracefully, her posture so impeccable it was flawless. The audience erupted. Gasps came one after another. Someone in the front row dropped their phone, which clattered to the floor. Holy shit, is that Song Yu? How did she change like this? Is that hair a weave? That face? That aura? That dress is gorgeous. Her legs are so slender. Fang Muyang sat in the third row. From the moment Song Yu appeared, his eyes hadn't blinked. That person under the spotlight was glowing all over. Long hair, white jade ornaments, green dress, white stockings. And the proud curve accentuated by the bustier. He could hear his own heart thundering in his chest. Fang Muyang stared fixedly at the stage. Only one thought remained in his mind. So beautiful. On the judges' panel, music teacher Zhang Lan's eyes lit up. This student's aura was too unique. Her styling, her posture, even the way she sat still. She was a veritable ethereal maiden stepping out of an ancient painting. She picked up her pen and wrote a high score on the evaluation sheet in advance. Before she had even played Song Yu had already won over most of the audience. Countless phones were raised in the audience. The live stream thread on the campus forum exploded. Holy crap. Song Yu's look is killing it. The light cyan ancient style dress. Absolutely stunning. Is that hair real? White stockings, ah. I could watch those legs forever. Her chest is so big. Was it always this big? Song Yu's hands hovered above the strings. The entire audience was so quiet you could hear every breath. She closed her eyes, the score she had practiced countless times flowing through her mind. Her fingers descended. Zheng. The first note pierced the air, its timbre pure and clear, the resonance lingering in the auditorium. Teacher Zhang Lan's eyes grew even brighter. That was the resonance of a fine guzheng. Even more impressive was the crisp, decisive fingering, a testament to years of dedicated practice. Song Yu's hands began to dance across the strings. The melody of Jinghong poured forth like a babbling brook. 68 skill integration. The quality boost of a professional-grade guzheng. Plus the 150 proficiency enhancement from the Song Yu fairy outfit. The piece was executed to near perfection. Yet what captivated more than the technique was her bearing. She was completely immersed in the music. Her body leaned slightly, a few strands of hair slipping down to rest on the edge of the strings. The fullness of her chest rose and fell gently with the notes. Her cool, clear eyes were fixed intently on the instrument, radiating an otherworldly detachment. Many in the audience held up their phones to record, but their hands trembled. Some were so moved by the music that their eyes reddened. Fang Muyang sat rigid in his seat. He had heard this piece countless times in the music shop, but never with such overwhelming impact. Ayu on stage was so dazzling, he dared not look directly. How could he have ever thought she was a beginner? She was clearly so brilliant, so radiant. The piece's middle section suddenly accelerated. Song Yu's fingers became a blur, and the notes cascaded like a silver vase shattering. Several teachers in the audience who understood traditional Chinese music were stunned. Such complex fingering transitions were beyond the capability of an amateur student. Teacher Zhang Lan's pen flew across the paper, noting every stunning turn. The piece reached its latter half. The auditorium was utterly silent. Even the rowdiest boys in the back row craned their necks, their eyes glued to the figure on stage. Jinghong arrived at its most difficult climax, a high-difficulty segment original to the system. Song Yu's fingers flew, the music cascading like a waterfall, majestic and overwhelming. The audience's emotions were fully ignited. Some moved their hands as if to applaud, but then held back, afraid to break the spell. Teacher Zhang Lan stopped writing. She scoured her memory of all famous guzheng pieces. She could not find the origin of this melody. An unfamiliar tune, yet with master-level composition. If it was an original, she dared not think further. The final heavy note landed, its resonance lingering. Song Yu's hands hovered steadily above the strings. The entire auditorium was dead silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! Applause erupted like a tidal wave. The auditorium's dome seemed about to be lifted off. Screams and cheers intertwined. Countless camera flashes went off. Teacher Zhang Lan was the first to stand, clapping vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. Song Yu picked up the small teacup on the table, gently blew on it, and took a sip. Then she slowly rose. She walked to the front of the stage, her gaze sweeping across the audience. The school leaders in the first row, the judges in the second. Finally, her eyes landed on the third row. Fang Muyang was staring at her, his eyes red-rimmed and burning bright. Their gazes met. Song Yu's fingertips trembled slightly. She gave a slight nod and turned to walk toward the curtain. Her hair traced an elegant arc through the air. The green skirt swirled once again, revealing a segment of white stocking-clad calf. Another wave of howls erupted from the audience. Fang Muyang slumped back in his chair. The thread in his mind called brotherhood had snapped completely. She was really too beautiful. He was doomed. He would be lost in this for the rest of his life. The live stream thread on the forum lagged for a few seconds before new replies appeared. That tea-drinking gesture before she left. I'm dead. She was looking at the third row. Fang Muyang is in the third row. There's definitely something going on between those two. Song Yu carried the Gujing backstage. Her legs were still a little weak. She had actually finished playing. The effect seemed even better than she had expected. She walked to the changing room door and pushed it open. Leaning back against the door, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. So awesome. This act was perfectly executed. She made a V sign at the mirror. Then she began to remove her makeup and change clothes. She took off the white jade crown and hairpins in turn. She removed the white jade lock pendant from her neck and stored it in the system. She untied the sash at her waist with both hands. The light cyan dress slipped off her shoulders. The cloud silk bustier was completely exposed to the air. The outline of her 93 centimeters curves was traced in a breathtaking arc. Her long hair cascaded over her rounded shoulders and pale chest. She bent down, pinching the edge of the white stockings, ready to pull them off. Just then the door handle suddenly turned. With a bang, the door was shoved open. Fang Muyang stood in the doorway, panting heavily. Ew, that was amazing. The last word caught in his throat. His pupils contracted sharply. Inside the cramped changing room, Song Yu was bent over, her hair spilling down. She was wearing only the cloud silk bustier clinging to her skin and a pair of cloud-patterned triangular briefs. The white stockings had just been pulled down to her knees. Large patches of pale skin on her upper thighs were exposed to the cold air without any cover. The neckline of the bustier had dipped slightly due to her bent posture. That deep cleavage and the two astonishingly soft mounds crashed into Fang Muyang's vision with overwhelming impact. Their eyes met. Song Ye's hand was still frozen in the position of pulling off the stockings. Fang Muyang's gaze seemed welded to the spot. From her fair collarbone to the full chest, then down to the half-removed white stockings and the soft flesh of her thighs. Finally it froze on Song Ye's rapidly flushing face. Ding! Key character Fang Muyang bursts into the changing room, witnessing the host's half-naked state. Visual impact highlights 1. The extreme fullness beneath the cloud silk bustier. 2. Waist-length hair, cascading down. 3. The inner thigh revealed by the half-removed white stockings. Fang Muyang's inner turmoil. Visual impact off the charts, adrenaline surging on the verge of a nosebleed. Intimacy 0. For cumulative 10. 2. Shame value 200, current 820. Feminization degree 4, cumulative 93. After a brief silence. Oh. Song Yu shot up, grabbing her long skirt and pressing it tightly against her chest. Fang Muyang, why didn't you knock? Fang Muyang turned around as if shocked. His neck and ears flushed crimson. The door was unlocked. I thought you were done changing. He stammered as he backed out. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. Bang. The door was closed again. Fang Muyang leaned against the wall outside, his legs trembling. As if he didn't see a thing. He saw everything. The softness wrapped in the bustier. The exquisite cloud patterns. And the pale thighs plump and pressed by the white stockings. Fang Muyang covered his face with his hands. Too lethal. How could she be so beautiful? Inside the changing room, Song Yu crouched on the floor, her face buried in the skirt. Her exposed ears burned as if on fire. That jerk. He saw everything. Her heart pounded fast and heavy in her chest. A mixture of shame, panic, and even a faint, inexplicable flutter surged through her blood. System prompt: host's heart rate has risen to 135 beats per minute. A classic shame flutter, mixed reaction. Song Yu gritted her molars shut. 5 minutes later, Song Yu changed into her school uniform and opened the door. Fang Muyang was still standing against the wall like a guilty schoolboy. Hearing the movement, he jerked his head around. Their eyes met and immediately parted. They both tacitly looked in opposite directions. Sorry. Fang Muyang stammered. Knock next time. Song Ye's face was cold. They'll definitely knock. Even if it kills me. Another suffocating silence. Fang Muyang's peripheral vision kept straying to her chest. The school uniform was loose, but the image from earlier was too vivid. Fang Muyang cleared his throat. You played really well. Song Yu gave a low and you looked especially beautiful in that dress. Song Yu didn't respond, her fingers picking at the strap of her violin case. Seeing she seemed less angry, Fang Muyang grew bolder. Hungry. Want me to walk you home? Song Yu glanced at his nervous expression, and the tight line of her lips softened slightly. Let's go. Fang Muyang caught that faint hint of a smile, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. 11 o'clock at night. Song Yu lay on her bed. Her mind was a tangled mess. One moment, it was the harsh spotlight on stage. The next, it was Fang Muyang's intense gaze when he burst through the door. He must have seen everything. Even the sight of her wearing only white stockings. Her phone screen lit up. Fang Muyang, did you get home? Song Yu, yes. Fang Muyang, I really didn't mean to today. Don't take it to heart. Song Yu stared at the screen. Song Yu, I'm not angry. Fang Muyang, good. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. Song Yu, Putting down her phone, she buried her face in the blanket. But the curve of her lips refused to be suppressed. System note: host, the upward curve of your mouth has exceeded the standard limit. Song Yu, get lost. System settlement. Ding. Forced outfit mission: stunning beauty completed. Mission evaluation perfect. The host conquered the entire venue with absolute presence, immortal-like appearance deified. Reward distribution shame value 3,100 white jade hair ornament bonus current 3,920 transformation degree 3 current 43 feminization degree 5 current 98. System prompt main quest phase 1 completed. Bonus reward transformation degree 3 effect far exceeded expectations bonus gained current transformation degree 46. New ability unlocked stage presence basic permanent. 1 o'clock in the morning. Fang Muyang tossed and turned in bed unable to sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, all he saw were smooth white thighs and that softness that couldn't be contained. He ran his hand through his hair in frustration, got out of bed, and rushed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water. System monitoring intimacy hidden 0. 5 entering the guard the secret, but don't delve further phase. On the outskirts of the city in a rented room that never saw sunlight. The glow of a computer screen illuminated a man's face. A hideous scar, slashed from his brow to his chin. He was glaring at a video on the campus forum. In the video, a young girl with waist-length hair dressed in a green skirt and white stockings looked ethereal and untouched by dust. The man's gaze clung to the screen like a slimy viper fixated on that exquisite face. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. His cracked lips were licked hard by his tongue, leaving a murky dampness. Songyu. Class 1 Senior 3. A hoarse raspy voice echoed in the dim room. System prompt villain Dao Baqiang has locked onto the host as a target. Danger level high. Lin Weiwei's perspective. She lay flat on her bed, her fingers mechanically swiping her phone screen. On the campus forum homepage, the tide of the beauty comparison post had completely turned. Songyu deified. Lin Weiwei loses with heartfelt admiration. Rational discussion: is Songyu the strongest arts festival champion in our school's history? She and Fang Muyang are such a cute couple. Someone backstage saw Fang Muyang's face completely red today. Lin Weiwei flipped her phone face down on the pillow. Her gaze drifted unfocused on the ceiling, a complex mix of emotions churning in her heart. Songyu, she murmured unconsciously. She lost utterly and completely, unable to even muster a shred of jealousy, only pure shock. Yet in her mind, for some reason, she kept seeing Fang Muyang's focused, almost obsessed gaze from the third row. Lin Weiwei unconsciously bit her lower lip. An unnatural blush spread across her cheeks. One hand clenched the bedsheet beside her, knuckles turning white. The other hand, her breathing grew rapid and ragged. Husband. Girls group chat log. Girls. Song Yes performance was godly. I was there live and I immediately fell to my knees. Too beautiful. Did you notice that gaze she gave before she walked off the stage? A killing blow. She was looking at Fang Muyang. Fang Muyang was sitting right in the middle of the third row. There's definitely something going on between those two. Someone saw Fang Muyang fleeing the changing room with a red face. Whoa, changing room play. Lock them together. I've swallowed the key. The campus CP fanbase full-scale revelry. Everyone is System mall background. Cloud Silk bustier sales 1 buyer Songyu reviewed. Cloud Silk panties sales 1 buyer Songyu. New review today, Songyu 5-star review. Review content: the material is indeed silky smooth, feels like nothing on the body. The interlayer design in the middle is especially stable. No matter how much I moved with the sanitary pad, it stayed in place. Today on stage with all that movement, nothing leaked at all. And the cloud pattern embroidery is truly exquisite. When someone barged in today, his eyes went straight there. I reiterate, I was forced to be seen. Anyway, good review. System follow-up review host: the system's backend accurately records that you slowed down the movement of bending over to remove the white stockings by 0.5 seconds. Was it forced or a deliberate tease? Light cyan ancient style dress sales 1 buyer Songyu. New review today, Songyu 5-star review. Review content: the craftsmanship is flawless. The only regret is that it's too flashy to wear out on a normal day. System follow-up review host: why not check out the new cool tone campus outfit in the mall? Perfect for everyday wear. Lover's Lock white jade pendant sales 1 buyer Songyu. New review today, Songyu 5-star review. Review content: the jade quality is excellent and it feels just right against my collarbone. As for the meaning of the Lover's Lock, I don't care at all. I bought it purely to match the dress. But when I played the piano today, it swayed back and forth and a lot of people's eyes swayed with it, including someone's. System follow-up review: according to calculations, the pendant hangs exactly at the deep cleavage above the 93 centimeters fullness, increasing eye-catching rate by 300. White jade hair ornament set, sales 1 buyer Songyu. New review today, Songyu 5-star review. Review content: extremely secure, didn't come loose, even with big movements. Solid quality. System follow-up review: the arc of the hair tail, when you turn to take your bow, has been successfully enshrined on the Campus Forum's Hall of Fame. White stocking sales 1 buyer Songyu. New review today, Songyu 5-star review. Review content: I used to think white was tacky, but today I realized what it means to be a pure and deadly weapon. System follow-up review: especially when half removed to the knee, pressing into the soft flesh of the thigh, the lethality peaks. System note: congratulations to the host for achieving the immortal in the flesh achievement. Tomorrow is the weekend. It is recommended to wear everyday women's clothing and go on a date with Fang Muyang. Songyu, get lost. System mall new arrivals section. Classic navy blue 3-piece, set price, $280 shame value. Set includes navy blue blazer high quality wool blend tailored cut accentuates waistline gold buttons. White sailor collar blouse pure cotton poplin detachable bow ribbon. Navy blue pleated skirt TR fabric sharp box, pleats skirt length 42 cm, adjustable to 37 cm. Black leather shoes size 36. 5. Perfect fit for host's delicate feet. System note ageless anime style school uniform. Strongly recommended to pair with black stockings or absolute territory over knee socks. Song you muttered inwardly navy blue blazer. Would wearing it make me look too much like an anime student council president? The skirt is only 42 cm. If I adjust it to 37 cm and wear black stockings, how conspicuous would my legs be? Cool tone campus outfit moon, white price $150 shame value. Set includes moon white stand collar blouse, improved Han style elements mercerized cotton with excellent drape, cloud pattern embroidery, on cuffs hidden button, design, slightly reveals collarbone. Dark gray pleated skirt slight, a lean knee-length anti-exposure lining. Matching thin belt precisely outlines the 58 cm ultimate fairy waist. System note full of cool scholarly elegance. Recommended for beginners to pair with nude stockings for a low-key allure. Song you bid her lip moon white is indeed elegant. That stand collar will perfectly set off my neck. $150 shame value, very reasonable. Recommended pairings, socks accessories section. White mid-calf socks price, $30 shame value cotton striped youthful and age-reducing. Black over-knee socks price, $40 shame value anti-slip anti-roll perfect absolute territory with flesh pressing effect. White over-knee socks price, $40 shame value pure desire sealing. Milk white calf socks price, $35 shame value with bow embellishment sweet and explosive. System shopping cart settlement in progress. Classic navy blue 3-piece set, $280 shame value. Cool tone campus outfit moon, white $150 shame value. Black over-knee socks $40 shame value. Milk white calf socks $35 shame value. Total $505 shame value. Current available shame value $39.20. System friendly reminder host your current balance is sufficient. Would you like to clear the shopping cart in one click? Song you stared at the virtual panel, her finger hovering 505 points. Not expensive. If I buy them I won't have to wear that ugly school uniform every day when I go out. Suddenly she snapped back. Wait, why am I a grown man concerned about how good I look in women's clothes when I go out? Although, my body doesn't really feel like a man's anymore. System note screenshot, saved for evidence. If I buy them confirm purchase. Song you gnashed her teeth, I want to kill a system as a sacrifice. System broadcast order has been automatically placed and payment deducted. The clothes will be automatically generated in your wardrobe tomorrow morning. Wish the host a pleasant outfit experience. Current available shame value $34.15. She drifted awake naturally languidly opening her eyes to fix on the familiar crack on the ceiling. It took her a dazed 3 seconds to recall the events of the previous day. The art festival, the stage, the blinding spotlight, the thunderous applause. Herself adorned in a gown and white stockings standing before the public as a woman for the very first time. And in the changing room, Fang Muyang's flushed face. She turned over and buried her face in the pillow. Her long hair spread across the pillow black as a waterfall, a few strands creeping into the nape of her neck ticklish. Ding. Good morning, host. A new day, a new shame. Song you muttered gloomily. Can you let me be quiet for 5 minutes? System no. Today's important reminder has been delivered. A translucent system panel unfolded in her mind, golden characters emerging line by line. Yesterday's battle summary, art festival champion, forced outfit task, completed forum discussion heat, all-time high new titles, fairy sister, Breathtaking Goddess, school belle herself, shame value accumulated 34.15 song, yes transformation, degree, 46 feminization, since 98 today's special reminder 150 transformation countdown 14 days, triggered on October 7th, 2. Villain, Scarface Chong, has identified the host as a target through the art festival video. Danger level high, current status investigating, host's information 3. It is recommended that the host avoid going out alone today. 4. The forum storm continues to brew, please prepare mentally. Song you stared at the words, forum heat, a sense of foreboding surging in her heart. She reached for her phone on the bedside table. Unlocked. Entered the campus forum. Front page, hot hot hot, all posts about her. Pinned post 1, art festival legend. Song yes Jinghong, full version video, 4K, views 2320, replies 5847. Pinned post 2, rational discussion, is Song you the strongest art festival champion in our school's history? Replies 3623. Pinned post 3, multiple image warning. Song yes stage photos, backstage photos, every one a wallpaper. Replies 489. Scrolling down. Does anyone know where Song yes dress was bought? Begging for a link. Is Song yes hair real or fake? How does she make it so long and silky? Is she together with Fang Muyang? Someone saw them backstage. Comparison post Lin Weiwei versus Song Yu. Who is the true school belle? New Song yes finger hovered over the screen, her whole body frozen, as if struck by a paralysis point. Inner monologue, oh my god. Oh my god. Now the whole school knows me. She took a deep breath and clicked on that video post. The video autoplayed. In the frame, she sat on the stage in a light cyan ancient-style dress, waist-length hair, cascading like a waterfall, her white stockinged calves faintly visible beneath the hem. Her fingers danced over the strings, her gaze cool and focused. Barrage floated from the right. Whoa, who is this? Too ethereal. 3 minutes, I want all her info, those legs. Am done for. That look at the camera kills me. What fairy sister has descended to earth? Breathtaking Goddess. Songyu covered her face. Ding. Browsing the forum, amazed by her own beauty, seeing the barrage shame value 50, current 3465, at that moment her phone suddenly vibrated violently. WeChat messages flooded in. Class group 99, girls group 99, forum private messages 99. She opened the class group. Wang Hao, Songyu awesome. Art festival champion. Treat us. Treat us. Li Ming, Songyu, you were so beautiful yesterday. I was stunned. Zhang Wei, what's the name of that piece? So beautiful. Is it original? Lu Tingting begging for outfit tutorial. Where did you buy the dress? Share the link. Zhao Lei, Song, you show your skills. Part-time. Song, you didn't reply to a single one, directly ignored Zhao Lei's comment and silently reported him. She exited the group chat, swiped her finger across the screen, and opened the pinned conversation. Fang Muyang, are you awake yet? Fang Muyang, the forum is blowing up today. Don't look, Fang Muyang, forget it, you've definitely seen it already, Fang Muyang. It's okay. Ignore them, Fang Muyang. Want me to take you out for some good food today? Same place. She stared at that string of messages, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting. Replied, just woke up, what time? Fang Muyang replied instantly, 10 o'clock. He'll pick you up. Song, you okay? Putting down the phone, she threw off the covers and got up. Standing in front of the wardrobe, she fell into a new dilemma. What to wear today? School uniform. No, too ordinary. Casual androgynous wear. Also too ordinary. The system warehouse. She sank her consciousness into the warehouse, staring at the Moonlight campus outfit, moon white, she had bought last night. A moon white stand collar shirt, a dark gray pleated skirt, a matching thin belt. A skirt. She stared at the word skirt, her heart skipping a beat. Wear a skirt out. Really wear a skirt on a date with Fang Muyang. System reminder, today's date occasion is informal. This outfit is suitable. It is recommended to pair with nude stockings for a low-key natural look. Song, yes, inner monologue. In for a penny, in for a pound. Who's afraid? She took the outfit from the warehouse. Moon white shirt, silk cotton material, excellent drape. The stand collar design perfectly accentuates the swan-like neck. The front has hidden buttons revealing the collarbone faintly. Dark gray pleated skirt, high waist design. When she put it on, her 58 centimeters waist fit perfectly, the hem just reaching the knees with an anti-exposure lining inside. Matching thin belt fastened at the waist, perfectly outlining the waistline. Then the nude stockings. Deftly sliding them over her left leg, then right leg, the stockings gliding over her ankles, calves, and knees, snugly wrapping around her skin. Finally, shoes. Song, you system, any recommendations for nice women's shoes? Yes, host, please wait. Moon white pearl, Mary Jane's, price $130, shame value, suitable for campus commuting, weekend dates, library study, etc. Understated yet refined. Already auto exchange for the host, current shame value $33.35. Song, you immediately took out the moon white pearl Mary Jane's and put them on her size 36. 5 feet. After putting everything on, she stood in front of the mirror. The person in the mirror made her freeze. The moon white shirt set off her fair skin, the stand collar made her swan-like neck appear more slender, the hidden buttons faintly revealed a small patch of skin below the collarbone. The high-waist pleated skirt hugged her 58 centimeters waist, the hem just reaching the knees, exposing a section of her calves wrapped in nude stockings, slender and smooth. The moon white Mary Jane's fit the shape of her feet, the matte texture seamlessly blending with the nude stockings. Waist-length hair cascaded down, a few strands falling over her chest. She looked cool, gentle, with a hint of intellectual grace. She twirled in front of the mirror, the skirt gently fluttering. Inner monologue, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so beautiful. Ding. First time wearing a skirt out in daily life, shame value 30, current 33.65. She squeezed a sweet smile at the mirror. The fairy in the mirror smiled back sweetly. Then she took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and sneaked out like a thief, as if avoiding something. Fang Muyang's home. He sat on the bed, his phone screen still on the forum page. He had been scrolling for half an hour. With each scroll, his lips curled a little higher. Songyu legendary. The true art festival champion. He liked it. She and Fang Muyang are such a cute ship. Someone saw Fang Muyang coming out backstage with a red face. He paused for a second, then silently liked it. Comparison post, Songyu versus Lin Weiwei. Songyu wins big. He hesitated, but still liked it. As he scrolled, he suddenly saw one. Does anyone know if Songyu is male or female? I heard she used to be a guy. Fang Muyang's finger froze on the screen. Then he saw the replies below. How is that possible? Look at her figure, her chest, her waist. What guy could look like that? Exactly. She must have always been a girl, just low-key before. I can vouch for her, I was in the same elementary school. She was a girl one. Oh, stop spreading rumors. Fang Muyang stared at those replies, his expression complex. Did he know the truth? No, he wasn't entirely sure himself. But he knew what he thought now. No matter if she was male or female, no matter what she was before, now she was just herself. She was the her in his eyes. She was the her he liked. He took a deep breath, exited the forum, and sent a message to Song Fang Muyang. I'm on my way, I'll be at your building in 10 minutes. After sending, he stood up and walked to the wardrobe. What to wear today? He seriously considered this question for the first time. Usually he just threw on a t-shirt and jeans, but today, he picked and chose, finally settling on a navy blue casual shirt with black casual pants. He looked at himself in the mirror, feeling something was off. It looked too somber. Not good. He changed into a white t-shirt and jeans. Still not right. In the end, he gave up and wore his usual outfit, white t-shirt and jeans. Before leaving, he ran his fingers through his hair in front of the mirror. A black SUV parked downstairs of Song Ye's apartment. Fang Muyang leaned against the car holding a bouquet of flowers. A small bunch of white daisies, not an expensive arrangement, just something he picked up on a whim when passing by a flower shop. The moment he saw Song Yu emerge from the stairwell, he froze. Her waist-length hair was loose, a moon-white blouse paired with a dark gray pleated skirt, revealing a slender, smooth section of calf, and white leather shoes on her feet. Her gait was light and graceful, the hem of her skirt gently swaying with each step. Morning light fell upon her, coating her entire figure in a soft glow. Fang Muyang's mind went blank for 3 seconds. The flowers almost slipped from his hand. Fang Muyang's inner thoughts: she looks so beautiful. She's wearing a skirt today. The skirt is so short. No, it's not short, but it shows her thighs. Her legs are so slender. And she's wearing stockings. So sexy. Song Yu walked up to him, saw his stunned expression, and felt a twinge of amusement. She tried to maintain her cool demeanor and asked knowingly, "What are you looking at?" Fang Muyang snapped back to reality, his face instantly flushing red. Flustered, he thrust the flowers toward her. "Are you here?" "For you." Song Yu took the bouquet and glanced down at it. White daisies, small and elegantly simple. She looked up at him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Thank you." Fang Muyang saw that smile, and his heart rate shot straight to 180. He cleared his throat and opened the passenger door. "Get in." Song Yu got in and fastened her seatbelt. Fang Muyang closed the door, walked around to the driver's seat, and got in. The cabin was very quiet. He stole a glance at Song Yu in his peripheral vision. She was looking down at the flowers, her long hair cascading, half hiding her face. She looked up, meeting his gaze directly. Both of them hastily averted their eyes. Fang Muyang cleared his throat. "Ayu, what do you want to eat?" "Song Yu, anything is fine." Fang Muyang: hot pot. Japanese. Western. Song Yu thought for a moment. "Japanese, I guess." Fang Muyang nodded. "Okay, I know a good place." The car started. On the road, neither spoke. But the silence wasn't awkward, it was a subtle, charged stillness. Fang Muyang kept stealing glances at her. When she looked out the window, he watched her. When she turned her head, he quickly looked at the road. It went on in a cycle. System monitor: key character Fang Muyang has snuck glances at the host 23 times today. The journey is not yet half over. Intimacy 0. 1 cumulative 10. 3. 1 cumulative 10. 3. Japanese restaurant. Private room. The two sat facing each other. While waiting for the food, Fang Muyang finally spoke. "Those forum posts, don't take them to heart." "Song Yu, I didn't take them to heart." Fang Muyang: good. They're just fooling around. Song Yu looked at him. "And you? Did you read them?" Fang Muyang was stunned, then his ears turned red. "I did." "Song Yu, what did you think?" Fang Muyang: what do you mean? Song Yu: those posts. Fang Muyang was silent for 2 seconds, then said quietly, "I think they're right." Song Yu raised an eyebrow. "What's right?" Fang Muyang looked away, his voice even softer. "It's just, Ayu, you really are beautiful like a fairy." The air was silent for 3 seconds. Song Ye's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her eyes, pretending to look at the menu, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. System prompt: key character Fang Muyang has once again positively expressed appreciation for the host's appearance. Intimacy 0. 2 cumulative 10. 5 feminine submission 1 cumulative 99 reached, fully accepting being loved. Threshold: the food arrived. The two began to eat. Fang Muyang kept piling sushi onto Song Ye's plate, stacking it into a small mountain. "Song Yu, I can't finish it, stop adding." Fang Muyang: eat more, you're too thin. Song Yu looked down at her waist. 58 centimeters, indeed thin. But she didn't argue, silently eating. Halfway through the meal, a sudden dull ache came from her lower abdomen. Song Ye's movement paused, her chopsticks hovering in midair. That familiar, dull, heavy pain surged from deep in her abdomen. Not severe, but enough to make her frown. Fang Muyang immediately noticed. "What's wrong?" Song Yu shook her head. "Nothing." But her hand had already subconsciously pressed against her lower abdomen. Fang Muyang stared at the gesture, froze for a second, then suddenly realized. He remembered some online science articles had read before about that time of the month for girls. Ayu, could she be? His face instantly flushed bright red. But he said nothing, just stood up. "They'll go buy you a hot drink." Song Yu looked up. "No need." But Fang Muyang had already run out. 5 minutes later, he returned with a cup of chaji and placed it in front of Song Yu. "Drink this, it's hot." Then he took off his own jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "It's cold outside, wear this." The jacket was large, carrying his body warmth and a faint scent of laundry detergent wrapping her entirely. Song Yu was stunned. She looked at the cup of boya jueshin in front of her, at the jacket on her shoulders, and at Fang Muyang's face slightly flushed from running. Inner thoughts: in my past life. After my mother left, my father soon passed away as well. Since then, no one has ever treated me as well as he does. Somewhere in her heart, it melted into a mess. System prompt: key character Fang Muyang proactively bought a hot drink and draped his jacket over the host, completing the boyfriend standard action. Intimacy 0. 3. Cumulative 10. 8. Feminine submission 0. 5. Cumulative 99. 5. After finishing the meal, the two walked out of the Japanese restaurant. Song Yu was wearing Fang Muyang's jacket, still holding the cup of boya jueshin that was still warm. Fang Muyang walked beside her, deliberately slowing his pace to match hers. As they walked, Song Yu suddenly stopped. Fang Muyang turned around. What's wrong? Song Yu looked at him, hesitated, then asked, why are you suddenly being so nice to me today? Fang Muyang was taken aback. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Finally, he just scratched his head. Because you're my best friend, and I want to be good to you. Song Yu looked at him. Sunlight fell on him, bathing his outline in a warm hue. In those eyes was undisguised tenderness and cherishment. She suddenly looked away and continued walking. But her heart was beating so fast it felt like it would leap out of her chest. System prompt: host's heart rate has risen to 128 beats per minute. This is a typical heart flutter reaction. The two strolled around the commercial street for a while, finally entering a cafe to rest. Song Yu sat by the window while Fang Muyang went to order. She took out her phone and scrolled through the forum. The buzz hadn't cooled down, instead it had intensified. Several new posts appeared on the front page. Someone captured Song Yu going out today, dressed in a skirt, very polished, together with Fang Muyang. Accompanying images: a 9-grid layout. First image: Song Yu walking out of the stairwell, moon white blouse, with dark gray pleated skirt and white leather shoes, hair loose. Second image: Fang Muyang opening the car door for her. Third image: the two at the entrance of the Japanese restaurant. Fourth image: Song Yu wearing Fang Muyang's jacket, holding a milk tea. Fifth image: the two walking side by side on the street, Fang Muyang turning his head to look at her. Sixth image. And so on up to the ninth. The comment section completely exploded. Holy shit, they're really together. When did this happen? Sound of heartbreak song. Yes, skirt today is so pretty. Drop the link. Her legs are so slender, and she's wearing stockings in dead Fang Muyang's look. Look at the fifth picture. His gaze at her amazing. He even draped his jacket over her. If that's not a couple, what is? I'm shipping it, I'm shipping it, I'm shipping it. Song Yu stared at those photos, completely stunned. She looked up at Fang Muyang, who was queuing to order. He stood at the counter, his back tall and broad, talking to the staff, completely unaware that hundreds of photos of him had been taken and posted online. Ding. Photographed by passerby, forum discussion, shame value 100, current 3465. Fang Muyang returned with 2 cups of coffee, saw Song Yu's expression, and asked, what's wrong? Song Yu handed him her phone. Fang Muyang took it and looked, then froze. He scrolled down one by one, his expression changing from surprise to stunned to a curling smile. Song Yu, what are you laughing at? Fang Muyang looked up, trying to suppress his grin. Nothing. Song Yu, you're clearly laughing. Fang Muyang handed the phone back to her, clearing his throat. I just think they took really good pictures. Song Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? We're brothers. Fang Muyang looked away, leaned close to Song Yu's ear, and whispered, Ayu, that picture of you wearing my jacket came out really well. As Song Yu felt the sudden warmth of his breath near her ear, her body went stiff. The breath gently brushed her ear, and a delicate tingling sensation instantly spread from her earlobe. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She looked down at the jacket draped over her. It was far too large, wrapping her up completely. This look, it was clearly that of a girlfriend wearing her boyfriend's jacket. Her face suddenly reddened. System prompt: host's face red, heart rate increase, strange sensation, shame value 50, current 35, 15, intimacy 0. 2, cumulative 11. 0. In the cafe, the two sat in silence, facing each other. Outside the window was autumn sunlight, inside was a subtle electric current. Fang Muyang sipped his coffee, occasionally stealing glances at her. Song Yu pretended to look out the window, but her peripheral vision was always on him. Finally, Fang Muyang spoke. Ayu. Song Yu turned her head. Moi. Fang Muyang looked at her with a serious expression. No matter what the forum says, don't let it stress you. Song Yu was taken aback. Fang Muyang continued, just be yourself, do what you need to do. If anyone dares to harass you, tell me. Song Yu looked at his earnest expression, and a warmth welled up in her heart. She softly uttered, Fang Muyang looked at her, and continued softly, and also today, you really look beautiful. I really like the way you look in a skirt. Song Yu met his affectionate gaze, her cheeks instantly flushing, and she hurriedly lowered her head. System prompt: intimacy 0. 2, cumulative 11. 2. Evening. As the sun slanted westward, Fang Muyang drove Song Yu home. The black SUV parked downstairs of her apartment. Song Yu unbuckled her seatbelt, returned the jacket to Fang Muyang, and said softly, thank you. Fang Muyang took the jacket, looked at her, and seemed to want to say something, but held back. The setting sun streamed through the car window, falling on her profile, dyeing her waist-length hair in a warm hue. He opened his mouth, but finally just said, "Get some rest early." Songyu nodded. Drive safe." She pushed open the door and got out. After walking a few steps, she turned back to look. Fang Muyang was still sitting in the car watching her through the window and waved at her. She waved back, then turned and went upstairs. In the stairwell, Song's steps slowed. She stood at her doorstep, took a deep breath. In her hand, she clutched her phone, the screen displaying the lines she had just prepared. "Mom, I went to a cosplay event with a friend today, so I wore a skirt out. The skirt is borrowed and the stockings are also needed for the event." She repeated it twice in her mind, making sure her tone sounded natural. Then she took out her keys and opened the door. The room was pitch dark. "Mom? Dad?" No one answered. She turned on the light. The entrance was empty, and both her parents' slippers were on the shoe rack. On the dining table was a note in her mother's delicate handwriting. "Xiaoyu, your dad and I went to Grandma's place temporarily. She's not feeling well, so we went to check on her. We'll be back tomorrow. There's food in the fridge, just heat it up. Also, I washed the clothes in the washing machine for you. They're hanging on the balcony." Songyu stared at the note, frozen for 3 seconds. Then she rushed to the balcony. On the balcony's drying rack hung her light cyan dress, gently swaying in the wind. Beside it, the white stockings were also hanging, and there was also hanging. All washed and dried. Song's mind went blank. Mom saw it. She must have seen it. The stockings, the skirt, and the camisole and panties. The Yunling camisole and triangle panties she had changed out of last night were in the laundry basket. She rushed back to the bathroom and lifted the lid of the laundry basket. Empty. All washed. Songyu slowly crouched down, burying her face in her knees. In her thoughts, it's over, it's over, it's over. Mom definitely saw. What will she think? Will she think him a pervert? Will she? She didn't dare to think further. But on the other hand, she also breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to face an interrogation tonight. At least she had one night to think about how to explain tomorrow. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuation in host key items, stockings, dress, underwear. Discovered and washed by mother, shame value 150, current 3665 system, prompt mother's attitude unknown. Judging from the action of, "I washed them for you," there is currently no strong reaction. It is recommended that the host prepare, as a confession may be needed in the near future. At 8 in the evening, Songyu stood under the shower for a long time. She changed into her pajamas and hand-washed the moon-white dress, skin-colored stockings, and the 2 cloud silk undergarments she had worn today. This time she dared not leave them forgotten in the laundry basket. Everything was tidied up. She lay down on the bed. Her long hair, not yet completely dry, spread over the pillowcase along her shoulders. She stared at the ceiling in a daze, scenes of today, flashing through her mind like a lantern. Fang Muyang's red-tipped ears when he handed her the flowers. The earnest expression when he said, "Because I want to be good to you." The gesture of draping his oversized jacket over her shoulders. And in the cafe, he turned his head and said, "You look beautiful in a skirt." On the balcony, the light cyan dress fluttered in the evening breeze. She turned over, half her face buried in the soft pillow. Was today a beautiful day or a disastrous one? Her phone vibrated beside the pillow. The screen lit up. "Fang Muyang, did you get home?" Songyu typed with one hand. "I'm home." "Fang Muyang, did you have a good day?" Songyu, "I'm happy." "Fang Muyang, that's good." The chat interface was quiet for a moment. The typing indicator at the top flickered several times. A new message popped up. "Fang Muyang, you looked especially beautiful today." Song's fingers hovered above the screen. The edge of the phone was pinched tightly in her hand. She impulsively typed a few words, "You too." She pressed the send button. 3 seconds later, Songyu abruptly sat up straight. "Damn it. You too." Complimenting a big guy is handsome. 2 good brothers complimenting each other on their looks. She frantically long-pressed that message and clicked recall. Message sent more than 2 minutes ago cannot be recalled. Song's expression froze. She watched that interface frozen on the bed. Before she could think of how to smooth things over, a new message from Fang Muyang came in. It was an image. He had screenshot the phrase, "You too." Then came a text message. Fang Muyang screenshot saved. Songyu directly threw away her phone. She grabbed the quilt and covered her head, letting out a frustrated groan in the bed. Her toes tightened under the blanket. System notification screenshot of "You too" saved by Fang Muyang, shame value 100, current 3765. Intimacy 0. 2. Total 11. 4. Feminization sense 0. 5. Total 100. Psychological gender identity fully activated. Due to all indicators full, the system will soon start a long-term side quest. Extra reward, rare item emotional resonator has been stored in the warehouse to be unlocked after 50 qualitative change. At the same time, in a private booth of an internet cafe in the suburbs, the fluorescent light of the screen illuminated the cramped space. In front of the keyboard sat a man with a fleshy face and a prominent scar on his jaw. He bit an unlit cigarette, staring at the video on the screen. The video was playing on loop. A light cyan dress, calves wrapped in white stockings, and that coldly beautiful face. The frame froze on the moment Songyu looked at the camera. The man licked his dry lips. He minimized the video and switched to the campus forum webpage. The post contained various scattered pieces of information. Senior 3, Class 1 Songyu. He dragged the mouse and saved the set of candid photos of the moon-white shirt dress taken by a passerby today. The boy next to her was automatically ignored. He took out his phone and sent a voice message. Find someone. City no. 1 high school senior 3 class 1 Song Yu. I've sent the photos. Dig out her home address. He switched back to the video interface, zoomed in, and stopped at the last frame, continuously zooming in on the edge of the white stockings faintly visible under Song Ye's skirt. His rough fingertips repeatedly rubbed against the screen. He spat the cigarette, but on the ground, crushing it into a dark mess. Senior 3 class 1, very well, meet soon. He picked up his phone and dialed that number. Once you've got the info, send it to me on WeChat. Keep an eye on her first, don't tip her off. Hanging up, he stared intently at the photo of the moon-white dress. A sickly greed seeped through that smile. System triggered preliminary crisis warning, content villain scar. Strong has locked onto the host's personal information, danger level extremely high, estimated time of direct conflict around October 15th, suggested actions for host 1. Avoid being alone 2. Equip self-defense tools 3. Use the authority after 50 qualitative change for information shielding. Song Yu was about to fall asleep when she was jolted upright by the shrill alarm in her mind. Her face instantly turned pale, her fingers tightly clutching the corner of the quilt. Forum video. These things that originally made her feel socially dead had now become bait to lure wolves. She immediately called up the system shop and clicked to exchange. Exchange successful. High concentration pepper spray 2. Consumed 160 shame value, current 3,605. Song Yu looked at her phone and tapped on Fang Muyang's avatar. Her fingertips stopped over the input box. She hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't send it. Telling him now would only make him worry for nothing. She could only stare at the 14-day countdown. As long as she reached 50 qualitative change, she could modify the gender and identity in the household registration system and activate basic information shielding. By then, that so-called Scar Strong would only find a string of empty numbers. She lay down, pulled the quilt over her face again. WeChat rang again. Fang Muyang, sleep, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Song Yu gently typed him good night. The night was deep. The light cyan dress on the balcony had dried. It hung quietly in the wind like a silent secret. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away in the side room of the grandmother's house, Song Ye's mother sat on the edge of the bed, repeatedly flipping through the set of candid photos on the campus forum on her phone. The girl in the photo had long hair like a waterfall, the hem of the moon-white dress slightly lifted. Her beautiful legs were tightly wrapped in skin-colored stockings. That was her son. In the afternoon, when washing clothes, the cool and silky camisole and the cloud silk underpants as thin as cicada wings were still in the tactile memory of her fingertips. She hadn't told her husband yet. She opened the video of the art festival. Watching the breathtaking fairy on stage, watching every movement of her plucking the strings. That expression was clearly that of a real girl. Even the kind of 9 million girl favored by heaven. Xiaoyu, she murmured to herself. Moon-white pearl Mary Jane shoes. 36. 5 size was just right, not tiring at all to walk in. The highlight was the pearl buckle, which was absolutely stunning with the skin-colored stockings. Today on the street, someone's eyes never left my ankles. System follow-up review host was Fang Muyang, looking at your feet or the edge where the stockings were pulled taut. White daisy small bouquet. Key plot item automatically recycled. Review perfect. Review content not expensive, but very heartwarming. Placing it by the bedside, smelling the light floral scent, made all the social death and crises of today seem less terrifying. System follow-up review host, since you like it so much, how about the system adds a built-in daisy body scent buff for you at the 50 qualitative change. Song Yu slept lightly that night, when the autumn morning light squeezed through the curtain gap and fell upon her face. She opened her eyes, dazed for 3 seconds before remembering. Today was Sunday. Mom was home. Those clothes. She sat up abruptly, her long hair scattering across the pillow. Her heart pounded as if it would leap out of her chest. Ding. Good morning, host. A new day anew. Shut up. Song Yu said weakly, let me die for a moment first. System detected intense emotional fluctuation in host. Recommend deep breathing. No mandatory tasks today. Host may act freely. Free action. Free my foot. She just wanted to wrap herself in the blanket, cosplaying as a little cat caterpillar and never come out. But from the kitchen outside, the familiar sound of stir-frying already drifted in. Mom was cooking, just like every ordinary weekend. Song Yu took a deep breath, threw off the covers, and stood before the mirror. The person in the mirror looked back at her waist-length hair, delicate features, slender figure, the softness of her chest faintly visible beneath the loose sleepwear. She stared at those eyes still carrying a trace of stubbornness. Then she whispered, Song Yu, you have to face all this sooner or later. She quickly changed into ordinary loose home clothes. Then she pushed open the door and walked out. In the kitchen, Mom was stir-frying. The range hood hummed, the spatula clicking against the wok in a familiar rhythm. Song Yu stood at the kitchen doorway watching that silhouette. Mom heard the footsteps and turned around. Their eyes met. For an instant, the air seemed to solidify. Mom's gaze lingered on her face for a second, then shifted away as she continued cooking. Sweetie, awake. Go wash your face, a dinner will be ready soon. Her tone was the same as usual, but the addition of the word sweetie made Song Yu's heart flutter with unease. She hummed in reply and turned toward the bathroom. While washing her face, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her hands were trembling. She didn't know if she was afraid or... On the dining table were runny yolk fried eggs, custard buns, and soy milk, all her favorites. Mom sat down and picked up her chopsticks. Eat. Song Yu sat down and picked up her chopsticks. They ate in silence. No one spoke. But that silence was not a peaceful one. It was a taut hair-trigger silence. Song Yu kept her head down, staring at the runny yolk egg on her plate, nibbling from the edge in tiny bites. She dared not lift her head, dared not meet Mom's eyes. Halfway through the meal, Mom suddenly set down her chopsticks. Song Yu's entire body stiffened. She raised her head. Mom looked at her with an expression so complex that Song Yu couldn't decipher it. Then Mom spoke. I saw everything. Song Yu's mind went blank. It was over. Here it came. What would Mom say? What would she say? Would she think I'm a pervert? Would she throw me out? Would she? The light cyan ancient-style dress is very pretty. Song Yu froze. What? Mom continued, the stockings too. And those too. Exquisitely crafted undergarments. She paused, her voice growing softer. I don't know what happened. But those clothes, you bought them yourself, didn't you? Song Yu opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Mom looked at her, her eyes devoid of interrogation or anger, only a kind of pain that Song Yu couldn't understand. You've changed a lot lately, Mom said. Thinner, paler hair, longer, and you've become more and more beautiful. I noticed long ago, but I didn't know how to ask. She took a deep breath. But no matter how you change, you will always be my child, my own flesh and blood. Mom will always love you and support you. Song Yu's eyes instantly reddened. She thought of the lonely, helpless years of her past life, contrasted with the warmth of this moment, and her heart ached sharply. She tried to say something, but her throat felt clogged, unable to produce a sound. Mom stood up, walked slowly to her side, and gently pulled her into an embrace. Silly sweetie, Mom's gentle voice sounded in her ear. Did you think Mom would despise you? Mom loves you forever. Song Yu finally broke down. She buried her face in Mom's chest, her shoulders trembling violently. No sound escaped her, but tears streamed uncontrollably. Mom said nothing, just gently patted her back. The sunlight outside the window streamed in, falling upon the mother and daughter. A long time passed. System notification, confrontation with mother. Unconditional acceptance obtained. Emotional bond upgraded. Transformation progress 0. 5, current 46. 5 shame value 200, relief, current 3405. After crying, Song Yu sat on the sofa, her eyes red. Mom sat beside her and handed her a glass of warm water. Now, Mom said, can you tell Mom? Song Yu held the cup silent for a long time. Then she spoke. She didn't mention the system or rebirth. That was too absurd. Mom wouldn't believe it. She only said that her body was changing, becoming more and more feminine, and she didn't know why. Mom listened silent for a long while. Then she stood up, grabbed the car keys. Let's go. Song Yu froze. Where? Mom looked at her, her tone leaving no room for argument. To the hospital. Right now? Song Yu opened her mouth, but like this. Won't they take me away for slicing research? Mom interrupted. How could that be? You spend too much time online. Listen to Mom, let's go. Mom will be with you the whole time. She walked to the entrance and began to change her shoes. Song Yu stood frozen in place. System notification detected that the host is about to undergo medical examination. Auto-activating information concealment auxiliary function. During the examination, the system will block abnormal data in real time. Please rest assured, host. The system has covered the databases of all tertiary hospitals in this city. The final diagnosis will be presented as a natural variation case that is extremely rare but consistent with modern medical theory, eliminating any risk of slicing. A pale blue light screen flashed before her eyes. Song Yu's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled back into her chest. City People's Hospital. The weekend outpatient hall was not too crowded. Mom efficiently registered for an expert consultation in endocrinology and added a gynecology appointment on the side. Song Yu stood by a pillar in the hall, watching Mom's busy back at the payment window. In her past life, it was always her who ran around with the paperwork, accompanying Mom to see doctors. Now their roles were reversed. System notification detected emotional fluctuation in host. Emotional bond continues to deepen. The endocrinologist was a female professor in her 50s with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses. She glanced at the registration information on the computer screen, then looked up at the fresh and refined young woman before her. Song Yu. Gender marked as male. Song Yu's face flushed, and she lowered her eyelashes. Mom immediately stepped forward, shielding Song Yu. Doctor, this child's body has undergone great changes recently. Please take a good look. Mom described Song Yu's physical development in the most concise language. The female expert frowned slightly, her fingers pausing on the keyboard. First, do a comprehensive screening. Hormone panel, chromosome karyotype analysis, and pelvic ultrasound, expedited. Song Yu's heart skipped a beat. Chromosomes. Ultrasound. But she recalled the system's earlier prompt and felt a little reassured. Mom held her hand back, her palm warm. We'll do it, Mom said. No matter what the result, Mom will be with you. Blood draw. Ultrasound. Through the entire morning, Song Yu was dizzy with various tests. Mom stayed by her side the whole time, holding her hand, asking nothing. In the ultrasound room, Song-yu lay on the examination bed as the cool gel was spread over her smooth, flat lower abdomen. The probe slid across her skin and blurry black and white images appeared on the screen. She couldn't understand those images. But the female doctor's expression as she watched the screen grew more and more focused. "Relax a little," the doctor said, her tone calm. Song-yu took a deep breath, trying to ease her tension. 5 long minutes passed. Finally, the female doctor removed the probe and handed her a few tissues. "Wipe clean, get dressed, and wait for the report outside. Printed at the self-service machine in half an hour." Song-yu's heart was uneasy, but she said nothing, dressed, and walked out. Mom approached. "How was it?" Song-yu shook her head. "They told me to wait for the report." Half an hour later. Doctor's office. Half an hour later, they were back in the endocrinology consultation room. The female expert held several freshly printed reports. The consultation room was eerily quiet. "The results are out." The female expert spread the first sheet flat on the desk. "Hormone levels are severely deviated. Estradiol is extremely high, testosterone almost undetectable. If this were a female's report, it would indicate a very healthy endocrine state." She pulled out the second sheet. "Chromosome karyotype analysis result, 46-0XX. Song-yu's pupils contracted slightly. 46-0XX. System notification: host DNA has undergone underlying restructuring. System notification: the 30 initial transformation progress already includes a full chromosome replacement." The female expert continued to the last ultrasound report. "Pelvic imaging shows a fully developed female internal reproductive system. Uterus, ovaries, fallopian tubes, all present, and their size and morphology are within the normal pubertal development standards." The female expert paused. She took off her glasses, her gaze fixed on Song-yu. "From a strict modern medical perspective, your current physiological sex is indisputably female." Mom's grip on Song-yu's hand tightened abruptly. The female expert put her glasses back on, her tone tinged with intense medical curiosity, but still professional. "If the gender was not misregistered, then this phenomenon is clinically extremely rare. There is a condition called 46XX male syndrome in medical history, but those cases usually involve masculinized external genitalia. Your situation is a complete, thorough feminization reversal. I have been practicing medicine for 30 years, and this is the first living." First confirmed case. The female expert pushed the medical record back to them. "But setting aside the complex academic research, there is one thing I can give you a definitive conclusion on. This body is very healthy with no pathology whatsoever." Song-yu felt her throat dry. Mom asked beside her then, "Can she live a normal life in the future?" The doctor nodded. "She can. If she wants, she could even give birth." She paused. "She could even marry and live a normal married life." Song-yu's face instantly flushed crimson, a figure flashing through her mind. Mom stood stunned. After a few seconds, Mom's tense shoulders completely relaxed. She let out a long breath, and even a hint of a smile crept onto her lips. "That's good. That's good." Song-yu looked at her. In Mom's eyes there was no disappointment, no sadness, only a kind of joy. "As long as she's healthy," Mom said, "everything is fine." System notification: medical examination completed, family support system officially established. Host psychological stability 100. When they walked out of the hospital, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The sunlight was warm. She looked down at the new medical record in her hand. In the gender column, a single character was printed neatly. Female. She stared at it for a very, very long time. Mom walked up beside her and reached out to ruffle her hair. Her jet black, smooth, long hair shimmered in the sunlight. "Such enviable hair quality," Mom teased with a smile. "Even smoother than my hair when I was young." Song-yu's eyes reddened again, but she held back her tears. "Congratulations, host system notification: from now on you may dress freely at home, without concealment. Transformation progress 0.5, current 47. After returning from the hospital, time seemed to have been fast-forwarded. 2 weeks. A full 14 days. Song-yu's life was divided into 2 parts. Monday to Friday, attending classes, solving problems, and dealing with the endless discussions on the forum. Every day, she went to and from school inseparably with Fang Muyang. On weekends, going out with Fang Muyang for brotherly dates. Every day, he waited for her at the school gate. Every day, he brought different breakfasts: hot soy milk, warm milk, meat buns, jianbingguozi, alternating the variety. Every day, he found various excuses to stay a little longer. "They'll walk you home since it's on the way. I just happened to need to buy a book. The weather is nice today. Let's take a stroll." And the way Fang Muyang looked at her was becoming increasingly. System record: within 14 days, each key person Fang Muyang has accumulated approximately 42 hours of companionship. Number of covert glances incalculable. Intimacy level 11. 411. 8 slowly climbing. Current shame value 4100. The comment section was still lively. "So cute. So cute. So cute. When will they announce their relationship? I bet $1 million they're definitely together." Song-yu scrolled through those comments, a sweet smile tugging at her lips. Then she snapped awake and slammed her phone face down on the table. Inner monologue: "What am I smiling about? What's so funny? He and I are just brothers." System note: host, your self-deception brainwashing skills have reached a professional level. Song-yu. Shut up. During these 14 days there was one more thing. A small wardrobe had appeared in her bedroom. The moon-white suit and the navy blue JK skirt hung on the outermost side. The light-signed ancient-style dress was neatly folded on the middle shelf, and stockings, camisoles, and underwear were all arranged orderly in the drawers. The drawers also held various styles of Japanese-style lingerie, lace camisoles, and even a few pairs of sheer stockings and thick tights, all purchased by her mother. Once when Song Yu came home from school, she saw her mother hanging laundry on the balcony. That moon-white blouse and that dark gray pleated skirt swayed gently in the sunlight. Her mother turned around, saw her, and smiled. "My precious daughter is back. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Her tone was as loving as always. But Song Yu knew. Everything had changed. October 7th. Saturday. A familiar dull ache spreading from deep within her abdomen. She clutched her lower belly, opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling, and drifted for 3 seconds before remembering what day it was. 14 days. The 50 qualitative change countdown ended today. Ding. Good morning, host. The 50 qualitative change is triggered today. The system panel unfolded in her mind, the golden characters glaring. 50 qualitative change notice. Trigger time within today, random time. Qualitative change content unlocking full female physiological functions. Pelvis structuring. Uterus complete development. Fertility unlocked. Localized sensitivity enhancement. Estimated pain index approximately 23 times that of the 40 qualitative change. Duration 35 minutes. System suggestions. 1. Immediately take the pain tolerance agent trial pack. 2. Carry sanitary pads and a warm belly patch at all times. 3. Avoid acting alone. 4. If triggered during school hours, go to the infirmary as soon as possible. Song Yu stared at that line 23 times, completely distressed. Last time at 40, she had been in so much pain, she almost passed out. This time it would be double. She took a deep breath and sank her consciousness into the warehouse. Pain tolerance agent trial pack. 2 tablets in stock. She took one out and consumed it. A cool sensation spread from her stomach. Pain tolerance agent activated, effective for 30 minutes. Countdown begins. 30 minutes. She leaned against the headboard, resting for a while. She had originally made plans with Fang Muyang to go to the newly opened cat cafe today. Last night he had messaged her saying he heard the place had over a dozen incredibly cute cats and special milk tea, which she would probably like. She had replied, okay, at the time, feeling quite excited inside. But now, she looked down at her lower abdomen. Hopefully it wouldn't trigger at the cat cafe. System prompt: host can cancel today's date and wait at home for the qualitative change. Song Yu hesitated. Cancel. Fang Muyang would definitely ask why. She didn't want to lie to him, but she couldn't explain either. And besides, she actually wanted to see him. No, actually, they had already made plans last night. She just didn't want to break the promise. System prompt: host's emotional fluctuation detected subconscious tendency of wanting to see the key person. Song Yu's face flushed, and she mentally told it to shut up. System: alright. But your heart rate has already betrayed you. Song Yu. Her phone suddenly vibrated. Fang Muyang, are you up? Get ready to head out. Song Yu: I'm up, just woke up. Fang Muyang, how's your complexion? You seemed a bit tired yesterday. Can you still go out today? Song Yu. How did you know my complexion was bad? Fang Muyang, during the video call last night the light was dim on your end, but I could tell. Song Yu froze. Last night's video call. That was after she had showered, lying in bed chatting with him for a while. She had deliberately dimmed the lights thinking he wouldn't notice. But he still saw it. Fang Muyang, maybe we shouldn't go today. You should rest well. Song Yu, no, I want to go. Fang Muyang, are you sure? Song Yu, I'm sure. Fang Muyang, alright, then I'll be downstairs at 9:30. Dress warmly, it's colder today. Song Yu, okay. Putting down her phone, she touched her lower abdomen. The pain tolerance agent was still working, dulling the ache to a faint lingering pressure. She should be able to get through it, right? She got up and dressed. What to wear today? In the wardrobe, the moon-white suit and the navy blue JK skirt hung on the outermost side. She hesitated for a moment, then chose the navy blue blazer, white sailor-collared blouse, the 42 length navy blue pleated skirt, and a pair of black leather shoes. The hem just barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing a section of smooth, slender legs. She thought for a moment, then took a pair of black thigh-high socks from the drawer. Black was better at shaping the legs than skin tone, and someone had said black looked good. She effortlessly slid them onto her left leg, then right leg, the thigh-highs gliding over her calves' knees and stopping just above her knees, snugly wrapping around her skin. She turned in front of the mirror, the navy blue blazer over the white sailor-collared blouse, matching pleated skirt, black thigh-highs hugging her slender calves, and black leather shoes on her feet. Her waist-length hair cascaded down, a few strands falling over her chest. She smiled at the mirror. The person in the mirror smiled back. Ding. Morning self-admiration, dressing up specially for someone, shame value 20, current 4120. Song Yu ignored the system, slung her Jake-style bag over her shoulder, and headed out. In the hallway she walked very carefully with each step. The pressure in her lower abdomen was stronger than when she woke up, but still within tolerable range. She held the railing and moved down floor by floor. When she reached the first floor, her phone vibrated again. Fang Muyang, I'm here. Take your time, no rush. She pushed open the unit door and saw the black SUV parked in its usual spot. Fang Muyang was leaning against the car door holding a paper bag looking down at his phone. Hearing her footsteps he looked up. The moment his gaze met hers he froze in place. The wind lifted the hem of her pleated skirt slightly. The black thigh-highs outlined the straight, shapely lines of her legs. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed violently. So it's absolute territory. He quickly averted his eyes, staring at the greenery beside them. Get in the car. His voice was hoarse. He shoved the paper bag into her hands. Warm milk, 2 meat buns. Songyu looked down at the bag. What time did you get up to buy these? Not that early. Just bought them. Fang Muyang opened the car door, his ears reddening to the point of bleeding. Songyu watched him with a sly smile. In the car, Songyu fastened her seatbelt, placing the paper bag on her lap. Fang Muyang started the engine and slowly drove out of the neighborhood. The cat cafe opens at 10. We'll go first when it's less crowded, he said. I heard they have a special osmanthus milk tea you might like. Songyu nodded, okay. Fang Muyang glanced at her then suddenly asked, Are you still not feeling well today? Songyu was startled. How could you tell? Fang Muyang pointed at her hand. Since getting in the car, she had been gently pressing her hand against her lower abdomen. Songyu was silent for a second. Then she said a little but nothing serious. Fang Muyang didn't ask further, but he drove more slowly, decelerating in advance over bumps and potholes. The car was quiet. After a while he suddenly said, If you feel uncomfortable, let me know anytime. We'll go home, or to the hospital. Songyu looked at him. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on his profile. She softly murmured, Somewhere in her heart it tingled. The cat cafe was in a creative park in the west of the city, the atmosphere very tranquil. The shop had about a dozen cats, ragdolls, British shorthairs, American shorthairs in various colors. As soon as Songyu entered, a small ragdoll fixed its eyes on her. The cat was sitting on the counter, then jumped down, walked straight to her feet, and rubbed against her black thigh-highs, leaving a few strands of white fluff on the black thigh-highs. Songyu froze. The staff member beside her laughed. She's usually aloof, doesn't really pay attention to people. Today she actually approached you on her own. Fang Muyang was quietly taking photos nearby. Songyu crouched down and reached out to pet the little ragdoll. You're just adorable little kitty. The cat let out a contented purr. System prompt: being approached by a cat being secretly photographed by Fang Muyang. Shame value 30, current 4150. The two found a seat by the window. Songyu ordered a cup of osmanthus milk tea, and Fang Muyang ordered an Americano. The cats gathered around, some jumping onto the sofa, others crouching by the table. That ragdoll directly jumped on Songyu's lap and curled into a ball. Songyu was a bit at a loss. Why is it following me all the time? Fang Muyang looked at the cat, then at her. Maybe it thinks you're pretty too. Songyu's face flushed as she lowered her head and pretended to pet the cat. Fang Muyang picked up his coffee and took a sip. Even the corners of his mouth refused to stay down. Halfway through her milk tea, the dull ache in her lower abdomen suddenly intensified. Songyu froze mid-motion, pressing her hand against her lower abdomen. It wasn't a heavy, muffled pain, but a series of sharp cramps, each wave stronger than the last. System notification: initiation of the qualitative transformation preparatory phase. Formal trigger in approximately 15 minutes. Sonya's heart sank. 15 minutes. She glanced around. The cafe wasn't crowded, but it wasn't empty either. She couldn't handle this in a cat cafe. Fang Muyang immediately noticed her distress. What's wrong? Songyu bit her lower lip. Nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. Fang Muyang stood up. Come on, let's go to the hospital. Songyu shook her head. No need, just take me home. Fang Muyang looked at her, his eyes full of concern. But he didn't ask further, only saying, They'll take you back. He paid the bill and picked up her bag. When Songyu stood up, her legs gave way for a moment. Fang Muyang reached out to steady her. The little ragdoll jumped off her lap and meowed as if saying goodbye. In the car, Fang Muyang drove fast, but very steadily. Songyu leaned back in her seat, eyes closed. The pain surged in waves far stronger than in the morning. The pain tolerance agent was still working, but it was already beginning to lose its grip. System notification: qualitative transformation, countdown 5 minutes. She clenched her teeth, refusing to let a sound escape. Fang Muyang glanced at her from time to time, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He said, don't hold it in. If it hurts, let it out. Songyu didn't speak. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from crying out. 3 minutes. The car stopped in front of her building. Fang Muyang parked, circled to the passenger side, and opened the door. Sonya's face was as pale as paper, fine beads of cold sweat glistening on her forehead. Without a word, Fang Muyang lifted her into his arms in a princess carry. Songyu froze. You. Fang Muyang was already carrying her into the stairwell. He'll take you up. His voice was steady, but Songyu felt his arms trembling slightly. She said nothing more. She simply rested her head against his shoulder. Ding. 50 qualitative transformation officially initiated. The system notification exploded in her mind. Pelvic structuring. A sharp aching pain shot through her hip bones. Sonya's entire body trembled, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Fang Muyang paused mid-step, looking down at her. She bit her lower lip, her eyelashes quivering. He said nothing, only held her tighter. In the stairwell, Fang Muyang climbed floor after floor. Songyu curled up in his arms, her body trembling slightly with the pain. Uterus fully developed. A violent spasm erupted deep in her lower abdomen. Song Ye's whole body stiffened, her nails instinctively digging into her palm. Fang Muyang noticed. He whispered softly, "You am here." Just 4 words. But Song Ye's eyes suddenly reddened. Fertility unlocked. A strange warm sensation spread from deep within her lower abdomen. There was no pain. A sense of completeness, as if roots had taken hold, enveloped her. She knew that at this moment she had fully become a girl. A girl who could become pregnant. A girl who could be a mother. Local sensitivity enhancement. Just then the warmth transmitted through the fabric of her school uniform was magnified infinitely. The pressure against her waist. The chest pressing against her shoulder blades. The breath brushing past her ear. These details were amplified tenfold, surging straight into her cerebral cortex. Song Ye's breath caught. Her mind went blank. She wanted to curl up and escape this maddening sensation. But her body trembled uncontrollably. System notification: local sensitivity enhancement in progress. Tactile sensitivity permanently increased by 300. Key areas: private areas, waist, sides, nape of neck, behind, ears, inner thighs. Nerve ending density increased. Note: this change is a physiological optimization, meaning that every future intimate experience with your Dao partner will be perceived multiple times more intensely. Dao partner. Intimate experience. Song Ye's mind was bombarded by these words, leaving it utterly blank. She instinctively wanted to curl up to escape this maddeningly clear tactile sensation. But her body refused to obey, instead trembling slightly from the waves of unfamiliar stimulation. Unable to hold back any longer, a short, muffled escaped her throat. Fang Muyang noticed her trembling. He thought she was still in pain. "You am here," he repeated, his voice softer, but his arms tightened around her. His warm breath brushed against her ear. The skin behind her ear burned. A current-like sensation shot from the base of her ear down her nape straight to her lower abdomen. She could only bury her face deeper into his chest. Biting her lower lip fiercely, Fang Muyang knew nothing. All he knew was that she was trembling violently in his arms, her face alarmingly pale. All he knew was that he had to go faster. So he carried her, climbing floor after floor. With each step his arms gave a slight jolt. With each jolt the small patch of skin on her waist where it touched him sent a tingling, numbing thrill. Song Yu buried her face in his chest, her eyelashes trembling violently. She wanted him to slow down, and she wanted him to hurry up. She wanted him to let go of her, and she wanted him to hold her even tighter. The two thoughts clashed wildly in her mind, and neither one. She simply silently blushed deeply in the midst of the increasingly vivid sensations. They arrived. 3rd floor, room 302. Fang Muyang set her down, reaching out to steady her. Song Yu barely managed to stand. She fumbled in her uniform bag for the keys to open the door. Fang Muyang stopped at the doorway. "Rest well. Call me anytime if anything comes up. He'll be available 247. Song Yu hummed in response. Fang Muyang raised his hand and ruffled her hair. His fingertips brushed through her strands, grazing her ear. The tactile sensation that had just subsided was reignited. Song Yu nearly lost her balance. Fang Muyang, quick as lightning, caught her by the waist. Careful. The heat of his palm precisely imprinted on her sensitized skin. The outline of his 5 fingers was clear and distinct. Song Yu clenched her teeth to suppress the trembling. "I'm leaving now." Fang Muyang withdrew his hand and turned to descend the stairs. Song Yu leaned against the door, still savoring the tingling sensation, watching his figure disappear around the corner of the stairway. Such a strange feeling. A bit pleasant. But he's my brother. Song Yu, what are you thinking? She closed the door, leaned against it, and slid down to sit on the floor. Ding. 50 qualitative transformation complete. Host's internal environment structure has been optimized. The system panel automatically popped up. Body data update. Modification 53. Height 168 centimeters, unchanged. Waist 58 centimeters, unchanged. Upper bust 93 centimeters, unchanged. Hip 96 centimeters, 9 centimeters, pelvic structuring complete. Uterus development complete. Fertility unlocked. Tactile sensitivity permanently increased by 300, local sensitivity enhancement. New permissions unlocked. 1. Identity information modification permission. 2. Information blocker basic. Song Yu system exchange for the information blocker. Ding. Exchange successful. Current shame value 4150, deducted 300 shame value. Current shame value 3850. Then Song Yu stared at the line, fertility unlocked, and fell silent for a long time. She reached out and touched her lower abdomen. There now was a fully developed uterus. A uterus capable of nurturing life. She suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Inner monologue: I Song Yu, after living 2 lifetimes, finally can bear a child. Her phone vibrated. Fang Muyang, you am home. Are you feeling better? Song Yu, a bit better. Fang Muyang, rest well, don't move around. He'll bring you food tonight. Song Yu, no need. Fang Muyang, it's decided. What do you want to eat? Song Yu stared at the screen, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She replied, anything. Fang Muyang, then spare rib soup. My mom made it, it's really good. Song Yu, okay. Fang Muyang, then get some sleep. See you tonight. Song Yu, see you tonight. Putting down her phone, she slowly stood up, walked to the bedroom, and fell onto the bed. Her long hair spread across the pillow. She stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with the scene just now. Fang Muyang's steady arms as he carried her up the stairs. His soft voice when he said, "I'm here." The careful, tender way he ruffled her hair. And the sensations when he touched her, multiplied countless times, making her weak in the knees, lingering with endless aftertaste. She turned over and buried her face in the pillow. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. Today, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Dao Baqiang stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, overflowing with butts. On his phone screen was the latest message from Lao San. "Brother Chong, that girl lives at Building 5, room 302, Happiness Lane. We figured out her schedule." Dao Baqiang stared at the number 302, a low chuckle rumbling from his throat. He had endured for 14 straight days. On the first day, Lao San had already sent the address, but he hadn't acted. Every day he hid behind the screen, watching her go to school, and come home, watching her get in and out of cars, watching her walk side by side with that brat. In his mind, he had peeled her apart and torn her to pieces countless times. He was reveling in this voyeuristic pleasure. His cracked lips were licked heavily by the tip of his tongue, leaving a sticky trail of moisture. "Fairy, this old servant has let you wait so long." He stared at the legs clad in black, over-thinny socks on the screen, the murkiness and greed in his eyes surging forth completely. "It's time for this old servant to teach you how to become a mortal woman." Hee. System, red warning triggered. Actual investigation progress address located on first day, action deliberately suppressed. Pervert level extremely enjoying the dormant period of voyeurism and fantasizing. Endurance limit collapsed. Hunting plan time October 15th Sunday. 6 in the morning Monday. Morning light pierced through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden edge on Song Ye's pale cheek. She turned over. The silk pajamas slid over her long straight legs, and the friction of the fabric sent a fine tingling sensation through her. The touch of being carried upstairs by Fang Muyang yesterday had not yet fully faded. The memory of being held steadily, her ear pressed against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, left her somewhat dazed. She instinctively reached out, but the moment her fingertips touched the sensitive area below her lower abdomen, she abruptly pulled them back. "Song, you get a grip." She stared at the ceiling and scolded herself in a low voice. Being carried by a buddy for a moment, and then reliving it all night. "I'm hopeless." After rolling around in bed a few times, she threw off the covers and walked to the mirror. The girl in the mirror had long hair loosely scattered and a slender waist. What caught the eye most was the prominent curve of her buttocks. Song Yu pressed down with her hand, and the elasticity and smoothness she felt through her fingertips made her mouth dry. Her gaze fell on a chair nearby. The navy blue JK outfit she had worn yesterday hung there. A navy blue blazer, a white sailor collar shirt, a pleated skirt with a 42 centimeters hemline, and black leather shoes. She pulled open the drawer beneath the wardrobe. Inside, skin-colored black and white stockings were neatly arranged. Yesterday, she had worn black knee-high socks. Her fingers paused over the black compartment. 0D sheer style. Thin and translucent, nearly invisible when worn, only shimmering faintly in the light. She bit her lower lip. If she wore these today, what would Fang Muyang's reaction be? She picked up the black stockings and skillfully pulled them onto her legs. In the mirror, the black stockings clung tightly to her slender, well-proportioned legs. The navy blue skirt just barely covered the middle of her thighs. She gently turned her ankle, and the skirt hem lifted, revealing the clean, graceful lines of her black stocking-clad calves. Looking at herself in the mirror, she curled the corners of her mouth. Really good looking. Ding. Morning outfit completed. Shame value 20, current 3870. The black SUV was parked in its usual spot downstairs. The moment Song Yu pushed open the unit door, Fang Muyang leaning against the car froze. In the morning light, she wore the navy blue JK outfit, her waist-length hair stirred by the breeze. His gaze was irresistibly drawn downward to those sheer black stockings. Fang Muyang's eyes swept from beneath the skirt hem over the black stocking-clad calves and finally fixed on the glimpses of thigh at the edge of the skirt. His Adam's apple bobbed. This kind of stocking was more deadly than bare skin. He felt his eyes didn't know where to look. Song Yu walked up to him, saw his dumbstruck expression, and snorted softly, "Pervert." Fang Muyang's ears reddened, and he quickly opened the passenger door. "Get in." Song Yu sat in the passenger seat and reached for the seatbelt. As she sat down, the skirt hem rode up, revealing the edge of the black stockings at the top of her thighs. Just as Fang Muyang settled into the driver's seat, his gaze uncontrollably flicked over. He pinched his own thigh hard. The car started smoothly. The cabin was unusually quiet. Song Yu turned her head to look out the window, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help lifting. She sensed his peripheral vision constantly sweeping over her legs. Once, twice, 3 times. Fang Muyang's knuckles gripping the steering wheel were white. System monitoring key figure. Fang Muyang has sneak peeked at the host 12 times today. Intimacy 0. 1 cumulative 11. 9. The car stopped at the school gate. Song Yu pushed open the door. The moment she stepped out, the noisy crowd around suddenly fell silent. Countless gazes converged on her legs. Is that Song Yu? Those legs are incredible. 0D black stockings. She's got guts. How does she get a body like that? The murmurs around her didn't stop. Song Yu maintained a cool expression and strode toward the school gate. Her long legs and black stockings alternated beneath the skirt, each step hitting the nerves of the surrounding boys. Fang Muyang followed with long strides. He deliberately lagged half a step behind, walking on her side, and slightly behind, using his body to block those greedy gazes. Ding. Being gossiped about for the black stocking JK, look shame value 50, current 3920. Walking into the classroom of Senior 3 Class 1, the morning reading suddenly stopped. The whole class looked up in unison. Li Ming covered her mouth. Sister Song Yu, you look so beautiful today. Lu Tingting nodded frantically. Black stockings are perfect. A few boys in the class had wandering eyes, but they always unintentionally fell on her legs. Song Yu returned to her seat without changing expression and opened her textbook. Her ears, hidden in her hair, were already bright red. Fang Muyang followed closely into the classroom. His gaze swept coldly over the boys who had been staring at Song Yu. Those boys, feeling the stare, quickly lowered their heads to look at their books. Ding. Key figure Fang Muyang displays territorial awareness, intimacy 0. 1 cumulative 12. 0. During the long break. Just as Song Yu stepped out of the classroom to go to the restroom, she was blocked in the hallway by Lin Weiwei. Classmate Song wearing such sheer stockings to school. Who are you trying to seduce? Lin Weiwei lowered her voice, her tone sour. Your skirt is so short you really don't know how to respect yourself. Song Yu stopped, her gaze calm. Classmate Lin, if you have time to stare at my skirt, you might want to practice your fundamentals. She stepped forward, her voice even lower. At the arts festival your rotation was off on the third beat. That moment of forced exertion and strain. That's why you lost. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. Ding. Direct confrontation with Lin Weiwei, aura suppression, successful, shame value 30, current 3950. Lin Weiwei's hatred toward the host increased 60-70. In a corner of the cafeteria, Fang Muyang piled food on a Song Yes tray. Braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, seasonal vegetables. Soon it was a small mountain. I can't finish all this. Song Yu protested. Eat more? You need to. Replenish your energy after yesterday, Fang Muyang said. Mentioning yesterday, they both recalled the Princess Carrie in the stairwell. Neither spoke again. They lowered their heads and ate. After the lunch break, they returned to the classroom. Song Yu walked to her seat and stopped. On her desk lay a piece of paper with rough edges. There was no signature. She picked up the paper and unfolded it. On it were words printed by a printer in uneven sizes. Fairy Song, the black stockings you wore today look really good. Your old servant watches you every day. That little boyfriend of yours can't protect you. When this old servant catches you, will teach you how to be a proper slut. The signature was a printed photo. The photo was a candid shot of her getting out of the car at the school gate this morning. The camera angle was extremely low, focused entirely on her legs wrapped in 0D black stockings. Song Yes' fingers holding the paper tightened abruptly. A wave of chill rushed from her spine to her scalp. Ayu, what's wrong? Fang Muyang walked over to her and saw her pale face and the thing in her hand. He snatched the paper and photo. The moment he saw the contents, Fang Muyang's eyes turned extremely cold. He crumpled the paper into a ball, his knuckles white from the force. Who put this here? His voice was low. Song Yu looked into his eyes. The worry and violence there were clearly visible. System prompt: it is recommended to tell the truth. Key figures protective instinct max, the best aid to resolve the crisis. Song Yu suppressed the physiological discomfort and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. His name is Zhang Chong, nicknamed Daoba Chong, with a criminal record. Fang Muyang frowned. How do you know? Song Yu spoke quickly with composure. I felt like someone's been following me these past few days. He knows my name, knows where I live. This photo was taken this morning, so he must be near the school. Also, he lives in the western part of the city. Fang Muyang stared at her intently. The information she gave was too specific, an ordinary person couldn't possibly know it. But he didn't press further. He reached out and took Song Ye's cold hand. His palm was warm and dry. I understand, he said in a low voice. He'll handle this. Song Yu asked, aren't you going to ask how I know? You said it, so I believe it. Fang Muyang's tone was firm. Song Yu looked at him, and the fear in her heart was mostly quelled by this steadfastness. Ding. Key figure Fang Muyang's unconditional trust triggered intimacy 0. 5 E current 12. 5. Shame value 30, current 3980. Before the first class in the afternoon, Lin Weiwei changed into a creamy white fitted dress paired with 0D white stockings and walked up to Fang Muyang's desk, holding a cup of milk tea. Fang Muyang. Her voice was syrupy sweet. I brought you a boya Jueshi and thanks for saving me a seat last time. Fang Muyang stared at the information on his phone screen without lifting his head. Take it away. I don't drink that. Lin Weiwei's smile froze. She turned to look at Song Yu, her gaze sweeping over the black stockings, and said with a hint of sarcasm, classmate Song Yes' outfit is indeed eye-catching, but dressing like that with so many bad people outside, you'd better be careful. Song Yu raised her eyes, her tone extremely flat. Thanks for the reminder. But classmate Lin, this morning you thought I was showing off, yet this afternoon you've changed into such a deliberate dress yourself. Lin Weiwei's face darkened. Fang Muyang lifted his head and looked at Lin Weiwei with icy eyes. Lin Weiwei, mind your own business. Take your things and leave. Lin Weiwei stepped back, stung by his gaze, bit her lip, and turned away quickly. Ding. Fang Muyang publicly defends the host Lin Weiwei's hatred 8, current 78. Shame value 20, current 4,000. After the last class ended, Fang Muyang packed his bag and stood by Song Yes' desk waiting for her. They walked out of the school together and got into the car. Fang Muyang didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the passenger seat. Give me a spare key to your place. Song Yu didn't react. Why? Since he's figured out your details, just picking you up and dropping you off isn't enough. If something happens at night, I need to be able to get into your house anytime. Fang Muyang looked at her, his tone brooking no refusal. He'll talk to Andy. I'm seeing this through to the end. Don't refuse me. Song Yu looked at his determined eyes and nodded lightly. Ding. Fang Muyang asks for a spare key. Protective resolve. Confirmed. Intimacy 0. 2. Cumulative 12. 7. Evening. Across from Xingfuli community on the 5th floor of a cheap inn. Zhang Chong crouched by the window, a cigarette in his mouth. He held a high-powered telescope, the lens locked onto the window of room 302, building 5 across the street. The curtains of that window had been drawn for 14 days. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered the call, his eyes still fixed on the lens. Brother Chong, the stuff has been placed. Zhang Chong blew out a smoke ring. Good. Let her be scared for a few days. People are easiest to deal with when they're desperate. He hung up and lit up the phone screen. The wallpaper was the black stocking photo he had taken this morning. Fairy Song's legs are really something. This old servant loves them to death, he muttered. In the window of room 302 opposite, the light came on. A slender silhouette projected onto the curtain. Zhang Chong stubbed out the cigarette, his Adam's apple bobbing. System record villains peeping behavior upgraded crisis, countdown 6 days. End of chapter extra. Forum hot post new. HOT Song, you wore JK black stockings to school today. My blood pressure is out of control. Attached a side shot of Song Yu getting out of the car at the school gate. Her slender calves wrapped in black stockings and the superior curve of her buttocks, with Fang Muyang following on her side, his eyes sharp. Comments. Those legs are incredible. Fang Muyang's look, like he's ready to beat up anyone who stares too long. These two definitely have something going on. Fang Muyang's perspective. Late night. 2 in the morning. Fang Muyang leaned against the headboard, the screen displaying a scanned copy of the printed photo. The words on the note flashed through his mind repeatedly. He gripped his phone and opened WeChat to send a message to his father. Dad, help me look up a person named Zhang Chong, nicknamed Daoba Chong, with a criminal record, recently active in the western part of the city. Putting down the phone, he looked out at the night. I won't let anyone touch you. Lin Weiwei's perspective. Late night. 3 in the morning. Lin Weiwei clutched the corner of her blanket, tossing and turning in bed. The cold expression Fang Muyang had shown when defending Song Yu during the day stabbed at her heart. Why? Song Yu, what gives you the right? She had been secretly in love with Fang Muyang for 3 years, yet she hadn't even earned a single direct glance from him. Hatred value 78, continuously fermenting. System mall backend. Information blocker, basic sales, 1 buyer Song Yu. New review today. Review content, hope it can really block information searches. System reply, host can rest assured 99 of online doxing has been blocked. With the key figures, real life protection safety coefficient reaches 85. System note, the host's behavior of wearing 0D black stockings with a JK outfit today is judged as active provocation. Lethal damage level to Fang Muyang fatal. Song Yu gritted her teeth under the covers. I wasn't provoking. I just thought it looked good. System edition screenshot taken. Thinking it looks good, wanting him to see it. On the podium, the math teacher was lecturing on the monotonicity of functions. The chalk squeaked across the blackboard, tracing parabolas as dust danced in the shafts of light. Song Yu clutched her pen, her fingertips pausing slightly. She stared at the textbook, but the function graphs refused to enter her mind. The system notification from Dawn still echoed in her mind. System notice, identity information modification completed. She cast a downward glance at the phone under her desk. The screen was in dark mode. Yet the scanned copy of the brand new ID card in the email attachment was strikingly clear. Name Song Yu. Gender female. That single character female was printed there, neat and precise, thoroughly declaring the turning of her identity. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl upward. Realizing she was in class, she quickly suppressed the smile, leaving only a faint blush tinging the tips of her ears. Shame value 50, relief current 3950. This momentary distraction did not escape the scorching gaze from the diagonal behind. Fang Muyang's black gel pen paused midair. He lifted his eyes, and his gaze involuntarily settled on Song Yes' silhouette. She had tied her hair in twin tails today. The jet black silky strands hung down to her waist, swaying gently with her every movement. The light pink long-sleeved uniform shirt made the skin on her neck appear dazzlingly white, and a matching bow tie adorned her collar. The hem of the pink and white JK pleated skirt rested against the chair, revealing a section of her thigh encased in white stockings. Firm, shapely, and straight. Fang Muyang's gaze lingered on that layer of delicate white silk for 2 seconds. He abruptly shifted his sight to the blackboard. In less than 3 seconds, his rebellious gaze drifted back. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva. Yesterday's black stockings were already lethal enough. How could a pink outfit today be so alluring? Truly pure. Fang Muyang's mind was in a chaotic mess. System monitor key character Fang Muyang has secretly glanced at the host 17 times today, second class. Not yet. Over the commotion beneath the podium began to spread. Several boys in the back row had their attention entirely on Song Yu, whispering in hushed tones. Song Yu's pink skirt and white stockings today are absolutely stunning. Those twin tails are a killer. I declare white stockings are the ultimate. The voices were faint but still drifted into Fang Muyang's ears. His brows instantly furrowed. He swept a cold, sharp gaze over them, carrying a clear warning. The boys flinched under that look, hurriedly lowering their heads to pretend to read their textbooks. Ding. Being watched and gossiped about. Shame value 30. Current 3980. Key character Fang Muyang displays territorial awareness. Intimacy 0. 2. Total 12. 9. In another corner of the classroom, Lin Weiwei clenched her gel pen tightly. She looked at Song Yu in the back row at the reactions of those boys, and especially at Fang Muyang's possessive posture. The scene from the school gate that morning replayed before her eyes. Fang Muyang leaned against the car door, his gaze never leaving Song Yu as she got out, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and possessiveness. That was the gaze she had dreamed of receiving. Jealousy festered deep in her heart, devouring her sanity. She pulled out her phone and deftly switched to the private campus forum alt account. Her fingers flew across the screen. This girl wears short skirts and stockings in different styles every day to steal the spotlight. Any advice on how to humiliate her in public? Send. Lin Weiwei stared at the sent confirmation, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. System monitor Lin Weiwei's hatred value rises to 80. The bell finally rang. Class teacher Lu Mei walked in with a lesson plan, holding an express envelope in her hand. Song Yu, your mail. The envelope was printed with bold characters, Household Registration Management Section, Public Security Bureau. Song Yu's eyelids twitched. She quickly stepped onto the podium to receive it, her fingertips tightening slightly. Returning to her seat, Fang Muyang immediately leaned in and whispered, "What is it?" Song Yu said nothing. She tore open the seal. A brand new ID card slid onto the desk. Name Song Yu. Gender female. Fang Muyang's gaze fixed on the card. He stared at the character female. He stood frozen in place. His slender fingers instinctively reached out, his fingertips gently brushing across the plastic lamination. It truly was the character for female. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light between them. Fang Muyang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with startling brightness. His voice was slightly hoarse. My buddy is really a girl. He was incoherent. Great, I thought I was. Thought you were what? Song Yu raised an eyebrow at him. Fang Muyang's ears burned crimson. Nothing. I'm happy for you. That's a relief. He shoved the ID card back into Song Yu's hand, turned around, and opened his math workbook, his back ramrod straight. But his bright red ears utterly betrayed him. Song Yu watched his retreating figure, a smile spreading across her eyes and brows. Intimacy 0. 2. Total 13. 1. After school. A black SUV stopped at the school gate. Song Yu pulled open the passenger door and sat in, smoothing down her pink skirt. Fang Muyang didn't immediately put the car in gear. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, turned to Song Yu, and looked solemn. There's something I need to tell you. Song Yu looked at him. That Zhang Chong, my dad found out his background. Just as you said, he's a shady character with a criminal record. He's been hanging around your neighborhood for the past week. A chill ran down Song Yu's spine. She unconsciously clasped her hands together. Fang Muyang saw her pale knuckles, and his heart tightened. He reached out, intending to comfort her by holding her hand. But the car jolted as a passing truck rumbled by. His hand missed its target. It landed directly on Song Yu's thigh, through the thin layer of white stockings. Fang Muyang's palm instantly felt the astonishing softness and warmth. He could even sense the involuntary trembling of her muscles. Both of them froze simultaneously. Fang Muyang's mind exploded. Song Yu's breath caught as well. Oh. Song Yu slapped his hand away with a sharp smack, her face flushing completely red. Where are you touching? Fang Muyang retracted his hand, as if shocked, stammering an explanation. Sorry. I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to comfort you. Comfort me by touching my thigh. Song Yu stared wide-eyed. Is this how you usually comfort your buddies? Fang Muyang waved his hands frantically, sweat beading on his forehead. No, I really missed. An awkward silence settled in the car. Watching Fang Muyang's flustered, foolish look, Song Yu couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Fang Muyang scratched his head awkwardly, then quickly composed himself. Back to business. My dad has already reported Zhang Chong to the police. The local patrols will be increased. He turned and gazed intensely into Song Yu's eyes. He spoke slowly, each word deliberate. From now on, I'll stick by your side, every day. You'll see this through. No one can touch you. The setting sun spilled into the car, illuminating the resolve in his eyes. Song Yu's throat tightened. She lowered her eyelids and softly murmured, System prompt, key character Fang Muyang's protective resolve upgraded. Intimacy 0. 3. Total 13. 4. Guardian Contract Fragment Collection Progress 13. System, note the Guardian Contract is a rare permanent ability. Collecting all 3 fragments can be redeemed. When the host faces a fatal crisis, key character Fang Muyang will unleash 300 protective power for 5 minutes. The car pulled up smoothly in front of Song Yes' apartment building. The engine died. Fang Muyang unbuckled his seatbelt. "They'll go up with you. I need to discuss something with Andy." Song Yu had a vague idea of what he meant and didn't refuse. Pushing open the door, the aroma of home-cooked food wafted over. One pair of men's slippers was missing from the entrance. Back. Her mother, wearing an apron, brought out a bowl of hot soup. Perfect timing. "Your dad came home early today." Song Yu lowered her head to change shoes. She neatly arranged her white leather shoes, but her movements were a little slow. Ever since returning from the hospital and confirming the gender reversal, Old Song had been silent at home. They rarely crossed paths. Today there was no avoiding it. "Hello, Uncle." Fang Muyang stood at the entrance, greeting politely. Old Song emerged from the living room wearing a charcoal gray wool sweater. This former handsome man was still tall and straight with a steady demeanor. He first nodded at Fang Muyang. "Xiao Fang, you're here." Then his gaze shifted. It landed on Song Yu. Twin tails, pink blouse, matching plaid skirt, white stockings. She was the spitting image of a charming, lively high school girl. Old Song's eyes lingered for a full 3 seconds. That gaze held too many things, but no shock, no accusation. It finally turned into a calm, "Go wash your hands and eat." He turned and went into the kitchen. Song Yu untied her twin tails, letting her long hair cascade over her shoulders. She looked at herself in the mirror, unsure of Old Song's attitude. The dining table was laden with an abundant meal. Song Yu sat next to her mother, while Fang Muyang sat opposite Old Song. Old Song picked up his chopsticks. First, he placed a piece of belly fish into Fang Muyang's bowl. Second, he placed a piece of crispy fried pork rib into Song Yes' bowl. "Thank you, Dad." Song Yes' voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Her father hummed in acknowledgement without looking up. Her mother laughed and smoothed things over. "Your dad's been busy with work lately. It's rare he gets to eat at home. Xiao Fang, make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Eat up." Fang Muyang quickly nodded. "Thank you, Andy." At the table, her mother started her interrogation. "Xiao Fang, what do your parents do?" Song Yu had just bitten into a piece of crispy pork rib when she heard this and immediately raised an eyebrow. She quickly tugged gently at her mother's sleeve, cooing in a spoiled tone, "Mom, why are you asking him all that?" Fang Muyang smiled, responding calmly, "My father runs a small business and my mother stays at home." "Only child?" "Yes, the only son." "How are your grades?" "Xiao, you said you're a good student." "Not bad, top 50 in the grade." Her mother nodded with satisfaction. Throughout, Fang Muyang remained respectful and polite, answering her mother's cross-examination with a gentle tone, and in between he naturally and considerately picked up Song Yes' favorite dishes and placed them in her bowl. Song Yes' ears tinged with pink as she shyly buried her head in her rice, her long lashes hiding her embarrassment, but her gaze sneaked furtive glances at Old Song, afraid he might notice her fluster. Old Song took it all in. He put down his bowl and took a sip of tea from his cup. "Xiao Fang, you two have known each other for almost 10 years, right?" "Yes, Uncle. We've been in the same class since elementary school, almost 12 years. Old Song nodded, his tone meaningful. "Xiao Yu has changed a lot lately. What do you think?" Song Yes' chopsticks froze midair. Fang Muyang's expression remained unchanged as he answered seriously. "Oh, is doing well now. Her grades have improved and she's more outgoing." He paused slightly. "And she's very beautiful." He said it openly. Old Song looked at the candid young man before him and didn't say another word. The meal was mostly finished. Fang Muyang put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "Uncle, Auntie, there's something I need to report to you." He laid out the whole situation about Zhang Chong lurking around the neighborhood. Her mother's face went pale instantly. Old Song frowned deeply, put down his teacup, and asked in a low voice, "Have you called the police?" "My dad has already contacted the local police station. My father's name is Fang Dijing." Old Song's brow twitched at the name, clearly recognizing it. He looked at Fang Muyang with a more scrutinizing and evaluating gaze. Her mother asked anxiously, "Xiao Fang, what's your plan? Any idea, like to ask for a spare key to your house?" Fang Muyang's eyes did not waver. "If there's an emergency, I can get in immediately." The air grew still. Old Song said nothing. As a father, he knew exactly what that key meant. His son had turned into a beautiful daughter, and now she was being targeted by a thug. And now this boy he knew inside out had stepped forward to take on the responsibility of protecting her. Old Song looked at Fang Muyang. The young man had broad shoulders and a sturdy build with an upright gaze, truly a promising lad who could handle things. But his own precious daughter was about to be handed over. Just as Old Song was hesitating, her mother had already decisively pulled open the drawer, taken out a brass key, and pressed it firmly into Fang Muyang's palm. "Take it. Andy trusts you." Old Song opened his mouth, but finally closed it again. He watched his wife's resolute action, then looked at his daughter beside her, who was burying her head in her rice, her ears red and her face full of shyness. Old Song picked up his teacup and drained the remaining tea in one gulp. "Drive safe on the way back tonight," Old Song said to Fang Muyang. "If something really happens, don't tough it out alone. Call me anytime." Fang Muyang immediately stood up straight and nodded heavily. "Understood. Thank you, Uncle." After dinner, Song Yu walked Fang Muyang out. In the hallway, Fang Muyang toyed with the spare key and murmured, Your dad didn't seem to object. Song Yu kicked at the floor. He's always been a man of few words. Fang Muyang smiled, his eyes softening. That call me anytime was meant for me. He's setting rules for me. He tucked the keys safely into his pocket. Go back inside. Lock the door. He'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Song Yu returned to the house. Her mother was washing dishes in the kitchen. Old Song sat on the sofa holding a newspaper but hadn't turned a page for a long time. Song Yu tried to slip back to her room. Xiao Fang is a boy with some responsibility, Old Song said suddenly. Song Yu paused, her footsteps faltering, and replied softly. Old Song put down the newspaper and stood up. He walked over to Song Yu. His rough, broad hand rose and gently ruffled her silky hair twice. The movement was a bit awkward but gentle enough. If you're scared, tell me. Even if the sky falls, your old man's got your back. Song Yu's eyes grew hot. She lowered her head, forcing back the tears. Thank you, Dad. Old Song withdrew his hand and turned toward the kitchen. After 2 steps, he threw a sentence over his shoulder. Don't keep hiding from me at home. From now on, wear whatever skirt you want. The daughter of the Song family is no worse than anyone else. With that, he walked into the kitchen without looking back to help his wife with the dishes. Song Yu stood there watching Old Song's broad back. A smile spread across her lips. System prompt: father emotional bond formally established. Family support system completeness 20. Current family support system completeness 95 at 11 o'clock at night. Song Yu finished her shower, changed into a women's silk pajama, and lay on the bed. She looked at the pink and white dress and the wash-dried white stockings on the nightstand. The events of the day replayed in her mind. The change of household registration. Old Song's clumsy paternal love. The scorching warmth of Fang Muyang's palm. Everything was moving in an incredible yet reassuring direction. Her phone screen lit up. Fang Muyang, did you lock the security door? Song Yu locked it, double-locked. Fang Muyang, what about the windows? Song Yu, all locked too, rest assured, Captain Security. Fang Muyang, good. Ayu, good night. Song Yu, good night. She slid the phone under her pillow and closed her eyes. A hidden layer of anticipation quietly grew in the darkness. End off chapter. Mini theater forum. Hot post new. Post hot campus beauty song. Yes, pure charm maxed out. Pink plaid skirt with white stockings and twin tails is absolutely god tier. Image song. Yes, side profile getting out of the car at the school gate. Pink skirt hem slightly lifted, her straight calf wrapped in white stockings, strikingly eye-catching in the morning light. Comments, those legs and that waist. There's no room for other girls. The pink color scheme suits her perfectly, both cool and sweet. Look at Fang Muyang's eyes. That possessiveness is insane. Feel like if anyone stares too long, he'll eat them. White stockings and twin tails. What kind of dimension-breaking celestial outfit is this? Heat system store backend information blocker basic running status normal. Intercepted 3 unusual queries today. Interception source internet cafe IP in the west of the city. System note host, someone is frantically searching for you. But don't worry, they can't even find your water meter. Current shame value 3980, current redeemable cash 398000 yuan. At 3 in the morning in Lin Weiwei's bedroom. There were no cracks on the ceiling, no dust. It was as pristine as the campus belle persona she had maintained for 3 years. She stared at that blank expanse for a full 2 hours. Her phone had long been tossed under the pillow, but the chat records from the girls' group kept burrowing into her mind sentence by sentence. Fang Muyang even alerted his father for Song Yu. And he got a spare key to Song Ye's house. They're not already living together, are they? She didn't read the rest. No need. Closing her eyes, the scene from after school today surfaced again. Fang Muyang stood at the school gate waiting for Song Yu to walk out of the teaching building. The moment that tall, handsome boy caught sight of Song Yu, the brightness in his eyes. She had observed it for 3 years. In those 3 years, she had never seen that level of radiance. Tears slid down silent and soundless, soaking into the pillowcase. Not a cry for anyone to see. No one could see. She turned over, burying her face in the blanket. A muffled sob, even she found it ugly, forced its way from her throat. Why? She had practiced ballet for 8 years, ranked in the top 30 of her grade, participated in every event at school that could get her noticed, and bought every flavor of bawang chaji that Fang Muyang liked. 3 years. Over 1,000 days and nights. All she got in return was, no need to thank me, it was just a favor. You can take the milk tea back. And Song Yu did nothing. She just existed. That was enough. Lin Weiwei bit down on the corner of the blanket, her fingers clenching the sheets, her nails almost digging into the flesh. The emotion surging within her was not sadness. It was hatred. It was a suffocating feeling of being slapped by fate without even the right to fight back. The phone screen flickered once and then went dark, plunging her back into the blackness. 6:40 in the morning. The alarm rang 3 times before she sat up. She rubbed her swollen eyes and walked to the mirror. A girl with heavy dark circles under her eyes stared back. She twisted open the concealer and applied a layer under her eyes. Not enough. Another layer. Still not enough. As she smeared on the 3rd layer, her fingers trembled. She stared at the barely patched up face in the mirror and suddenly found it ridiculous. At 3 last night, using a newly registered alt account, she posted a thread on the forum. Her hands were shaking as she typed. The moment she hit send, regret came crashing down on her like a tidal wave. But she didn't delete it. She just wanted to make Song Yu suffer a little too, even if only for a second. Second period in the morning. The math teacher drew a parabola on the blackboard, chalk dust falling in a steady stream. Song Yu bent over her homework, her peripheral vision catching something at the corner of her desk. A piece of paper folded into a square. Not a sticky note. Not homework paper. It was a crumpled page torn from somewhere. She stopped writing, picked it up, unfolded it. The words were printed. Impossible to identify the handwriting. Fairy, your old servant misses you like crazy. That little boyfriend of yours isn't worthy of you. That skirt today really suits you. Your old servant watches you every day. Below was a photo. A side view of her getting out of the car at the school gate this morning. The angle was extremely low. The camera aimed at her legs wrapped in sheer stockings. Song Yu's fingers clenched abruptly. The paper crumpled into a ball between her fingers. The sounds of the lecture, the rustling of pages, the whispers, all grew distant and blurred. She stared at the crumpled paper, her pupils contracting. Not fear. In a split second, she completed her assessment. This person knew her school, her class, her seat number, and could slip the note onto her desk during a break when no one was watching. The infiltration ran deeper than she had anticipated. Ayu. Fang Muyang's voice came from diagonally behind, very low. She turned to look at him. His eyes fell on the crumpled paper in her hand, and his expression changed. He reached out. Song Yu hesitated for a second, then handed him the paper ball. Fang Muyang unfolded it. It took him no more than 5 seconds to read the contents. But in those 5 seconds his jawline tensed visibly, and a vein on his temple pulsed twice. Then he folded the note and put it into his pocket. His movements were steady. His voice was steady too. Come to the hallway after class. I need to talk to you. During the break. By the window at the end of the hallway where few people passed. Fang Muyang leaned against the windowsill, arms crossed over his chest. That Zhang Chong. My dad found out he's been staying at the inn across from your apartment complex for the past week. Song Yu leaned against the wall listening. Yesterday afternoon someone saw him wandering around outside the school. The fact that this note appeared on your desk today means either he sneaked in himself or someone delivered it for him. Fang Muyang's speech was unhurried, his logic clear. He was no longer the big boy who would only blush and say, "I'll protect you." He was seriously analyzing the situation. My dad contacted the police station. They said there's no direct criminal act yet, so they can only step up patrols, not make an arrest. But if he makes any further move, they can arrest him immediately. Fang Muyang looked at her. Ayu, are you listening? From today on, I'll pick you up and drop you off for school. Don't leave the teaching building at noon. After school, go straight to my car and nowhere else. Song Yu looked at him. The light from the window fell on half his face, the silhouette of the 18-year-old boy already bearing the stern lines of a grown man. She nodded, okay. Fang Muyang's brow relaxed a little. Then he frowned again. There's one more thing. That post, the anonymous one bashing you on the forum, has been traced. Song Yu paused. Fang Muyang said a name. Lin Weiwei. Silence fell in the hallway for a few seconds. Song Yu's expression didn't change much. Fang Muyang watched her reaction, his tone carrying barely contained irritation. She used an alt account. The forum admin checked the IP. It matches the device she used for her main account. Solid evidence. He pulled out his phone, opened a screenshot, and handed it to her. The screenshot showed the pinned hot post. Hot, exposing the true face of a certain campus belle. Climbing the social ladder by dressing up, stealing the guy another girl has crushed on for 3 years. Who does she think she is? A pure jade maiden. Song Yu glanced at the comment section. The flame war had already reached over 2,000 floors. Most people were defending her, but there were also a few jumping on the bandwagon with snide remarks. She handed the phone back to Fang Muyang. What do you plan to do? Fang Muyang took the phone, his voice turning cold. Hand it over to the homeroom teacher. Slander and defamation. At least enough for a demerit. Song Yu was silent for 2 seconds. Not so fast. Fang Muyang looked at her. Song Yu, is the post still up? Fang Muyang, yes. Then let it be. Song Yu leaned back against the wall, her tone as flat as discussing what to eat for lunch in the cafeteria. The stuff she posted, most of the comments are trashing her. The longer this post stays up, the more backlash she'll face. When she can't take it anymore, she'll delete it. Fang Muyang frowned. You're just going to let it go. I'm not letting it go. Song Yu looked up at him. Keep the evidence. If she deletes the post and behaves herself, then this matter is over. If she escalates, then we can hand it to the teacher. Fang Muyang stared at her for a few seconds. Ayu, you're not angry. I'm just not that bothered. Song Yu's voice softened a little. A 17-year-old girl liking someone for 3 years, watching him be good to someone else. Anyone would feel hurt. What she did was wrong, but it's not worth ruining her over. She looked at Fang Muyang. Can you understand that? Fang Muyang was silent for a long time. Finally he sighed. It's your business, you decide. But in keeping the evidence. Song Yu smiled slightly. Fine. Intimacy 0. 2. Total 14. 3. Last class of the afternoon ended. The students in the classroom gradually left. Lin Weiwei sat by the window, not moving. She was waiting for everyone to leave. Her phone screen was dark, but she knew the post under that thread had already passed 2,800 replies. With every passing minute she felt another layer of cold sweat on her back. When she posted that morning she had thought, it'll make Song Yu suffer a little. Now she realized that the one suffering was herself. The tide of comments had never been on her side from the start. The OP's jealousy is dripping off the screen. No evidence, just making accusations. Fang Muyang and Song Yu grew up together. How is that stealing? The OP's imagination is top-notch. Worst people started guessing the identity of the poster. I bet it's a classmate. To know this many details, it has to be someone close. Could it be Lin Weiwei? A lot of people saw her being sarcastic to Song Yu in the hallway before. The moment she saw her own name appear in the comments, Lin Weiwei almost dropped her phone. Her finger hovered over the delete button. It hovered there for an entire afternoon. Every time she was about to press it, that unwillingness deep inside surged up. Why? Why should I bow my head? But with each comment she read, that unwillingness was gnawed away by fear. The classroom was so quiet she could hear footsteps in the distance at the end of the hallway. The setting sun streamed through the window, painting half of her body in warm hues. She stared at the delete button, then closed her eyes. Suddenly a picture surfaced in her mind. A long time ago, the first time she stepped onto a ballet stage. When the spotlight hit her, she felt the whole world was watching her. That feeling was completely different from now. Back then, being seen was a source of pride. Now being seen was shameful. When had she become like this? Her fingertip fell. Post deleted. The screen refreshed. The red-hot post that had been pinned all day vanished. Lin Weiwei stared at the blank page, a breath forcing its way out of her chest. As if her bones had been pulled out, she collapsed into the back of her chair. Deleted. Finally deleted. But there was no relief in her heart. Only a desolate emptiness. Just then the classroom door was pushed open. The footsteps were not heavy but steady. Lin Weiwei jerked upright and turned to look. It was Song Yu. Alone. No Fang Muyang. She stood at the doorway, backlit by the hallway light, her expression hard to read. Lin Weiwei's heart clenched violently. She instinctively tightened her grip on her phone, her knuckles white. What do you want? Her voice came out sharper than she intended, like a startled cat arching its back. Song Yu didn't answer. She walked into the classroom, her pace unhurried, her skirt swaying gently with each step. She stopped at the desk across from Lin Weiwei, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The distance was neither too close nor too far, just enough to see each other's expressions clearly. You deleted the post, eh? Song Yu spoke, her tone flat. Lin Weiwei bit her lip and said nothing. Admitting it was like confessing to a crime. Denying it was pointless. Song Yu glanced at her. Those eyes were very calm. No anger, no mockery, no that kind of magnanimous forgiveness that would only make things worse. Just calm, like looking at someone who had nothing to do with her. That calmness hurt Lin Weiwei more than any accusation. Are you here to gloat? Lin Weiwei's voice turned hoarse. Seeing me like this, are you happy? No. Song Yu's answer was crisp. You deleted the post yourself, so this matter is over. The evidence is with Fang Muyang. As long as you don't do anything like this again, he won't hand it over to the school. With that, she stood up. The chair legs scraped against the floor with a soft sound. Lin Weiwei was stunned. Just like that. Song Yu had already turned around and walked to the door. She stopped, tilting her head. The setting sun happened to fall on her profile, outlining that overly delicate face with a soft contour. Lin Weiwei, you look far better on the ballet stage than you do on the forum. With that, she pushed the door open and walked out. Only Lin Weiwei remained in the classroom. The setting sun retreated inch by inch from the window. She sat there staring at the chair Song Yu had just occupied. Those words circled in her mind over and over. You look far better on the ballet stage than you do on the forum. Not a consolation. Not a lesson. Not even goodwill. Just a fact. But that single sentence, like a dull knife, cut slowly, painlessly, peeling away the hardest shell covering her heart layer by layer. She lowered her head. Tears fell onto the back of her hand. Very hot. At the school gate. Fang Muyang leaned against the car waiting. When he saw Song Yu walk out of the teaching building, he stepped forward 2 paces. Fang Muyang, how did it go? Nothing much. Song Yu pulled open the car door and got in. She deleted the post herself. Fang Muyang walked around to the driver's seat and got in. You want to see her? Song Yu just said a couple of words. Fang Muyang stared at her for a few seconds. What words, eh? Song Yu's secret. Fang Muyang. He started the car, muttering, I really don't understand you girls' business. Song Yu leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes. A faint curve touched her lips. She hadn't played the role of a life coach. Nor had she pretended to be magnanimous and hugged someone who had just hurt her. She simply told Lin Weiwei a fact. That was enough. The rest of the path was hers to walk alone. The car drove out of the school gate. Fang Muyang's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression darkened. My dad's call. He'll take it. He put it on speaker. Fang Desheng's voice came through the phone, low and urgent. Muyang, are you with Song Yu right now? Yes. Tell her that Zhang Chong checked out of the inn this afternoon. No one knows where he went. The temperature inside the car dropped a few degrees. Fang Muyang's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Song Yu opened her eyes. Fang Desheng continued, the police station has been notified. They'll increase patrols around Xingfuli community. But this guy has a record and doesn't act rationally. You two need to be very careful in the coming days. Got it. Fang Muyang's voice was very low. Dad, can you check if he was near the school today? They'll have someone look into it. First, get Song Yu home safely. The call ended. Silence filled the car for a few seconds. Fang Muyang didn't look at Song Yu. He just slowed the car a little, released his right hand from the steering wheel, and gently placed it over Song Ye's hand resting on her leg. No extra words. His palm was warm, dry, and his touch was just right. Song Yu looked down at his hand. She didn't pull away, nor did she speak. Outside the window, the streetlights lit up one by one, orange light sweeping across the car windows. His hand never let go, until the car stopped in front of the Zingfuli community building. "He'll walk you up." Fang Muyang pulled out the keys. Song Yu didn't refuse. They went upstairs together. At the third floor in front of room 302. Just as Song Yu was pulling out her keys, Fang Muyang suddenly reached out to stop her. "Wait." He took half a step forward and carefully examined the door lock. The keyhole was clean. The gap of the door was normal. The peephole wasn't blocked. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he stepped back. "Open the door." Song Yu watched him perform this series of actions, and an indescribable ache welled up in her chest. She opened the door. The lights were on inside. Her mother was busy in the kitchen. Fang Muyang stood at the doorway, not entering. "He'll pick you up as usual tomorrow. Lock the windows. If anything happens, call me." Song Yu nodded. Fang Muyang turned to leave. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked back. The sun had completely set. In the stairwell, only the pale light of the motion sensor lamp remained. He stood in that white light, his expression almost excessively serious. "Ayu, moi. The way you handled Lin Weiwei today, you did better than I would have." He paused for a beat. "But if someone really wants to hurt you, not the kind of posting online but real harm, you don't have to worry about me. Just hide behind me." With that, he turned and went downstairs. His footsteps echoed in the stairwell for a few seconds, then faded away. Song Yu leaned against the doorframe. The motion sensor light in the stairwell went out. In the darkness, she raised a hand to her chest. Her heart was beating very fast. "Just hide behind me." She turned that sentence over and over in her mind. In her 34 years of past life, no one had ever said those words to her. Never. System notification: key character Fang Muyang's Guardian Declaration triggers emotional resonance. Intimacy 0. 3. Total 14. 6. Guardian Covenant Fragment Collection progress 23. 11 o'clock at night. Song Yu lay in bed, her phone screen glowing. On the forum's front page, the anonymous post had vanished. In its place was a new post. Poster: Lin Weiwei, real name, main account. Title: a few words about today's incident. The content was only 3 paragraphs. That anonymous post was mine. Song Yu didn't pursue it. She only said one sentence to me. But that sentence made me realize that I haven't been myself for a long time. Starting today, I will step back onto the stage where I belong. Not for anyone else. For myself. I'm sorry. The comments section was exploding. Song Yu looked at it for a while, then logged out of the forum. She didn't send a message to Lin Weiwei. No need. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Her phone buzzed. "Fang Muyang, are you asleep?" Song Yu: "Not yet." "Fang Muyang, did you lock the doors and windows?" Song Yu: "Yes, I locked them." Fang Muyang: "Good." A pause of a few seconds. A new message popped up. Fang Muyang: "Ew, you looked really beautiful today." Song Yu stared at the screen. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She typed a few words, then deleted them. Typed a few more, then deleted them again. Finally, she replied. "Song Yu, I know you say that every day." After sending it, she felt it might have been too cold. She bit her lip and added another line. "Song Yu, thank you. Good night." Fang Muyang: "Good night, Ayu." She put down her phone. In the darkness, she stared at the ceiling. The smile at the corner of her mouth simply refused to fade. The phone screen went dark. Song Yu turned over and buried her face in the pillow. The curve of her lips couldn't be flattened after 3 attempts. Instead, it arched higher. "Just hide behind me." What kind of line was that? Had he secretly binge-watched some CEO short drama behind her back? She covered her entire face with the pillow and let out a muffled snort. Then she suddenly realized what she was doing. A soul that had lived 34 years in its past life was now rolling on the bed because of a cringe-worthy line. What was even more ridiculous was that in those 34 years, she had never truly been in love. The so-called girlfriend was just a relationship barely sustained by material things. In the end, he hadn't even held her hand. In the final analysis, it couldn't be called love. Song Yu took the pillow off her face and stared blankly at the ceiling. In her monologue, Song Yu calmed down. When he said that line, his expression was serious. So serious that it was kind of handsome. No, it had nothing to do with being handsome. The point was that the line itself was problematic. What did he mean by hide behind me? In my past life, I was a 185-meter man. Who would I hide behind? Do I need protection? A 2-second pause. She buried her face back into the pillow. Alright, I do. I really do now. Her voice was muffled so low that only she could hear. System note: host, the pillow does not have soundproofing capabilities, but this system can pretend not to hear it. Song Yu. Shut up. The next morning, the footsteps in the hallway had barely faded, and as soon as the unit door was pushed open, the familiar black SUV was already parked in its usual spot. Fang Muyang leaned against the car door holding a breakfast bag in his hand. He heard the door and looked up. His gaze swept over her face. Today she hadn't tied her hair in pigtails, her long hair was loose, the ends falling to her waist. A light blue blouse paired with a dark gray skirt, fresh and neat. Then lower, his gaze slid down the hem of the skirt and landed on her legs. Nude stockings. But it was that barely there layer that polished the skin's texture to be more even and delicate, carrying an unguarded natural cleanliness. He quickly averted his gaze, handed over the breakfast bag, and his voice was half a tone lower than usual. Soy milk meat bun still hot. Thanks. Song-yu took the bag, and out of the corner of her eye she caught his turned-away profile. The rim of his ear was flushed red. The corners of her mouth curved up, but she didn't call him out. She obediently got into the car. The car was silent for a few seconds. Fang Muyang spoke first. Did you sleep well last night? Song-ye's hand, which was fastening the seatbelt, paused. Not bad. She would never ever admit to tossing and turning until 4 in the morning. Fang Muyang hummed an acknowledgement and started the car. At the school gate, Song-yu pushed open the car door, and as her right foot touched the ground, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. It wasn't an illusion. That kind of gaze was too familiar. Not the curious glances of classmates, not the angle of a phone from forum paparazzi, and not the warm look from Fang Muyang. It was another kind. Aggressive, nailed at her from the shadows. Like an invisible tongue slowly licking up her back. She didn't pause, didn't turn around. Only in the moment she stepped out of the car, her gaze discreetly swept to the diagonal behind her. On the roadside opposite the school gate, a gray van was parked. The window was half up and the person inside unclear. The source of the gaze. Her steps didn't change. Neither faster nor slower. Her expression maintained its usual coolness. But inside her small leather shoes, her toes curled tight. This was an instinct cultivated over 34 years in her past life. The more dangerous the situation, the less she could let the other party see that she had noticed. Fang Muyang walked around the front of the car and came up beside her. He sensed something, turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. Song-ye's voice was flat, her steps steady. But Fang Muyang's gaze lingered for an extra second. He didn't press further, only silently moved half a step closer to her side, using his shoulder to block the view from the right rear. They walked side by side into the school gate. That gaze, like a needle stuck in the back of her neck, was finally pulled out only when she stepped through the door of the teaching building. Song-ye's palms were completely sweaty. She gripped her backpack strap and didn't let anyone see. Ding. Host has detected external surveillance. System confirmation: the third henchman of the villain Scarface Chong is conducting fixed-point surveillance at the school gate. Crisis level extremely high. Entering the classroom of Class 1A Senior 3. Before Song-yu could sit down, a voice came from the front to the side. Morning. She looked up. Lin Weiwei stood by the aisle holding an English vocabulary book, wearing light makeup, looking much better than yesterday. No unnecessary words. She just nodded slightly, and then walked back to her seat. Song-yu watched her back, stunned for a moment. No hostility, no probing, no twisted smile that could turn into a scowl at any moment. Just a clean, simple morning. Song-yu sat down and opened her textbook. The corner of her mouth twitched a very small movement. Class teacher Lu Mei pushed open the front door and entered, a stack of notices in hand. Quiet, quiet. I have an announcement. The murmurs gradually subsided. Lu Mei distributed the notices to the front rows, passing them back. The school has arranged a farming activity from October 23rd to the 29th, a full week. The location is Red Star Farm on the outskirts, with collective meals and accommodation. No leave allowed, no phones permitted. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. A week. No phones. I'm dead on the spot. Are the dorms separated by gender? Finally, no classes. Yage, dream on. You'll work during the day and study at night. More exhausting than class. Song-yu took the notice passed down from her, scanning line by line. Activity time: October 23rd Monday to October 29th Sunday. Location: Red Star Farm. Accommodation: collective dorms separated by gender, 6 per room. Her finger paused on the words separated by gender. Her heart sank. The school records hadn't been updated yet. In the files, her gender column still read male. That meant, according to the school's allocation plan, she would be stuffed into a male dorm. 6 boys, 1 room, 7 days. She looked down at herself. The light blue fitted shirt clearly outlined the curve of her chest, and the Aline skirt clung to her waistline, putting her in a male dorm. She couldn't even bear to imagine the scene. Fang Muyang had somehow sidled up and whispered a single sentence that hit the bullseye. How are the dorms divided? Your file hasn't been changed yet. Song-yu said nothing, but her temples had already started throbbing. Noon. As soon as the bell rang, she went straight to the grade group office. Lu Mei sat behind her desk, sorting through lesson plans. Seeing Song-yu enter, she pushed up her glasses. Song-yu, what's the matter? Song-yu stood in front of the desk, presenting her brand new ID card. Teacher Lu, ID like to apply for the female dorm. Lu Mei took the ID, glanced at the gender column, and showed no surprise. This matter had already spread throughout the entire grade, she was well aware. But she put down the ID and shook her head. The school allocates dorms based on academic records. Your record currently still lists you as male. I don't have the authority to change it. It requires going through the academic affairs office, submit a hospital diagnosis certificate, a household registration change certificate, and then submit for approval. Song-ye's fingertips tightened slightly. Can it be done in time? The farming activity starts on the 23rd. Lu Mei flipped through the calendar on her desk and hesitated for 2 seconds. They'll try to push it for you, but you know how efficient the administration is. If it doesn't make it, the dorm allocation will have to follow the school records. Song Yu clutched her ID, her nails digging into her palm. She wanted to say more, but Lu Mai's office phone rang, and she waved her hand dismissively. Song Yu stepped out. In the hallway, Fang Muyang was leaning against the wall waiting. What did she say? Hey, the file isn't updated. If it doesn't make it, it'll be assigned to the male dorm. Fang Muyang's face darkened. 3 seconds of silence. They'll go see Director Wang of the Academic Affairs Office. Song Yu was stunned. Why are you going to see him? Fang Muyang didn't answer, just dropped the wait here, and strode off down the corridor. Song Yu watched his back disappear around the corner, opened her mouth, but couldn't call him back in time. The wait turned out longer than she expected. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes. Only then did Fang Muyang appear at the end of the corridor. As he walked over, there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and one top button of his collar was undone, as if had just been in an argument. But his expression was one of relief. He walked up to Song Yu, pulled out his phone, and opened a text message. It was from Director Wang of the Academic Affairs Office. Director Wang, Student Fang, I've taken note of the situation you described. It'll expedite the change of Student Song Yes file, but I can't guarantee it will be approved before the 23rd. If it truly can't make it, I agree to your backup plan. On the grounds of taking care of a physically weak student, you and Song Yu will be separately arranged in a small single room at the farm administration. However, both parents' signatures are required. Song Yu stared at the screen 3 times. Then she looked up. Fang Muyang stood before her, the tips of his ears flushed a light red, but his posture was open and honest. Backup plan. If the file doesn't make it, we'll share a room. I told Director Wang you're not in good health and need someone to look after you, and he agreed. Song Yes' mind went blank for 3 seconds. Her and Fang Muyang. 1 room. A whole week. You, don't get the wrong idea. Fang Muyang cut her off quickly. He'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed. Floor all the way. Song Yu glared at him, her face temperature rising at a visible rate. That's what you told Director Wang. Taking care of a physically weak student. Where am I weak? Fang Muyang stepped back half a pace, unapologetically confident. You had a stomachache last time, didn't you? That's being weak. Totally reasonable. Song Yu gritted her molars. Reasonable, my foot. But she had to admit, if the file really couldn't be updated in time, this was indeed the only option for now. Better than sharing a room with 6 boys. As for the parent signatures, she lowered her eyes and bit her lower lip lightly. They'll talk to my mom when I get home. Fang Muyang nodded. They'll talk to my dad too. After a pause, he looked into her eyes, his tone suddenly serious. Ayu, rest assured. This is purely to take care of you. Nothing will happen. Song Yu averted her gaze. The roots of her ears were hot enough to fry an egg. Who's worried about that? Don't flatter yourself. Fang Muyang. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, then quickly suppressed. Ding. Farming dormitory arrangement triggers cohabitation preparations storyline intimacy 0. 2 cumulative 14. 5. Shame value 80 e current 4060. Lunch break. Half the classroom was napping on their desks, the sunlight outside bleaching the tables white. Song Yu rested her head on her arms, eyelids half closed. The system panel silently unfolded, golden characters appearing one by one in her mind. Emergency mission notice. Mission name Crisis Mission Desperate Counterattack. Trigger time October 15th Sunday. Mission overview. The villain Daoba Chong will launch a direct assault on the host on October 15th. At that time, the host must complete self-preservation and counterattack under limited conditions. Current intelligence summary. Gang size unknown, known Daoba Chong Laosin driver. Weapon level knives, knockout drugs. Target kidnapped the host. Vehicle used gray van parked at the school gate this morning. Time until direct conflict 4 days. Song Yes' eyelashes trembled. For days. She buried her face in her arms, maintaining the posture of a midday nap. Her breathing was steady, but beneath her arms her fingers tightened one by one. The gray van at the school gate this morning. The gaze that had been fixed on the back of her neck. That man named Laosin sat in the car, watching her get off, walk, and enter the school gate. Like a hunter observing a prey stepping into range. But the real hunter had yet to make his move. He was waiting for Sunday. Song Yu closed her eyes, her mind racing through the details. October 15th, Sunday. She could choose not to go out, but that would only delay the inevitable. This person had already found her address, her school, her class, her desk number. He could even slip a note right under her nose. Hiding was not an option. She had to face it head-on, but not recklessly. She needed preparation, a backup plan. She needed Fang Muyang. She tilted her head slightly, glancing through the gap in her arms toward the back corner. Fang Muyang was looking down at his phone, brow slightly furrowed, probably searching for something. Sensing her gaze, he looked up. He made an okay gesture at her. His face revealed nothing, yet everything. Song Yu withdrew her gaze and buried her face in her arms again. For days. Enough. Guardian Contract Fragment Collection Progress 33 activated. Last class of the afternoon. The bell rang, and the classroom filled with the noise of packing school bags. Song Yu stood up, and a hand reached over to place a fruit tea on her desk. She looked up. Lin Weiwei stood there. Her hand had already withdrawn, clutching her school bag strap, knuckles slightly white, the tips of her ears flushed with a faint red. This is for you. A Yangmei Tuji from Shanghai, Andy. She paused. I heard you like sour things. Song Yu looked at her. Lin Weiwei held her ground without looking away, but her neck was visibly tense. Don't overthink it. It's just, thanks for what you said that day. With that she turned and walked away. Her steps were 3 times faster than when she arrived, the hem of her skirt fluttering with a small breeze. Lin Weiwei's affection toward host 60,100 initiating goodwill. Song Yu looked down at the fruit tea. A fine layer of condensation clung to the cup, cool to the touch. She didn't pick it up immediately. She paused for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds what came to mind wasn't the words, "You look much better on the ballet stage than in the forum." It was the ugly speculations about her under that anonymous post. Some things you can just let go of, that's a lie. But some things aren't worth holding on to forever. She picked up the fruit tea and took a sip. Sour, with a hint of lingering sweetness. Fang Muyang had somehow sidled up, his gaze falling on the fruit tea, then lifting to look in the direction Lin Weiwei had disappeared. Why did she suddenly buy you fruit tea? Song Yu took another sip, unhurried. She's trying to make peace with me. Don't worry about it. Fang Muyang opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed it back. Finally, he squeezed out a few words. If you can't finish it, can I have a taste? Song Yu shielded the straw and rolled her eyes at him. In your dreams. Fang Muyang's gaze fell on the straw. The faint, moist imprint of her lips still lingered at the tip. His ears turned red again. His eyes lingered on that spot for an extra second. Song Yu caught the direction of his gaze sharply. She took a half step back, holding the fruit tea away, and glared at him with disgust. What are you looking at? Pervert. Fang Muyang jerked his face away, pretending to stare out the window. I wasn't looking. Nothing. She suppressed a smile, carrying the fruit tea toward the door. Behind her came a low, almost self-muttering sigh from Fang Muyang. At the school gate, a black SUV was parked by the roadside. As Song Yu pulled open the door and sat down, her peripheral vision instinctively swept across the street. The gray van was gone. The parking space was empty, with 2 tire tracks pressed into the ground. The van had left, but the cold, lingering sensation at the back of her neck hadn't fully dissipated. Fang Muyang started the car, his eyes scanning the rearview mirror. I got the license plate of that van this morning. Song Yu turned to look at him. Fang Muyang held the steering wheel with one hand and handed her his phone with the other. On the screen was a message he had sent to his father. Fang Muyang, Dad, gray van, plate number SU A7K923, parked opposite the city No. 1 high school gate this morning, suspected of following. Help me check the owner. Below was Fang Desheng's reply. Fang Desheng, already handled. Also on Sunday, I'll arrange 2 people to follow you. Song Yu stared at the last line for a few seconds. Fang Muyang took back the phone and tossed it into the storage compartment of the center console. Dad's men, veterans, reliable. He turned to meet her gaze. The light in the car had dimmed, but his eyes were blazing bright. Hey, you on Sunday, don't go anywhere. They'll pick you up. Song Yu looked at him. On that 18-year-old face, there was not a trace of youthful hesitation. She softly hummed in agreement. Outside the window, the setting sun was descending. The afterglow painted the entire street in a dense, unbreakable deep orange. Fang Muyang's phone screen suddenly lit up again. Song Yu's gaze was drawn to the light. Fang Muyang reacted swiftly. His right hand lifted from the steering wheel, flipped the phone face down, and pressed it into the storage compartment. The motion was natural, but Song Yu noticed a detail. The hand that flipped the phone, his fingertips curled sharply for an instant upon touching the screen. Then that hand returned to the steering wheel, the 10 fingers gripping tightly, knuckles white, the contours of the joints bulging beneath the skin. He didn't speak. The masseter muscle on the side of his face was clenched, taut, the vein at his temple pulsing twice. Song Yu didn't ask. She didn't ask anything. But she knew. What was in that message was far more terrifying than he was willing to let her know. The car was silent for a long time. Fang Muyang kept his eyes straight ahead. He released one hand and gently covered her hand that rested on her thigh. His palm was warm, dry. His fingertips pressed slightly, as if telling her something, as if telling himself something. Song Yu didn't pull her hand away. Outside the window, streetlights lit up one by one, orange light sweeping past the car window, flickering. Thursday after school. The car came to a stop. Fang Muyang's hand lifted from hers, his fingers lingering for a brief moment before fully releasing. Song Yu didn't look at him. She pushed open the door and stepped onto the sidewalk. Before she had taken 2 steps, an unfamiliar female voice came from the entrance of the apartment building. Muyang. Song Yu's toes paused on the ground. A woman stood by the flower bed wearing a camel-colored trench coat, her hair pulled back, carrying 2 thermal bags in her hands. She was around 50 with a tall and straight posture, exuding an inherent pressure even without speaking. Fang Muyang came around from the driver's seat, his steps noticeably slower. Mom, why are you here? Wang Shui, Fang Muyang's mother. The notes in the system database flashed through his mind. Fang Desheng's wife, strong-willed, fiercely protective of her child. She kept a tight rein on anyone who came and went around Fang Muyang. Wang Shui raised the thermal bag. Your dad said you've been eating out every day lately. Can your stomach take it? I made pork rib soup and brought some for you on the way. On the way. It was at least a 15-minute drive from Xingfuli residential area to the Fang family home. Song Yu lowered her eyes and said nothing. Fang Muyang walked over to take the thermal bag. Thanks, Mom. The moment Wang Shuyi handed the bag to him, her gaze traveled over his shoulder. It landed on Songyu. That glance was neither long nor heavy. It was even gentle. But Songyu felt it. That gaze started from her forehead, slid along the side of her face to her jaw, passed over her collarbone, paused for less than half a second at the collar of her shirt, then traced down her waistline, over her skirt hem, and finally settled on her shoe tips. It wasn't curiosity nor admiration. It was an inventory. Like an experienced buyer entering a shop, scanning the shelves to see if it was worth stopping. When her gaze withdrew, the smile on Wang Shuyi's face never changed its curve. Fang Muyang turned around and waved at Songyu. "You come here. This is my mom." Songyu walked over, her back straight and upright. "Hello, auntie." Wang Shuyi smiled, her eyes lingering on her face for a moment. "So you're Songyu. Muyang mentions you often." The words, "mentions you often," came with a slight upward inflection at the end. Not heavy, but enough for Songyu to detect what was wrapped inside. "The frequency of your name in my son's mouth has already reached a level that forced me to come see for myself." Songyu maintained a proper smile. "Fang Muyang has always taken good care of me at school." "Is that so?" Wang Shuyi nodded, pushing the thermal bag further into Fang Muyang's hands. "Then you two go on up. The soup won't taste good if it gets cold." She didn't stay long. Turning, she walked toward the white Mercedes parked by the curb. After a few steps, she stopped. Without turning back, she slightly tilted her face and cast a sidelong glance at Fang Muyang. That glance carried too much. Fang Muyang read it. "Songyu, read it too." The car door opened, then closed. The white Mercedes slowly drove away, its taillights disappearing at the intersection. Fang Muyang let out a breath, his shoulders finally relaxing. "My mom, your mom isn't entirely at ease with you." Songyu finished the sentence for him, her tone smooth, without a single crease. Fang Muyang's mouth opened, denial words rising to his throat, but when he met her eyes, those eyes that could see through every twist and turn, he swallowed them back. He rubbed the back of his head, messing up his hair. "She's just like that with everyone. Before, when I got close to Li Mingho, she even suspected him of taking me to play video games, so she came to school and complained to the head teacher." Songyu hugged her school bag, tilting her head. "But I'm not quite the same as Li Mingho, am I?" Fang Muyang paused. "What's different?" "Li Mingho is a guy." Songyu lowered her eyelashes, her voice light and airy as if it had slipped out unintentionally. The hallway was silent for 2 seconds. Fang Muyang's ears burned from the tips to the roots. That's different too. "I'm with you." "With me what?" Songyu looked up at him, catching it quickly and steadily. Fang Muyang's mouth opened and closed twice. He couldn't form a complete sentence. Songyu watched him standing there, face flushed, still holding 2 bags of pork rib soup. The corners of her mouth twitched, but she didn't press further. She turned and walked into the hallway. "Take the soup back and drink it. I'm going upstairs." "Wait." Fang Muyang caught up 2 steps, shoving one of the thermal bags into her hands. "My mom made it. It's good. You should have some too. ITLL. Nourish your body." Songyu looked down at the thermal bag. The Fang family label was printed on the side in gold embossed letters. Even the thermal bag was refined. The soup, made by Wang Shuyi's own hands, passed through the hands of the person she guarded against most, had been handed to her. "Thank you." She didn't refuse. Fang Muyang stood downstairs holding the other thermal bag, watching her silhouette disappear around the stairwell corner. 3rd floor. The light came on. Only then did he turn and get into the car. He sat in the driver's seat for 2 minutes without starting the engine. His phone screen lit up. WeChat messages from Wang Shuyi, 3 in a row. "Mom, is that girl the one you've been picking up and dropping off every day?" "Mom, she's pretty, you'll give her that." "But Muyang, you're in your senior year. It's a critical period. I don't want you to be distracted." "Mom, bring her home for dinner someday. I want to get to know her properly." Fang Muyang stared at the last message. Get to know her properly. Translated, it meant the interrogation table. He locked the screen, leaned back in the seat, and said to the car ceiling, "Oh, it'll handle my mom's side." The car gave no answer. He paused for a beat, then answered himself, "Yeah, I will." He started the engine and drove into the night. Songyu returned home and placed the thermal bag on the dining table. Her mother leaned out from the kitchen. "Whose is that?" "Pork rib soup, made by Fang Muyang's mom." Her mother wiped her hands and walked over, unscrewing the thermal bag. The soup was thick and milky with ample ingredients, a thin layer of oil floating on top, clearly simmered over a low flame for hours. What attitude does that mother have? Songyu took a bowl to ladle the soup, her hands steady. Very polite. Her mother didn't ask further. But she stood by the dining table for a few extra seconds, her gaze lingering on the thermal bag with the Fang family label, lost in thought. Songyu carried the bowl into her room. As soon as the door closed, the system panel popped up. Ding. Crisis countdown reminder, 3 days remaining until the direct confrontation on October 15th. System suggestion: the host should proactively create information bait to lure the antagonist into exposing themselves within a controllable environment. Optimal plan: use a public platform to publish itinerary information combined with Fang Desheng's manpower deployment to implement the lure the snake out of its hole tactic. Key condition: the antagonist must be convinced that the host will go out alone on Sunday to take the risk. Songyu stared at those lines. Lure the snake out of its hole. In her past life, when she was in business, she had used that tactic countless times at the negotiation table. putting herself out there, drawing the opponent onto a preset chessboard, then turning the tables. The difference was in her past life, losing meant losing money. This time losing meant losing herself. She put down the bowl and picked up her phone. Campus forum new post editing page. The cursor blinked. Her finger hovered over the screen. 1 second. 2 seconds. On the 5th second she began typing. Title: going to the suburban park for sketching on Sunday. Anyone want to join? Body: I've been stressed lately. Planning to go to the suburban park on Sunday to paint and clear my mind. Going alone for some quiet. If anyone's interested in joining, feel free to DM me. She attached a watercolor landscape she had painted before the composition clean, with a corner of the drawing board peeking out at the bottom. Posted. 9:13 p.m. She exited the forum and switched to Fang Muyang's chat. Sonia, the post is up. The reply came almost instantly. Fang Muyang, I saw it. Fang Muyang, my dad has everything arranged. You just sketch normally after you get to the park on Sunday. He and his people will be nearby. The moment they make a move, well, close the net on the spot. Sonia, what if they don't take the bait? Fang Muyang, they will. Guys like that have been holding back for over 2 weeks. They're about to burst. Your post is exactly what they've been dying to see. A few seconds later, a new message popped up. Fang Muyang, you trust me on Sunday. Sonia stared at those 3 words. In her past life of 34 years, she had trusted no more than 3 people. 2 of those 3 had left her with nothing. But this life was different. She typed 2 words and sent them. Sonia, I trust you. Setting down the phone, she turned over to face the wall. The pillow was cool against her flushed cheek. Sonia. An 18-year-old boy says trust me, and you actually believe him. The you from your past life, if he saw how pathetic you've become now, had crawl out of his urn and slap you twice. She paused for a beat. Her voice grew softer, so soft only she could hear. But he is worth trusting. West City. Rental apartment. The light bulb was only a few watts, bathing the entire room in a dim murky yellow. Scarface Chong crouched on the floor, his phone held up to his face, his thumb slowly scrolling down the post. Going to the suburban park for sketching on Sunday. Going alone. He scrolled back up and read it from the beginning again. On the 3rd read, his thumb stopped. 3rd brother leaned in, craning his neck. Brother Chong, she said she's going alone. Scarface Chong ignored him. He stared at the attached image for 5 seconds, a watercolor painting the edge of the drawing board. Normal as could be. So normal it made the back of his neck prickle. What about her boyfriend, the one with the surname Fang? He's not going on Sunday. 3rd brother scrolled through the comments, didn't mention him. Some people below asked to join her, and she said she wants to be alone to clear her mind. Scarface Chong stubbed out the cigarette, nearly burnt to the filter against the sole of his shoe. He stood up. His knee cracked. Too smooth. He muttered to himself. 3rd brother didn't understand what. Scarface Chong walked to the window. Outside was the rundown street of West City, the neon lights in the distance, painting half the sky a dirty pink. He licked the old scar on his upper lip, his rough tongue scraping over the scar tissue. A girl who's been watched for half a month suddenly posts online that she's going out alone on Sunday. He let out a scoff. Either she's stupid or she's fishing for me. 3rd brother's face changed color then. Are we going or not? Scarface Chong was silent for 10 seconds. Wind blew in from the window, making the bulb sway. His shadow on the wall stretched, twisted, then shrank back. Then he laughed. The laughter squeezed out from deep in his throat, muffled and heavy. We're going. He turned around, the murkiness in his eyes churning into a frenzy that made one's scalp crawl. Even if she's fishing, I have to go. That little bitch has been living in my head for half a month. He pulled out his phone and flipped to the lock screen. A candid shot at the school gate. Black stockings. The hem of her skirt. His breathing grew heavy. Even if it's a trap ahead, him jumping in to get a taste. 3rd brother stood beside him, watching his expression, a chill creeping up his spine. He had been with Scarface Chong for 3 years. For the first time he felt that this man might truly be insane. Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock. The self-study area of the city No. 1 high school library. The cold air from the air conditioner swept across the desk. Song Yu pushed aside the completed math exam paper and capped her pen. Across from her, Fang Muyang was bent over solving the last complex problem. The veins on the back of his hand stood out clearly as he wrote with force. A chair was pulled out. The plastic legs scraped against the floor with a faint sound. Song Yu looked up. Lin Weiwei stood by the table. She held a stack of review materials in her arms, wearing a khaki cardigan over a neatly buttoned white shirt. Her makeup was not excessive, clean and refreshing. Is this seat taken? She lowered her voice. Fang Muyang lifted his head, his hand pausing mid-stroke. He stared at Lin Weiwei for a second, a clear wariness flickering in his eyes. Song Yu pulled the empty chair beside her out half an inch. It's free. Have a seat. Lin Weiwei pulled out the chair and sat down. The 3 seats formed a subtle right angle. Song Yu and Fang Muyang faced each other, while Lin Weiwei sat at Song Yu's side. Fang Muyang lowered his head to study the problem again, but his body leaned 15 degrees towards Song Yu, assuming a defensive posture. 10 minutes passed. Only the scratching of pens could be heard. Lin Weiwei's ballpoint pen drew 3 circles on the scratch paper, then stopped. She turned her face towards Song Yu. Song Yu stopped writing and tilted her head. Lin Weiwei's gaze circled around the light blue collar of Song Yu's shirt, then landed on her knees wrapped in white stockings, before quickly retreating. For a light-colored outfit like yours, how do you choose shoes so it doesn't look top-heavy? Fang Muyang was drinking water when he choked violently. He turned his head, staring in disbelief at the two girls who had been throwing shade at each other just 2 days ago. Song Yu also froze for half a second. Simulations unfolded instantly in her mind. Lin Weiwei was actively throwing out a topic. This was a common tactic among girls to show goodwill, asking for trivial tips. Refusing would embarrass her, while accepting would signal acceptance of her peace offering. The fruit tea earlier was just a one-sided concession. Now came the real attempt to bridge the distance. Song Yu placed her pen on the table. Look at the color proportion on the top. Light blue with gray already pushes the center of gravity downward. Choose white or beige leather shoes with a small surface area to lift the visual focus back up. Lin Weiwei immediately opened her phone's memo app and started typing. What about socks? Would sheer skin tone ones look weird? Song Yu glanced at Lin Weiwei's legs. Your leg shape is straight, but your calves have a bit of muscle definition. Avoid semi-sheer fabrics. Choose matte opaque solid color socks, or simply wear a fitted long skirt that covers half your calves, leaving only the ankles exposed. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. No wonder I always thought those shimmery socks made my legs look thicker. The two girls leaned in together, one asking earnestly, the other answering carefully. Fang Muyang sat across from them, completely unable to join the conversation. He held his water cup, his gaze shifting between the two girls, 3 times his mind filled with question marks. What in the world was going on with girls' relationships? The day before yesterday, they were fighting to the death on the forum. Today, they were discussing how to wear socks to make legs look slimmer. Song Yu ignored the system's notifications. Lin Weiwei leaned in quite close, and the scent of citrus perfume drifted over. She tapped her phone screen, swiping through photos of several outfits. This light cyan dress. I've never dared to wear it. The color is too tricky for my skin tone. Song Yu looked at the ordinary cyan dress on the screen. If you have fair skin, it will bring out your complexion. Use a purple tone primer to brighten your foundation, and you can pull it off. Just then, a sharp ringing sound erupted deep in Song Yu's mind. A golden semi-transparent panel forcibly unfolded before her eyes, blocking Lin Weiwei's phone screen. Song Yu's spine stiffened. Song Yu's breath hitched. Fairy outfit. Bare legs. Going to a suburban park to bait a criminal with a record, and the system wanted her to dress like a fairy. The simulation in her mind exploded instantly. That Zhang Chong was an extremely dangerous pervert. He had already gone crazy, sending her photos taken secretly when she only wore a school skirt and black stockings. If she showed up at a desolate spot on Sunday in a flamboyant ancient-style fairy dress with bare legs, this wasn't fishing. It was roasting meat, sprinkling it with cumin, and stuffing it straight into a wolf's mouth. If Fang Muyang's people failed to subdue the man in time, this outfit would definitely drive the pervert to lose all reason on the spot. Song Yu's fingers trembled and her nails knocked heavily against the desk, producing a sharp sound. What's wrong? Lin Weiwei noticed the change and looked up. Opposite, Fang Muyang immediately sat up straight. Not feeling well. Song Yu quickly adjusted her breathing rhythm. It's nothing. I just remembered I solved the problem wrong. She suppressed her panic and sank her consciousness into the system inventory. The details of the item appeared. An extremely intricate and exquisite ancient-style dress. A light cyan bodice with a low neckline, leaving a large expanse of skin bare. Over it, a layer of ice silk gauze, layered and ethereal sheer to the extreme. Matching the dress were a pair of ink-black high boots. A white jade pendant in the shape of a love lock, warm and translucent, hung from a very thin cord positioned perfectly at the center of the collarbone. A set of white jade hair ornaments, including a cloud pattern crown to tie up the hair, and 2 wing-shaped jade hairpins at the temples behind the ears. Attached was an exquisitely crafted small cloud pattern teacup intended as a prop. It was the same outfit Song Yu had worn for the Guzheng performance at the art festival, but this time she was required to wear it with bare legs. Song Yu, your face is really red. Are you feeling hot? Lin Weiwei pulled a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it over. Fang Muyang stood up, directly walked to the air conditioner control panel, and lowered the temperature by 2 degrees. He came back and pressed the back of his hand against Song Yu's forehead. No fever. Did you not sleep well last night? Song Yu turned her head away, dodging his hand. Really, I'm fine. Just a bit stuffy. Fang Muyang didn't press further. His movements changed. He began packing his bag, stuffing his exercise books in one by one. Let's call it a day. I'll take you home. There are still many details about Sunday that I need to go over with my dad. Song Yu nodded. She had no mind left to continue discussing fashion with Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei also stood up. I'll head out too. She hugged her review materials to her chest and looked at Song Yu. Sunday, are you sure it's safe to go sketching alone at the country park? It's usually very quiet there. What if you run into trouble? Song Yu's hand zipping up her bag paused. Lin Weiwei was genuinely concerned about her. I'll just stay on the outskirts, not go deep inside, Song Yu replied. Lin Weiwei nodded. If you need company, just message me anytime. I may not know how to draw, but I can carry your bag. Song Yu glanced at her. Okay, thanks. The 3 of them walked out of the library. Lin Weiwei's home was in the opposite direction, so they parted at the school gate. Fang Muyang's black SUV was parked by the roadside. Song Yu got into the passenger seat and pulled the seatbelt across. The car was quiet with no music playing, only the faint hum of the engine. Fang Muyang turned the steering wheel, merging into the main road. "You weren't yourself in the library this afternoon," he said, staring straight ahead, his voice low. "Are you scared about Sunday?" Song Yu watched the trees receding outside the window. Scared? A little. He was a dangerous criminal after all. But what occupied her entire mind right now was that damned outfit. "I'm not scared." "Then what is it?" Fang Muyang. Song Yu turned her head and looked at his profile. "On Sunday, the people your dad arranged. Can they be trusted to subdue the guy the moment he shows up?" Fang Muyang stepped on the brake. The car came to a stop at a red light. He turned his face, his eyes level with Song Yu's. "Two retired scouts. One will watch from a distance, the other will pose as a passerby and stay within 15 meters of you. I'll be in the car no more than 30 meters away." He emphasized every detail heavily. "As soon as he dares to show up within 3 meters of you, he'll be pinned to the ground." Song Yu's jaw tightened slightly. 3 meters. 30 meters. Okay. Back home after dinner. Song Yu locked herself in her bedroom and bolted the door. She pulled the curtains tight. From the wardrobe, she took out the neatly folded light cyan dress. She laid it gently on the bed. The fabric felt smooth and cool, and when she shook it lightly, it seemed to flow like a puff of cyan mist. The lining was tight and form-fitting, cut to accentuate the waist. Song Yu stared at the fairy dress before her with a complicated expression. Saturday passed without Song Yu leaving the house. Fang Muyang came to Song Yu's home and stayed for half a day. When he left, he confirmed the security of the house and checked the locks. Zhang Chong remained eerily quiet. No notes, no movements. It was the dead silence before the storm. Time jumped to Sunday morning. 7 o'clock. The alarm went off. Song Yu threw off the covers and stood before the full-length mirror. Today there was no turning back. She took a deep breath to steady herself. She opened the wardrobe drawer and took out the light cyan dress. Half an hour later, Song Yu stood before the mirror again. The person in the mirror had transformed completely. Her center-parted long hair was tied up with a cloud-patterned white jade crown with a few soft strands falling by her cheeks, accentuating the sharp line of her jaw. At her temples, wing-shaped white jade ornaments were adorned with round pearls, adding a touch of ethereal grace. At the center of her collarbone, a lovelock white jade pendant strung on a double red cord lay against her skin, a cool sensation spreading through her flesh, creating a gentle contrast with the warm white of her neck. The light cyan gradient dress hugged her waist tightly, outlining a slender curve with cloud-patterned embroidery faintly visible beneath the sheer gauze. The outer layer of ice silk gauze was cut into semi-transparent floating sleeves that rippled with the slightest movement, translucent as mist, blurring the lines of her shoulders and waist into a hazy, delicate beauty. The skirt was slit diagonally, exposing her slender, flawless legs completely. Her skin glowed porcelain white under the soft light, complementing the cool elegance of the cyan dress, both ethereal and fragile, with a fairy-like aura, even her fingertips seeming to carry a misty sheen. On her feet, a pair of ink-black high boots added a touch of heroic spirit to the fairy image. Ethereal, radiating a fatal allure. Song Yu stared at herself in the mirror. "You've finally become her." Her phone suddenly vibrated twice, breaking her trance. "Fang Muyang, are you on downstairs?" Fang Muyang had arrived. Song Yu picked up the drawing board nearby, her fingers white from the force of her grip. She stuffed the small cloud-patterned teacup into her crossbody bag. She turned and pushed open the door. The hallway was silent. Song Yu walked down the stairs step by step. The light cyan gauze rippled gently in the corridor's draft. The unit door swung open. The morning light was blinding. Fang Muyang leaned against the door of the black SUV, looking at his phone. Hearing the door open, he looked up casually. His movements froze instantly. The phone slipped from his fingers and hit the asphalt with a thud. The screen was lit, but he didn't even bother to pick it up. His breath stopped. From top to bottom, white jade crown, lovelock, pendant light, cyan gauze, slender waist. Finally, his gaze locked onto her fully exposed legs. Her slender, flawless legs were completely bare, gleaming with a delicate sheen. Even the faint pink at the back of her knees was startlingly clear. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed violently, once producing an audible gulp. His mind went blank, all plans, deployments, and safety distances for today's operation shattered in that single second. He could only watch as she approached, step by step, the gauze fluttering with her movement. 30 meters away at the street corner. Inside, a gray minivan parked in the shadows. Scarface Chong, his hands on the steering wheel, had his half-closed eyes snap wide open. Bloodshot vessels instantly flooded the whites of his eyes. He stared at the figure walking out in the sheer ancient style, dress, her bare legs exposed, and his cracked lips parted, emitting a hoarse, ecstatic pant. Holy shit. He slammed his hands on the steering wheel. A fairy, a real fairy. This old servant is about to cry from love. The underlings in the van were all terrified, exchanging uneasy glances. No one had expected that their boss, usually ruthless and fierce, would lose all composure and call himself old servant at this moment. The black SUV cruised smoothly along the road leading to the suburban park. The cabin was very quiet. Fang Muyang gripped the steering wheel with both hands, eyes fixed ahead, his back ramrod straight. From the moment Song Yu got in the car until now, his gaze hadn't shifted a single inch to the right. It wasn't that he didn't want to look. It was that he dared not. Song Yu leaned back in the passenger seat, her peripheral vision catching his burning red ears. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Then she closed her eyes, pretending to catch some sleep. Her consciousness sank deep into her mind. A translucent system panel slowly unfolded in the darkness, golden characters appearing line by line. System status panel. Basic data. Modification degree 50. Shame value 4060. Intimacy 14. 5 with key person Fang Muyang. Feminization level 100. Psychological gender identity completed. Permanent abilities overview. Core abilities: clear voice, lingering, beginner realistic, agile maneuvering, beginner stage presence, beginner emotional resonance, beginner disguise techniques, beginner scholars, aura, beginner crisis warning, beginner. Special abilities: fairies, gaze, guardian, contract, fairies, aura set bonus. System tasks. Ultimate disguise to lure the snake out. Task reward modification degree 5, a shame value 1000. Failure penalty: randomly deprive one key organ function for 3 days. Last stand counterattack. Estimated reward modification degree 5, a shame value 500, permanently unlock fairies wrath, intimacy 1. 5. Failure penalty, loss of innocence, bad ending. Song Yu opened her eyes. She mentally reviewed today's plan once more. 2 retired reconnaissance soldiers from Fangdijing. One was tailing the other, disguised as a passerby, within 15 meters. Fang Muyang was in the car as backup, no more than 30 meters away. As long as Zhang Chong showed up, he would be subdued within 3 meters. Theoretically, it was foolproof. Fang Muyang's voice came from beside her, tinged with tension. Almost there. Are you ready? Her eyes were as calm as a deep pool. Ready. The black SUV stopped at the open-air parking lot outside the suburban park. Fang Muyang finally turned his head to look at Song Yu in the passenger seat. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Are you sure you don't need me to follow? Song Yu pushed open the car door and shook her head. Stick to the plan. You stay in the shadows, it'll be in the open. She stepped out in her dark cloud pattern high boots and walked toward the park gate. Morning light filtered through the branches of plane trees, casting scattered gleams on her light cyan gossamer dress. An elderly man doing morning exercises stopped, swinging his arms. A woman, walking her dog, pulled the leash taut. A few young people with cameras raised their phones to capture her silhouette. Song Yu paid no heed. Only one thought occupied her mind: the head turn rate was too high. Zhang Chong would never strike in a crowded place. She had to move to a secluded spot, a grassy slope by the lake. Within 20 meters, there was no main path, only waist-high reeds. She set up a folding easel and sat cross-legged on the grass. Her skirt spread out, revealing a bare leg at the slit. She picked up a brush and dipped it in cobalt blue. Half her mind was on the canvas, while the other half kept her hearing fully alert. The wind rustled the reeds. A bird chirped twice. The distant morning exercisers walked away along the main road. 10 minutes later, the surroundings fell completely silent. A sudden prickling sensation crawled up the skin of her nape. That sticky, invasive gaze was back. Song Yu didn't turn around. Her right hand silently reached for the buckle of her crossbody bag. The sound of dry twigs snapping came from 3 directions simultaneously. Here they come. She leisurely inserted the brush into the brush washer and stood up. Facing away from the sounds and the shadows, her voice was cool and measured. Followed me for so long, finally come out. Zhang Chong stepped out from behind a crooked willow tree. 6 henchmen spread out, blocking all routes to the main road. Zhang Chong licked his dry upper lip. He licked his cracked upper lip, his gaze glued to Song Yu's legs traveling upward. Fairy, this old servant has waited for this day until my heart aches. Song Yu turned around. The light cyan skirt spun open in a tiny arc in the air. Sunlight fell directly on her face. The moment Zhang Chong saw her face, clearly, his breath completely stopped for 2 seconds. Song Yu stood still. Her gaze swept over the 7 men, the temperature dropping to freezing point. Fairy's aura fully activated, presence suppression in effect. The 6 followers involuntarily stepped back, half a pace, their knees buckling, unable to meet that exquisitely pure face. This overwhelming pressure of a superior being made their hearts pound. After a moment of stunned hesitation, the madness in Zhang Chong's eyes overpowered his fear. What are you pretending to be so pure for? His face twitched, a coarse, ragged breath rolling from his throat. Soon this old servant will make you unable to even scream. He raised his right hand. Get her, you bastards. The 6 henchmen lunged forward. From the woods to the side, a roar erupted. Stop! Fang Muyang and 2 retired reconnaissance soldiers suddenly burst out of the bushes. Using the powerful momentum of his charge, Fang Muyang slammed his fist into the face of the first goon, a dyed blonde, who lunged at Song Yu. Blood splattered from his nose, and he crashed to the ground. The other 2 turned and swung baseball bats. Fang Muyang shielded Song Yu, taking the hits. Seeing this, Zhang Chong broke free from the scuffle between the retired soldiers and the thugs and lunged at Song Yu from the side. Fang Muyang, distracted, tried to block. Bang! A solid wooden short club smashed into his back. A muffled groan. He dropped to one knee. Zhang Chang was already less than half a meter from Song Yu, his calloused hand reaching for her wrist. The moment Song Yu saw Fang Muyang on his knees, all the calculations, deductions, and plans in her mind burned away. Only one thought remained. Who allowed you to hurt him? She leaned her upper body slightly to dodge Zhang Chang's quickly grasping hand. At the same time, her right foot shot out, kicking him in the back of his knee. A miserable howl. Zhang Chang's knees hit the ground. Before he could react, Song Yu grabbed the waist-high solid wooden easel with one hand and swung it with full force. Straight into his face. Wood chips exploded. The easel snapped in two. Zhang Chang's face was covered in blood as he fell backward into the mud. The two thugs who had just injured Fang Muyang were frozen in place by the scene, stunned for a full second before they remembered to charge. Song Yu flicked her wrist and pulled out pepper spray from her crossbody bag. An orange-red mist enveloped the two men's faces. They fell, rolled, and howled. The last thug tried to get up. Song Yu pulled out the cloud-patterned small teacup from her bag. Thud, hit the back of his head. He went limp. The whole process took 15 seconds. At the edge of the reed marsh 20 meters away, a female voice suddenly burst out. Stop. I've called the police. Song Yu turned her head. Lin Weiwei stood there. Her hands were trembling as she held her phone, her face completely drained of color, even her lips were pale. A drawing bag lay discarded at her feet. Zhang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. Lin Weiwei's hands shook so much she could barely hold her phone, but she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Don't move. I really called the police. And I recorded a video." She shook her phone screen at Zhang Chang. On the screen, the red recording timer was still ticking. Song Yes inner monologue. She actually came too. And she stayed instead of running away, using this bluff to buy us time. Zhang Chang's face turned completely purple, his facial muscles twitching wildly. He arched his back, ready to lunge forward and snatch Lin Weiwei's phone. Song Yu took a half step forward, blocking Lin Weiwei. Just try to touch her. Her gaze locked onto Zhang Chang's face, the temperature dropping to freezing. Fang Muyang gritted his teeth and straightened up, his right arm hanging weakly at his side, his left hand shielding Song Yu behind him. From the distant main road, the sound of police sirens cut through the woods. Lin Weiwei had really called the police. Zhang Chang's ferocity erupted. He suddenly reached into his waistband and pulled out a folding knife. The blade snapped open, just as he raised the knife for a desperate final strike. Two figures in black, having finished their own scuffles, dashed out from the left and right at lightning speed. Without a word, both of them kicked out simultaneously. One knocked the folding knife away, the other struck Zhang Chang in the lower back. Zhang Chang was pinned to the muddy ground, his arms twisted behind him to the brink of dislocation. The retired reconnaissance soldiers, arranged by Fang Dijing, took control of the scene at the most critical moment. With half his face buried in the mud, Zhang Chang yelled at the top of his lungs, "You set me up? You bitch, just wait." Before he could finish his shout, the reconnaissance soldier on the right raised his hand in a precise chop, striking Zhang Chang's carotid artery. The noise abruptly ceased. He went limp like a pile of mud and passed out. Song Yu walked over to the unconscious thug, bent down, picked up the intact cloud-patterned small teacup, wiped it with a tissue, and put it back in her bag. The remaining henchmen, still wailing on the ground, saw Song Yu's casual action and were so terrified they stifled even their screams. She was clearly a ruthless character through and through. 3 police cars screeched to a halt at the edge of the lawn. Doors flew open and 7 or 8 SWAT officers with guns drawn took control of the scene. Zhang Chang and his 6 henchmen were all handcuffed and shoved into the police cars. The leading officer walked over, surveying the mess. His gaze landed on Song Yu's spotless light cyan dress. He asked, "Are you the victim the caller mentioned?" Song Yu nodded innocently. She raised her hand and pointed at Lin Weiwei 20 meters away. She called the police. The officer turned to look at Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei's legs were still trembling, but she forced herself to straighten her back and walk over. "I recorded a video. The evidence is all on my phone." A black Maybach pulled up steadily behind the police cars. The door opened. Fang Dijing strode over energetically. He didn't even glance at the thugs being led away. He went straight to Fang Muyang. "Are you badly hurt?" Fang Muyang shook his head, but the movement pulled at his back injury, making him wince in pain. Fang Dijing turned to look at Song Yu. His gaze lingered on her conspicuous cyan dress for a second, but he asked no unnecessary questions. "Good job. Leave the rest to me." Song Yu nodded politely. "Thank you, Uncle Fang." Medical staff ran over with a stretcher. Fang Muyang was helped onto the ambulance, lying face down on the stretcher bed for initial examination. Song Yu followed and stepped into the back of the ambulance, sitting on a folding chair beside him. Fang Muyang turned his head to look at Song Yu. He stretched his face into an exaggerated smile, but it pulled at his back muscles, making his face twitch in pain. "Just now, you were so awesome." Song Yu glared at him. A clear ring of red rimmed her eyes, and her voice trembled at the end. "You idiot, who told you to charge in? Those lowlifes couldn't even touch me." Fang Muyang extended his uninjured left hand and gently covered Song Yu's clasped hands. His hand was extremely warm. "We agreed. You hide behind me." Song Yu didn't pull her hand away. The ambulance siren wailed. The ambulance swayed slightly as it headed toward the city hospital. Fang Muyang's left hand tightened completely, enveloping the back of her hand. Chapter End Theater. System Settlement. Ding. Crisis Mission, Last Stand Counterattack, completed. Mission Evaluation perfect. Host remained calm in crisis, successfully counterattacked, and assisted police in arresting the criminals. Reward issued modification degree, 5 current, total 55 shame value, 500 current, 4,560. Permanent ability unlocked Fairy's Wrath. Effect when the host flies into a rage while protecting someone. Important combat power surges by 300 for 5 minutes. Cooldown 72 hours. Intimacy 1. 5, total 16. 0. Ding. Forced Outfit Mission, Crisis Encounter Ultimate Disguise, completed. Mission Evaluation Epic. Host with the demeanor of a fairy untouched by dust intimidated the entire scene, perfectly performing the role of deadly bait. Reward issued modification degree, 5 current, total 60 shame value, 1,000 current, 5,560. Special note, modification degree exceeds 60. Countdown to 65 qualitative change initiated. Expected to trigger during the agricultural internship. System prompt at 65 qualitative change. Facial features will be permanently locked into form. Eternal Beauty, Song, You the Fairy 1-1 perfect replica. Current shame value 5560. Current cash redeemable 55. 6,000 yuan. Chapter End Theater. Scarface Chong's perspective. Interrogation room. Scarface Chong sat in the interrogation room, his eyes still dazed. The image replaying in his mind wasn't the arrest but the scene of Song Yu standing by the lake. The light cyan skirt, bare legs, the white jade pendant on her collarbone. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, Fairy, this old servant. The police officer across the table knocked on the table. Confess your crimes. Lin Weiwei's perspective on the way home. Lin Weiwei sat in the back of a taxi, still trembling. In her phone was the video she had recorded. The moment Song Yu smashed the easel at Scarface Chong and threw the small teacup to subdue the enemy. She watched it 3 times, then suddenly laughed. Inner monologue. I used to think I could compete with someone like her. She could take 10 of me. She sent Song Yu a WeChat message. I want to talk about today's events. We're really cool. After sending it, she buried her face in her hands, her ears turning red. Lin Weiwei affection level 80100. Fang Muyang's perspective in the ambulance. Fang Muyang lying on the stretcher, still holding Song Ye's hand. He turned his head to look at her fairy-like, exquisitely pure profile. Sunlight streamed in through the window, dyeing her light cyan skirt in warm hues. Inner monologue, the way she looked just now. He'll never forget it in this lifetime. He tightened his grip on her hand and whispered a UI. Before he could finish, Song Yu glared at him. Shut up. Save your strength. He obediently shut up, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. The ambulance screeched to a halt at the emergency entrance of the First Municipal People's Hospital. The rear doors flew open and 2 paramedics lifted down a stretcher. Fang Muyang lay face down on it, his shirt cut open at the back, revealing large areas of severe bruising and swelling on both sides of his spine. Below his right shoulder blade, a horizontal mark from a wooden rod had already begun to turn purple. Song Yu walked beside the stretcher, her skirt hem stained with grass clippings and mud. Under the white fluorescent lights of the hospital corridor, her pale green gauze dress lost all its ethereal grace, instead appearing strangely out of place. A nurse at the emergency reception desk looked up at her, then looked again, almost dropping the pen in her hand. CT room is on the 2nd floor. We'll take x-rays first to rule out fractures, the attending physician ordered after a quick glance at the wound. The stretcher was pushed into the elevator. Fang Muyang had not let go the entire time. From the moment he was on the ambulance, his left hand had been gripping Song Ye's wrist, his thumb pressed against the pulse point on the inside of her wrist bone. Whether he was making sure she was still there, or that he himself was still there, was unclear. The elevator doors closed. Does your hand hurt? Song Yu looked down at the wrist he was clutching. Fang Muyang turned his head toward her and grinned. It doesn't hurt. I was asking about my hand. You're squeezing too hard. Fang Muyang loosened his grip slightly. Only slightly. The CT results came back quickly. No fractures, just soft tissue contusions. He needed to be kept under observation for 1 night. The ward was on the 3rd floor of the inpatient building. A private room. Fang Dijing had called to arrange it. The nurse handed over the key without asking any unnecessary questions. Fang Muyang was helped onto the bed, lying face down with an ice pack placed on his back. The nurse set up the foredrip, gave a few instructions, and left the room. The ward fell silent. The air conditioner hummed faintly. Outside the window was the hospital's rear garden, the setting sun dyeing half the wall a warm orange. Song Yu pulled up a chair and sat on the right side of the head of the bed. Fang Muyang lay face down on the pillow, his face turned toward her, his left arm extending out from under the sheet with the foredrip. Drops of medicine fell one by one through the tubing. Neither spoke. After about 3 minutes of silence, Fang Muyang broke it. That little teacup of yours, didn't it break? Song Yu lowered her eyes, staring at a small blot of mud on her knee. No. Good, that's a relief. He paused for a beat. That thing's pretty sturdy. Didn't even crack when it hit someone's head. Song Yu didn't laugh. Fang Muyang added, that kick you just threw, the angle was perfect. Right in the back of the knee. I was thinking, did this fairy practice martial arts in her past life? Fang Muyang. He shut up. Songyu lifted her head. A faint shimmer clung to her eyelashes. Not tears, but the residual glow of the corridor's fluorescent lights. Yet the redness around her eyes was undeniable. When you stepped in front of me, I heard that dull thud. Fang Muyang froze for a moment. The muffled sound, the rod hitting your spine. Her voice dropped at the end, almost inaudible. I thought your back was broken. The room fell silent again. The hum of the air conditioner grew louder. The medicine dripped through the tubing with a faint, almost imperceptible tick. Fang Muyang moved his lips, wanting to say, "It's nothing," wanting to say just a scratch, to say something to lighten the mood. But he looked at Song Ye's face. Her pale green gauze dress, her white jade hairpin, the heart-shaped locket on her collarbone rising and falling with each breath. There was not a single tear on her face. Yet that stubbornness, the way she gritted her teeth and refused to break down in front of him, was more heartbreaking than any tears. He didn't say, "It's nothing." He said, "I'm sorry." Song Ye's fingers curled slightly. "Next time I'll be more careful." Fang Muyang stared at her, enunciating each word clearly. "I won't let you hear that sound again." Songyu opened her mouth. Words of reproach surged to her throat, but none came out. After holding it in for a long time, she squeezed out through gritted teeth, "Next time." Her voice cracked at the end, trembling, unable to sound fierce. She reached out and gently tucked his left arm back under the sheet. Her movements were light, her fingertips brushing a small scrape on his forearm, then quickly withdrawing. "Lie still. Don't move." Fang Muyang obediently stayed still. Dinner was a boxed meal from the hospital cafeteria. Fang Deseng's secretary brought it up: 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, plus a separate container of congee. Songyu placed the congee on the bedside table, unscrewed the lid, and stirred it with a spoon to cool it down. Fang Muyang turned his head to look at her. "Aren't you eating?" "I've already eaten." She hadn't. She hadn't eaten anything since morning. But Fang Muyang, lying face down, couldn't see the untouched boxed meal on the other side of her chair. Fang Muyang opened his mouth. Songyu froze. "What? Feed me. I can't hold the bowl while lying down." He said it with perfect justification. Songyu stared at him for 2 seconds. Her inner voice somersaulted. Is this guy seriously acting spoiled, even while injured? Is he a patient or a 3-year-old? But she still picked up the bowl of congee, scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it, and brought it to his lips. Fang Muyang took the spoon, his eyes curving into crescents. "Delicious. What's so good about plain congee?" "It's delicious because you're feeding me." The spoon in Song Ye's hand trembled, almost spilling the congee onto the sheet. "Shut up and eat." Fang Muyang wisely stopped talking and obediently finished the entire bowl of congee, 1 spoonful at a time. After he finished, he lay back down, buried his face in the pillow for a couple of seconds, then turned back. "Ayu, the way you're dressed today. It's the most beautiful I've ever seen you. I wish you could wear it every day." Songyu looked down at herself. The gauze was wrinkled, the skirt hem stained with mud. "What's beautiful about it?" "I look like a refugee." "Beautiful." Fang Muyang's right cheek pressed against the pillow, only one eye visible. Then I fixed on her without blinking. "Especially beautiful." Songyu fell silent. She lowered her head, pretending to pick at the grass clippings on her skirt, but her fingertips trembled too much to grasp the tiny fragments. The setting sun outside the window had completely sunk. Only the bedside lamp remained, its orange glow enveloping the two of them in a small pocket of warmth. Fang Muyang's hand emerged from under the sheet. Slowly, inch by inch, it moved to the edge of the bed. His fingertips touched the back of her hand, resting on the armrest of the chair. Songyu didn't pull away. He covered her hand with his. The warmth of his palm was slightly elevated, probably from the 4 and a mild fever. "Ayu, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time." Songyu stared at his hand. His fingers were long with distinct knuckles, and now they were interlacing with hers one by one. Her heartbeat began to spiral out of control. "Since elementary school, you've been my best buddy." Fang Muyang's voice was low, tinged with a hoarseness subdued by medication. "But somewhere along the way, I stopped looking at you the way I look at a buddy." Song Ye's breath stopped. "The day you got your new ID card, I said great. You asked me what great meant." His hand tightened slightly. What great meant was, "I finally confirmed that I'm not gay." The room was so quiet that you could hear the faint sound of air bubbles passing through the connector in the 4 tubing. Fang Muyang forced himself up on his left elbow, lifting his head from the pillow. The pain from his back twisted his facial muscles, but he still managed to prop himself up. He looked at Songyu. The orange light from the side illuminated half his face. The contours of an 18-year-old boy, jaw clenched tight, his Adam's apple sliding. "I like you." Those 4 words landed in the room, heavy and unadorned. "Not the way a buddy likes you." Songyu froze in her chair. Her mind exploded. Not the explosion of surprise. It was the explosion of all logical chains simultaneously snapping, all deductions collapsing at once. She could hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. A deer wildly crashing about. A rapid, irregular rhythm. Each thump slammed against the walls of her chest, making her eardrums ring. The memories of her 34 years in her past life surged up, those failed relationships built on material accumulation, the so-called girlfriend she had never even held hands with, the fake smiles at business dinners. In 34 years no one had ever looked at her like that. No one had ever lain on a hospital bed injured and said those 4 words to her with such unwavering, almost foolish conviction. But precisely because of that, she abruptly pulled her hand back. The legs of the chair scraped against the floor with a sharp screech. No. Fang Muyang was stunned. Song Yu stood up and took a step back. The hem of her skirt brushed against the wall behind her, the gauze silently pressing against the surface. You're my buddy. Her voice trembled, but she bit off each word heavily. 12 years of being buddies. You need to get that straight. Fang Muyang stared at her. His hand still hung in the air over the edge of the bed. The moment she withdrew, his 5 fingers closed around empty air. Ayu, you're injured today. Your mind isn't clear. Song Yu cut him off, her words tumbling out almost in flight. When you're better you won't say things like this. Pretend I didn't hear anything. She turned and pulled open the door of the room. The cold, harsh light of the corridor rushed in. She took a step. I am clear. Fang Muyang's voice came from behind her. Not loud, but every word nailed into her back. Clearer than I've ever been. Song Yu stood at the doorway, her back to him. Her hand gripped the door handle fiercely. She didn't turn around, but she didn't take another step forward either. The sound of pages turning came from the nurse's station at the end of the corridor. The infusion pump beeped once. Fang Muyang watched her silhouette. The hem of her pale green dress trembled slightly, and her bare legs also quivered faintly. You don't have to answer me now. He lay back down on the pillow, his voice muffled in the cotton, but every word clear. But I said it, and am not taking it back. Song Yu stood at the half-open door. The cold white light of the corridor and the warm orange light of the room cut a sharp, dividing line across her body. Her lips moved. No sound came out. Then she released the door handle slowly, step by step, walked back to the chair. She sat down. She didn't look at him. She picked up the bowl of congee that had turned cold, stirred it with a spoon. The congee is cold. They'll go ask the nurse to heat it up. Fang Muyang stared at her profile. Her ear from the tip to the root was flushed red. He buried his face back into the pillow. The corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. Song Yes, inner voice, shut up. Don't say anything. Song Yes, inner voice, shut up. Don't say anything. Monday. Lu Mei granted 2 days off directly over the phone so neither of them had to go to school. A nurse walked in carrying a red plastic basin and set it steadily on the bedside table. The steam from the water rose straight upward. Use warm water to wipe the front of his body. The wounds on his back must absolutely not touch water. If he lies on his stomach for too long, the front will sweat easily, and if it gets damp it could cause a rash. The nurse finished explaining, drew the curtain, turned around, and pushed the door open to leave. Song Yu stood rooted to the spot, her feet as if planted. Fang Muyang buried half his face in the pillow, the skin from the back of his neck to the curve of his ear, flushed all the way down to the collar. He didn't make a sound. The buttons of his hospital gown had already been undone, 3 buttons due to treatment needs, exposing a large expanse of his chest to the air. Song Yu dipped her hands into the hot water, scooped up the cotton towel, twisted it tightly with both hands to wring out the moisture. The warm, rough fabric touched the boy's skin. The intense heat transmitted through her palm. Holding the towel, Song Yu wiped downward from the boy's collarbone, gliding over his chest muscles and stopping at the edge of his abdomen. The muscles beneath her hands suddenly tensed. His abdomen contracted sharply, revealing 6 chiseled contours beneath the skin. Had this kid been sneaking off to the gym behind her back? How could he have such an incredible physique? With such high density, it was completely invisible underneath his loose school uniform. And yet yesterday he had been knocked down with a single blow. Song Yu stared blankly, her 34 years of life experience from her previous life collectively failing her at this moment. What are you staring at? Fang Muyang's voice came muffled through the pillow, his tone trembling at the end. Who is staring at you? Song Yu threw the towel back into the basin, 2 drops of hot water splashing onto the tiles. She turned and walked quickly into the private bathroom, turning on the faucet. Cold water rushed over her hands as she tried to conceal the panic in her heart. In the mirror, her face along with her long, slender, fair neck was flushed crimson. Ding. System notification: ambiguous intimate contact between young lovers, shame value 150, current total 5,710, 5:30 in the afternoon. The hospital door was knocked 3 times. Lin Weiwei pushed the door open and walked in. In her left hand, she carried an exquisitely packaged fruit basket, and in her right a box of purple mangosteens. Today she wore a light gray knit sweater, her long hair casually tied back, her face bare of makeup. Fang Muyang had been lying on his stomach scrolling through his phone, but at the sound he immediately shoved it under his pillow. His neck stiffened, his facial muscles completely rigid, adopting a clear defensive posture. Although Lin Weiwei had called the police yesterday, in his mind this girl who had once stabbed him in the back on the forum was still extremely dangerous. Song Yu stood up, walked over, and took the fruit basket and mangosteens. Let's talk outside, she said, stepping past Lin Weiwei and heading out the door. Lin Weiwei didn't spare a single glance at the bedridden Fang Muyang. She turned and followed Song Yu out. On the first floor of the hospital, a 24-hour convenience store. The automatic glass door slid open and the air-conditioned cold air hit them. Song Yu walked straight to the refrigerated cabinet at the far end and pulled open the glass door. Can you drink something cold? Yes. Song Yu took out 2 cans of chilled sugar-free Coca-Cola. She walked over to the high stool by the floor-to-ceiling window and slid 1 can to Lin Weiwei. They sat down side by side. How badly is he injured? Lin Weiwei hooked her index finger into the can's pull tab, yanked it open, and the carbonated bubbles hissed. Soft tissue contusion, no bone damage. Song Yu opened her own can and took a sip. Lin Weiwei held the cold aluminum can in both hands, her fingertips trembling. Yesterday, she began, her voice rough. I'm sorry. I posted on the forum slandering you before, and yesterday you stood in front of me. Song Yu set the cola on the laminated countertop. The metal clanked against the wood. She turned her head and looked at Lin Weiwei's bowed head reflected in the glass. Yesterday when Zhang Chong charged at you, everyone else ran. You didn't. Song Yu stared at her. You stood there holding up your phone, yelling until your voice cracked. And that phone call and that video are enough to make up for it. We're even. Lin Weiwei froze. For a full 3 seconds, she let out a long breath. Her shoulders relaxed. The taut string of 3 years finally snapped, and those shameful feelings of jealousy and twistedness dissipated with that breath like smoke. Lin Weiwei took out her phone, opened the Bilibili page, and pushed it in front of Song Yu. All right. I also have some real business to discuss with you. The screen played a video. A girl wearing a Ming-style hanfu was playing the guzheng. The barrage of comments densely covered the entire screen with staggering viewership data. I stayed up all night researching last night. The exquisiteness of that light cyan ancient-style dress you wore and your guzheng technique at the art festival. Song Yu, have you considered becoming a content creator? Lin Weiwei quickly swiped her finger across the screen, pulling up a data chart she had made. There's a huge gap in this niche right now. You have absolute beauty advantage and technical barriers. Any short video of you playing, even just a few seconds, as long as the camera angles and editing are decent, the views will explode. Song Yu stared at the numbers dancing on the screen. In her mind, a vast sandbox simulation launched instantly. 2023. The tail end of the golden age of short videos and self-media. National style and traditional culture were at the peak of traffic. In her past life as an investor, she had poured money into 2 top-tier MCN agencies and knew the profit-sharing models inside out. A single product placement ad could start at 6 figures, and platform incentives and live streaming tips were astronomical. Moreover, the initial cost was nearly zero, the only risk being early-stage exposure. With money, she could regain control of her finances, hire professional security teams, and even handle more complex situations in the future. A risk avoidance plan quickly surfaced: never show her full face in the early stages. Only film the lower half of her face wearing a veil or close-ups and backshots focusing on an extreme, cool, ethereal atmosphere. This was the fastest way to reclaim the initiative in her life. Song Yu met Lin Weiwei's gaze. I can do it. Song Yu cut straight to the core. You'll handle the account operation. Lin Weiwei was stunned for a moment. She had prepared a whole speech to persuade her, never expecting Song Yu to agree so readily. Yes, he'll handle the initial operations, editing, post-production, and copywriting. Lin Weiwei sat up straight. You just need to appear on camera and play. No payment until we see earnings, or once we do, we split 50-50. 70-30, Song Yu interrupted. I take 70, you take 30. Her tone was flat, leaving no room for negotiation. This was the absolute dominance of a superior. Lin Weiwei was intimidated by the aura and nodded subconsciously. Deal. But I'm setting 2 rules. First, no full face in early videos, only close-ups. Second, reject all vulgar suggestive ads. Lin Weiwei nodded vigorously, unlocked her phone's memo app. Have you thought of a name for the account? Yuan. 8:30 in the evening. Song Yu carried the box of mangosteens back to the hospital room. The main light was off, leaving only a warm yellow reading lamp on the bedside table. Fang Muyang lay on his stomach, his phone tossed beside him. Hearing the door open, he immediately turned his face toward the entrance. What did you talk about? Took so long. A surefire business. Song Yu pulled up a folding chair and sat down, placing the plastic bag on the cabinet. Fang Muyang couldn't care less about any business. His attention was entirely on the purplered bag. Mangosteens from Lin Weiwei. Song Yu opened the plastic box lid and picked out a fruit with a deep color. Fang Muyang extended his left hand. Let me peel it. Song Yu placed the mangosteen in his palm. Because of the strain on his back muscles, he could only use the strength of his thumb and index finger. His nails dug deep into the thick purplered rind, and with a little force the shell split open with a straight crack. Light purple juice stained his fingertips. He peeled off the top half of the hard shell, revealing the snow-white garlic clove-like flesh inside. He extended his entire left arm forward straight to Song Yu's lips. Song Yu looked at the flesh less than 2 centimeters from her mouth. Eat it yourself. I don't want any. How am I supposed to eat it while lying on my stomach? The juice will drip all over the bed and make a mess. Fang Muyang's hand didn't retreat an inch. In fact, it moved forward another centimeter. Song Yu opened her mouth. Her teeth precisely bit into the top piece of white flesh and pulled it back. The sweet, slightly tangy juice exploded on her tongue. The back of Fang Muyang's finger brushed ever so lightly against the edge of her lower lip. A tingling numbness like an electric shock. Song Yu paused her chewing for a second, quickly rolled the fruit into her mouth, and sat up straight. Keep your hands to yourself. Fang Muyang didn't respond. He reached into the box for another mangosteen and continued to tackle the shell with one hand. Outside, the wind picked up and the leaves scraped against the glass with a faint rustling sound. In the room, only the faint crack of the shell being broken could be heard. Fang Muyang peeled the second one and offered it again. The cold moonlight streaming in through the window mingled with the warm bedside lamp, casting light on his focused profile. Song Yu hesitated for half a second. She opened her mouth again and bit off the flesh. The box of mangosteens was finished in the rhythm of offering and biting. Fang Muyang pulled out 2 wet wipes and vigorously wiped the purple juice off his fingers. The doctor said we can be discharged after another half-day of observation tomorrow afternoon. My dad is sending a car to pick us up. Song Yu threw the empty box into the trash. Behave yourself when you sleep tonight. Don't press on your wound. 11:15 at night. Song Yu lay fully clothed on the fold-out cot by the window, covered with a hospital-striped thin blanket. On the bed next to her, Fang Muyang's breathing was long and steady. He was already fast asleep. Song Yu's phone vibrated once very briefly under her pillow. She pulled out the phone, swiped the screen with her thumb. WeChat had received a new message. Sender Lin Weiwei. The screen showed a full screenshot. The Bilibili creator backend page. Account ID Yuin. Followers 0. Likes 0. Below it, a text message followed. Lin Weiwei, tomorrow after school, I'll bring professional equipment to your place or the hospital. Record the first video. You choose the piece. Song Yu looked at the line of text and quickly tapped on the 9-grid keyboard. Song Yu, come to my place. I should be back home by tomorrow. Lin Weiwei replied instantly. Lin Weiwei, see you tomorrow evening then. Good night, future superstar. Song Yu, good night. See you tomorrow evening. Her finger pressed the green send button. The progress circle on the screen spun half a turn, and the message bubble slid out from the right side, settling steadily at the very bottom of the chat window. The instant the message was sent, a muffled shifting sound came from the hospital bed across the room. Song Yu quickly locked the screen and slid the phone under her pillow. Fang Muyang didn't wake. He merely changed his sleeping position, lying on his stomach, his left arm extending from beneath the sheet, 5 fingers loosely resting on the edge of the bed. The 4 drip had long been removed. The empty drip stand stood by the headboard, a strip of unpeeled tape dangling from its metal pole. Song Yu lay on her side, staring at the hand hanging over the bed's edge. Long knuckles prominent with thin calluses on the pads of the middle and ring fingers. Worn from holding a pen. Last night, while peeling mangosteens, purple juice stained the tiger's mouth of his hand, leaving a small patch that hadn't been washed clean. It was this very hand that 2 evenings ago had gripped her wrist, his thumb pressed against her pulse, holding on from the ambulance to the hospital room without ever letting go. And it was the owner of this hand, lying on the hospital bed, using that almost fierce, resolute tone, told her, I like you. Not the kind of like between brothers. Song Yu hurriedly turned her face away, pressing it firmly against the wall, the tips of her ears burning red in an instant. All the experience of her previous life churned within her chest, yet she couldn't find a single appropriate response. But it was precisely this straightforward confession that made her cheeks flush, her heart race wildly, and she felt both shy and flustered, utterly unable to withstand it. Sunlight squeezed through the gaps of the hospital blinds, cutting into neat stripes on the floor tiles. Song Yu was awakened by the sound of a nurse's cart in the hallway outside the door. She opened her eyes, and her first reaction was to look down at herself. The light cyan gauze dress was crumpled, the white jade concentric lock pendant had slipped behind her shoulder, and her long hair was disheveled. Disheveled. She sat up and quickly gathered her hair to one side. From the table, she picked up the well-arranged white jade crown, and 2 hairpins, refastened the crown, and reinserted the 2 hairpins behind her ears. After Song Yu finished dressing, she found that the opposite bed was empty. The sheet was folded neatly, the pillow placed in the center. The bathroom door was half open, the sound of water rushing. Fang Muyang's voice filtered through the door crack, thick with toothpaste foam. Awake. The nurse said the follow-up check is at 2 in the afternoon. If everything's fine, we'll be discharged. My dad is sending a car to pick us up. Song Yu stood up and walked to the window. Outside the blinds was the hospital's small garden, where an old lady was pushing her husband in a wheelchair to bask in the sun. A very ordinary scene. Yet she inexplicably felt a tightness in her chest. The sound of water stopped. Fang Muyang pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. He had already changed out of his hospital gown. He wore a black crewneck t-shirt and dark gray casual pants. These were the change of clothes that Fang Desheng's secretary had sent over last night. The collar of the t-shirt was loose, revealing a hint of collarbone. He bent down to pick up the jacket draped over the chair at the foot of the bed, but his movement froze halfway, the muscles in his back and waist straining against the wound, causing his entire face to contort in pain. Let the nurse help you. Song Yu spoke. Fang Muyang shook his head and continued reaching for the jacket. As soon as he raised his arm halfway, it retracted in pain. Song Yu couldn't bear to watch. She walked over, picked up the dark blue thin jacket from the chair, shook it out, and opened it. Turn around. Fang Muyang turned his back to her. Song Yu slipped the jacket over his arms from behind, pulling it up onto his shoulders. She moved to the front and began to zip it up. The The zipper head was caught in the fabric's fold at the very bottom. She lowered her head, her two hands fiddling at his waist for a few seconds. Fang Muyang didn't say a word, but his breathing rhythm was disrupted. Songyu was too close to him, the loose strands of her hair almost brushed against his chin. The faint white floral fragrance that belonged to her crept into his nose, muddling his mind. He slowly lowered his head. Involuntarily, he brushed the tip of his nose against the hair on her crown barely a centimeter away. The warm breath landed on her hair whirl. Songye's hand suddenly stopped. She froze in place. Ding. Only 0.5 seconds left before triggering the tachycardia warning. She abruptly stepped back. The zipper wasn't fastened. Half the metal teeth were open, letting cold air seep through the gap. You? Do it yourself. Pervert. System. The host just now was more considerate and gentle than a virtuous wife, and now you're calling him a pervert. You turn your face faster than turning a page. Songyu ignored the system. She turned, walked to the window, opened the blinds, and pretended to look at the elderly couple basking in the sun in the garden. The skin on the back of her neck was burning. Fang Muyang stood in place, his fingers pinching the unzipped zipper, head frozen for 2 seconds. Okay. He slowly pulled the zipper up by himself, every inch causing his back and waist to ache. The pain was real, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. 1:40 p.m. The hospital room door was knocked 3 times. The rhythm was even, the force precise, neither too light nor too heavy. Songyu lifted her head from the folding chair. The door opened. A man in his early 40s stood at the entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit with a platinum tie clip. The Patek Philippe on his left wrist wasn't deliberately exposed, but the cut of the cuff perfectly framed the edge of the watch face. Fang Desheng's chief secretary Zhou Tao. Young Master Fang, Ms. Song. Zhou Tao bowed slightly, his posture respectfully flawless. The car is already downstairs. However, Chairman Fang would like to invite Ms. Song to the VIP reception room at the end of the hallway for a private word. Fang Muyang's hand, which was tying his shoelaces, stopped. He straightened up, and all the relaxed contours of his face tightened within a second. What does my dad want with her? Zhou Tao's gaze didn't waver, but he didn't reply directly either. The chairman's exact words were a private word. Fang Muyang stood up, instinctively stepping half a step to stand in front of Songyu. He'll go with her. Zhou Tao looked troubled. His lips moved, probably trying to find a more polite way to say. The chairman said only Miss Song is invited. A hand patted Fang Muyang's uninjured left shoulder. The pressure was light, but steady. Songyu stepped out from behind him. Wait here. He'll go. Fang Muyang turned his head, staring at her intently. Songyu met his gaze. The soul of 34 years pressed down all at once. No longer the timidity of a young girl, nor the fragility of a decoration. It was the calm etched into the bones of someone who had been crushed in the business world and pieced back together. Songyu, 5 minutes. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple moved. He didn't stop her. At the end of the hallway. VIP reception room. The door was ajar. Songyu pushed it open and walked in. The room was small. A long walnut table, 4 leather chairs, and a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the hospital's rooftop garden. No tea set, no fruit platter, nothing to ease the atmosphere. Fang Dejing stood in front of the window, his back to the door. He wore a navy blue cashmere coat, hands clasped behind his back. Seen from this angle, his shoulders were broad, his back straight, a 48-year-old man with no trace of laxity. The sound of footsteps stopped 3 meters behind him. Fang Dejing turned around. He looked at Songyu. His gaze started from the white jade crown on her head, passed over her ethereal face, glanced at the concentric lock pendant on her collarbone, and finally rested on her standing posture. It wasn't the kind of inventory assessment Wang Shuyi used. It was a higher-dimensional evaluation. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Fang Dejing didn't ask her to sit. He took a card from the inner pocket of his coat, placed it on the table, and pushed it forward 3 inches. Black. Unlimited. No bank logo on the card, only a row of silver hot-stamped numbers at the bottom right. The incident the day before yesterday must have been a shock. Consider this card as compensation for your fright, and also as the Fang family's gratitude to you. Songyu stood across the table. She didn't even glance at the card. Her gaze fell flatly on Fang Desheng's face. The Songyu from her previous life fully awakened at this moment. All that decadence, cowardice, and numbness faded away completely. Uncle Fang, instead of giving me this, why not look into who Zhang Chang called from the municipal bureau before he was caught? The air temperature in the reception room dropped by 3 degrees. Fang Desheng's hand, which had been pushing the card, stopped. Songye's words were evenly paced, each one hitting its mark. A thug with a criminal record within half a month found out all my details. With surveillance in place, he still dared to bring 6 people and charge indirectly. Without an internal source of information, how did he dare? Fang Desheng's pupils contracted. An extremely subtle change. But Songyu caught it. He didn't respond immediately. Silence stretched. Fang Dejing withdrew his hand and tucked the black card back into his inner pocket. His movements were excruciatingly slow. He began to reassess the 18-year-old girl standing before him, wearing a wrinkled antique-style dress with disheveled hair. No, this was not 18. He had fought in the arena of fame and fortune for over 30 years, and had seen countless young people pretending to be mature, all rough at the seams. But Song Yes' words used the method of backward deduction and elimination. The precision of information screening and the ruthlessness of timing were startling. Fang Dijing smiled. It was the smile of recognizing a kindred spirit. He pulled out a chair and sat down, raising his hand. Sit. Song Yu pulled out a chair and sat. Her back straight. The light cyan gauze spread over the leather chair, cool and imposing. Fang Desheng's tone changed. The condescending charity vanished, replaced by equal sincerity. That auxiliary police officer from the public security brigade has already been dealt with through internal procedures. He paused for a beat. When did you start suspecting? The day the note was placed on my desk, Song Yu replied fluently. Even with security upgrades, someone still managed to infiltrate the classroom. Either the school security is useless or someone opened the door. I don't accept either. Fang Dijing leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. He stared at her for 5 seconds. His mind was churning. After a long moment, he spoke in a deep voice. That boy Muyang fears nothing. No matter how serious the injury, he never shows weakness. He fixed his eyes on Song Yu, enunciating each word. But yesterday when I arrived at the scene, he had taken a heavy blow to the back, kneeling on one knee in the mud. Yet his left hand was gripping you tightly, knuckles trembling. He has never been so worried about anyone before. I don't oppose whatever's between you two. He'll handle his mother's side. As long as you're willing, the Fang family will protect you for life. Ding. Key character Fang Desheng's father-in-law's approval triggered. Shame value 300. Current 6010. Detected host's psychological defenses violently disturbed, sense of feminization deepening irreversibly. Song Yes' spine stiffened. Her 10 fingers twisted tightly under her skirt. Nails dug into her palms. It took her 3 seconds to suppress the earthquake within her chest. You're joking, Uncle Fang. She raised her eyes, her gaze calm. Muyang and I are just good friends. Fang Dijing looked at her. He saw through everything, but didn't call her out. He stood up and straightened his lapels. Whatever you young people define it as. He walked around the table, reached the door, and pulled it open. He turned his head, a faint trace of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Go. Don't let him wait too long. That kid is probably pacing outside and scratching the walls. Song Yu pushed open the door of the VIP reception room. Fang Muyang was indeed pacing in the corridor. The distance from the reception room door to the fire hydrant was about 8 meters, and the reflection of the floor tiles had been blurred by his back-and-forth steps. Hearing the door, he abruptly stopped and rushed over in 3 quick strides. He looked her over from head to toe, then from toe to head, and again from head to toe. The old man didn't give you a hard time, did he? Song Yu gathered her loose hair. No. He didn't give you a check to leave me. Song Yu rolled her eyes. He did. But I thought it was too little, so I didn't take it. Fang Muyang was stunned for a beat. Then he realized, and the breath had been holding released in a rush. He leaned against the wall. Can you please not joke at a time like this? I nearly wore a groove in the hallway out there. Song Yu ignored him and walked straight toward the ward. Fang Muyang caught up and walked half a step to her left. What did you actually talk about? About Zhang Chang's case. That's all. That's all. Fang Muyang looked suspiciously at her profile. Her pace was slightly faster than usual, the light cyan skirt swaying hurriedly with her steps. Most telling were her ears. From the tips to the lobes, they were red enough to bleed. The questions on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. The two walked back to the ward, one after the other. Secretary Zhou Tao was already waiting at the door, holding Fang Muyang's backpack and Song Yes' crossbody bag. Young Master Fang, Miss Song, the car is on level B1. Song Yu took her crossbody bag. The small cloud-patterned teacup was still quietly resting in her bag, having struck someone without leaving a trace. The elevator descended. As the metal doors closed, Fang Muyang suddenly spoke. Did my dad say anything about me? Zhou Tao stood in the corner facing the elevator doors, his back straight, ears perked. Song Yu stared at the floor numbers jumping from 3 to 2, her tone light. He said that the day before yesterday, when you held my hand, your knuckles turned white from trembling. The elevator fell silent for 2 seconds. Fang Muyang's ears burned bright red, a flush spreading from his neck to his temples. How did he? Why did he tell you that? Song Yu turned her head to look at him. The cold white overhead light fell on the light cyan gauze dress. Her brows curved, carrying an indescribable mix of mischief and tenderness. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was important. The elevator doors opened. Fang Muyang stood there, ears red, mouth opening and closing. Zhou Tao respectfully turned sideways ahead, gesturing the way. Young Master Fang, this way please. Fang Muyang stepped out of the elevator, took 2 steps, and muttered something low. The sound was muffled in his collar, and even Zhou Tao didn't catch it. But Song Yu, walking half a step behind him, heard it clearly. Next time I stand in front of you, I want shake. Song Yes' steps faltered. Her fingertips gripped the strap of her bag, nails leaving a faint white mark on the fabric. She didn't respond. The cold air from the basement garage rushed in, flipping the light cyan skirt sharply. She walked on with her head down. Her lips were pressed into a straight line. But at the very ends of that line, ever so slightly, they curved upward. Ding. Intimacy 0. 5. Total 17. 5 system note. Host, you smiled. Don't think, because you're looking down, this system can't see it. End off chapter. Side story. Fang Muyang's perspective in the hospital room. This morning the sky hadn't fully brightened. A twinge of pain from the wound on his back woke Fang Muyang. The ward was very quiet. Only the faint hum of the infusion pump on standby. He turned his head. On the folding cot across the way, Song Yu was still asleep. The light cyan gauze was wrapped around her waist, the ethereal dress wrinkled from sleep. The concentric lock pendant had slipped from her collarbone, resting diagonally against the hollow of her neck. Her breathing was steady. At this moment she was completely defenseless. Fang Muyang held his breath. Using his left arm to support himself, he slowly shifted his upper body. The muscles in his back pulled painfully, covering him in a thin layer of sweat. But he didn't stop. Barefoot, he stepped onto the cold floor tiles. Like a thief afraid of shattering some priceless treasure, he moved inch by inch to the side of the cot. He crouched down. The distance closed to less than a foot. The faint white floral scent from her body, laced with sleep, straight into his lungs. A strand of loose black hair rising and falling with her breath clung to her bright red lower lip. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed heavily. He extended his left hand. The pads of his middle and ring fingers still bore the faint purple stain from peeling mangosteens last night. His fingertips hovered in the air, pausing for a full 3 seconds. They were still trembling slightly. Then, holding his breath, he used the pad of his finger to gently and slowly lift that strand of hair. He brushed it aside. As he withdrew, the back of his finger inevitably brushed ever so lightly against her lower lip. Incredibly soft, carrying the warmth that belonged to her. Just that half-second of contact made Fang Muyang's mind buzz, the sound deafening. Song Yes' eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and she let out a vague murmur. Fang Muyang was so startled, he jerked his hand back. Guiltily, he retreated 2 steps, pulling at his back injury, causing his facial muscles to twitch sharply, but he clenched his jaw tightly, not making a sound. He stared at the now peacefully sleeping Song Yu, and let out a long breath of pent-up heat from his chest. His gaze moved from her lips to her tranquil brows and eyes. "Ayu," he silently called out in his heart. "You have no idea how much I like you. So much, that I only dare to secretly touch your hair when you're not awake." The exit barrier of the underground garage slowly rose. A black SUV merged into the congested evening traffic. The setting sun pierced through the windshield, painting the cabin in a thick orangered hue. Song Yu leaned against the passenger seat, her fingertips unconsciously scraping at the shoulder strap of her handbag. Fang Desheng's utterly impassive face lingered in her mind. "I have no objection to your matter." That man who had manipulated the arena of fame and fortune for over 30 years didn't even blink when he said those words. It was the absolute control of a superior over the situation and an almost instinctive gamble on interests. The wheels rolled over a speed bump and the engine died. The shadows of locust trees swayed and interwove on the bricks beneath the residential building. Just as Song Yes' fingers touched the door handle, Fang Muyang suddenly unfastened his seatbelt, leaned across the center console, and pressed toward the passenger seat without warning. Half of his body was hidden in the backlight, his jawline carved by the dying sunlight outside the window into a sharp, cold edge. His right hand reached past Song Yu, firmly gripping the back of the passenger seat. The distance between them closed abruptly. The tip of his nose was less than 10 centimeters from the side of her neck. A masculine aura instantly invaded the cramped cabin. "There's no need to rush and answer to those words I said." He paused, his Adam's apple trembling violently against her line of sight. "But don't pretend you didn't hear them." Song Yu shoved the car door open. The night wind rushed in violently. The light cyan gauze slipped through his fingers, vanishing completely. She didn't utter a single word. The door slammed shut with a force that betrayed a panic she herself hadn't realized. Back home, Mom was stir-frying in the kitchen, the range hood humming. Old Song was still slumped on the sofa as usual. He held his phone high, the external speaker turned up to 3 bars. On the screen, a CEO was saying to the heroine, "I'll take care of you." Song Yu changed shoes at the entrance and glanced at the middle-aged man in the living room, deeply absorbed in his short drama. In her thoughts, what a dad. She crouched down to take off her black high boots, stepped barefoot into slippers, walked into the bedroom, and locked the door. She opened the wardrobe. On the far right, a brand new light cyan dress hung on the hanger. It was the one she had gritted her teeth and repurchased from the system store this afternoon, while waiting for Fang Muyang's follow-up check at the hospital. System store purchase record item: Song Yu fairy dress, full set, 1 cost shame value $8.88, current shame value $51.22 tonight. It would be used to forge the first blade that could pry open wealth. After showering, she roughly dried her long hair with a towel until it was half dry. A wide white bathrobe wrapped around her entire body. Her phone vibrated. "Lin Weiwei, I'm downstairs at your building. The stuff is heavy, come help me carry it." Song Yu replied with coming. She casually dried her long hair with a towel again, then threw a loose bathrobe over her silk pajamas. Slipping into her sandals, she went downstairs. The unit door opened. Lin Weiwei stood by the flower bed carrying a huge black backpack. In her left hand, she held a folded tripod, in her right a 1.2-meter extendable light stand, and hanging from her chest was a Canon R5, the lens cap still off. Her forehead was covered in sweat. "Weiwei, where did all this come from?" Song Yu took the tripod. "From my mom's wedding company." Lin Weiwei switched the light stand to her other hand and shook her sore right arm. "The camera is a flagship model. The fill light is studio grade. I told my mom it was for the school photography club, so she didn't ask further. The two entered the building and went upstairs one after the other. They reached door 302. Songyu took out her keys to open it. Why are you running back and forth? Mom's voice came from the kitchen. Songyu stepped aside to let Lin Weiwei in first. Mom, it's my classmate. Mom leaned out, half her body spatula in hand. Seeing the unfamiliar girl at the entrance, she froze for a moment. Hello, Auntie. Lin Weiwei leaned the light stand against the shoe cabinet and bowed politely. My name is Lin Weiwei, am Ayu's classmate. Mom wiped her hands and walked over, examining Lin Weiwei. High ponytail, light gray knit sweater, clean and neat. Come in. Mom immediately switched to hostess mode. Have you eaten? Let Annie stir fry a couple more dishes. Auntie, no need to bother. No bother. Yue rarely brings classmates home. Old song. Stop staring at your phone, entertain the guest. On the sofa, Dad finally looked up from his CEO short drama. He glanced at Lin Weiwei, then at the stack of professional photography gear behind her. Hello, Uncle. Dad nodded, turned off the phone's external speaker. You're here. Have a seat. Then he lowered his head and continued watching the next episode. Songyu led Lin Weiwei through the living room. She pushed open the bedroom door. Lin Weiwei followed her gaze, quickly sweeping across the entire room, assessing the position of the curtains, the angle of the light, the color of the walls. Then her eyes fell on the light cyan dress laid flat on the bed and on Songyu's bathrobe. Her movements froze. Is this the same set you wore yesterday? New one. Songyu placed the tripod by the desk. I washed yesterday's. Lin Weiwei walked to the bedside, her fingertips touching the ice silk gauze. The texture is incredible. She leaned in to look at the swirling cloud patterns on the dress. Machine embroidery or handmade? Never mind that. Songyu pulled open the drawer and took out a white jade hair crown and hairpin. Set up the equipment. He'll go change. Lin Weiwei immediately snapped into work mode. She unfolded the folding light stand and secured it with screws. She set up the tripod, mounted the Canon R5, you adjusted the focal length and switch lenses. A 35mm prime lens, wide aperture, the sharpest tool for half-body portraits. 15 minutes later, the bathroom door lock clicked open. Lin Weiwei was crouching on the floor, adjusting the color temperature of the fill light. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Even though she had seen it yesterday, even though she had mentally prepared herself, Lin Weiwei's heart was still violently shaken. The warm yellow soft light struck. The ice silk gauze clung to her smooth, delicate skin, radiating a faint chill. At the center of her collarbone hung a white jade pendant of interlocking rings. The cloud-patterned white jade hair crown bound her hair, while the feathered hairpin inserted diagonally behind her ear and temple swayed slightly. A few stray strands of hair fell naturally against her pale cheeks. Cold. Unearthly. When you put on this outfit, your whole aura changes. Lin Weiwei swallowed hard. You really have an ethereal quality. Songyu walked to the guzheng by the desk, swept her sleeves, and sat down. Don't space out. Start recording. Lin Weiwei snapped back to reality and pressed the record button. The flip screen lit up. In the frame, Songyu sat before the guzheng. Her profile was outlined by a thin layer of rim light from the fill. The camera framed only the lower half of her face, her slender neck, the white jade pendant on her collarbone, and the strings. The upper half of her face was cropped out of the frame. A deadly blank space. Okay. Lin Weiwei lowered her voice. Start whenever you're ready. Songyu gazed down at the strings. Her right hand lifted. Her index finger rested on the first string. The moment her fingertip touched the metal, all distractions were cut off. Fang Muyang's approach, Fang Desheng's scrutiny, Zhang Chang's madness. Nothing remained but the strings. She began. The sound of the guzheng tore through the air. High mountains and flowing water. Without any system skill enhancement, 34 years of life experience and musical mastery merged perfectly in this moment. Thumb pushing, middle finger plucking, index finger brushing. The three fingers alternated and accelerated the sound, shifting from mournful to surging. Her left hand slid and vibrated on the strings, sinking into the resilience of each string. The warm light sliced across her flying fingers. The faint scraping of nails against the strings was captured without reservation by the recording microphone. Lin Weiwei crouched beside the tripod, staring intently at the flip screen. The girl in the frame pressed her lips tightly together, the light gauze fluttering in the breeze, stirred by her fingertips. Lin Weiwei's heartbeat quickened. As a member of the internet generation, she had an instinctive nose for viral content. This lighting, this composition, this crushing level of guzheng skill. Posted on any platform, it would be a nuclear-level blow. The piece ended. Her fingers lifted from the strings. The lingering sound dragged through the small bedroom for a full 3 seconds before fading completely. How was it? Songyu turned her face. Lin Weiwei didn't speak. She pressed the playback button with her thumb, staring at the 3-minute video without blinking. After watching the last half-second, she abruptly raised her head, a look of disbelief on her face as she gazed at the fairy before her. Songyu. This quality, plus the mystery of not showing your face. Lin Weiwei took a deep breath and enunciated firmly. The first episode is absolutely going to blow up. Yu-in is going to be famous. Songyu looked down at her fingertips. The indentations from the metal strings hadn't faded yet. The corner of her lips lifted in an almost imperceptible curve. Lin Weiwei spent 40 minutes exporting the footage, backing it up in 3 copies. Before leaving, she was forced by Mom to sit at the dining table and eat a bowl of pork rib noodles. Auntie's cooking is amazing. Lin Weiwei wiped her mouth and stood up. Come again next time. Mom smiled warmly. On the sofa, Dad raised his hand briefly. On his phone screen, the CEO was running through the rain. Song Yu walked Lin Weiwei to the entrance of the unit. He'll edit the footage tonight. Lin Weiwei shifted the backpack higher on her shoulders. He'll write the caption. He'll show it to you by noon tomorrow. If it's okay, we'll post. Song Yu nodded. Lin Weiwei turned to leave, then stopped. She hesitated for a second. When you play the Guzheng wearing that outfit. The tips of her ears turned red. You're really beautiful. She turned and walked away. Her pace was so fast she nearly tripped. Song Yu stood at the door watching her and the equipment disappear under the streetlight. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. Lin Weiwei affection 85100 best friend. 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Yu changed into cotton pajamas and lay on her back on the bed. The Guzheng had been pushed back to the corner and the fairy dress was neatly folded into the wardrobe. She stared at the crack in the ceiling. Fang Muyang's words wormed their way into her mind again. Don't pretend you didn't hear them. Song Yu irritably grabbed the blanket and covered her face. Inner thoughts absolutely ridiculous. So embarrassing. This pervert. But her heart was pounding violently in her chest, shaking her ribs until they ached. Just then her phone vibrated under the pillow. A text message. Sender Dean Wong of the Academic Affairs Office. She swiped the screen open. Student Song Yu, due to municipal system maintenance, the change of your gender file cannot be approved temporarily. For the agricultural activity on October 23rd, next Monday, please follow the backup plan. Be accompanied alone by student Fang Muyang. Accommodation arrangement, small single room in the farm management office. Requires signed consent from both parents. Please submit the signed application form as soon as possible. Song Yu stared at the screen. Every word branded itself onto her retina. Backup plan alone, accompaniment, single room. Both parents' signatures. She pressed the phone against her chest. Closed her eyes. A broken sob escaped her throat. Ding. Cohabitation preparation storyline officially locked. System notification, agricultural activity, countdown 5 days, shame value 200, current 5322. The phone vibrated again. A WeChat message. Fang Muyang AU, did Dean Wong send you a text? Song Yu stared at the screen. Her thumb hovered for 10 seconds. Song Yu, yes. He replied instantly. Fang Muyang, the signature form. My dad has taken care of it on his end. Do you need me to talk to Uncle and Auntie? Talk to them. How would you say it? Uncle, Auntie, I'm going to sleep alone for 7 days with your daughter, who used to be your son. Song Yes fingers dug into the edge of the screen. She could almost picture the scene of old Song's phone with its blaring CEO short drama dropping to the floor and shattering. Such a mortifying situation was unheard of even in her 34 years of past life. Trembling, she typed out a line, each character dripping with murderous intent. Song, you get lost. I'll handle it myself. She put down her phone. Song Yu took a deep breath, pulled the light application form from her backpack. The words special circumstances alone accompaniment application at the top of the form were glaringly harsh under the light. In the living room, old Song had just reached the climax of the drama where the CEO was pinning the heroine against the wall for a forceful kiss. Mom wiped her hands as she walked out of the kitchen and glanced toward the bedroom. You better come out and have some fruit before bed. It's good for your skin. Song Yu clutched the thin piece of paper. Her fingertips hovered over the door handle for 3 seconds. Creak. She pushed the door open. Head lowered, moving with excruciating slowness, she walked to the dining table. The form bearing the words cohabitation agreement was pressed under her palm, and inch by inch, she pushed it in front of Mom, who was peeling an apple. Mom stopped the fruit knife. Old Song pressed the pause button on his phone. The air froze, leaving only the ticking of the wall clock's second hand in the room. Song, yes, inner thoughts, am ready to move to another planet. The school-issued agricultural living accommodation form requires a parent's signature. The final note carried a tight, strained chord. The air fell silent for a second. From the short drama about a domineering CEO came the crisp sound of a slap. Old Song's thumb pressed on the screen, freezing the image. He extended his left hand and drew the paper from between Song Yes' fingers. The paper flipped over its front side, facing up. The overhead light in the living room illuminated the bold black characters printed on it. His gaze swept down from the first line by line, excruciatingly slowly. It slid to the words Fang Muyang's exclusive care. Then further down it landed on staying in a small single room at the farm management office. His gaze halted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Song Yu bit her lower lip tightly, her 10 toes curling into the soles of the slippers, compressing the sponge base. Her defense mechanisms were fully activated. Her mind began rapidly assembling a script. The moment old Song threw down the paper, she would immediately pull out Director Wong from the Academic Affairs Office as a shield, shift all responsibility to the school's delayed file updates, and reiterate repeatedly that this was a safety plan already approved by Fang Dishing. Old Song's hand moved. He laid the A4 paper flat on the glass coffee table. Leaning forward, he picked up the glass cup filled with goji berry tea. He unscrewed the lid, took a sip of water, and the sound of swallowing echoed with a gulp. He didn't say a word. There was no reaction whatsoever. Song Ye's deduction fell completely flat. No rage, no interrogation, not even a glance at her. It defied all logic. This silence was more nerve-wracking than a torrent of abuse. Her mother leaned the mop against the wall and walked over. She picked up the consent form from the coffee table. Her reading speed was slower than old Song's. She read word by word, her gaze sweeping over private bathroom and single bed. This room. Her mother raised her head and looked at Song Yu. The first question was thrown out, cutting straight to the core. Just one bed. Song Yu straightened her back, speaking at a pace half a beat faster than usual. Her pre-prepared defensive script tumbled out. The management office only has that one room vacant. It has a proper single bed and a foldable iron frame cot. She didn't pause. Fang Muyang will sleep on the floor. That foldable cot won't be used. The beds are separate. She proactively offered the most baseline solution, firmly placing Fang Muyang on the cold hard floor. Using absolute spatial isolation to soothe any possible associations her parents might have. Sleep on the floor? Old Song suddenly set the glass cup down heavily on the coffee table. The bottom of the cup struck the glass surface with a crisp sound. Song Ye's chest tightened. Here it was. The real anger was finally about to erupt. Old Song turned his head and looked at Song Yu. The ground moisture in the suburban farm at night is heavy, the cold seeps into the bones. That kid Xiao Fang just got hurt protecting you the day before yesterday. He paused, his words clear and precise, each syllable firmly enunciated. The scabs on his back have just formed, the flesh hasn't healed yet. You want him to sleep on the floor? If that kid catches a cold, who's responsible? Old Song extended his index finger and tapped it on the glass coffee table. Let him sleep on the foldable cot, and you take the single bed. No sleeping on the floor. Song Yu stood frozen in place. At this moment, the entire world experienced a severe cognitive dissonance. Was this her biological father? After learning that his daughter would be staying alone in a single room with an 18-year-old full-blooded male classmate for 7 days and 7 nights. The focus of his concern was actually that the male classmate would catch a cold sleeping on the floor. The crisis response logic built over 34 years in her past life shattered into pieces before this one sentence. This reverse play tactic was more absurd than the deceit on a business negotiation table. At least there was a pattern in negotiations: you advance, I retreat, you attack, I defend. But now the opponent had directly bypassed all ethical boundaries and sensitive gender segregation zones. Song Yu stood motionless, not moving an inch. Her lips closed completely, losing the ability to organize language. This simply didn't follow the rules. Just a few nights ago, that male classmate had held her hand in the hospital bed and confessed his feelings. Today, her own father was worried about him sleeping on the floor. Old Song picked up his cup, blew on the goji berries floating on top, and took another sip. Her mother lifted her gaze from the paper. She had finished reading the additional terms at the bottom. She didn't continue the conversation about bed allocation, nor did she ask about their nightly routines. She turned to look at Song Yu. You are, This kind of activity involves a lot of farm work. You know your own health condition. For a girl, going out to the countryside has many inconveniences. Her mother's voice was soft, her words light. Do you want to go? The focal point of the conflict was completely shifted. From the extremely sensitive topic of cohabitation between the sexes, it was pulled directly back to respect for the daughter's personal wishes. Song Yu looked at her mother's concerned face. The emotions churning in her chest were forcibly suppressed. Her deduction recalibrated, assembling the most perfect motivation. Affecting the college entrance exam. This was the absolute reason that no Chinese parent could resist. Song Yu paused for a second, then gave a firm answer. I want to go. The evaluation of the agricultural activity counts toward the comprehensive quality assessment for senior year. It's directly linked to the total score of the college entrance exam. I don't want to fall behind at this stage. I can handle the work. Reasonable, objective, and irrefutable. Her mother nodded. Without any hesitation, she bent down and pulled open the drawer under the coffee table. She took out a black pen, removed the cap, pressed the consent form flat on the table. The tip of the pen landed on the line marked Mother's signature in the lower right corner. 2 swift strokes. Shen Fang. The 2 characters were written neatly and formally. After finishing, she straightened up and pushed the pen and paper in front of Old Song. The first level of approval achieved. Half the crisis resolved. Song Yu looked at the name on the coffee table and swallowed. Old Song didn't decline. He put down his cup, took the black pen, and signed his name under the father's signature column. Song Jingshan. The strokes were vigorous and powerful. He capped the pen and tossed it into the drawer. With 2 slender fingers, he pressed the edge of the consent form and pushed it forward. It slid in front of Song Yu. Take it. No extra interrogation, no tedious warnings. He looked up at Song Yu and gave only one instruction. If that kid dares to bully you, call your dad anytime. As the words fell, he lowered his head again and tapped the play button on his phone. You little tease. The domineering CEO's roar once again filled the living room. The female voice from the CEO's short drama resumed playing in the living room. Her mother picked up the mop and continued cleaning the dust under the TV cabinet. Song Yu stood still, clutching the consent form signed with 2 names in her hand. A translucent golden panel unfolded without warning at the bottom of her retina. Two glowing lines of text popped out. System prompt: family support system integrity 5, current 100, full trust state shame value 150, current 5472 bedroom. She locked the door from inside. Song Yu looked at the flickering street lamp outside the window, her heartbeat still not slowing down. She pulled out her phone. Her fingers hovered over the screen for a moment before tapping on the pinned chat of the Green Bubble app. Done. She sent those 3 words. The reply came almost instantly. Fang Muyang, they signed. Uncle didn't scold me. Song Yu curled her lip and typed rapidly on the screen. He didn't scold you. My dad even thought I was too cruel making you sleep on the floor and ordered that you must sleep on the folding cot. The other side was silent for a full 30 seconds. Then a barrage of extremely exaggerated emoji stickers flooded the screen. Finally, a voice message. She tapped it and held it to her ear. The young man's clear laughter drilled into her ear, carrying an irrepressible joy. Say thanks to our dad for me. Who's your dad? Song Yu tossed the phone under her pillow and buried her face. Old Song's thumb pressed again on the phone screen. The domineering CEO short drama was completely paused. He tossed the phone onto the coffee table, picked up his thermos cup, and let out a long, heavy sigh. Mother Shin Fong walked over with the mop and shot him a displeased glance. What? Now you're worried about your daughter. She stood the mop upright. When you signed your name, just now your strokes were smoother than anyone's. And you felt sorry for him sleeping on the floor and catching a cold. Old Song glared, his neck stiffening. How could I not be worried? A young man and woman alone together, and Xiao Yu is growing more beautiful by the day. He tapped the glass coffee table in frustration. But didn't you see the photo old Fong sent me privately the day before yesterday? The purplered bruise from a stick on that kid's back. Old Song's voice lowered a few notches, filled with a father's complex emotions. He took it solidly for our daughter. If it had hit Xiao Yu, her bones would have broken. Who knows if she would have been able to stand for the rest of her life. He took a big gulp from his thermos. That kid risked his life to protect our daughter. He's got guts. I let him sleep on the folding cot out of conscience and moral duty. But I haven't agreed to anything else. Shin Fong rolled her eyes, too lazy to puncture her husband's facade of bravado. Come on, stop pretending to play hard to get with me. She leaned in closer, her voice even lower. You big oaf didn't notice. The way Arguer was so nervous just now. A glimmer of a mother's sharp insight flashed in Shen Fang's eyes. Before, when Xiao Fong came to play every day, she never stammered over a single word. Today her face was red to the point of dripping blood, and her toes were curling in her slippers. She sighed. The paper-thin barrier between these two kids is probably about to be broken. Old Song's eye twitched twice. He picked up his phone again and muttered under his breath. So that's why I said if that kid gets any improper ideas, he has to call me. The screen lit up again, and the domineering CEO's roar once more filled the room. Old Song stared at the screen, but his mind was far from the plot. The knuckles of the hand holding the phone turned slightly white. That little bastard from the Fong family. If he dares to take advantage of my daughter during this agricultural trip. Old Song gritted his teeth and muttered fiercely, barely audible to himself. I don't care who his father is, he'll break his dog legs. A persistent, subtle vibration emanated from beneath the pillow. Song Yu reached her hand into the inner side of the bed, her fingers hooking the edge of the phone and dragging it out. 7:10 in the morning. A new message popped up from WeChat sent by Lin Weiwei. An MP4 video file occupied half the screen. Beneath it followed a line of text edited. Caption: draft fingertip landscape untouched by dust. Ready to premiere on Bilibili. Song Yu tapped the video. The screen automatically rotated to landscape. A pure black background. A beam of soft light slanted in from the upper right. A pale cyan ice silk collar. A fair neckline. A concentric lock white jade pendant rested quietly at the center of her collarbone. The upper edge of the frame was cut with extreme precision. Everything above the bridge of the nose was cropped out, leaving only a delicate chin and a smooth jawline arc. Lower down, 10 slender fingers rested on the strings. As the music began, the fingers rose and fell in alternation. Thumb plucking, middle finger hooking, index finger brushing. Each movement was crisp and decisive. For 3 full minutes, not a single frame revealed the face. Only occasional glimpses of the shoulder and neckline as the body leaned forward. That casual, unpolished quality was more lethal than any deliberate display. Song Yu finished watching and placed the phone on her chest. This video possessed every foundational condition for viral spread. Not showing the face was the best hunger marketing. The more hidden, the more eager to see. The more obscured, the more desperate to uncover. Combined with her crushing gouging technique, the dual contrast of visual and auditory would directly break through the psychological threshold of passersby. She typed 2 characters with her thumb and sent them. Post it. A minute later, a screenshot came through. Bilibili creator backend. Account ID UEN. Video status published. Views 0. Likes 0. Comments 0. A clean blank slate. Song Yu flipped the phone face down on the pillow and turned over. All that remained was to let time do its work. The bell rang for the first morning class. The Senior 3 corridor instantly filled with students rushing to get water and use the restroom. Song Yu walked out from the front door of Class 1 holding a slightly crumpled parental consent form for special accommodation in agricultural study. The hem of her white shirt was tucked into the waistline of her dark gray pleated skirt. She moved with the flow toward the stairwell. Fang Muyang followed half a step to her right. Across the corridor, a few boys from another class let their gazes wander in her direction. Fang Muyang subtly shifted left, his broad shoulders blocking those stares from a meter away. He didn't even glance back at them. The two stopped in front of the academic affairs office. Song Yu knocked twice and pushed open the door. Director Wang was sitting behind a rosewood desk sipping tea from a blue and white porcelain cup. Song Yu walked over, placed the A4 sheet on the desk, and slid it forward with her index finger. Director Wang set down his cup, picked up the paper, and his gaze jumped directly to the signature line at the bottom. Song Jingshan. Shin Fang. The two names were written with heavy strokes. Director Wang nodded, pressed the consent form into the stack of documents. Then he opened a drawer, took out a laminated large-size floor plan, and spread it on the desk. Farm Management Office floor plan. He pointed his index finger at an independent square area on the far right. Your room is here, at the end of the first floor of the office building with its own bathroom. Fang Muyang stepped forward, hands on the edge of the desk, leaning over to study the plan. Director Wang, how long is the folding bed in that room? What's the weight capacity? Director Wang was taken aback. He looked up at him. Fang Muyang straightened up, his expression deadly serious. When Song Ye's father signed the papers last night, he specifically instructed. His voice was flat, but each word was weighted. The injuries on my back were sustained in place of his daughter. The elders forbade me from sleeping on the floor and catching a chill. The folding bed's weight capacity and dimensions must meet standards, or it won't be conducive to my bruise recovery. A brief pause. He added with unshakable confidence, Uncle Song's exact words. Song Yu stood to the side, her head slightly turned toward the window. Her 10 toes curled inside her white leather shoes. Her father's line from last night, who's responsible if he catches a cold, had been repurposed by this man as a token of authority, and he wielded it without a shred of guilt, his face unchanging, his breathing steady. Director Wang pushed up his glasses, his expression ambiguous. Mr. Song certainly thought it through thoroughly. He opened a spreadsheet on his computer and scrolled down a few lines. The farm just purchased a batch of military-style folding beds last month, 2-meter length, weight capacity 300 gene. Should be sufficient. He pulled a red pen from the holder and opened the thick, special accommodation register for agricultural study on his desk. First page. Single room, no. 1. The pen tip came down. Fang Muyang. Song Yu. The two names were written side by side in the same cell. The red ink hadn't dried, yet faintly glistening on the white paper. Song Yu stared at the two names pressed together for a moment. Just one glance. Then she quickly looked away, stepping out of the academic affairs office. The light from the corridor windows fell on the gray floor tiles, casting two shadows of different lengths. Fang Muyang walked beside her and spoke. That single room hasn't been used for ages. There's probably not even a wash basin inside. Song Yu stopped. Sunday afternoon, go to Wanxiang City, Fang Muyang said. Wash basin, towel hangers. Buy everything we need in advance. Song Yu ran through a mental checklist. 7 days. Sharing a single bathroom. Towels, tooth cups, toiletries must be prepared separately. There would be no time to buy them in the countryside. She understood the logic. But the very idea of going to the mall together to buy towels, wash basins, and hangers. In her past life of 34 years, she had never done that with anyone. Even with that girlfriend sustained by material transactions, it was just a transfer of money, never a joint trip to the supermarket's daily necessities aisle. And now, the scene felt too much like. Song Yu cut off the thought before it could sprout. Okay, Sunday at 1. Her voice was flat. Fang Muyang tossed his water bottle in the air and caught at a corner of his mouth, lifting. They'll pick you up downstairs. 12:40 in the afternoon. Most of the students in Class 1 Senior 3 were napping at their desks. The ceiling fan whirred overhead. Song Yu sat at her desk of physics paper with 2 remaining big problems spread before her. The tip of her pen drew a series of force diagrams on scratch paper. The front door of the classroom was pushed open a crack. Lin Weiwei walked in. She tried to keep her footsteps quiet, but the explosive excitement radiating from her could be smelled from 10 meters away. She rushed to Song Ye's desk in a few steps. With a slap, her phone landed right in the center of the physics paper. Look! Lin Weiwei's voice was barely a whisper, trembling from the strain. Song Yu set down her pen. Look down. Billy Creator Data Dashboard. The number in the center of the page was jumping. Video published 3 hours ago. Total views 125000. Likes 32000. Comments 11000. The video thumbnail looped in the small window above, nearly completely covered by Damaku. Layers upon layers of dense white text, the fingers flying over the strings reduced to a blurry silhouette. Song Ye's spine straightened. The deduction had hit the mark, and she had severely underestimated the viral amplification rate of the short video track. A new account with 0 followers, no referral matrix, no capital injection. Relying solely on 3 minutes of contrasting atmosphere and solid technical barriers, it had broken through the platform's initial traffic pool in 3 hours. Lin Weiwei gripped the edge of the desk, her knuckles white. It's completely blown up. She struggled to keep her voice down, every word shaking. This growth curve is a textbook steer viral model. The top 30 hot comments in the comment section are all desperately begging for her face. What's with not showing your face? Just the chin, and I'm already sold. Is this a concubine selection? Her phone screen kept refreshing. The latest hot comment in the section had already broken 800 likes. OMG, is this hand actually playing the guzheng or dancing on my heart? Not showing your face is fine, but the line of that chin alone is enough to make me suffocate. Kneeling for the full face. Kneeling until my knees are ground to dust. The treasure of the site. Song Yu stared at that comment, the corner of her mouth lifting almost imperceptibly by a millimeter. Step 1, steady. The lock on the back door of the classroom turned. Fang Muyang pushed the door open and walked in. A bottle of iced mineral water in his left hand, a can of sugar-free cola in his right. He walked to Song Yu's desk and placed the iced cola on the corner. His gaze dropped. In the center of the desk, Lin Weiwei's phone was still lit. The video played silently in the small window, Damaku scrolling rapidly from right to left. Then, a super Damaku streaked across the top of the screen. Bold, enlarged, bright red. Its scrolling speed was so slow, it was almost provocative. Wife playing guzheng. Wife, use these hands to touch my head. I can take it. The mineral water bottle in Fang Muyang's left hand emitted a crisp crunch. The thin plastic body deformed instantly under the sudden force of his 5 fingers. 2 drops of water spilled from the bottle mouth, falling onto the floor tiles, bursting silently. A few classmates napping at their desks were startled by the noise, lifting their heads briefly to glance over before lying back down. Lin Weiwei's smile froze on her face. She instinctively took a half step back. Fang Muyang didn't look at her. He leaned forward, his left elbow resting on the edge of Song Yu's desk, his right hand reaching out. The pad of his index finger was still damp with cold moisture from the water bottle. Slap. The finger pad landed firmly on the screen, precisely covering the word wife. Pressing down motionless. The classroom was silent for 2 seconds. Song Yu looked down at the finger pressing on the screen. She could feel the slight tremor transmitted through his fingertip. Damaku continued to fly past on either side of his finger. Mom, I'm satisfied. Already followed, already liked, already shared, already started digging up info. That jawline, my DNA, just activated. Fang Muyang saw none of them. His gaze was fixed on the red wife he had pressed down. He didn't speak, but the aura irradiating from him lowered the temperature of the air within a 2-meter radius by 3 degrees. Song Yu slowly lifted her head, met his eyes. An 18-year-old youth, his jawline so taut it could cut paper, emotions in his eyes churning to the point of overflowing. In those eyes she read 4 clear words. Not allowed to call. Song Yu lowered her gaze. The corner of her mouth betrayed her curling upward. A tiny movement, but enough for her to silently scold herself for being weak. She reached out, gently brushed aside Fang Muyang's finger pressing on the screen. The motion was slow. The instant her fingertip touched his knuckle, both of their hands stiffened. It's just Damaku. Her voice was so low only the 3 of them could hear. Those people online don't even know what I look like. Why get angry over a Damaku? Fang Muyang's hand was pushed away. His fingers hung in the air for a long moment before he withdrew. He stared at Song Yu. I'm not angry. Song Yu glanced at the deformed mineral water bottle in his left hand, then looked at his face. Fang Muyang followed her gaze and saw the mangled plastic bottle in his own hand. His ears turned red. He set the bottle down on the desk, took a step back, and shoved both hands into his pockets. Got thirsty. Twisted the cap too hard. Song Yu stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then she lowered her eyes, pulled the cola can toward her, popped the tab, and the carbonated bubbles hissed. She took a sip. The curve of her mouth never faded. Lin Weiwei stood nearby, phone still clutched in her hand. Silently, she stuffed the phone into her pocket, her eyes darting from Fang Muyang's face to Song Yu's, then back. She didn't say a word, turned around, and walked away. After 3 steps, she glanced at her own phone screen. The Damaku was still flooding in. She quickly turned the brightness to minimum, locked the screen, and buried it deep in her pocket. Inner monologue: from now on, I'll report data privately via WeChat. Watching Damaku in front of this guy is a life-threatening risk. Ding. Shame value 200. Current 5,772. At 1 o'clock sharp on Sunday afternoon. Below the Xingfuli community. The black SUV was parked in the spot directly across from the unit entrance, its engine humming softly. Song Yu pulled open the passenger door and bent down to sit inside. Today she wore a modern Chinese-style Republic-era ensemble. An off-white stand-collar side-fastening tunic with a short sleeve, the placket slanting diagonally from the right shoulder to the left waist, edged with 3 emerald green handcrafted frog buttons, the topmost one fastened 2 inches below the collarbone. Below, a light pea green full-length skirt, wide and flowing, the fabric spreading as she settled into the seat, covering her instep. The cuffs were narrow, ending just above the wrists, revealing a slender pale forearm. She looked pure and elegant, like a schoolgirl stepping out of a vintage Republic-era photograph. Fang Muyang sat in the driver's seat, both hands resting on the steering wheel at the 10-2 positions, ready to shift gears and start moving. The sound of the door closing amplified in the sealed cabin. He turned his head. His gaze began at the loose strands of hair tucked behind her ear, then traced down the curve of the stand collar past the frog buttons, and stopped at the intersection of the diagonal placket, where a faint edge of a white lace camisole strap was visible beneath. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. He yanked his gaze back to the windshield, twisted the steering wheel with his right hand, and pressed the accelerator. The car glided smoothly out of the parking space and merged onto the main road. He didn't utter a word the entire time. Song Yu leaned back in her seat, her peripheral vision catching that his fingers on the wheel were gripping at least 2 notches tighter than usual. Her eyelids drooped and the corner of her mouth twitched. Inner monologue hummed, "You little rascal." On Sunday, the mixed foot traffic was triple that of a weekday. Couples, families with children, and young people live streaming on their phones all crowded the escalators and corridors. Song Yu pushed a shopping cart through the crowd. A passing child stepped on the edge of her light pea green skirt. She glanced down, said nothing, and continued forward. In the basement level 2 of the mall, the household goods section. Reaching the 3rd row of the plastic products aisle, she picked up a plain white wash basin. She flipped it over to check the price tag on the bottom. 12 yuan and 80 cents. She tossed it into the cart. Fang Muyang walked on the right side of the cart, his stride half a beat shorter than usual. He tilted his head to glance at the lone white basin in the cart, offering no comment. He turned and strode 3 meters to the toiletries shelf. His right hand rose arm extending almost straight into the depths of the 3rd shelf. He pulled out 2 transparent plastic toothbrush cups, one water blue, one lotus pink. The cups bore the same minimalist logo of the same brand. He took 1 step sideways and unhooked 2 pure cotton towels of the same brand from the rack. One water blue, one lotus pink. Even the model numbers on the tags were consecutive. Fang Muyang carried these 4 items back, bent down, and placed them one by one into the shopping cart. The water blue cup sat right next to the lotus pink cup, and the water blue towel was folded on top of the lotus pink one. The color pairing was perfectly aligned, as if lifted directly from a couple's display shelf. Song Ye's hand stopped on the cart handle. She looked down at the pile in the cart. The white basin sandwiched between the 2 sets of blue and pink looked exceptionally plain. Why did you get the exact same style? Fang Muyang's face was directed straight ahead at the exit sign at the end of the aisle, his expression masterfully controlled. The sink counter in the farm's single room is narrow. Cups of the same brand have a uniform base diameter so they can fit into the storage groove on the counter. Save space. He said this with a voice as steady as reciting a definition from a physics textbook. Song Yu turned this excuse over and over in her mind. Storage groove, uniform diameter, space saving. Every link in the logical chain barely held together. But what about those 2 folded towels, one blue and one pink? Towels don't need to fit into a groove. Her lips parted, forming a rebuttal. But when she saw Fang Muyang's back straight as a rod, eyes fixed ahead, his expression so calm it bordered on shameless. Her 34 years of negotiation experience from her past life told her a golden rule: arguing details with someone who has already decided to play dumb is a losing battle, doomed from the start. And she was certain that if she put the lotus pink one back now, this man would grab a pair of pink slippers from the next shelf. Whatever you say. She pushed the cart forward, its wheels turning again. Fang Muyang walked beside her, his steps noticeably lighter than before. As they passed the snack aisle, Song Ye's gaze lingered for 2 seconds on a row of original flavor potato chips, her mind still calculating the calorie deficit for the day. Fang Muyang stepped past her, swept 3 bags of chips in different flavors off the shelf, and casually grabbed a bag of mangosteen-flavored gummy candy. He tossed these snacks into the cart, landing right under the 2 towels. The lotus pink candy packaging matched the pink towel in color. Song Yu stared at the pile of snacks, speechless, and abandoned the thought of calculating the calorie deficit. Ding. Preliminary cohabitation atmosphere established. System notification: number of couple-themed items in the shopping cart has reached 5. Achievement: living together activated. Reward: shame value 50. Current 5,822. System note: host, you didn't put back a single pink item the whole time. Don't tell yourself it's because you couldn't be bothered to argue. The system isn't blind. At the checkout counter, Song Yu steered the cart into lane 5. 3 meters ahead, a man stood at the entrance of the lane. From behind, over 6 feet 1 with exceptionally broad shoulders. The dark gray fabric fell from his shoulders to his waistline without a single wrinkle. Custom tailoring hand-stitched the fabric, a top-grade Australian merino wool blend. Song Yu had seen too many men in bespoke suits in her past life. Investment circles, cocktail parties, roadshow venues. She didn't slow her pace. The cart rolled straight ahead. The man heard the wheels turned around. He didn't step aside, but took half a step forward, blocking the cart's path. Song Yu was forced to stop. The man raised his right hand, a business card held between his index and middle fingers. Black cardstock, extra thick, edges precisely cut. Gold foil lettering reflected coldly under the supermarket's fluorescent lights. Xinghui MCN. He flipped the card to reveal a line of smaller silver text on the back. President Qin Yuyu. On Friday, an straighted viral video was identified in the Bilibili traditional style category. The account is called Yuyin. The man's voice was cool, not artificially lowered, but a natural chill from within. He extended the card another 2 inches. Xing Hui can complete the full chain incubation of Yu'in from 0 to 5 million followers in 30 days. The monetization contract I'll negotiate personally. All 10 of Song Yes' fingers dug into the rubber grip of the card handle. Her nails pressed deep into the rubber texture. 2 frames exploded in her mind. First frame, a dim conference room. The last page of a gambling agreement. Qin Yu's signature fell in the party, a box, the strokes heavy, the ending sharp. She had lost 300 million yuan in total assets. Second frame, stepping out of the office, building the bank SMS on her phone screen. Account frozen. 2 frames. Less than half a second. Song Yes' nails withdrew from the rubber grip. She uncurled her fingers one by one. She didn't look at the card, not even at his face. Not interested. 3 words. She twisted her wrist sharply to the left. The cart's front wheels pivoted 45 degrees, and she maneuvered around Qin Yu's left side, cutting toward lane 6. Qin Yu's stride hesitated for less than half a second. The pupils behind his silver-rimmed, frameless glasses contracted once. He turned in sync, taking 2 steps to the entrance of lane 6. He didn't rudely block the cart with his arm. Instead, he stepped half a pace forward, angled his body slightly, and cut off the path with a relaxed yet intensely oppressive stance. I understand your caution. He slowly lowered the hand, holding the card, his posture relaxed, but the weight in his tone undiminished. It's good for newcomers to be wary of unfamiliar institutions. He paused for a beat. But your current operations team, if I'm not mistaken, it's just 1 person. His gaze behind the lenses rested on Song Yes' face for 2 seconds. The ceiling of what 1 person can achieve and the floor of what a system can achieve are not even in the same tier. Rapid footsteps approached from the side. Fang Muyang strode over from the adjacent aisle. He had just gone to get hangers and returned to find Song Yes' cart blocked by a man in a suit. He rushed to her side in 3 long strides. His right shoulder thrust forward, inserting himself between Qin Yu and Song Yu. He didn't touch Qin Yu, but his position was extremely precise. His broad shoulders effectively blocked the passage, leaving only a narrow gap, and the overbearing momentum from Qin Yu instantly lost its target. At the same time, his left hand reached out, 5 fingers closing around Song Yes' wrist. He gripped just above the pulse point. She said she wasn't interested. Fang Muyang lowered his head slightly, his gaze level with Qin Yu's eyes. Do you need to hear it a second time? Qin Yu's gaze slid over Fang Muyang's shoulder, landing on the half-exposed top of Song Yes' head behind him. He paused for a beat, withdrew his gaze, and focused again on Fang Muyang's face. He looked him up and down. Black t-shirt, sweatpants, sneakers. 18 years old, high school student. Broad shoulders, large hands. As for his eyes, Qin Yu's mouth twitched, a movement so slight it could hardly be called a smile. He had seen that look too many times. A protective instinct, raw, primal, reckless. Bodyguard? Qin Yu asked, his eyes fixed on Fang Muyang's. Or boyfriend? Fang Muyang's jaw tightened, the outline of his masseter muscles bulging on his cheeks. His lips parted, a word just on the tip of his tongue. Song Yes' hand reached out from behind him. It came around his waist, extending directly in front of him, palm up, open in front of Qin Yu. Give me the card. Fang Muyang jerked his head to look at her. Qin Yu also looked at the open hand. Slender, fair, with a very faint mole on the wrist. He placed the card on her palm. The cardstock touched her skin with an extremely soft sound. Song Yes' 5 fingers closed, clutching the card in her palm. She stepped out from behind, Fang Muyang positioning herself between the 2 men. The hem of her light pea-green skirt swayed slightly as she moved. She looked down at the black card in her hand. President Qin. She looked up. Her voice was flat. Your data team is indeed impressive. Tracing back from an anonymous account's registered IP to the real person, then locking down activity patterns through the campus surveillance grid. That traceability chain's efficiency ranks in the top 3 in the entire MCN industry. Qin Yu's expression shifted minutely. An 18-year-old high school girl, after receiving a commercial offer, actually used terms like traceability chain and MCN industry efficiency ranking to evaluate his team. And every step she mentioned, registered IP, campus surveillance, trajectory tracking, hit exactly the actual information gathering path his people had used. But Song Yes' right thumb and forefinger pinched the 2 ends of the card. I already have an operations team. The account, content, pace, and revenue sharing model are all fully planned. No external capital is needed. She held the card back out, flat and smooth without a single crease. If President Qin is genuinely interested in the Yu'in account commercially, once it passes 1 million followers, have your business development director contact my operations. Go through the standard brand collaboration process. She released her fingers. The card returned to Qin Yu's hand. Not by stopping people in a supermarket aisle. As the last word fell, her gaze had already withdrawn from Qin Yu's face. She turned around, walked back to the cart, and placed her hand on the handle. Let's go. This was addressed to Fang Muyang. He was still standing opposite Qin Yu, both fists clenched tightly, the wound on his back throbbing dully. Song Yu called out again. Fang Muyang. Only then did he turn, striding back to her side. But as he turned, his peripheral vision caught something beside the pillar 5 meters behind Qin Yu. The license plate of a black business van was reflected in the mirrored surface of another pillar. Su 99999. Fang Muyang didn't stop or look back, but he etched that number into his mind. The two of them pushed the card out through the exit at the other end of lane 6. Qin Yueyu stood still. His right hand held the card that had been returned intact. He glanced down at his own name on the card, then looked up at the light pea-green figure disappearing around the corner of the shelves. Behind the silver glasses, something in his pupils was refocusing. He tucked the card back into his suit's inner pocket, his thumb brushing over the edge of the cardstock, sensing the faint warmth still lingering on it. He turned and walked toward the VIP elevator on the other side of the mall. Basement level 2 parking lot. Fang Muyang opened the SUV's trunk and tossed the shopping bags inside. He slammed the trunk lid shut, circled to the driver's side, and pulled the door open. He didn't get in. He braced his hands on the metal roof frame, lowering his head. His breathing was heavy. Why did you take his card? Song Yu stood on the passenger side looking at him across the entire roof of the car. Because tearing it up would have exposed my emotions and let him judge that I hold targeted hostility toward him. Her voice carried clearly through the empty underground parking lot. Someone like Qin Yueyu. The more you make him think you have a weakness, the less he'll let go. Fang Muyang lifted his head. You know him? Song Ye's right hand was already on the door handle. Her 5 fingers tightened, and then released the entire motion, lasting less than half a second. She pulled open the door. No, I don't. She bent down and sat into the passenger seat. When she pulled the seatbelt across her chest, the buckle clicked twice before locking into place. Fang Muyang walked around the front of the car and sat in the driver's seat. He started the engine. The car reversed out of the parking space, turned, and headed toward the upward ramp. His 10 fingers tightened on the steering wheel, all knuckles turning white. I don't care who he is. Fang Muyang stared at the curving upward slope ahead. The way he looked at you just now. I've seen it countless times. That's the exact look my father's partners had when they were negotiating the acquisition targets. He twisted the wheel, and the car rose along the curve. Sunlight poured in from the top of the ramp, striking his tense profile. You're not a commodity with a price tag. Song Yu leaned back against the headrest, turning her face to look at him. The setting sun illuminated half his face brilliantly, while the other half remained in shadow, his jawline tight. He was 18. His frame hadn't fully matured, and the corners of his mouth were slightly pale from clenching too hard. I know the 3 words slipped from her lips much lighter than she had intended. The car emerged from the underground garage. Sunlight poured down overwhelmingly, a small patch of light falling on the light pea-green skirt. Song Yu lowered her eyes to look at that patch of light. In her past life, the last time she sat across from Qin Yueyu in a conference room, he had looked at her with exactly the same gaze. No, he had looked at the equity shares she held. After the contract was signed, Qin Yueyu stood up, adjusted his cuffs, and didn't say a single word more. Not a single person, when she was treated as a commodity up for valuation, had ever said you are not for her. Not a single one. Her fingertips curled under the hem of her skirt, then relaxed. Fang Muyang's voice came again from beside her, low, and still carrying unresolved anger. I memorized that guy's license plate. Su A99999. He paused, his fingers on the wheel tightening slightly. He's deep, far beyond the likes of Zhang Chong. Song Yu turned her head. Fang Muyang looked straight ahead, both hands steady on the wheel, his expression restored to the calmness of an 18-year-old boy. She stared at his profile for 2 seconds. This kid, even as he turned away from Qin Yueyu, had still managed to divert his attention to memorize the license plate. Not impulse, judgment. The little deer in her chest was thrashing again. Song Yu turned her gaze back to the front. The corner of her mouth arched as she tried to suppress it 3 times, but failed. Ding. Key character Fang Muyang displays protective growth. Intimacy 0. 5 accumulative 18. 0 key character Qin Yueyu first contact completed system evaluation. It is recommended that the host maintain distance, but based on causal chain calculations, he won't let you keep that distance. Shame value 100. Current 5922 system. Note, host, don't think that turning your head away means the system can't see you smiling. Last time I said this, you didn't believe it. Admit it. You've already fallen for him. Outside Song Ye's apartment unit. The trunk popped open. He walked around to the rear, bent down, and lifted her plastic shopping bag. The plastic toiletries cup inside clinked softly against the others. Song Yu pulled open the passenger door and stepped out. Fang Muyang had already reached the unit door. With his free right hand, he entered the access code. For short electronic beeps. The iron door swung open. At the doorstep, Song Yu fished out the keys and unlocked the door. Fang Muyang set the shopping bag gently on the floor tiles of the entryway. He did not step inside. Tomorrow morning at 7, I'll be waiting downstairs as usual. Song Yu nodded once. Fang Muyang turned, took 2 steps, then backpedaled. He pulled a pack of mangosteen-flavored gummy candy from the bag. The lotus pink packaging darkened under the dim hallway light. He stuffed the candy into the small basket beside the shoe cabinet in the entryway. Don't eat too many before bed, or you'll get cavities. The sound of footsteps descended the stairs. The magnetic click of the unit door closing echoed up from the first floor. From outside the building came the low-frequency hum of an SUV starting up, fading into the distance. Song Yu crouched down, opened the shopping bags one by one, and sorted the contents. A white wash basin, a lotus pink towel, a pink toiletries cup, 3 bags of potato chips. 1 bag of gummy candy had already been tucked into the small basket by that man. She carried her own belongings into the bedroom. The lotus pink toiletries cup was placed beside the desk lamp base. The lotus pink towel was folded neatly and set to the left of the cup. A silver suitcase lay open at the foot of the bed. A 26-inch carry-on, its zipper still smooth. She pulled open the third drawer of the wardrobe. In the deepest corner stacked together were various styles and colors of underwear and panties. The fabric was extremely thin, the seams along the edges so fine they were nearly invisible. Next to them lay a row of sanitary pads, individually wrapped 10 per pack. Song Yu retrieved a black sealed storage bag from the bottom layer of the bedside table. It was made of waterproof coated material with a lock on the zipper. She picked 7 pieces of underwear and panties, folded them one by one, and placed them inside. 5 of them were styled to appeal to men. She tucked 3 packs of sanitary pads along the side. 2 heat patches. 2 pairs each of spare nude black and white stockings. She zipped the bag shut, locked the clasp, and stuffed the entire black storage bag into the compartment of the silver suitcase. From the outside, no one could tell what was inside. She placed her change of clothes into the main compartment of the suitcase one by one. 2 sets of JK uniforms, 1 spare dark gray pleated skirt. 2 sets of women's sporty casual wear. 1 set of new Chinese-style Republic-era dress. Silk pajamas. Black and white leather shoes, 1 pair of sneakers, and 1 pair of low-heeled cheap house shoes. The lotus pink toiletries cup and towel were placed in the mesh pocket of the suitcase. She zipped the suitcase shut and locked the combination lock. Song Yu sat on the edge of the bed staring down at the silver case. Inner monologue: if it's not enough, I'll just buy from the system store. I'll have to make do for now. At Fang Muyang's home, a blue toiletries cup and a blue towel were placed side by side into the side pocket of a black travel bag. Fang Muyang crouched on the floor, organizing his luggage. The doorbell rang once. Zhou Tao stood outside the door holding a white plastic case in his left hand and a stack of documents in his right. Young Master Fang, the boss, had these prepared. The white plastic case opened. Inside was a complete trauma care kit. Sterile gauze rolls, iodine, cotton swabs, medical tape, 2 tubes of antibiotic ointment, and a strip of ibuprofen extended-release capsules. Beneath it all was a can of Yunnan Baiyao spray. Take the anti-inflammatory medication twice a day as directed. Change the gauze daily. Zhou Tao handed over the documents. This is the purchase list. The boss asked you to sign for it. Fang Muyang took the case. He opened the main compartment of the travel bag and stuffed the entire medical kit into the very bottom. Zhou Tao's gaze swept over the blue cup rim protruding from the side pocket of the travel bag. Then it flicked to the supermarket receipt lying on the coffee table, not yet put away. The receipt printed 2 rows of parallel product barcodes. Toiletries cup 2. Towel 2. Zhou Tao lingered not a moment longer. Wishing you a pleasant agricultural study, young Master Fang. He turned, closed the door behind him, and his footsteps faded down the hallway. Fang Muyang zipped the travel bag shut. He sat down on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and scrolled to the photo album. The most recent photo was taken that afternoon at the supermarket. Song Yu pushed the shopping cart ahead of her. The light pea-green hem of her dress brushed against the metal guard at the bottom of the shelves. She did not look back, but the curve of her neck and the tiny mole on her wrist were all captured in the frame. He stared at this photo for 11 seconds. Locked the screen. Placed the phone face down on the armrest of the sofa. Monday, 7 in the morning. The red plastic track of the No. 1 high school playground was imprinted with 2 parallel tire marks from 10 coaches. The buses lined up side by side facing east. The low rumble of diesel engines blended into a deep drone. Beneath the flagpole on the north side of the playground, students from 10 classes stood behind their respective class signs holding various suitcases. The wheels of the rolling suitcases screeched harshly against the plastic track. Some people tossed their backpacks on the ground to sit on. Others held up their phones to take pictures of the coaches and posted them on social media. The sign for Class 1 stood at the front of the line. Lu Mei stood beside the class sign, clutching a registration roster, the red pin tip, moving down the page line by line. Zhao Wenba. Here. Qin Sahan. Here. Song Yu pulled her silver suitcase to the end of the line. The hem of the dark gray pleated skirt rested 2 inches above her knee. The cuffs of her white shirt were folded back once at the wrist. Her waist-length hair was tied into a low ponytail with a white hair tie falling over her left shoulder. Fang Muyang stood half a meter behind Song Yu holding a black travel bag. He also had a dark blue backpack slung diagonally over his left shoulder. The zipper of the travel bag bulged, clearly heavier than the average boy's luggage. A figure ran quickly from the side of the line. Lin Weiwei. Her school uniform jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a light yellow thin sweater underneath. She ran up to Song Yu's side, her breathing noticeably faster. Last night's data. She tilted her phone screen towards Song Yu. The creator dashboard on Xiaodian. Total views 1,874 million. Likes 52. 3,000. Followers 386,000. The follower growth curve had risen at almost a 45-degree angle since Friday afternoon, only showing its first faint inflection point of slowdown late last night. The pinned hot comment in the comments section has been reposted over 20,000 times. Lin Weiwei's speaking speed was double her usual pace. 3 top-tier Guofeng influencers have voluntarily shared the video link in their feeds, one of them with 8 million followers. Song Yu glanced at the data. In her past life, she had seen too many cases of millions of views within 72 hours. But behind every one of those cases were paid traffic packages and manual data manipulation. For purely organic traffic to produce this curve, she withdrew her gaze. I've decided on the next piece. Fisherman's Song at Dusk. The recording will be scheduled after the agricultural study. Understood. Lin Weiwei shoved the phone back into her pocket. Lu Mei's roll call was already on the last few names. Song Yu. Here. Fang Muyang. Here. Lin Weiwei. Here. Here. The roster closed. Lu Mei tucked the red pen into her chest pocket and clapped her hands twice. The class monitor stepped forward from the front row holding an A4 printed sheet. Now I'll read the bus seating chart. Bus 1 front row left Zhao Wenba Lu Jiaming. Front row right Qin Sahan Wang Yao. The list continued down. Last row left Song Yu Fang Muyang. The last row. On a 50-seat coach, the last row had only 2 seats right next to the rear emergency exit. Fang Muyang looked down at Song Yu. He said nothing, but the movement of his lifting the travel bag was half a beat quicker than before. The students began moving toward the buses. The wheels of the rolling suitcases bumped against the plastic track, creating a cacophony of noise. Song Yu pulled her suitcase to the luggage compartment of bus 1. A boy bent down to push his suitcase inside. Fang Muyang reached over the boy's shoulder and shoved Song Yu's silver suitcase and his own black travel bag in one after another. The combination lock of the suitcase faced upward. He even deliberately placed the travel bag on the outside of the suitcase to prevent others' luggage from squeezing against it. Boarding the bus. The last row seats were a full fist width narrower than the front rows. The seat backs were also reclined at a greater angle. There was no armrest divider between the 2 seats. Song Yu took the window seat. Fang Muyang sat on the aisle side. His right knee was almost touching Song Yu's left knee. Between their shoulders, there was less than 15 centimeters. Lin Weiwei was assigned to the 3rd row ahead. She glanced back at the 2 in the last row, then quickly turned her head forward. The bus engine roared. The whole vehicle vibrated slightly. The wheels rolled over the speed bumps at the edge of the playground and drove out of the school gate. The city buildings receded outside the window. Traffic lights, overpasses, commuters queuing at bus stops. After 20 minutes, an elevated highway. The skyline of the suburbs lowered. Expanses of farmland and nurseries spread out from the bottom of the window. Song Yu leaned back against the seat. The diesel smell of the long-distance bus mixed with the stale filter scent from the onboard air conditioning, making her drowsy. She closed her eyes. A slight weight landed on Fang Muyang's shoulder. Extremely light. A black cotton jacket draped from the collar downward, covering her entire upper body. The fabric carried the lingering scent of laundry detergent and an indescribable dry body warmth. Fang Muyang's jacket. She did not open her eyes, nor did she push the jacket away. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Ding. Key character triggered caring behavior. Favorability 0. 3. Current total 17. 8. Shame value 80. Current 5,902. 2 hours later. The bus's brake pads let out a sharp screech. The body of the vehicle lurched forward and Song Yu's upper body leaned a few centimeters forward. Fang Muyang's left hand shot across in 0.2 seconds, blocking the outside of her seatbelt. Outside the window stood a gray-white 3-story concrete building. The wall bore a half-faded red paint slogan. To the left of the building was an iron sign Red Star Farm Administration Office. Students streamed out of the bus. The wheels of the suitcases crunched over the gravel on the concrete ground, creating a dense rattle. On the concrete steps in front of the administration office stood Director Wang. Behind him was the farm's logistics manager holding a stack of key rings. Director Wang held an A3-sized sheet. He cleared his throat. The following is the dormitory assignment list. Boys dormitory large room, Wanzhao Wenba Lu Jiaming Chun Hao Li. The list was long. 6 people per large room, with 5 rooms, each for boys and girls. Song Yu stood on the right edge of the line. Fang Muyang stood behind her to the left. Director Wang turned to the last page of the sheet. Single room 1. His index finger tapped the paper. Song Yu Fang Muyang. Their names were amplified 3 times over the square by the loudspeaker. A ripple spread through the middle of the line. Dozens of heads turned simultaneously toward Song Yu and Fang Muyang. Whispers drilled into their ears. Single room. Just the 2 of them. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Our school is way too open-minded. Shh, don't talk, old Lu is up front. Song Yu's back began to heat up from the middle of her spine, and the temperature of her earlobes shot up at least 2 degrees within 3 seconds. Inner monologue, you guys, please stop talking. Don't say anything more. This is so embarrassing. Fang Muyang stood still. He let those gazes linger on him for a full 5 seconds. Then he walked to the luggage compartment, lifted Song Yu's silver suitcase with his left hand and his own black travel bag with his right. 2 pieces of luggage without a single pause. He headed straight toward the administration office building. Song Yu followed him, leaving the student line behind, the murmurs fading into a muffled hum. The corridor on the first floor of the office building was narrow. The walls were painted with white lime, and bare fluorescent tubes hung overhead. At the end of the corridor was a wooden door. A metal door plate was nailed to the upper right corner of the doorframe. Handwritten black characters 1. Fang Muyang tucked the travel bag under his arm and took the key handed over by the logistics manager with his right hand. The brass key slid into the lock. Turned. A click. The door swung inward. The room was about 15 square meters with a single incandescent bulb overhead, its pull chain switch dangling in midair. Against the right wall stood a single wooden bed 2 meters wide. The brown wooden bed frame held a thin cotton mattress with white sheets folded neatly. The pillow was flat, the indentation from previous use still not restored. Against the left wall was a military green iron frame folding cot. It was 80 centimeters wide and 2 meters long. The bed surface was a canvas strap structure, slightly concave in the middle. The aisle between the two beds was so narrow that only one person could stand. Song-yu stood at the doorway. From the single bed on the right to the folding cot on the left, the straight line distance was no more than 1 meter. 7 days. Right within this 1 meter range, Fang Muyang placed the silver suitcase at the foot of the single bed. He tossed the black travel bag onto the folding cot. The canvas bed surface sank 2 inches under the weight of the travel bag, and the iron frame let out a creak. At the far end of the room, near the window, was a cement washstand. There were 2 round recessed grooves on the countertop. The diameter of the grooves matched the standard cup base from the supermarket. Fang Muyang bent down, unzipped the side pocket of the travel bag, and pulled out a water blue toiletries cup. He turned around, his gaze falling on the silver suitcase beside Song-yu's feet. He extended his empty right hand palm up and hooked his finger in a remarkably natural gesture. Your cup handed over. Song-yu froze on the spot, staring at his brazenly confident demand. A faint blush crept up the tips of her ears first. The soul of a 34-year-old at this very moment felt an absurd crisis of shyness and embarrassment over the whereabouts of a plastic cup. She lowered her eyes, slowly crouched down, her fingertips trembling slightly as she fiddled with the combination lock, producing a soft click. Then she opened the mesh pocket on the outside of the suitcase, grabbed the lotus pink toiletries cup, and shyly slapped it lightly into his palm. Fang Muyang held the pink cup, turned around, and walked to the washstand. He inserted the water blue cup into the left groove. He inserted the lotus pink cup into the right groove. The cement divider between the 2 grooves was extremely narrow. The blue and pink plastic cup walls fit tightly together. No gap at all. Fang Muyang stepped back half a pace, hands in his pockets. Uniform diameter. His voice was flat without a ripple, but his gaze was fixed on those 2 cups pressed together. Perfectly fits the grooves. Ding. Cohabitation life officially initiated. Physical distance of shared living space 1 meter. Countdown begins 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Shame value 300. Current 6,202. Song-yu's inner monologue. You are not allowed to speak for these 7 days. Noon. The main cafeteria. 8 long folding tables lined the cement floor. Aluminum basins brimmed with boiled cabbage cores. In another huge iron pan, a layer of cooled solidified lard floated atop the braised pork of unknown color. The students queuing glanced at the dishes and fell into collective silence. Fang Muyang didn't even look at the serving window. He grabbed Song-yu's wrist, pulling her around the back door of the cafeteria. They stopped under a crooked poplar tree at the edge of the playground. Fang Muyang crouched down and unzipped his backpack. 2 boxes of self-heating rice, a pack of mangosteen-flavored gummy candies, a bag of original potato chips, neatly arranged on the grass. Song-yu sat down against the rough trunk. She casually tucked the hem of her plaid skirt beneath her knees. Fang Muyang tore open the heating pack of the self-heating rice, poured in water, and snapped the lid shut. Steam hissed out. 2 minutes later, Song-yu took the warm rice box. The hand holding the chopsticks trembled uncontrollably. She lifted a mouthful of rice to her lips. A sudden intense wave of nausea surged from deep in her throat. She had wielded a sickle nearly 1,000 times that morning under the scorching heat of over 30 degrees Celsius. This 18-year-old delicate heiress body had a shockingly weak foundation. Hypoglycemia, mild heat stroke, severe physical exhaustion. The edges of her vision began to darken in large patches. The cicadas overhead stretched into a single piercing note. She was forced to put down the chopsticks. She pressed her back hard against the trunk, trying to steady her rapidly plummeting center of gravity. Fang Muyang was bowing his head, eating. His peripheral vision caught her stalled movement, and his chopsticks instantly froze. He turned his head to look at her face. It was pale, utterly devoid of color. Cold sweat like soybeans dripped down her temples. Don't move. Fang Muyang didn't ask any unnecessary questions. He quickly stripped off his dark blue thin jacket. His arms circled around her waist. The jacket sleeve tied a tight knot at her left hip. The long hem draped down, precisely covering the absolute dead angle where her skirt might expose her. Come on back to the room. He stuffed all the food boxes and snacks back into his backpack. He held the bag in his left hand. His right arm came around from behind her, directly locking onto her right shoulder and back. Song-yu's weight, nearly her entire body, instantly sank into the crook of his arm. Half carrying, half supporting, they hurried away along the gravel path. Room No. 1. The wooden door closed. The room was left only with the hum of the air conditioner's outdoor unit. Song-yu was pushed down to sit on the edge of the single bed. Her chest heaved violently, her breath a mess. Fang Muyang strode quickly to the sink. He turned on the tap, splashed cold water on his face, and shook off the droplets from his chin. You go take a shower to cool down first. He pulled out the blue towel and wiped his hands haphazardly. He'll go to the supply room to get some sugar salt water. With that, he dragged a wooden chair over and sat down directly facing away from the bathroom. Song Yu forced herself to stand up from the edge of the bed. Stars still flickered before her eyes. She walked to the silver suitcase and crouched down. Her fingers touched the metal dials of the combination lock, wanting to spin the numbers. But her 10 fingers were as limp as noodles, the tips trembling uncontrollably. She tried twice, but the gears remained stuck in place. Her thumb couldn't even muster the strength to press the unlock button. Wave after wave of cold sweat seeped from her chest. Her vision darkened another degree. She couldn't open it. Forget it. Take a shower first. It was truly unbearable. If she didn't cool down, she might faint right beside the bed. She let go of the suitcase, grabbed a clean bath towel draped over the chair back, and walked unsteadily into the bathroom. The frosted glass door slid shut. The lock clicked. The shower head turned on. Warm water poured down from above. In the cramped enclosed space, steam rose visibly. Her already oxygen-starved brain shut down completely under the hot, humid vapor. The dizziness of hypoglycemia counterattacked like a tsunami. Song Yu's legs gave way. Her knees slammed heavily onto the slippery tiles. Bang! The dull thud of flesh hitting the ground mixed with the sharp clatter of a shampoo bottle falling. The noise pierced through the water and burst into the room outside. The wooden chair screeched sharply. Fang Muyang sprang up from the chair and crossed 3 steps to the bathroom door. Song Yu. His hand slammed onto the frosted glass. What's wrong? Answer me. Only the sound of water hitting the floor came from the bathroom. Song Yu sat collapsed in the water. All strength had been drained from her limbs. She tried to brace herself against the wall to stand, but her elbows slipped uncontrollably and she fell back again. I am fine. Her voice was extremely weak, broken by the water's noise. Open the door. Fang Muyang's voice dropped completely. If you don't say anything, I'll kick the door down. The door handle rattled under his twisting. No, don't. Song Yu bit her lower lip hard. Her fingernails dug into the gaps between the tiles. She was utterly naked now. She absolutely could not let him come in. She had nothing on but a towel. In a state of extreme oxygen deprivation, her brain was forced into high-speed operation. I couldn't open the suitcase. When she squeezed these words out through her teeth, her entire face burned to the extreme. I didn't take any clothes. Suddenly silence fell outside the door. Fang Muyang's heavy breathing sprayed onto the door frame. The suitcase, the inner pocket. Song Yu leaned against the cold wall. The password is 0917. 0917. September 17th. That was Fang Muyang's birthday. Fang Muyang, standing outside the door, felt his mind explode. Blood rushed to his head. Heat burned from his collarbone all the way to his ears. He spun around abruptly and strode to the single bed. He knelt on one knee before the silver suitcase. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he turned the metal dials. 0917. Click. The lock popped open. He pulled open the zipper of the inner pocket. His fingertips immediately touched the black waterproof storage pouch. The zipper was half open. The edge of the thin gossamer-like pink lace fabric inside faintly peeked out. He grabbed the pouch tightly. Forcefully closing his eyes, he crushed and suppressed all the chaotic images in his mind. He turned and walked back to the bathroom door. He raised his hand, knuckles tapping on the wooden door frame. I've brought it. His voice was hoarse and dry. The inner lock turned. The frosted glass door slid open a crack. Extremely narrow, less than 2 inches. Scorching hot air mixed with the sweet scent of body wash instantly flooded his forearm. A hand emerged from the bottom of the gap. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. Her wrist was covered in water droplets. Her skin was flushed a stunning pink from the hot water. 5 slender fingers curled slightly. Fang Muyang turned his head, his gaze fixed on the white wall opposite. He handed over the black waterproof bag. The bag's drawstring slid from his fingers. Her fingertip brushed against his tiger's mouth, moist, scalding with a fine tremor. Bang! The door quickly closed, and the inner lock clicked back into place. Fang Muyang stood still. His right hand hung frozen in midair. The patch of skin on his tiger's mouth that had been touched remained hot for a long time. Ding! Cohabitation life, extreme intimacy, event achieved. Physical weakness, spatial compression. Feminine degradation sense surged. Reached system panel upper limit cannot increase. Shame value 600, current 7002. Song Yu leaned against the bathroom door, biting her lower lip. She clutched the black waterproof pouch tightly. Inner monologue, damn. The password. They'll never be able to explain this now, even with 100 mouths. After dinner, the corridor outside the single room hummed with fluorescent lights. Song Yu sat on the single bed against the wall, holding a warm cup of sugar salt water that Fang Muyang had brought from the supply room, taking small sips. Her phone screen lit up on the blanket. Lin Weiwei sent 3 images. First, the traffic curve of the small TV showed a right-angle bend with a growth rate drop of 87. Second, a third-party data monitoring platform showed that Yu Yin's recommendation weight had been suppressed to the bottom. Third, a private message interface from Xinghue MCN's business department. Ms. Lin Weiwei Xinghue is willing to offer an annual salary of 8,000 RMB, plus a Beijing hukou, to invite you to serve as operations director. Qin Yuyu had made his move. First cut off traffic to create panic, then poach the operations team with a high salary. A classic commercial strangulation tactic. Song Yu fished out a mangosteen-flavored gummy candy from beside her pillow. She tore open the wrapper and popped it into her mouth. The sweet syrupy juice dissolved on her tongue. She typed with one hand, her thumb flying across the Nike keyboard. Song Yu, don't reply to the private message, stay silent. Lin Weiwei got it. How do we solve the traffic limit? Song Yu, at exactly 8 p.m. tonight, pick a discarded clip from the backup material library where you made a wrong note. Song Yu, use a roommate's phone to log into the backup account, switch to a Guangzhou IP through a VPN, and schedule the post. Song Yu, title it, Yu In's testing outtake leaked internally. There was a 5-second pause on the other side of the screen. Lin Weiwei, make them think you're in Guangzhou. Song Yu, Qin Yu's team has traced my real identity in this city. Now diverting the target to another province. They have to verify the truth, which takes time. Song Yu, this time gap is enough for the platform's natural algorithm to complete a round of wait refresh, breaking the manual traffic suppression. Done. Song Yu locked the screen. She turned the phone face down beside the pillow. Fang Muyang sat on the folding bed opposite. His long legs stretched out and crossed. He held a book titled Farm Crop Planting Guide, but hadn't turned a page in 10 minutes. Work stuff. Song Yu swallowed the gummy candy. Fang Muyang looked up at her. Need help? No, I don't. Fang Muyang closed the planting guide and tossed it beside his pillow. Qin Yuyu. Song Yu's hand holding the cup paused. Fang Muyang's expression was extremely flat. So flat that the muscles in his jaw bulged slightly, revealing all the suppressed agitation. It's handled. Song Yu set the cup down on the bedside table. It has nothing to do with him. It's just a platform algorithm cycle adjustment. Fang Muyang stared at her face for a full 3 seconds. He knew she was lying. She also knew he knew she was lying. But he didn't press further. 10 o'clock at night. Lights out. Song Yu lay on her side on the single bed facing the wall. 1 meter away, Fang Muyang lay flat on the iron folding bed. Not a single sound in the room. Darkness amplified the auditory sensitivity infinitely. The chirping of insects outside the window. The rustle of wind through leaves. And from 1 meter away, the steady sound of breathing. The iron frame of the folding bed let out a long scraping sound. Fang Muyang turned over facing Song Yu's back. Ayu. Song Yu dared not move. Her breath caught in her throat for a beat. The 1 meter distance made his deep voice extremely clear in the dead silence of the room. Your suitcase password. In the darkness, Song Yu's eyes snapped open. Her fingers tightened on the corner of the blanket. He had brought it up after all. He had finally laid this matter on the table. 0917. Fang Muyang enunciated the 4 digits slowly. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of laughter he couldn't hide. A coincidence, or a coincidence? Song Yu interrupted hastily. Her voice trembled slightly at the end from excessive panic. I just said it randomly. It doesn't mean anything. Don't overthink it. Because you're my best buddy. The folding bed's iron frame creaked again. Fang Muyang didn't retort. He fixed his gaze on the curled-up slender silhouette 1 meter away, illuminated by the faint light from outside. All that came to mind was the hand covered in water droplets trembling slightly from the bathroom door crack. All right, he made his voice extremely soft. Good night, Ayu. Moonlight slanted through the window lattice into the room. It just illuminated the slender wrist protruding from the blanket, gripping the edge of the sheet tightly. Ding. The host has safely survived the first night of cohabitation. Nothing happened. Intimacy 0. 3. Current total 18. For system note, when the fairy and her Dao partner engage in dual cultivation, please remember to take safety precautions. Song Yu listened to the system voice in her mind. The seductive style she had packed back into the suitcase's inner pocket that day uncontrollably flashed through her mind in turn. She flipped the pillow over and pressed her burning cheek against the cool cotton fabric. She closed her eyes, refused to answer. In the early morning, the old-fashioned loudspeaker on the farm corridor blasted out a stirring rendition of the Athlete's March. Song Yu sprang up from the single bed, her hair tangled and disheveled. She threw off the thin blanket, shuffled into her slippers, and stumbled toward the wash basin, still half asleep. Water gushed from the faucet. Fang Muyang, bare-chested except for a pair of loose athletic pants, was bent over, splashing cold water on his face. Song Yu, her mind still foggy, squeezed directly to the right side of the wash basin. Her right hand reached into the storage recess and grabbed a plastic cup. She filled the cup with water-squeezed toothpaste onto the brush and shoved it into her mouth. Fang Muyang pulled down a blue towel to wipe the water droplets from his face. He turned his head, his gaze landing on the aqua-blue cup in Song Yu's hand. Song Yu, with a mouthful of white foam, looked down and saw the solitary pale pink cup beside the faucet. Her brushing motion froze completely. Fang Muyang's lips curled into a faint smile. He didn't say a word to alert her. Ding. Cohabitation boundary crossing behavior triggered. Shared personal toiletries. Shame value 100, current 7102. System notification cohabitation loss of control sense established. Song Yu heard the system's chime. Belatedly realizing she forced calmness, spat out the foam into the sink with a loud puff, twisted the faucet open to furiously rinse her mouth, slammed the blue cup down on the counter, and fled back to her single bed. She pretended nothing had happened, but her cheeks were burning red. 8 o'clock in the morning. The farmland. Homeroom teacher Lu Mei held the task assignment sheet. This morning 2 groups. One group goes to the south ditch to carry water, the other stays in the fields to pull out barnyard grass. Lu Mei glanced at Song Yu, who stood at the edge of the crowd. Song Yu and Fang Muyang strode out from the back of the line. With both hands he lifted 2 50-gene heavy galvanized iron water buckets. The iron rings clanged with a dull metallic sound. Teacher Il handled the water carrying Fang Muyang, set his single hand, shoving a thin plastic clipboard for recording weeding progress into Song Yes' arms. She's a girl not strong enough. She should be in charge of recording and weeding. Instantly a drawn-out cheer erupted from Class 1's ranks. The male students winked and nudged each other while a few girls whispered among themselves. Song Yu clutched the clipboard, her ears burning. She had been publicly treated like a fragile little flower. How could she save face? Yet this delicate body of hers simply couldn't resist such considerate arrangements. At 10:30 the sun blazed overhead. Song Yu crouched in the furrow pulling weeds. After only half an hour her breathing was already erratic. Fine beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her white school uniform shirt was completely soaked, clinging tightly to her back. The straps of her pale pink lace bra were clearly visible through the wet fabric. 2 rows-away boys from another class kept turning their heads in her direction. Fang Muyang returned from the irrigation ditch, carrying 2 buckets of water. His eyes swept over Song Yes' back, then shifted toward those boys. Bang! The 2 buckets slammed onto the muddy ground, splashing water half a meter high. He pulled off his black long-sleeved thin jacket, strode over, and dropped it directly over Song Yes' head from above. Go sit in the shade. He'll handle the rest of the weeding. Song Yu, wrapped in the jacket, inhaled the scent of dry sunlight and laundry detergent. She grabbed the edge of the jacket as he steered her to sit under the big banyan tree beside the field. 22nd floor Star Ray, MCN headquarters. The data director stood at the desk, drenched in cold sweat. President Qin. At 2 in the morning, an official account of the Communist Youth League Provincial Committee liked that Guangzhou IP BTS video. The restricted flow pool was forcibly breached. Currently the views are approaching 5 million. Qin Yuyu sat in his executive chair, the computer screen playing that audio test BTS clip. Between his fingers he held a custom Mont Blanc pen. Crack. The pen body snapped into ink, staining his palm black. A high school student could time the official media's intervention to release a countermeasure BTS. Coincidence? Qin Yuyu pulled out a wet wipe to clean his fingers. The video played to 1 minute 14 seconds. He tapped the spacebar to pause. Replay, amplify the background audio. The audio waveform expanded. A faint 3-part bird call emerged. An hour later his assistant pushed the door open. President Qin, the friend from the Forestry Bureau, confirmed it. This variant of the thrush only exists in the woodland near Red Star Farm within the province. There is no such species in Guangzhou. Qin Yuyu leaned back in his chair. Red Star Farm. This was not just a money tree. This was a perfect prey with terrifying operational acumen. 12:30 noon. Management Office Room 1. Song Yu held the black lace bra and matching panties she had taken off the day before. The corridor outside was filled with students heading to the fields. There was nowhere to dry them. The only ventilation spot was the nylon drawstring by the window used for hanging curtains. Fang Muyang had gone to the cafeteria to get lunch. Song Yu stepped onto a wooden stool and clipped the 2 skimpy black garments onto the drawstring with plastic clothespins. The door lock clicked open. Fang Muyang pushed the door open, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. As he entered, his forehead nearly bumped into the dripping black lace fabric. He froze in place. The sound of water droplets hitting the concrete floor seemed amplified in the room. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed violently. The skin from his neck to his ears flushed red within 2 seconds. Song Yu was still standing on the stool, completely rigid, her brain short-circuited. He turned his head away, staring stubbornly at the ants on the floor, then walked to the folding bed and sat down with the lunchboxes. Song Yu climbed down from the stool, her hands at a loss. The 2 of them began eating in silence. No one spoke. The air was thick with a suffocating tension. Ding. Ultimate tension completed. Shame value off the charts. Shame value 500. Current 7602. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A knock at the door. Lin Weiwei pushed it open. Ayu, let's cross-check the data. Her voice died in her throat. Lin Weiwei's gaze landed on the black fabric hanging in midair. Then she looked at Fang Muyang, who was flipping pages on the folding bed with a loud rustle, but hadn't read a single one. Lin Weiwei walked over, reached out, and nudged the underwear into the shadow behind the curtain. Then she leaned close to Song Yes' ear, lowering her voice to a whisper. Your master Fang has incredible self-control. Anyone else would have a nosebleed by now. Song Yes' face turned crimson. She clamped her hand over Lin Weiwei's mouth and shoved her out the door. 7 o'clock in the evening. A sudden downpour crashed over the farm, accompanied by thunderous roars. The old transformer outside let out a huge blast, exploding in a ball of blue sparks. The entire management office plunged into darkness. Song-yu, sitting on the edge of her single bed, instinctively shrank her shoulders, her body trembling slightly from the sudden loud noise. The same second the light went out, a large hand radiating scorching body heat crossed the 1-meter aisle and grabbed her icy wrist without hesitation. Fang Muyang's movement was instantaneous. In her past life, Song-ye's first reaction to a power outage would have been to find a flashlight and check the circuit breaker. But now her fingers slid down the back of his hand, her palm turned over, and instinctively, without any guard, she interlocked her fingers and gripped his hand. Their hands were tightly clasped together in the darkness. System capture, complete submission to protection. Psychological gender identity creates muscle memory. From the corridor outside came the chaotic shouts of boys from other classes. Fang Muyang released his hand, pulled out his phone, and turned on the flashlight. A beam of cold white light hit the concrete floor. He turned around, his back to Song-yu, and went to look for the bottled water on the table. The phone's white light swept across his back. On the center of his black t-shirt, a dark patch the size of a yuan coin had soaked through. The fabric clung to his skin. Bloodstains. From carrying the 2 buckets of water during the day and doing heavy labor, the wound on his back had completely torn open. Song-ye's rational thread snapped. All those 34-year-old man's pride and the boundaries between men and women were burned to ashes by the surge of heartache in her chest. Fang Muyang, take off your clothes. Song-yu commanded. Fang Muyang paused. Lie down on the bed. Hurry, or it'll get infected. Fang Muyang didn't argue. He crossed his hands and pulled off his t-shirt, obediently lying face down on Song-ye's single bed. Song-yu dragged out Fang Muyang's white medical kit from under the bed. She pulled out 2 medical cotton swabs and unscrewed the iodine bottle. The single bed was narrow. Fang Muyang's shoulders were too broad, almost filling the entire bed. Song-yu kicked off her slippers, directly swung her right leg over his waist, and pressed her knee against the bedboard. She stabilized herself in a position completely straddling his waist. Fang Muyang's entire body tensed to the extreme at that moment, hard as a steel plate. She could even feel the tremor from his heavy breathing against the sheet. The cotton swab dipped in iodine gently touched the torn edges of the purplured wound. Ding. Detected host actively generating deep heartache and physical comfort toward a male. Feminization sense overflows the boundary. System mandatory warning, 65 qualitative change countdown triggered. Permanent facial lock in 48 hours. The ointment was spread evenly, the gauze taped on. Song-ye's wrist hovered in the air, ready to pull away. Fang Muyang's back and waist suddenly exerted force, flipping his upper body around. His right hand shot up, precisely grabbing Song-ye's wrist. The force was immense, impossible to break free. Oh, you. In the faint scattered light of the phone's flashlight, Fang Muyang lay on his back on her single bed while she still maintained the straddling position. The distance between them was mere inches. Ayu. His chest rose and fell, every word carrying scalding heat. You care about me so much that you've even abandoned the brotherly boundaries you care about most. His thumb rubbed against the pulse on her inner wrist. You stopped seeing me as a brother long ago, haven't you? Ayu. Song-ye's breath completely stopped. Not a single syllable could escape her throat. 1 kilometer outside the main gate of Red Star Farm on the provincial road, rain poured down in torrents. A black Maybach tore through the rain curtain, silently stopping at the edge of the woods. The car window rolled down halfway, rainwater drifting into the cabin. Shin Yuyu sat in the back, slender fingers holding a thin folder. His gaze pierced the rainy night, fixing on the pitch-black management office building in the distance. Tomorrow morning, investigate these high school students on the agricultural study program. His voice cut through the rain, dripping with absolute control. Find you, Ian. You've long stopped treating me as a brother, haven't you? Ayu. The words exploded in the darkness. Song-ye's heart hammered against her ribs, its rhythm spiraling out of control. Fang Muyang's fingertips still pressed against the artery on her inner wrist, each pulse betraying her completely. The nerves honed over 34 years in her past life took over her body in that instant. Song-yu yanked her wrist back. The force was so fierce that her nails scraped across Fang Muyang's tiger's mouth, leaving a pale white mark. She rolled off the bed edge, landing barefoot on the icy cement floor. Her spine snapped straight in an instant, chin lifted slightly, forcing a cold expression. Fang Muyang, you're overthinking it. Each word was bitten off hard. I was just afraid your wound would get infected and delay the farming program. If you think that counts as flirtation, then next time you get hurt, go see the school doctor. With that, she turned. Her steps were steady, her rhythm measured, a perfect strategic retreat. Until the crisp click of the frosted glass bathroom door locking behind her, the entire performance was flawless. The only flaw was, after entering the bathroom, she didn't turn on the light, didn't turn on the water, but slid down against the door panel to sit on the floor. She drew her knees to her chest, burying her face in her arms. Burning hot. From her cheekbones, all the way to the roots of her ears. The mirror on the sink was just a silhouette in the darkness, but she didn't need to see it to know how utterly red and wretched she looked right now. Ding. Host's stubborn mouth, soft heart. Sundara constitution has been triggered. Actual acceptance, formula feminine submission, 100 psychological barrier collapse, 85, actual acceptance, 85. Shame value, 350. Current 7,952. Song Yu bit her lower lip and buried her face another 2 inches deeper into her arms. Outside the door, Fang Muyang lay on his single bed. He raised his right hand into the air. His index and middle fingers pressed together, slowly rubbing the pads against each other. A faint trace of her touch lingered on that small patch of skin from when she had pulled away. Soft, cool, carrying the lingering scent of body wash. The curve of his lips slowly widened in the darkness. She had run, but her pulse hadn't lied. 128 beats per minute. 3 times faster than when she was doing force analysis. He wasn't in a hurry. He turned his wrist, pressed his palm against his own violently heaving chest, and closed his eyes. Day 3 of the farming program, 547 a.m. Song Yu was jolted awake by a deep ache that seemed to drill from the marrow of her bones. Her temples throbbed with pain. Beneath the skin of her nape, her cheekbones, brow ridge, nose bridge. Every bone emitted a fine, persistent, dull ache. Her forehead burned frighteningly. Warning. 65 facial permanent lock transformation has entered the final 24-hour countdown. During the transformation, the host will experience intermittent, high, fever peak body temperature 39, 2C, and full facial bone microadjustments. System note: it will hurt a bit, but once it's over you'll be a celestial beauty. Bear with it, fairy. Just a moment. Song Yu pressed her face hard into the pillow, forcing a deeply suppressed curse through her teeth. At 630, Song Yu gritted her teeth and pushed herself up, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She grabbed a thin jacket, wrapped it around her shoulders, stumbled to the sink, turned on the tap, and slapped her face wildly with cold water. On the opposite folding bed, Fang Muyang was already fully dressed, bending over to tie his shoelaces. He turned his head to glance at her. Neither of them acknowledged the events of the previous night. You look pale, Fang Muyang said, standing up. I'm fine. Just sunburned from yesterday. Fang Muyang didn't take the bait. He reached out with his right hand, pressing the back of it against her forehead. Burning. You have a fever. His eyes darkened. Take a leave. No. Fang Muyang stared at her for 3 seconds, then swallowed the words on his lips. He pulled a fever patch from his travel bag, tore open the package, and pressed it directly onto her forehead. The movement was rough yet precise, leaving no room for her to dodge. Song Yu flinched at the icy patch glaring at him fiercely. Fang Muyang withdrew his hand expressionless and picked up the farming tools as he walked toward the door. Don't touch the sickle this morning. I told the teacher you had blisters on your hands. He didn't use a tone of negotiation. 900 m. The scorching sun bleached the entire field white. Song Yu crouched in the furrow, recording the weeding area. The numbers on the plastic clipboard began to blur, and a deep ache in her bones surged again at increasingly shorter intervals. Sweat dripped from her temples, splashing onto the record sheet, leaving a wet stain. Fang Muyang swung his sickle 3 furrows away. Every 2 minutes, he turned his head to look at her. On the 7th glance, the clipboard slipped from Song Ye's hand and fell onto the muddy ground. Her body swayed to the right as she caught herself with her right hand just before collapsing. Her cheeks flushed an unnatural red, but her lips were pale and gray. Fang Muyang dropped his sickle. In 3 strides, he crossed 2 furrows. Bending down, he snatched the plastic clipboard she had stubbornly picked up. Get up. I can still. Get up. His right arm slid under her armpit, hoisting her limp body from the mud with brute force. Ignoring her struggles, he wrapped one arm around her waist and shielded her from the sun, with the other half dragging, half carrying her into the shade of the banyan tree by the ridge. From his backpack, he pulled out a folding stool and snapped it open. Song Yu was pushed onto the stool. The moment her bottom touched the canvas seat, a cold, wet towel soaked from his water bottle was pressed onto her forehead. Dozens of classmates around them stopped their work. The boys from Class 1 exchanged glances, their leering expressions impossible to hide. Young Master Fang playing the flower guardian. Even a real boyfriend would have to step aside. What do you know? This is what they call meticulous care without overstepping bounds. Fang Muyang paid no attention. He crouched in front of Song Yu, checking her temperature, his brows knitted into a tight knot. From the gravel road in the distance came the low-frequency rumble of tires crushing stones. 1 car, 2 cars, 3 black Maybachs tore through the heat wave, stopping in a line in front of the administration building. The car doors opened. Qin Yuyu stepped out. In a dark gray custom suit, he looked utterly out of place among the mud-stained students. Behind him followed 4 assistants in black suits, each wearing a silver-embossed Xinghue badge on their chest. Director Wang, flanked by several teachers, greeted him with sycophantic smiles. President Qin, you've had a long journey. Please this way. The farm just got new equipment waiting for you. Director Wang bowed as he led the way. Qin Yuyu didn't even spare a glance. His gaze swept over the crowd, scanning the rows of students bent over weeding. Row by row, under the banyan tree, Lin Weiwei was about to bring a water cup to Song Yu. Her peripheral vision caught the 3 Maybachs and the suited man standing beside them. The water cup nearly slipped from her hand. This was the apex predator of the MCN industry, a regular at business summits. and the hand that had nearly strangled Yuan to death. Lin Weiwei turned and ran, her heels stumbling on the gravel. She dashed to the banyan tree and crouched beside Song Yu. "You." She pressed her lips to Song Yu's ear, her breath rapid and trembling. "That man is here. Qin Yueyu." Song Yu leaned against the tree trunk, the wet towel on her forehead slipping down an inch. The bone ache persisted, her body temperature steady at 38.7°C. But her pupils constricted the instant she heard the name Qin Yueyu. The capital side that had signed that blood-sucking betting agreement in her past life. He had come to the farm a full week earlier than she had estimated. On the gravel road in the distance, Qin Yue's gaze completed its first scan of the student line. Qin Yueyu tilted his head and gave a brief instruction to an assistant who quickly flipped through a tablet. Then he stepped forward, walking toward the banyan tree. His strides were unhurried. His leather shoes landed on the gravel with extreme steadiness. Fang Muyang stood up. He shifted half a step to the side, positioning his body horizontally, completely blocking Song Yu and Lin Weiwei behind him. Qin Yueyu stopped 5 paces away. His gaze passed over Fang Muyang's shoulder, landing on the slender figure with a fever patch on her forehead. "Miss Song." Qin Yueyu pushed up his glasses. "I heard you're ill. Xinghui brought a doctor along. Would you like an examination?" His tone was impeccable. "She doesn't need it," Fang Muyang replied coldly. Qin Yueyu still didn't look at him, continuing to address Song Yu. "Regarding Yuan, I think you must have noticed that over the past 48 hours your account's recommendation weight has been manually interfered with 3 times on the platform's technical end." He held a black business card between his fingers. "I can make this account disappear completely, but I came here to cooperate." Lin Weiwei, hiding behind, turned pale and her lips trembled. Fang Muyang's fists tightened. His right foot slid forward half an inch, shifting from a blocking stance to an attack-ready position. "I said she doesn't." "Move aside." Song Yu's voice came from behind the tree shade. Fang Muyang spun around abruptly. Song Yu stood up, supporting herself against the tree trunk. The fever patch hung askew on her forehead. Her whole body swayed, but her spine was ramrod straight. She stepped around Fang Muyang's shoulder, standing between him and Qin Yueyu. Her face was flushed in unnatural crimson from the 38.7°C fever, but her eyes were ice cold. Those sleepless nights in her past life. She had turned every detail of Qin Yu's Xinghui group, from financial statements to equity structure, inside out. All those memories surged to the tip of her tongue, now each word a blade. "President Qin, in your last quarter's betting agreement, the Series B valuation used GMV metrics instead of revenue metrics." She paused, gasping as she swallowed the dryness in her throat. Her frail body leaned heavily against the tree trunk for support, but her aura was overwhelmingly superior. "That constitutes systemic misrepresentation to investors, violating Article 78, Paragraph 2 of the Securities Law." Qin Yu's hand holding the card froze for an instant. A minuscule pause, but Song Yu caught it. She didn't give him time to process. "Your content platform's traffic procurement isn't exactly clean either. What accounts were used? How many splits were made? I think President Qin knows better than I do." Silence fell around them. For the first time, the superior facade on Qin Yu's face cracked. Behind the silver-framed lenses, his pupils contracted sharply. "You?" Song Yu cut him off. "You can zero out Yuan's traffic. But I can also have those 2 pieces of information appear in the due diligence report for your next round of financing. President Qin, feel free to calculate which one costs more." As her words landed, there was no trace of a smile on her lips. Lin Weiwei covered her mouth tightly, her eyes nearly popping out. Fang Muyang's fists clenched and unclenched. Though he couldn't understand the jargon, he could see. Qin Yueyu had taken half a step back. Qin Yueyu tucked the business card into his inner pocket. He stared at Song Yu, not with the look of a predator sizing up prey anymore. It was the shock of having his entire cognitive framework forcibly dismantled and rebuilt after seeing something that shouldn't exist at this age or in this identity. "Who exactly are you?" Song Yu didn't answer. The world before her eyes flashed a blinding white. The bone ache converged and exploded in that moment. Emergency warning. 65 transformation forcibly triggered early. Facial permanent lock program initiated. Eternal beauty. Darkness flooded into her vision. Her legs gave out completely, and Song Yu fell straight backward. Fang Muyang reacted instantly. His right arm locked around her waist, his left hand cradled the back of her head, catching her securely in his embrace. The scorching heat of her body seeped through the clothes. Fang Muyang lifted his head and swept a glance at Qin Yueyu without uttering any harsh words. He bent down, lifted her horizontally, and sprinted toward the administration building. Qin Yueyu stood in the shade, watching the retreating figure. He took off his glasses, slowly wiping the lenses with a handkerchief. Re-evaluate her value. He put the glasses back on. Investigate. Turn over every page of her past 18 years. Room No. 1. The door was locked. Song Yu lay on the bed, cold sweat soaking her temples. Fang Muyang pulled a fever patch from the medical kit, tore it open, and pressed it against the artery on her neck. He soaked a blue towel in cold water, wrung it half-free, and placed it on her forehead. He pulled a wooden chair and sat by the bedside. An entire afternoon. He never left her side. The light outside the window shifted from harsh midday white to the orange glow of evening. He kept looking at her face. At first it was only anxiety and concern. Then as the light changed, he began to notice minute, almost imperceptible differences. The changes were tiny, but he knew this face too well. 12 years of acquaintance from elementary school to senior year. Even half a millimeter of difference couldn't escape his eyes. The line of her cheekbones softened. The very curve of the bone was being slowly, painstakingly reshaped. Her nose bridge narrowed by half a millimeter. Her jawline tapered. When he removed the towel, his fingertip accidentally brushed against her cheek. It was like warm, creamy mutton fat jade, extremely smooth and delicate, as if it would break at a touch. The orange sunset cut through the window lattice, casting light onto that face. Fang Muyang's hand holding her wrist froze. A celestial aura emanated from her brows and eyes. Her lips, flushed with a moist crimson from the fever, were full. The shadows of her eyelashes cast two delicate fan shapes on her cheekbones. Every remaining neutral trait had been stripped away. What remained was a breathtakingly soft beauty skin so fine it glowed with a lustrous sheen. Fang Muyang's breathing grew heavy. He set down the towel and took her hand, which was exposed outside the blanket. Her fingertips were burning. He pressed the back of her hand against his own cheek, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Songyu." His voice was hoarse, almost shattering, as if afraid the celestial fairy before him would vanish into thin air, or as if he were desperately claiming his possession. He wanted to say so much. Wanted to say, no matter what you become, ill recognize you. Wanted to say, I won't let go. Wanted to say, in this life, the next life. But all those beautiful words, when they reached his lips, were suppressed. In the end, he just pressed her fingers against his own face, stroking them one by one. Extremely gently. Extremely slowly. Suddenly the door was pounded heavily. 3 knocks. Rhythmic. Controlled force. Director Wang's voice called from outside, "Student Fang. President Qin has brought a doctor. Could you open the door?" Then Qin Yu's voice came through the wooden door. "Fang Muyang. I have no interest in disturbing you. But if she needs emergency treatment, this place lacks medical resources and will only delay her life." Fang Muyang knelt on one knee by the bedside. The wound on his back pulled and burned, but he didn't move. On the bed, Song Yes' closed eyelids quivered slightly. Slowly they opened. The orange sunset collided with those completely transformed, crystal-like pupils. Those eyes. Clear, deep, captivating. Fang Muyang froze in place. Song Yu turned her head, her gaze passing over Fang Muyang's broad shoulders, locking directly onto the wooden door. "Muyang." Her voice, devoid of the weak rasp of fever, carried a haunting, almost bewitching ethereality. "Open the door." Fang Muyang stared at her for 2 seconds. He stood up. The wooden chair legs scraped against the cement floor with a sharp, short screech. He walked to the door. His hand landed on the doorknob, fingers curling and uncurling repeatedly. The 4th knock fell upon the door. He pressed the lock and yanked the door open. Qin Yu stood in the hallway. The white light of the fluorescent tube lay across the shoulder line of the dark gray custom-tailored suit, the cut clean from the shoulder peak to the waist without a single wrinkle. The gaze behind the lenses aimed directly at Fang Muyang's chin. Less than 40 centimeters separated the two men. Behind Qin Yu stood a middle-aged man with round-rimmed glasses, wearing a badge from Xinghua MCN, holding a silver first aid kit in his left hand. Director Wang cowered at the corner of the corridor, his neck stretched long, his face full of anxiety. Fang Muyang stood in the middle, unmoving. Qin Yu looked him up and down. The sweat stains on the collar of the dark gray t-shirt, the mud spots on his forearms that hadn't been washed off, the white marks worn on the knees of his sweatpants. After finishing, he turned his face away. "Let him in." Song Yes' voice came from behind him. Fang Muyang's face turned cold, and he stepped aside, leaving half the door frame open. Qin Yu stepped over the threshold. The accompanying doctor followed closely behind. Director Wang's foot was about to cross the threshold. "No need." Qin Yu didn't even turn his head. Director Wang's lips moved twice, but he forcefully withdrew his foot. In the 15-square-meter room, 3 people crowded in. It was cramped and oppressive. Qin Yu walked around the iron frame of the folding bed toward the window. Song Yu was half reclining on 2 stacked pillows. The fever patch had slid from her forehead to her temple, strands of hair stuck to the curve of her cheekbone by sweat. The collar of her white uniform shirt was slightly open, a small patch of collarbone faintly flushed in the twilight. Qin Yu's footsteps stopped. He recognized that face. The last time he saw her in the supermarket, there was a subtle difference from the one now lying on the pillow. Song Yu lifted her eyelids. Her limpid eyes were clear without a trace of timidity. Qin Yu's right foot hung in the air for half a beat before landing. The heel of his leather shoe struck the cement, the sound heavier than when he entered. He pushed the frames of his glasses, his finger pad lingering on the bridge for an extra beat. The doctor with round-rimmed glasses leaned out from behind him, carrying the first aid kit, and walked quickly to the bedside. He bent down, opened the latch, took out an electronic thermometer, and turned towards Song Yu. Fang Muyang's body cut across. His entire right arm blocked between the doctor and Song Yu, every muscle line on his forearm taut. "Don't touch her." Song Yu coughed. Her voice was hoarse and soft, squeezed from the bottom of her throat, carrying a fragile, ethereal quality that even she couldn't control. "Let him check Muyang." Fang Muyang turned back to look at her. Song Yu nodded almost imperceptibly. His arm hung in the air. 3 seconds. He withdrew. He stepped back to the head of the bed and stood against the wall, arms crossed. The infrared beam of the thermometer flashed on Song Ye's forehead. 38. 9 degrees. The doctor reported the number and closed the first aid kit. Temperature is slightly high, but vital signs are stable. Oral antipyretics with physical cooling are sufficient. No need for hospital transfer. Qin Yuyu tilted his head toward the door. Ow! The doctor carried the case and left the room. Director Wang caught his elbow outside the door, and the two walked away down the corridor, their whispers fading into a muffled hum. The wooden door closed. The footsteps behind the door disappeared. Only 3 people remained in the room. Qin Yuyu dragged the wooden chair from the corner. The chair legs left 2 white marks on the cement floor. He sat down. His knees were level with the edge of the bed, his line of sight exactly at the same height as Song Yu, who was half leaned down. Let's talk. He took out his phone from the inner pocket of his suit jacket. On the screen was a meticulously formatted electronic contract with the gold embossed logo of Xinghua MCN placed at the center of the header. Full acquisition of Yuan. No cap on the valuation. He turned the phone around, tilting the screen towards Song Yu. You don't need to say a number. Just say the word yes. He'll handle the rest. Song Yu's gaze fell on the screen. The contract terms were in tiny font, but the key numbers were bolded and enlarged. The third clause was the most prominent. Party A shall enjoy full operational rights, content review rights, and revenue distribution rights of the subject account. Full. The corner of her mouth tilted by 0.5 millimeter. That arc could hardly be called a smile. President Qin. Song Ye's voice, softened by the high fever, came out very slowly. I wasn't finished speaking out there just now. The phone in Qin Yu's hand shifted slightly, the screen light flickering across his face. The fabricated valuation basis for the brown and the black accounts from your content middle platform's script laundering. If those 2 things are exposed, it would at most make you bleed. Song Yu leaned against the pillow, her limpid eyes showing no sign of the unfocused look of a patient. But your real trouble is your third shareholder, Lin Jianhua. This pause was heavier than all the words before. At the board meeting next Wednesday, he will join forces with the 4th shareholder to propose a motion to remove you from the CEO position. The voting ratio is 5-4. The index finger of Qin Yu's hand resting on his knee shifted exactly 1 millimeter against the phone's edge. The angle of his spine changed. From leaning back against the chair, he leaned forward. The change was only 3 degrees. Song Yu stared into his eyes and delivered the final blow. That's why you're so impatient now. Qin Yuyu, you're not here to acquire me. You're looking for a lifeline. What do you want? Qin Yuyu asked directly. Song Ye's right hand slid out from under the blanket. She raised one index finger. Yuan's full operational rights go to me. The content, the paste, the persona, you don't touch them. A second finger went up. I give Xinghua 10% exclusive commercial agency rights. You take that 10% to connect with brand clients. The split me 70, you 30. Qin Yu's right eyebrow lifted less than a millimeter. A new account with less than 400,000 followers demanding terms tougher than those of a million influencer. In exchange. Song Ye's fingers slipped back under the blanket. Xingua's level whitelist opens to Yuan. The recommendation weight is restored to the level before your manual intervention. Within 24 months, Xinghua will not throttle, downgrade, or suppress the data of this account in any form. An 18-year-old girl burning with fever and unable to stand, lying on a single bed, facing the head of an MCN worth tens of billions. She proposed a purely one-sided dictatorial clause. Qin Yuyu let out a low laugh. It wasn't a sneer. The laugh rolled from the deepest part of his chest, the tail end pressed very low. When the prey bites back, some people fear, some people rage. Qin Yu's reaction was pleasure. He pulled a black fountain pen from the inner pocket of his suit. He turned his head and scanned the room. There was no A4 paper, no printer, not even a single blank sheet. The prescription pad left by the doctor on the bedside table. Qin Yuyu picked it up, flipped it to the blank back. The tip of the pen touched the paper. The strokes were heavy, the endings sharp. 12 lines of a provisional letter of intent written in 40 seconds. The last line, the space for party as signature. The ink of the 3 characters, Qin Yuyu, was darker than all the preceding lines. He handed the prescription sheet toward Song Yu. A hand reached in from the side. Fang Muyang stepped out from the wall, snatched the prescription sheet right out from between Qin Yu's fingers. The paper crumpled with a harsh crackle. Qin Yuyu looked up. Fang Muyang ignored him, holding the paper as he walked to the sink and slapped it onto the counter. He turned on the faucet. Cold water rushed into a water blue plastic cup. He dipped his left hand in to test the temperature. Too cold. He turned off the tap, emptied the cup, and refilled it. This time he waited a few seconds for the cold water to warm against the cup wall before turning off the stream. Throughout the entire process, he didn't utter a word. A 15-square-meter room. The freshly signed letter of intent lay discarded by the sink. The capitalist worth hundreds of billions sat in the chair. Fang Muyang was pouring warm water. He couldn't understand the contract terms, couldn't make sense of the betting agreement. He couldn't insert a single word into that exchange just now. The only thing he could do was to feed her water. Carrying the cup back to the bed, he knelt on the cement floor, one knee on the ground. The rim of the cup touched Song Ye's lips. Drink first. 3 words. His voice was deep. Only for her. Song Yu lowered her eyelids. The water blue cup still held the warmth of his finger pads pressed against it. Her lips moved closer, touching the rim. A small sip of warm water slid down her throat. A second sip. The cup tilted slightly. The water flowed a little faster than she could swallow. A thin trail of water escaped from the corner of her mouth, tracing down the curve of her jawline, dripping into the hollow of her collarbone. Fang Muyang's thumb came up. His finger pad brushed extremely lightly over the water trail on her chin. The movement was so natural, so matter-of-fact, as if he had done it 10,000 times before. Qin Yuyu sat on the wooden chair. He watched that thumb wiping away the water trail. He watched the silhouette of that 18-year-old boy kneeling on the cement floor feeding her water. He watched the mist rising from the cup, mingling the body heat of 2 people. The chair legs scraped the floor. Qin Yuyu stood up. His right hand rose slowly and deliberately, fastening the middle button of his suit jacket. He walked to the door. With his right hand on the door frame, he lightly tapped the wood with his knuckles. He turned back. Song Yu. Song Ye's lips were still wet. Qin Yu's gaze moved from her face to Fang Muyang's broad back. A piece of advice. His voice returned to the low temperature of when he entered, with neither aggression nor goodwill. While your chips are still worth something, think carefully. Whether you need a blade or a shield. Song Yu rolled her eyes internally. My blade or shield. The door closed from the outside. The hinge creaked. The corridor light was cut off from the crack in the door. The room returned to a stifling silence. Outside the window, the sky darkened to deep purple. Song Yu leaned against the pillow, looking at the intact prescription sheet on the sink. She closed her eyes. In her past life, the same signature had cost her everything. But this time she had gotten what she wanted. A span of 34 years had just reversed the outcome of the battle. Her temples still throbbed with pain. She rubbed her forehead. Fang Muyang set the cup down on the bedside table with a clink. The sound of ceramic against wood was extremely short, like a period. But he didn't get up. His left knee was still on the cement floor. Silence lasted for 6 seconds. Then he leaned down. His 2 hands pressed on the bedboard on either side of Song Ye's body, fingers sinking into the folds of the white sheets. His arms formed a closed frame, trapping her entire body between the pillow and his chest. The dark purple twilight lay across his taut jawline. Song Ye's back pressed against the pillow, shrinking back half an inch. Muyang. You. His breath sprayed onto the stray hairs on her forehead, the heat passing through the strands, burning on her skin. When you were talking to him, just now. His Adam's apple moved violently up and down once. That jargon, that tone, that way of looking at people. You turned over every one of his cards one by one, so accurately, so ruthlessly. His voice was pressed very low. So low it seemed dug from the deepest part of his chest, carrying a roughness she had never heard before. That version of you. His fingers dug into the sheets. I have never seen. Song Ye's pupils dilated slightly. She thought he would say, I don't like the way you looked at him. She thought his jealousy was the ordinary kind of rivalry between young men. But no. What Fang Muyang said was, you showed your most formidable side to him, but never to me. You could use every word I don't understand to fight him, but you never once told me how you knew those things. His right hand lifted from the bedboard. His finger pad pressed against her cheek. It was her skin that burned. But it was his fingers that trembled. I really don't like it. When those 5 words were squeezed out from between his teeth, the ending broke apart. It wasn't anger. It was someone who had tried his hardest to stand by her side, suddenly discovering that there was a whole territory in her world that he could never step into. Outside the window, the last line of orange light sank below the horizon. The room went completely dark. In the twilight, only the sound of their breathing remained. In the darkness, he lowered himself another inch. The distance was so close their noses almost touched. Fang Muyang's gaze slid from her eyes slowly with a predatory intensity down to her lips, which were slightly parted from the fever. The water gleam from when he fed her still lingered on them. The finger pad on her cheek traveled downward. He rubbed heavily once. Song Ye's breath instantly caught her thin shoulders, trembling uncontrollably against the sheets. This 18-year-old fairy body, burning with high fever, softened into a puddle of spring water, unable to summon even a trace of strength to lift her fingertips and push him away. The male hormones mixed with the dry scent of laundry detergent from his clothes like a dense, impenetrable net descending from the sky. He bit out the words in the darkness, his voice hoarse through and through, carrying a desperate attempt in a fathomless heat. Teach me, or let your eyes have only me for the rest of your life. His chest, due to heavy breathing, brushed against her front through the thin fabric, now closed, now distant. The darkness amplified every touch and sound. Even the sound of swallowing became sticky and dangerous. Only 1 inch remained. If he lowered his head just a little more, or if she lifted her neck slightly from her rapid breathing, those 2 burning lips would press together completely. Song Yu closed her eyes tightly, her rapid breaths all hitting his chin, her heartbeat completely out of rhythm. Her fingers, which had been gripping the sheets, loosened and tightened and loosened. The faintly trembling lashes and the nearly imperceptible half-inch upward tilt of her chin betrayed her completely. Inner monologue. Fang Muyang, don't you dare kiss me. Absolutely not. But, if he really dares. In the darkness, Fang Muyang's thumb pressed heavily against Song Yes' lower lip. Without giving any space for verbal struggle or escape, he directly leaned down. His warm breath came very close. His lips pressed down. Fang Muyang kissed heavily. Song Yes' mind went blank for a moment. The masculine self-esteem built over 34 years in her past life was shattered in an instant by this overpowering hormone. She wanted to push him away, to resist, to coldly tell Fang Muyang not to cross the line. But the high fever left her powerless. A line flashed on the system panel, depriving Song Yu of even the last possibility of resistance. Feminine submission 100 fairy physique softening degree. Her body was completely out of control. She could only passively endure. She felt Fang Muyang forcefully pry open her teeth, with great strength, his tongue aggressively probing and intertwining. The kiss deepened gradually. Song Yes' mind stopped working. Inner monologue. How could he be so skilled? He's practically a pervert. The entanglement at the tip of the tongue brought waves of tingling numbness. A tiny whimper escaped her throat. Song Yes' fingers, which had been clenched at her side, somehow lifted and tightly gripped the fabric of Fang Muyang's t-shirt at his waist. Was it resistance or dependence? Can't tell. Can't tell at all. Just when Song Yu was about to collapse. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door of the single room was pounded loudly. Director Wang's loud voice came through the door panel. Fang Muyang. Song Yu opened the door. I smelled a burning smell before the corridor breaker tripped. I need to check each room for unauthorized appliances. Fang Muyang's movements suddenly froze. His eyes darkened, and his expression was very displeased. He could only pull back a little. Song Yu took a sharp, deep breath. She pushed hard against Fang Muyang's chest, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. Her lips were swollen from the kiss, numb and hot. Song Yes' inner monologue. It's over. My lips are swollen. I can't show my face tomorrow. The collar of the white shirt had slipped below her collarbone during the struggle, revealing the edge of pink lace underwear and flushed skin. Open the door. Is everything okay in there? I have the spare key. Director Wang knocked even harder outside. Immediately after, the clear metallic friction sound of a key inserting into an old lock hole rang out. Song Yes' heart raced wildly. She frantically shrank toward the inside of the bed. She fumbled to pull the blanket over herself, but found her body was limp and weak. Fang Muyang moved. He quickly withdrew from Song Yu, swung his right arm, and fiercely flipped up the thin blanket at the foot of the bed. The next second, Song Yu was wrapped tightly from head to toe, only a mess of black hair exposed. Having done this, Fang Muyang took a deep breath, suppressed the hoarseness in his voice, and called out to the door in a deep tone, Director Wang, don't open it. She's changing clothes. After saying that, he was bare-chested, using his broad back to block Song Yes' direction. Click. The door lock was turned a crack open. Fang Muyang stood in the doorway with a grim expression, leaving only a half-person wide gap. Director Wang shone a flashlight inside the white beam, sweeping across Fang Muyang's chest, and finally landing on the tightly wrapped blanket behind him. You didn't use any high-power appliances, did you? Director Wang stammered, a bit intimidated by the low pressure emanating from the boy. No. She has a fever. We went to bed early. Fang Muyang's voice was cold. Director Wang was taken aback. He shone the flashlight inside again, found nothing unusual, and awkwardly muttered a few words about safety before turning to knock on the next door. The door was locked again. The footsteps in the corridor faded away. The room darkened once more, becoming very quiet. Fang Muyang did not return to his folding bed. He turned around and walked to the single bed. Through the thin blanket, he scooped the still trembling Song Yu blanket and all into his arms. Song Yes' body stiffened. Fang Muyang's chin gently rested on the top of her head, his warm breath brushing through her hair. The boy's voice was hoarse, carrying an unquestionable dominance. What we didn't finish just now, put it on the tab. Also, Song Yu, listen carefully. He tightened his arms, holding her very close. Everything about you can only be mine. These words struck straight into Song Yes' heart. Amidst the rapid heartbeat and an irresistible sense of submission, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Song Yes' mind. Ding. Detected that host's feminine submission has broken through the psychological threshold. 65 facial permanent lock qualitative barrier forcibly breached. A cool sensation surged from deep within her bones, instantly spreading throughout her body, forcibly suppressing the fever's heat and discomfort. There was a tiny sound from the facial bones, as if final micro-adjustments were being made. A second later, all anomalies disappeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. Song Yes' fairy appearance has been permanently solidified. Acquired special passive aura, catastrophic beauty, beginner. Your initial visual shock value to the opposite sex increases, presence and attractiveness permanently enhanced because the host was forcibly kissed by Dao partner. Defenses collapsed, shame value skyrocketed. Reward shame value 2,000, current total 11,452 points. System shop about to expand. More fairy exclusive clothing and accessories about to unlock. Song Yu leaned in Fang Muyang's arms, listening to the system sound in her mind. Her body felt comfortable from the cool sensation, but her heart was a tangled mess. Inner monologue, it's over. My first kiss was taken by a brother. This guy actually used his tongue. So perverted. Agricultural study day, 5 early morning. Sunlight filtered through the window bars. Song-yu woke up hungry. The fever was gone, and her body felt light and agile. She sat on the bedside, casually brushing her waist-length hair, behind her mind still a bit dazed. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Fang Muyang walked in carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes containing freshly made white porridge and pickled vegetables from a cafeteria. He looked up, habitually glancing toward the bed. Then his footsteps and breath froze in place. Song-yu, sitting on the bed, wore an ordinary white shirt, her long hair scattered behind her. The contours of her facial features had changed, especially those eyes. Her gaze carried a cool clarity, the corners of her eyes slightly more upturned than yesterday. There was an added touch of nonchalant laziness. A perfect balance of ethereal beauty and languor was achieved on Song-ye's face. She just sat there quietly, looking so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Fang Muyang's hand holding the lunchboxes hung in midair. His breath paused for a moment. At this moment, the loudspeaker at Red Star Farm let out a piercing current sound, breaking the silence. Attention, all students, emergency assembly. The activity for the last 2 days has been changed to on-site group combat drills. The winning group will receive full marks, waiting for the agricultural study. At the same time, Modu, Xinghua MCN headquarters building, CEO's office. Qin Yuyu had some red bloodshot eyes. Dozens of background investigation reports were scattered on the desk. The top one was Song-ye's official file for the past 18 years. Her parents used to run a small business which went bankrupt a year ago. Now they are ordinary workers. No criminal record. No special social connections. This file looked very clean, with nothing out of the ordinary. This sense of incongruity made Qin Yuyu frown. The daughter of a bankrupt boss was actually familiar with MCN valuation models and even knew the internal accounts of capital bets. She could even see through the internal movements of the Xinghua board, forcing others to sign terms with that condescending gaze. This was too absurd. The more problem-free the file appeared on the surface, the more hidden there was. Qin Yuyu grew wary. He reorganized the situation. With this level of confidentiality, there was only one explanation. Song-yu was backed by some capital giant, or perhaps an agent of some mysterious force. The other party's cards were too big. Xingua's intelligence network couldn't find them. Qin Yuyu stared at Song-ye's cool eyes in the photo. His fingers pressed the intercom. Legal department. Draft the formal strategic contract based on yesterday's letter of intent. Not a single word can be changed. Also arrange a flight to Sushur tomorrow morning. The secretary was stunned. Mr. Qin Yu just came back. Back to Sushur. Qin Yuyu stared at the Guardian column on Fang Muyang's file. I'm going to visit that Mr. Fangdijing. I must get on Song-ye's trail. The harsh sound of static still hovered over the playground. Hundreds of senior high school students clutching aluminum lunchboxes surged into the cafeteria. The noise of chatter and the scraping of chopsticks against metal mingled together. Song-yu followed Fang Muyang through the side door of the cafeteria. At the table nearest the door, a tall boy stopped chewing. Thud. The chopsticks slipped from his hand, hit the concrete floor, bounced twice. It was as if a rest had been struck. The noise in the hall radiated outward, decaying into absolute silence. Hundreds of eyes, all fixed on the face of the girl who had just entered. Cold, languid, breathtaking. Ding. Detected collective speechless shock. Disastrous beauty. Aura effect triggered at peak. Shame points 300. 300. 300. Shame points 1200. Current total 12,652. Song-yu was forced to stop by the commotion. A few boys from other classes had their Adam's apples bobbing violently, their toes involuntarily turning toward her. The masseter muscles on Fang Muyang's face instantly tightened. He stepped forward. His broad shoulders and back formed a wall, completely cutting off those staring gazes. His left hand reached backward. 5 fingers precisely clasped Song-ye's delicate wrist, then slid down, forcibly interlocking their fingers, locking them together. He turned his head. His wolf-like gaze swept over the nearest tables. The boys who were stared at shuddered violently, quickly lowered their heads, and frantically shoveled white rice from their lunchboxes. What are you all looking at? Fallen. Director Wang, holding a megaphone, roared, breaking the eerie silence. He read out the rules of the combat drill. Everyone was to go to the rear mountain forest to compete for token points. Lu Mei walked to the front of Class 1's formation. Her gaze paused on Song-ye's face for 3 seconds. Song-yu just recovered from a fever. She stays in logistics. Fang Muyang spoke up. She's with my team. Lin Weiwei squeezed through from the back of the formation. Staring intently at Song-ye's face, she could barely speak coherently. I want to be with AU too. Fang Muyang hoisted 3 tactical backpacks over one shoulder. She just needs to stand there. She doesn't have to take a single step. Several male classmates looked at their team's configuration, their gazes falling on Song-ye's slender figure. One god carrying 2 burdens. They'd suffer when they got up the mountain. At the top floor of Fang Group headquarters building, before a red sandalwood tea table, Fang Dajing raised his hand to pour tea, the scalding liquid streaming into small celadone cups. Qin Yuyu sat opposite his back, slightly leaning forward. Chairman Fang Star Glory has always been eager to recruit talent. Qin Yuyu adjusted his posture. However, the resource network behind student Song Yu is very deep. I'm worried that our previous contact might have offended the people behind her. Fang Desheng's knuckles tightened around the teacup. This man had shown his true colors. He was here to poach from the Fang family and probe their depths. His own son to protect that girl had taken a blow to the back. Now he was still suffering in the countryside farm. The designated daughter-in-law was not to be coveted by outsiders. Fang Desheng slammed the teacup heavily onto the table. A dull heavy thud. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze icy. President Qin. Her background. You can't afford to touch it. Those words landed directly before Qin Yuyu. His back suddenly snapped straight. A surge of immense shock flashed in his eyes, instantly swept away by a realization of, so that's it. The confusion and astonishment of the previous moment now turned into a belated chill. Fang Desheng picked up the teapot and refilled the water. The scalding stream struck the tea leaves. Young man, don't reach too far. Qin Yuyu never touched the cup of tea poured before him. The most critical missing piece in the chain of logic had been filled. Song Yu was not an ordinary high school student. The forces behind her were such that even a behemoth like the Fang family with its 100 billion scale had to step aside. That take height or leave it clause yesterday was not a negotiation at all. It was a casual slap from a superior. A cold sweat trickled down Qin Yu's spine. Rear mountain forest. The dirt path was uneven and covered in moss. Song Yu, sandwiched between Fang Muyang and Lin Weiwei, was breathing more heavily. Her right foot stepped on a round stone. The sole slipped. Her center of gravity suddenly tilted. The faint sound of the sole scraping moss had just begun when Fang Muyang, walking ahead, without a half second of hesitation, abruptly halted his steps. He twisted his waist sharply and spun around. He shrugged off the tactical backpack from his left shoulder. His right arm reached out, firmly supporting Song Ye's waist, and smoothly lifted upward. Song Ye's feet instantly left the ground. Fang Muyang turned around and half-crouched, catching her securely on his back. His hands hooked under her knees and locked. Hold tight. He took long strides, continuing up the slope, his breathing undisturbed. Song Ye's upper body pressed against his broad back, and through the thin fabric his scorching warmth continuously transferred to her. She turned her face to the side, her fingers clutching the cloth at his shoulder. Her earlobes quickly flushed red. Ding. Intimate physical contact. Fairy physique, shame level rising. Shame points 200, current total 12852 in the heart of the valley. The bushes ahead shook violently. 5 boys in sportswear formed a wall blocking the narrow mountain path. The leading boy had a crew cut and a red armband on his right arm. Behind him were 4 others, 2 with red armbands, 2 with blue. Class 1. The crew cut Li Ming lifted his chin, his gaze glued to Song Ye's cold, beautiful face, full of covetousness. Leave the tokens and leave the girl on your back as a hostage. Lin Weiwei, terrified, hugged her backpack tightly and shrank behind a tree trunk. Fang Muyang stopped. He put Song Yu down and pulled her behind him. He turned his neck left and right, joints cracking. His right foot stepped out half a pace, his center of gravity lowered, and the muscles in his upper arms instantly engorged with blood. Song Yu stood behind him, her cold gaze sweeping over the 5 opponents. 5 sports specialists, physically overwhelming. If Fang Muyang forced a break through, the freshly healed wound on his back would definitely tear open again. Her gaze fixed on the armbands on their arms. Red and blue. The 2 with blue armbands stood half a meter behind the 3 with red, their toes pointing outward. An extremely fragile temporary alliance. Song Yu stepped forward, walking out from behind Fang Muyang. Li Ming looked at that breathtaking face, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. The posture he had been about to charge forward with froze in place. The 4 boys beside him were even more mesmerized, their eyes glued. Your alliance condition is a token sharing. Song Yu looked at Li Ming, speaking slowly, her words cold and devoid of emotion. The drill rules are very clear. Full marks weighted can only be given to 3 people at most. She raised her right hand, pointing her index finger at the blue armband behind Li Ming. There are 5 of you. If you grab the tokens, will he share them with you? The blue armband boy's gaze reluctantly left Song Ye's face and moved to Li Ming's back. His feet subconsciously took half a step back. Don't listen to her provocation. Li Ming panicked, raising his voice sharply. Song Yu lowered her hand, a cold smile curving at the corner of her mouth. The tokens are all in the black backpack he's carrying. She didn't even look at Li Ming, only staring at the 2 blue armbands. If you encounter a bigger team, he'll push you out as bait and run away himself, and you won't get a single point. The 2 blue armbands exchanged a glance. They both turned to Li Ming. Their eyes changed. Li Ming opened the bag. The blue armband reached out, his voice low. We'll take the tokens ourselves. Open the bag now, eh? Li Ming slapped that hand away. The blue armband grabbed Li Ming's backpack strap with his other hand and yanked hard. You want to hog them all? Another red armband rushed in to shove. The 5 of them instantly collided into a chaotic heap. The canvas zipper was torn apart in the struggle. Crash. A dozen red token plates fell onto the muddy ground, clattering. With red eyes, all 5 pounced onto the mud. The dull thuds of fists hitting flesh echoed through the forest. Song Yu calmly stepped forward. Her white sneakers precisely stepped over Li Meng's outstretched leg. She bent down. Her slender fingers picked up the 3 cleanest token plates from the ground. Li Meng lay on his back in the mud, a large bruise on his eye. He stared blankly at Song Yu's cold profile, forgetting to stop her. Song Yu straightened up, aligning the 3 plates in her palm. Take your time dividing them. She turned and walked toward Fang Muyang. Fang Muyang stood still, a fiercely burning emotion surging in his eyes. He watched as she, with just 3 sentences, made 5 physically monstrous specialists fight like dogs in the mud. This was more devastating than pure beauty. Lin Weiwei slid down against the tree bark, her legs weak. Song Yu walked up to Fang Muyang. She slapped the 3 token plates into the pocket on his chest with a crisp sound. Let's go. The 3 of them crossed the valley and stopped to rest on a flat area. Song Yu leaned against a tree trunk, closing her eyes to rest. The phone in her pocket vibrated continuously. She took it out. Sender Qin Yueyu. Miss Song, I have made a special visit to Chairman Fang today. I am now aware of your true background. Please forgive my previous offense. I have unilaterally revised this class contract to a 90 concession. The entire Star Glory Company is at your service. The legal team is already stationed at the guest house outside the farm awaiting orders. They will not disturb your grassroots experience activity. Song Yu's cold eyes slowly widened. Her gaze darted back and forth between true background and 90 concession. What true background? I have none. Old Song has been bankrupt for a year. He spends every day after work in shorts watching CEO short dramas. That old fox Fang Dijing, what the hell did he tell Qin Yueyu? She stared at the 6 characters, grassroots experience activity, on the screen. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard, unable to press down for a long time. Ding. System Mall has been expanded. System Mall new arrivals system. Note the differences in facial features are only in the degree of replication of the original character and do not affect the host's beauty. Once worn, the host will naturally radiate their own charm. Ziling Fairy Set White Mist Light Purple Flowing Immortal Wide-Sleeved Layered Ancient Style Dress. Includes matching shoes, 888 shame points. Gilt Cloud Pattern Hair Crown Set, 648 shame points. Gilt Phoenix Holding Pearl Pendant, 328 shame points. Gilt Interlocking Pattern Arm Ring, 268 shame points. Ziling Same Style Mist Purple Veil Face Covering, Gauze 188 shame points. System prompt: wearing the Z-Ling set will automatically activate the Z-Ling Aura. Z-Ling Aura automatically overrides all current makeup. One-click generates Z-Ling custom makeup. Facial features: style, different compatibility, 510 system, notes suitable for atmospheric dates and nighttime scenes. Luxurious and mysterious Jiziwa. Set light purple gradient cloud pattern wide sleeve layered, flowing immortal dress, 888 shame points. Gold crescent moon butterfly wing hair crown set, 648 shame points. Silver tassel crescent moon earrings, 268 shame points. Fine silver crescent moon necklace, 228 shame points. Crescent buckle double layered cyan waistband, 168 shame points. Light purple cloud pattern embroidered shoes, 168 shame points. System prompt: wearing the GZUA set will automatically activate the GZUA or GZUA Aura automatically overrides all current makeup. One-click generates GZUA custom makeup. Facial features: spirit and form, both. Close compatibility, 910 system, notes suitable for formal occasions, high-end social events, and elegant leisure scenes, leaning more towards elegance and etiquette. Chingy Green Moon Fairy Set White Blue Gradient Cloud Pattern Wide-Sleeved Layered Slit, Flowing Immortal Dress, 888 shame points. Moonlight Swirling Cloud Hair Crown Set, 648 shame points. Moonlight Tassel Earrings, 168 shame points. Multi-layer Silver Gilt Interlocking Necklace, 268 shame points. Blue Gold Swirling Cloud Interlocking Pattern Ribbon Waistband, 288 shame points. Light Blue Moonlight Stiletto Heels, 268 shame points. System prompt: wearing the Chingy set will automatically activate the Chingy Aura. Chingy Aura automatically overrides all current makeup. One-click generates Chingy custom makeup. Facial features: Aura similar compatibility, 710 system, notes suitable for light luxury and literary scenes, campus art exhibitions, boutique cafes, new Chinese style dates, light workplace, office, etc. It could not fall for a long time. His thumb slammed heavily onto the keypad. Could it be Fang Dijing? That old fox protecting his own had waved a tiger skin banner before Qin Yueyu. But Qin Yueyu, a suspicious capital player, would imagine the most terrifying scenario the more he failed to uncover the truth. Her fingertips flew across the screen, typing out an extremely cold line. Meet at the abandoned farm logistics warehouse tonight at 9. Bring only the chief legal counsel. She tapped send, then turned off the phone directly. The superior never explains. The more sparing with words, the heavier the fear on the other side. The phone slid into his pocket. Evening, the first day of the drill, ended. Crowds surged around the score table in front of the farm management office. Fang Muyang unzipped his black backpack, turned it upside down, and gave it a sharp shake. Clatter! A large pile of red token plaques crashed onto the table, forming a small mountain. The teacher in charge of registration's hand trembled, and the ballpoint pen fell onto the scoring book. Dozens of eyes around, all fixed on Song Ye's trio. The admiration faded, replaced by undisguised awe. An overwhelming first place, no doubt. 7 o'clock in the evening, room 1. Fang Muyang pushed the door open and left carrying 2 empty lunchboxes. Song Yu stood before the sink, just splashed a handful of cold water onto her face. Ding. Triggered a mandatory quest. The system voice in her mind exploded sharply. Within 1 hour, wear any new fairy outfit from the mall to meet Qin Yuyu. Penalty for violation, permanently deprive of cold voice. Song Ye's hand holding the towel suddenly froze. The cold voice was the core asset of the Yu-in account. The system had directly put a knife to her throat. Her vision was forcibly cut into the virtual mall. The screen was full of intricate and gorgeous fantasy-style ancient costumes. She gritted her teeth, and with her mind tapped the option at the bottom. Exchange Qingyu fairy set. Deducted 2488 shame points. Exchange successful. Current shame points 10364. A faint light flashed. A white-blue gradient cloud pattern wide sleeve flowing fairy dress wrapped around her body. The fabric seemed woven from moonlight, emitting a delicate flow of light. The blue-gold curling cloud ribbon at her waist was tightly cinched, outlining a slender waist that could be encircled with one hand. Layers of light gauze slithered to the ground. With a slight movement, the white gauze lifted, revealing a glimpse of a smooth, round thigh. The moonbeam hair crown coiled her long hair, and tassel earrings swayed with cold light. In the mirror above the sink, a face of extreme, ethereal beauty was reflected. Nation-ruining aura stacked with Qingyi custom makeup, the lethality increased exponentially. Song Yu stared at the mirror, her cheeks rapidly heating up. Too flashy. If she ran into Fang Muyang like this. From the end of the corridor came steady, forceful footsteps. That specific frequency was all too familiar. It was Fang Muyang coming back. Song Ye's heart leaped. She turned and rushed to the end of the room, pushed open the old back window. Lifting the intricate slit skirt, stepping in light blue moonbeam stilettos, she supported herself on the windowsill with one hand and flipped out. She landed and disappeared into the thick night behind the farm. The next second, the lock clicked. Fang Muyang pushed the door open. His eyes swept across the empty room and the wide-open back window, his brows instantly furrowed. He rushed to the window and caught a glimpse of a blue-white afterimage rapidly disappearing into the depths of the night. Fang Muyang's pupils contracted. At 850 p.m., the abandoned farm logistics warehouse. Rusty iron racks, a leaky roof. The pungent smell of aged fertilizer mixed with mildew filled the entire space. Qin Yuyu and the chief legal counsel of Xinghui stood side by side. They had been waiting from 7 p.m. until now. Over 30 degrees Celsius, swarms of vicious mosquitoes. Qin Yu's dark gray custom suit was completely soaked through with sweat clinging tightly to his back. Even the gesture of wiping sweat was extremely restrained. Fang Desheng's warning still echoed in his ears. Faced with such massive capital, the sincerity of waiting must be fully demonstrated. Exactly at 9 o'clock, the rusty iron door let out a dull scraping sound as it was slowly pushed open. Cold moonlight poured in from outside. A tall, slender figure walked in against the light. Qin Yuyu looked up, his breath completely stopped at that second. She. The white-blue gradient fairy dress fluttered in the night breeze, and the tassels on the hair crown refracted cold silver light. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful under the moonlight, and her ethereal aura turned into a tangible pressure bearing down heavily. The contrast of a celestial fairy inspecting mortal ruins struck deeply into Qin Yuyu's heart. Ding. Detected mass speechless shock. The legal counsel's fingers loosened, and the briefcase crashed onto the muddy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Yuyu clenched his molars tightly, forcibly piecing together his crumbling composure. But behind the lenses, his eyes were suppressed by instinctive awe, completely losing the confidence to seize the initiative. Song Yu walked straight to the dusty, worn wooden table. Without even wiping it, she sat down directly, her fairy dress untouched by dust. From the slit of the skirt, a section of calf, as white as mutton fat, was revealed. Contract. Give it to me. Her cold voice exploded in the warehouse, carrying the unique nonchalance of a superior. Qin Yuyu's heart pounded wildly. He bent down to pick up the briefcase, pulled out the Slevel strategic contract, and handed it over with both hands. Song Yu didn't even lift her eyelids. Her fair fingers turned the pages. Her eyes scanned 10 lines at a glance. She stopped at page 3, line 4. Her long, slender fingernail tapped twice on the paper. The traceability penetration mechanism of the nominee entity is not written. Her voice was ice cold. She turned to the last page. In the concert party agreement, there is a hidden contingent repurchase trigger clause. As long as I stop updating for 2 consecutive months, you can forcibly initiate unilateral takeover. Song Yu lifted her head, her glass-colored eyes locked onto Qin Yu's pupils. President Qin, is this what you call a 90% concession? Slap. The dozens of pages of the contract were flung out by her, the edges of the paper tearing through the air and slamming heavily onto Qin Yu's chest. They scattered all over the ground. Cold sweat instantly burst out on Qin Yu's forehead. Those 2 hidden legal traps even top-tier Red Circle law firm partners would need to ponder for days and nights. She only glanced at it. Such a vicious I should never appear in a high school student. Behind her stood absolutely predatory capital. Revise it. Qin Yuyu turned his head sharply and roared at the legal counsel, revise it now. Delete all additional clauses. The legal counsel pale-faced scrambled to crouch on the ground, flipping open a laptop and frantically typing. 10 minutes later, a clean, unequal treaty was reprinted. Qin Yuyu bent over, offering the Mont-Blanc pen with both hands. Song Yu took the pen and signed her name in the Party A column. Her strokes were bold and sharp. Get out. She dropped the pen on the table. Qin Yuyu gathered the contract, his back stiff and straight. He swallowed all the probing and reluctance in his eyes, and with the legal counsel quickly disappeared into the night without looking back. The hurried footsteps revealed undisguised embarrassment. The sound of a car engine starting quickly faded into the distance. The warehouse returned to silence. Song Ye's tense nerves finally completely relaxed. She let out a long breath, loosened her fingers from the wrinkled wide sleeves, and gently pressed her palm against her heaving chest. Close call, she murmured, her cold voice carrying a hint of frightened trembling. I shouldn't have made any mistakes in my performance, right? Then she lifted the intricate skirt and stood up, preparing to leave this stuffy hellhole. The moment she turned, from the deepest shadows of the piled-up fertilizer in the warehouse suddenly came the coarse sound of leather shoes crushing gravel. Extremely faint, but accompanied by a pressure that instantly drained the surrounding air. An extremely aggressive and familiar pheromone locked down the confined space. Song Ye's whole body stiffened. A tall, straight figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. Moonlight illuminated his deep brow bone and slightly reddened eye corners. Fang Muyang. He didn't look at her face. His gaze, like a red-hot iron clamp, burned onto her snow-white collarbone exposed at the neckline, and the entire thigh revealed by the skirt slit. With each step the pressure increased. At the door, Fang Muyang grabbed the edge of the iron door with his backhand and slammed it shut. Click! The rusty bolt was firmly locked into the strike plate. All retreat was cut off. Song Yu stepped back half a step, her back hitting the cold wall. Muyang. She spoke, her cold voice cracking with a tremor. Fang Muyang remained silent. His hands reached over her shoulders and braced against the walls on either side. He trapped her completely between the wall and his chest. He lowered his head, his scorching breath falling on her nose tip. You'd rather dress like this to see him. His voice was hoarse, ground out from the depths of his throat, revealing a nearly insane possessiveness. And not let me have a single look. Song Ye's heart rate soared to the limit, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the wide sleeves. Fang Muyang's fingers slid down the rough wall, his scorching tiger's mouth clamping firmly on her jaw, forcing her to lift that face that could bewitch all beings. Resisting was impossible. You. He pressed his forehead against hers, a dark fire surging in his eyes that threatened to burn through his reason. The debt from last night, I'll collect it myself. The rusty iron door clanged shut. The metal bolt clicked into place with a metallic clack. The empty warehouse echoed with nothing but silence. The escape route was severed. Song Yu stepped back half a pace. Her back met the rough brick wall. Fang Muyang, what madness has taken you? Her voice trembled. Fang Muyang remained silent. Moonlight streamed through the leaking roof, illuminating the taut line of his jaw, clenched with effort. The corners of his eyes were red. He strode forward, his footsteps scratching against the dusty cement floor. The distance between them vanished in an instant. He planted his hands on the wall on either side of Song Ye's head, his sturdy arms trapping her in this small space. The scent of laundry detergent mixed with sweat enveloped her completely. In the dead of night, Fang Muyang's voice was hoarse. Dressed like this, running to an abandoned warehouse for another man to see. He lowered his head, his scorching breath brushing against Song Ye's nose. This dress, this getup, he said, each word deliberate. I've never even seen it before. Song Yu didn't even have time to open her mouth. Fang Muyang's right hand moved from the wall. Warm fingers touched her exposed collarbone, tracing down along the edge of the blue and white fabric, sliding over the slender waist cinched by the ribbon. It stopped at the slit of the skirt. Through the gauze, he gripped her thigh. His fingers tightened the rough pads of his thumbs, rubbing against the skin beneath the fabric. Song Ye's breathing grew erratic. Her body was naturally sensitive. The heat of his palms seeped through the thin gauze. Her knees weakened uncontrollably. If not for the wall supporting her back and his arms trapping her, she would have collapsed to the floor. She didn't even have the strength to push him away. What are you trembling for? Fang Muyang leaned close to her ear. His hand on her leg suddenly tightened, pinching the soft flesh through the fabric. Song Ye's chest heaved violently as she gasped for air. Her lack of resistance seemed to him like tacit consent. His last shred of reason snapped. His left hand seized her chin, forcing her to tilt her head back. Then he lowered his head and pressed down. Feeling his hand moving upward on her thigh, Song Yu turned her head in panic. The suffocating memory of last night's kiss was still vivid. Fang Muyang was even more out of control tonight than last night. Out here in the wilderness, if he truly tore this dress, things would spiral beyond repair. Muyang, calm down. Qin Yuyu is just a contract signer, I didn't. She tried to explain. Fang Muyang refused to listen. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his breath fanning her face. Is your explanation for him, or for me? Before Song Yu could answer, his fingers on her thigh suddenly dug in. Rip! The gauze of the skirt tore with a clear sound. Song Yu's eyes instantly reddened. Her voice softened beyond recognition. Let me go. Not here really. Not here. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed heavily. Then find a way you can accept. He stared at her watery eyes. You don't force me to strip you right here. He left her no room. His left hand still gripped her chin. Kiss me. On your own initiative. Those 4 words struck Song Yu's ears. She bit her lip hard and shook her head desperately. Why should she? Having lived 2 lifetimes, how could she bow down and kiss a boy who had just come of age? It was worse than death. Fang Muyang snorted coldly. His hand on the skirt yanked downward. Don't pull. Her voice finally broke with a sob, her eyes red-rimmed. She pressed both hands desperately against his large hand that rested on the edge of her skirt, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. He'll kiss. He'll kiss you all right. Fang Muyang stopped. He slowly straightened up, placing both hands back on the wall, caging her in his arms. He looked down at her from above. Silent. His eyes full of desire fixed on her face. His silence forced her to fulfill her promise. Song Yu closed her eyes. She released her lower lip, bitten white. Slowly she raised her hands, clutching the black t-shirt on his chest. She rose on her tiptoes, her waist pressed against his hard abdomen. She tilted her head up, pressing her soft lips awkwardly against the man's thin ones. The moment they touched, a system notification exploded in her mind with a strange, cheerful tone. Ding. Host has performed a submissive act. Defenses shattered. Dignity abandoned. Active kiss achieved. Shame value 3,000. Current total 13,364. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple rolled violently in the darkness. Her lips were cold and stiff, trembling with obvious reluctance, as if completing a humiliating task. This clumsy feint ignited Fang Muyang's last shred of reason. A low growl rumbled from his throat. His arm around her waist tightened, abruptly lifting her entire body and pressing her into his embrace. He seized control. His tongue directly pried open her teeth, plundering the air in her mouth. The sealed warehouse. The leaking roof. The sound of the wind outside faded away. All that could be heard was the rapid rustling of fabric and the muffled sobs escaping from Song Yu's clenched teeth. This surge of masculine strength flowing through their entwined bodies washed over Song Yu's reason. Moonlight cast long shadows on the dusty cement floor. The tall figure completely swallowed the slender one. Song Yu kept her eyes tightly shut throughout. From her cheeks to her neck and down to her exposed collarbone, everything burned a deep red. Her fingers weakly released his collar, finally clinging to his shoulders for support. She had completely given up resistance. Her soul felt humiliated, but this body under this force began to yield and depend. Time passed. How long she didn't know. Just as Song Yu was about to suffocate, Fang Muyang shifted sideways, and his back accidentally bumped into the stack of rusty iron shells behind him. Clang! A harsh metallic crash echoed far into the night. Fang Muyang finally pulled back a little, but he didn't let go. His tall frame still pressed against her. His lips slid from her jawline to the side of her ear. He bit her earlobe in punishment, his scorching breath pouring into her ear. His voice was hoarse beyond measure. Remember this feeling. His lips brushed lightly over the tassel earring. From now on, every single hair on your body belongs to me. As soon as the words fell, the next second 2 blinding headlights suddenly blazed outside the warehouse. Who's in there? I heard movement. Are some Class 1 students causing trouble? Director Wang's loud voice rang out through the metal walls. Heavy footsteps crunched over gravel. Heading straight for the warehouse door. Chapter End. Mini Theater System Mall Backstage. Today's data. Chingy Green Moon Fairy Set Sales. 1 buyer song. You. Today's new review song. You. 5-star review content. The dress is ethereal and beautiful, but the slit is too high, exposing too much thigh. Someone went crazy because of it. Suggest lowering the slit height by 5 centimeters in the next version, or adding a hidden button. Also, the crown wobbles slightly during intense movements. Suggest adding a fixed buckle. The tassel earrings easily catch on the collar when the other person leans and posing a safety hazard. Suggest changing to clip-in earrings. Also, it was torn just after buying. Can it be repaired for free? System follow-up comment. Host, are you sure it's a safety hazard and not a kink hazard? Also, when you wore this dress to meet Qin Yuyu, why didn't you mention the slit being too high? Oh, you didn't know someone was coming then. Got it. A slit meant only for Qin Yuyu to see, is that it? Free repair is impossible. Host, honestly spend 888 shame points to repurchase. System note, this system has recorded an HD slow-motion replay of active tiptoe kiss. To delete, please pay 1000 shame points. Current shame points, 13364. Sufficient balance. Pay. Song Yes inner monologue. I choose to keep it permanently. System. Host, you are not right. Director Wang's gruff voice still echoed outside the door. The white beam of a flashlight sliced through the crack. Fang Muyang's arm muscles bulged instantly. He wrapped his arm around Song Yes' slender waist, lifting her entire body with one arm. With a sudden burst of power from his feet, the two silently slipped into the deepest part of the warehouse. The fertilizer-woven bags were stacked high. There was a very narrow dead angle in the shadows. Fang Muyang sat down against the wall. Song Yu was forced to straddle his thigh. their bodies pressed tightly together. Song Yu was about to open her mouth to speak. Fang Muyang raised his rough hand and clamped it tightly over the lower half of her face. Their faces were less than a centimeter apart. In the darkness, Song Yu felt something hard pressing against her inner thigh. Her memories from her past life as a man instantly made her realize what it was. Her body instantly stiffened, not daring to move a muscle. Ding. Enclosed space passive state triggered. Shame value 500, current 13,864. The iron door emitted a heavy metal scraping sound. The door was pushed open. The flashlight beam swept back and forth across the warehouse. Rubber shoes stepped on the dust, rustling softly. The beam skimmed past the edge of the fertilizer bags, now less than half a meter from where the two were hiding. Song Yes' rapid breaths all landed on Fang Muyang's palm. Fang Muyang's eyes were dark, fixed on the swaying spot of light half a meter away. The flashlight suddenly stopped shining directly on the center of the concrete floor. There lay a small torn piece of white-blue gradient gauze. Director Wong walked over, bent down, and picked up the fabric. Where did this scrap come from? The texture feels quite nice. He rubbed the fabric between his fingers, his face full of confusion. The flashlight swept around again. No other anomalies were found. These little brats sure ran fast. Director Wong muttered to himself. He turned and walked out of the warehouse. The iron door closed again, and the sound of the latch clicking echoed. In the darkness, the footsteps receded. Fang Muyang did not let go. He slowly lowered his hand that had been covering her mouth, and his lips directly pressed against the shell of Song Yes' ear. From now on, his voice was very low. If you dare to wear clothes like this and secretly meet someone alone again, I guarantee you'll be leaning against the wall to leave the room the next day. Song Yes' ears quickly burned, and her breathing fell into chaos. Fang Muyang stood up, steadying her as he did so. He strode to the back window of the warehouse, climbed out, and landed. Avoiding the patrol teacher's sight, the two sprinted all the way back to room No. 1. The door was locked from the inside. In the bathroom, Song Yu hurriedly removed the slightly damaged fairy dress and slipped into a loose sports outfit. She forced herself to clear her thoughts, turned around, and opened the bathroom door to come out. Muyang. She dared not meet his eyes. Qin Yuyu came today because he holds a fatal gambling agreement. Song Yu wanted to use business matters to explain the situation just now. There is a serious division among the top brass of Xinghui. I'm using one force against another. This is to regain the initiative. It's just a business game. Fang Muyang stood in front of the sink, turning on the faucet. Cold water rushed over his hands. I don't understand gambling agreements, and I don't want to. He turned off the tap and turned around. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Song Yu. Even less do I want to hear about these business games. Fang Muyang stepped closer. Your business empire, do whatever you want with it. If you poke a hole in the sky, I'll cover it for you. His fingers pressed against the edge of the bedside table, knuckles white. But you can only stay within my sight. That's the rule. Song Yu fell silent. Her old method of reasoning was utterly useless against Fang Muyang's irrational possessiveness. 2. Modu. Xinghui MCN headquarters building. The top-floor conference room was brightly lit. Qin Yuyu sat at the head of the table, his hair disheveled, and his custom suit covered in creases. On both sides of the conference table, a dozen executives sat upright, not daring to breathe. Conveying a top-secret board resolution. Qin Yuyu's voice was cold and hard. From today onward, Yuin is classified as the group's highest S-level top-secret project. Devote all the group's S-level whitelist resources to fully support this project. The entire room fell silent. An executive sitting next to Lin Jianhua raised his hand to break the silence. President Qin, the other party is just a new account. Background checks show. Shut up. Qin Yuyu slammed the documents in his hand heavily onto the solid wood table. The background check is fake. All of it is fabricated. Qin Yuyu stood up, hands on the table, scanning everyone with his gaze. Fang Dejing personally came forward to warn me. Do you know what this means? Even the sound of breathing in the conference room grew faint. This means that the capital behind her is so formidable that even the Fang group has to yield. She herself is the daughter of some hidden financial conglomerate. Her current identity as a poor student is just a disguise to experience life. Qin Yuyu gritted his teeth and issued a death order. No one in the entire company is allowed to privately investigate Song Yes' true identity. Anyone who crosses the line will be fired immediately and will be held legally responsible for leaking company secrets. Qin Yuyu leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes to concentrate. Even if Song Yu is a fake heiress, she must continue to pretend. The executives exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared to raise any more objections. The next morning, the agricultural study officially ended. 10 buses lined up in a row. Inside the bus, Song Yu leaned against the backrest of the last row. Just recovering from a high fever coupled with last night's ordeal with Fang Muyang, she fell into a deep sleep as soon as she got on. Fang Muyang sat on the outside. He extended his hand, gently shifted Song Yes' head, and firmly pressed it onto his right shoulder. Song Yu obediently rubbed against him, found a comfortable position, and continued sleeping. The fatal beauty, passive aura, remained active. The boys in the front rows kept turning their heads, their gazes uncontrollably drifting toward the back row. Fang Muyang lifted his eyelids, his gaze icy. He stared fiercely at the three boys in front who were trying to turn around. Caught by his ferocious glare, the three quickly turned their heads back, straightened their backs, and fixed their eyes on the seat back in front. Fang Muyang took off his thin jacket and shook it open. He covered it over Song Yu, hiding her striking half-face. 3 p.m. Downtown. In a corner booth of Little Deer Cafe, Lin Weiwei hugged a laptop, her hands trembling so much she couldn't hold the mouse steady. Ayu, Lin Weiwei swallowed. We did it. We did it. Over 1 million followers. On the screen, the data for the Yu-In account skyrocketed. The resources invested by Xing Hui combined with the system's crazy promotion made the account blow up overnight. Lin Weiwei clicked open the private message dashboard. 27 brand companies have sent sky-high business collaboration offers. Skincare, clothing, game endorsements, all big deals. Song Yu picked up the American coffee in front of her and took a sip. Very bitter, but refreshing. Reject them all. Song Yu's voice was cold. Huh. Lin Weiwei was stunned. Song Yu put down the coffee cup. Accepting orders now would consume the value of the IP only for short-term monetization. Her slender fingers tapped the table. I want to build a long-term IP. Yu-In's positioning is the ceiling of Chinese-style aesthetics. No cheap product endorsements. You should compile a white list of domestic brands that match the tone. The rest ignore completely. Lin Weiwei looked at the fairy before her, exuding such powerful aura. She could only nod repeatedly. Song Yu leaned back on the sofa, sinking her consciousness into her mind. She called up the system panel. Current shame value 13,864. Follower count exceeded 1 million. System functions fully upgraded. Function upgrade, real-world asset exchange ratio improved. 1 shame point can be exchanged for 100 yuan, and now upgraded to 1,000 yuan. Currently exchangeable 13,864 million yuan. Song Yu's fingertips trembled slightly. The dress that Fang Muyang tore off last night was worth 88,800 yuan. She was calculating how to make Fang Muyang compensate for this bad debt. Suddenly, the system interface flashed, turning into a glaring scarlet. Ding. Detected host influence increase. Triggered stage mandatory mission cocoon breaking sound. Mission content followers exceed 1 million. Host must start the first live stream with face or original voice within 3 days. Mandatory additional condition during the live stream, Fang Muyang must be present and the distance from the host must not exceed 2 meters. Mandatory outfit requirement, must wear one of the other 2 fairy dresses from the Mall Ling or Gzue. Mission failure penalty, random permanent removal of one of the 5 senses. Song Yu's fingers froze. The liquid in her coffee cup rippled with fine waves. Fang Muyang present. Within 2 meters. And she had to wear a fairy dress and show her face. This was no longer just doing a live stream. It was practically playing with fire on Fang Muyang's bottom line. Song Yu stared blankly into the void. Forget about compensation. What a nemesis. As long as he didn't devour her alive in front of the live stream camera, she would be grateful enough to burn incense at the temple. A corner booth at Xiaolu Cafe. The glass door swung open, the wind chimed jingling once. Fang Muyang strode and pulled out the chair beside Song Yu and sat down. The sweltering autumn afternoon heat rushed toward her with his movement. Song Yu stared at the empty coffee cup before her. I need to start a live stream within 3 days, she said, rapidly cutting straight to the point. Original sound, half-face reveal. It's a necessary move to solidify the commercial value of the IP. The expression on Fang Muyang's face vanished. He tilted his head, his gaze locking onto Song Yu's profile. No. The 2 words slammed onto the table, leaving no room for negotiation. Song Yu knew all too well the possessive nature of this wild wolf. The account from last night hadn't even been settled yet, and now making him watch millions of people fix their eyes on her was more agonizing than death itself. Xinghua's resources have already been poured in. I have to give the market an explanation. Just this once, pretty please. Song Yu softened her tone. She looked into Fang Muyang's eyes. You choose the location. You sit within 1 meter of me the whole time. That's acceptable, right? Fang Muyang's chest heaved once. He stared at Song Yu for a full 10 seconds. Top floor of Hunglong Plaza in the city center, my penthouse, he said, rising to his feet. Let's go now. An hour later. The penthouse atop Hunglong Plaza. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows stretched the bustling skyline of Sioux City. Song Yu, carrying her instrument case, entered the master guest room and pressed the door lock. With a thought, she sank into the system shop. Exchange for the Xiling fairy set. Deducted shame value 2320 points. Exchange successful. Current shame value 11544. Violet light swirled within the room. Song Yu donned the white mist and pale purple flowing fairy wide-sleeve dress. A gold-gilded cloud-patterned hair crown gathered her long hair. A light veil covered the lower half of her face, revealing only a pair of crystalline cold eyes. The Xiling custom makeup generated automatically. Song Yu pushed open the guest room door. Fang Muyang was lounging on the leather sofa in the living room, fiddling with his phone. Hearing the sound, he looked up. His breath caught. Layers upon layers of purple gauze exuding an opulent, yet deadly mystery. The neckline wasn't exactly revealing, yet it perfectly outlined her slender swan-like neck and delicate collarbone. Fang Muyang strode over. His rough fingers caught the edge of Song Ye's collar, tugging it upward. Then he lowered his head to scan the slit height of her skirt. Confirming there was no risk of exposure, his taut jawline finally relaxed. "Go sit over there," he said, pointing to the gouging setup before the floor-to-ceiling window. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the Yu-In account's first Douyin live stream officially began. Song Yu sat upright before the gouging. Fang Muyang dragged over a chair and planted himself less than half a meter to her right, perfectly positioned in the absolute blind spot of the camera. His pitch-black eyes fixed on her without a flicker. Just 10 seconds into the stream, the number of viewers in the live room skyrocketed, exponentially, breaking through 100,000 in an instant. With a 1 million follower account base and Xingua's relentless traffic pushed, the data spiraled out of control. Song Yu raised her hands, her jade-like fingertips plucking the strings. The clear, ethereal tones of the gouging spread through the spacious penthouse. She lifted her gaze to the screen. The barrage of comments was so dense it completely drowned the image. "Fairy wife. Holy shit, that profile. Those eyes. Absolute kill. Wife. Wife, you finally showed your face and started streaming." At the headquarters of Xinghue in Magic City, the president's office, Qin Yueyu stared fixedly at the 100-inch screen before him. Push traffic. Push traffic. Channel all the internet traffic into it," he roared into his walkie-talkie. Then he grabbed his phone, fingers tapping frantically on the screen. "Xinghue Media Qin Yueyu has gifted Carnival 10. Xinghue Media Qin Yueyu has gifted Carnival 50." Dazzling special effects exploded across the live room, instantly seizing the top spot. Inside the penthouse, Fang Muyang watched the screen filled with wife comments and the top-ranked ID constantly throwing out astronomical gifts. The murderous glint in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. He leaned forward slightly. His left hand, avoiding the blind spot boundary of the camera, slipped directly beneath the layers of purple gauze skirt. Song Ye's body went rigid. The rough, warm palm pressed tyrannically against the soft flesh of her thigh, the heat of his touch searing through her thin skin straight to her brain. Zheng. A barely perceptible beat faltered in the gushing's melody. Ding. Unethical touch before the camera. Extreme shame. Shame value 500. Current 12,044. Song Ye's pupils contracted. She forced down her breath, her gaze above the veil still maintaining its icy composure. Under the table, she freed her left hand and dug her nails into the back of Fang Muyang's hand, trying to push away the offending hand. Fang Muyang's fingers curled around hers, trapping them firmly in his palm. The hand on her thigh not only didn't withdraw but pressed harder. His rough fingertips began to slide upward along the edge of her thigh. Qin Yu's thick red bullet comment floated across the top of the screen. "All of Xinghue begs the fairy to grace us with one more tune, startled swan." Fang Muyang watched that comment. His fingertip movements suddenly intensified, sending an excruciating tingling through her. The corners of Song Ye's eyes flushed crimson. MMH. Her ethereal voice carried a faint, involuntary gasp she herself didn't notice. "Thank you for Xingua's support." Song Yu looked into the camera, her tone still utterly aloof, with the disdain of a superior looking down upon the masses. "But I don't take requests." The live room exploded instantly. Countless netizens went wild over this arrogant refusal to bow to capital. Under the table, Song Ye's rational defenses were on the verge of collapsing. She couldn't hold on much longer. Fang Muyang's movements grew increasingly reckless, each friction pushing the limits of this fairy boat's endurance. "No, I can't. Not anymore." Song Yu abruptly yanked her left hand back, her right fingers sweeping fiercely across the strings. "Today's performance ends here. Signing off." Ignoring the frantic pleas of millions in the live room, ignoring the screen full of question marks, she decisively bent down and yanked the power plug of the streaming equipment. The screen went black. Lin Weiwei, who had been cowering in the corner as background, sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the room. She grabbed her laptop and scrambled out of the living room. With a bang, the door closed and locked. The entire space was left with just the two of them. Song Yu was about to stand up. Fang Muyang swept her up in his arms. In a few steps, he reached the wide leather sofa and pressed her down heavily onto it. His large hand tore off the purple veil from her face and tossed it onto the carpet. Fang Muyang wedged one knee between her legs. His hands braced on either side of her head. His eyes were ferocious, as if he would devour her. "Millions of people calling you wife on the screen." Fang Muyang's voice was hoarse, his breath raining down on Song Ye's face. "Do you think your man is dead?" Song Yu opened her mouth to speak. Fang Muyang didn't give her a chance. He lowered his head and bit hard into her red lips. MMH. Ding. Mandatory mission cocoon breaking sound completed. Reward issued, transformation degree 5 current, total 70 information blocker, primary intermediate shame value 3000 current, total 15044. The moment the system notification faded, an alarm suddenly shrieked at its highest frequency. "Warning. Crisis alert. Fang Muyang's mother Wang Shuyi has entered the elevator and is coming up, estimated to arrive outside the door in 30 seconds. The blush on Song Ye's face vanished instantly. Her pupils dilated sharply, her gaze clearing to a sober and calm state. Fang Muyang's descending lips nearly brushed against the tip of her nose. Song Yu immediately turned her head away. She raised both hands, using all her strength to press against Fang Muyang's solid chest. Without wasting words or showing panic, her voice was calm and decisive. Your mother, 30 seconds, she's already at the elevator. Fang Muyang's movements froze. The desire in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by wariness. He knew his mother's style of conduct all too well. Coming straight in without knocking meant she was definitely here to catch them red-handed. Fang Muyang didn't question a single word about Song Yu's source of information. He pulled his arm and lifting Song Yu by the waist. He strode toward the master bedroom. They had only 22 seconds left. Inside the master bedroom, in the walk-in closet, Fang Muyang yanked open the large wardrobe with one hand. Get in. Song Yu's ancient-style long dress was too complicated, several layers of gauze and gold accessories impossible to take off in a hurry. She had to lift her skirt and squeeze into the deepest corner of the wardrobe. The space was tiny. Darkness immediately closed in. Fang Muyang turned around and swiftly pulled down a few dark trench coats and suits. The black fabric draped down from above, completely covering the conspicuous light purple dress Song Yu was wearing. Cover your mouth, don't make a sound, Fang Muyang whispered. Bang! The wardrobe door slammed shut. Darkness sealed completely. Song Yu leaned against the hard wooden panel, the air filled with the pleasant scent of cedar from the suits mixed with Fang Muyang's own smell. Outside the living room. Beep, 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 beep. For short electronic tones sounded, and the door was pushed open. The sound of high heels striking the solid wood floor rang out crisply. The sound of high heels drew closer. Wang Shui walked in. Her sharp gaze swept across the entire living room. The sofa was in disarray, cushions tossed carelessly. And there was the coffee on the coffee table, still steaming. The master bedroom door made a slight sound. Fang Muyang emerged from inside. The collar of his black t-shirt was slightly askew, his hair messy. One hand in his pocket, his expression cold, his tone laced with obvious impatience. Mom, barging into my private space without notice. Is that your rule? Wang Shui let out a cold laugh, her high heels not stopping. You finished your agricultural study today and didn't go home, instead hiding here for leisure. She walked step by step toward the sofa. Besides, I'm your mother, and this house belongs to the Fang family. Am I not allowed to come? Her sharp gaze suddenly passed over the coffee table and locked onto the floor-to-ceiling window. There a gouging had been added. Wang Shui's eyes narrowed. She changed direction and walked toward the window. Beside the carpet, a misty purple veil lay quietly. It was clearly torn off and thrown away roughly. Wang Shui bent down, pinching the light veil between two fingers. The fabric was smooth, the texture expensive. She straightened up and turned to look at Fang Muyang. Without asking, she directly stated the answer. Song Yu. Those two words landed heavily in the living room. Deep in the wardrobe, Song Yu covered her mouth, breathing rapidly. Inner monologue, it's over. It's over. Her fingers were so tense that the knuckles tightened. The bead pendant on her headdress swayed, nearly making a sound. She quickly pinched the tassel with her other hand. In the living room, Wang Shui's voice was cold and arrogant, launching a precise status attack. I've looked into her. Her family went bankrupt. Her father is drowning in debt. Their family's annual income wouldn't even buy the tea set on your table. And now she's here playing the gouging. Wang Shui tossed the veil back onto the carpet. Muyang, you're still too young. Girls from bankrupt families are full of schemes. What does she want from you? You. She wants the Fang family status and your money. Starting tomorrow, cut off all contact with her immediately. Fang Muyang straightened up, pulling his hand out of his pocket. Mom, have you said enough? Wang Shui ignored her son's cold face. She suddenly changed direction, her high heels clicking on the floor again, heading straight for the master bedroom. You hid in there just now, didn't you? Let's see if that little vixen is hiding inside today. The footsteps drew closer and closer. Each one felt like a stomp on Song Yu's heart. Being caught hiding in the wardrobe made her tremble uncontrollably. In the hallway, Fang Muyang stepped forward. His 188-meter frame stood like a wall, blocking the master bedroom door. He didn't retreat an inch, his dark eyes radiating a dangerous light. She's not here, Fang Muyang said, staring at his mother word by word. Wang Shui's face turned ashen. Moved? Not only did Fang Muyang not move, he even took a small step forward. I will marry no one but Song Yu. Those words exploded in the empty room. Wang Shui laughed in anger at his rebellious statement. Have those CEO short dramas rotted your brain? Marry no one but her. Do you even know what marriage means? Ridiculous. Do you know how many people in the Fang family are eyeing the heir position? All those uncles of yours, every one of them is a wolf with ambitions. Try to touch her. Fang Muyang suddenly shouted, his face set with a desperate determination. Tomorrow morning at 8, he'll have the legal department go to the notary office. They'll give up the 100 billion asset base without a single cent. You can play this game yourselves. In the depths of the wardrobe, Song Yu's mind buzzed with a deafening roar. Give up the Fang family's 100 billion inheritance. Old Song's bankruptcy a year ago, with just a few million in debt, had pushed the whole family to the edge. That boy, barely 18, was ready to throw away 100 billion without blinking just to keep her safe. Inner monologue, what a spendthrift. A total spendthrift. In my previous life, I couldn't even earn a fraction of that with all my efforts. Song Yes' legs went weak, her knees aching. She leaned against the wooden panel, her body sliding uncontrollably downward. She grabbed the hem of the jacket hanging in front of her to keep from collapsing to the bottom of the wardrobe. In the living room, silence reigned for a full 10 seconds. Wang Shuyi was stunned by the absolute determination in her son's eyes, a readiness to give up everything, even the family fortune. She knew in her heart that if she pushed now, her son would truly tear a hole in the Fang family's sky. She took a deep breath, forcing down her anger. She didn't force her way into the master bedroom again. Fine. You've grown capable, Wang Shuyi said, coldly staring at Fang Muyang, issuing her final ultimatum. The 1st of next month is the family charity gala, just a few days away. Your father will be there too. She adjusted her trench coat collar. Bring her along. Let's see what this girl is really made of to charm both you and your father. Wang Shuyi turned around and walked toward the entrance in her high heels. Bang. The door closed. The electronic lock clicked back into place. The living room fell silent again. Fang Muyang stood still for 3 seconds, confirming that the footsteps outside had disappeared at the elevator. He spun around and strode into the master bedroom. His hand gripped the wardrobe handle and pulled it open. Light flooded in. Song Yes' tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and she could no longer stand. Her legs gave way. She fell straight forward, her intricate dress spreading out with the movement, carrying a pleasant fragrance, and she tumbled into Fang Muyang's arms. Fang Muyang reacted quickly. His large hand immediately wrapped around her waist, steadying her. He didn't pull Song Yu out of the wardrobe. The anger from the confrontation with his mother and the desire that had been interrupted earlier surged up all at once. Fang Muyang swung his long leg and stepped directly into the cramped wardrobe. With his left hand, he pulled the 2 doors shut again, leaving only a narrow slit for air. The space instantly became crowded. He pressed Song Yu firmly against the pile of suits behind her. Muyang. His tall figure leaned low, heavy breaths hitting Song Yes' face. Did you hear that? Fang Muyang's voice was extremely hoarse, carrying a possessive desperation. My life and my fortune, I've staked them all on you. Song Yu tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes glistening with a layer of moisture, her cool voice trembling with an emotion she herself didn't recognize. Fang Muyang. You're really crazy. Yes. Fang Muyang's large hand cupped the back of her head, his fingers threading through the crown of her hair. So that kiss we didn't finish outside. Now pay me back double. With that, he lowered his head and forcefully sealed her lips. In the darkness, Song Yu tilted her head back, her arms slowly climbing to his shoulders. This was the first time, with a touch of shyness and hesitation, that she actively responded to Fang Muyang. Warning. Extremely passionate behavior triggered. Shame value skyrocketing. Shame value 5,000. Current total 20,244. In the darkness of the wardrobe, the confined space amplified the breaths of the two. The oxygen within the wardrobe rapidly thinned, filled with the strong masculine scent of Fang Muyang and the cold fragrance of his suit. Fang Muyang's kiss was devoid of skill, only raw and brutal plunder. His broad hand firmly gripped the back of Song Yes' head, while the other arm encircled her slender waist, pressing her entire body into his embrace with a force that seemed intent on merging her into his own being. As their lips and teeth intertwined, she lost all resistance. Under this overwhelming force, Song Yes' rationality crumbled bit by bit. Deep within her mind, the system's scarlet alarms flashed frantically, accompanied by a relentless stream of piercing electronic sounds. She had no strength to heed those flickering panels. All her senses were consumed by the warmth on her lips and the scent in her mouth. The pride of her past life as a man had already been shaken by Fang Muyang's declaration of abandoning the 100 billion inheritance. Now under this kiss, she surrendered completely. This kiss was Fang Muyang's claim after staking everything. The instinct of obedience from this body for the first time overcame the resistance of her soul. Song Yu parted her lips, slightly shifting from initial stiff resistance to active compliance. Her hands moved from pushing against his chest to sliding down to his waist, her slender fingertips weakly resting on the hem of his t-shirt. The long, deep kiss finally came to an end. Fang Muyang did not pull away. He lowered his head, pressing his sweat-drenched forehead firmly against Song Yes' smooth brow. Their noses brushed together, and their rapid breaths intertwined in the space between them. In the darkness, his chest heaved violently, and his voice was hoarse, each word carrying an unyielding tone. Did you hear what I said outside just now? He gave her no room to escape, threading his fingers through her hair, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. I said I will marry none but you. Song Yes' entire body was limp, her strength to stand drained away. She could only collapse weakly into Fang Muyang's scorching embrace, her back against the soft suit fabric. Her mind was a blank void buzzing with static. She could not hear the traffic outside, nor even the system's prompt sounds. The only things she could perceive were her own uncontrollable heartbeat and the tingling sensation between her legs. Her compliance and fragility stimulated Fang Muyang's senses. The fire in his eyes blazed even brighter, his reason on the verge of snapping. His large hand, originally resting on Song Yes' waist, grew restless. Through the thin fabric of her celestial robe, his palms slowly traced upward along the delicate curve of her waist. His rough fingertips carrying heat brushed over the material, coming to rest at the edge of the low-cut neckline of the Zi-Ling immortal dress. The cool air seeped in through the neckline, yet it was far less intense than the numbing sensation brought by his fingers. Fang Muyang's breathing grew heavier. He did not stop. His fingers hooked the edge of the purple gauze at the neckline, sliding downward bit by bit, seeking to touch that softness. The crisis of skin-to-skin contact struck abruptly. When the warmth of his fingertips through the thin fabric met the lace edge of her undergarment, Song Yu trembled all over, and her wandering reason was instantly yanked back. No, not here. Outside, Wang Shiyi could return at any moment, and here they were in the cramped wardrobe. If he succeeded here, she would never be able to hold her head high again in this life. Song Yu suddenly bit her tongue, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth, and a glimmer of clarity returned to her eyes. Summoning a strength she did not know she had, she pressed her hands against Fang Muyang's chest, which was as hard as iron, and pushed him away with all her might. A half-foot of distance finally opened between them. But this push also drained Song Ye's last reserves of resolve. Her legs had long since given way. Losing support, her body slid down along the wardrobe wall. The white and light purple immortal dress pooled in the confined space. Song Yu collapsed onto the wooden floor of the wardrobe. Her golden hair crown was askew, and a few strands of hair fell loose against her cheeks. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. She looked up at the tall figure blocking all the light before her. It was the physical dominance of a man, a posture of a predator overlooking its prey. Having lived 2 lives, Song Yu felt helpless for the first time. There was no escape. This madman had already cut off all retreat, discarding 100 billion fortune like worthless paper. How could he possibly let her go now? She had to give him an answer now to make him stop. Song Yu bit her crimson lower lip hard until it turned pale. Her vitreous eyes glazed with a thick layer of moisture, and a tear of humiliation reddened the corners of her eyes. Her voice, due to lack of oxygen and shame, was tinged with a broken tremor. Fang Muyang, you're really a madman. Her curse carried no threat, sounding more like a helpless resignation. Then in the wardrobe, where only breathing could be heard, Song Yu turned her face away, unable to look him in the eyes, and forced out the rest of her words with extreme difficulty. Not here. I can only use my hands for you. As her words fell, the air in the wardrobe stood still. Fang Muyang's intended movements were frozen by these words. He looked down, peering at Song Yu on the floor through the faint light seeping through the crack of the door. He saw her crooked crown, her reddened eyes, and the expression of humiliation mixed with forced submission. The impact of this sentence far exceeded her holding a knife to her own throat. She had once been Lofty, the one who harshly scolded the capital tycoon in the warehouse. Now she was huddled in the corner of the wardrobe, trembling as she uttered this shameful compromise. In that second, the dynamic of attack and defense underwent a strange reversal. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple rolled violently in the darkness, and a suppressed sound escaped from the depths of his throat. He did not pull her up. Instead, he bent down and knelt on one knee on the wooden floor. His 1-meter frame, in a posture that was both submissive and oppressive, brought his gaze level with Song Yes on the ground. He extended his large calloused hand and precisely covered Song Yes' trembling little hand resting on her knee. His fingers forcefully interlaced with hers, locking them together. In the darkness, Fang Muyang's eyes burned with a fierce light, the possessiveness in his pupils thick and unyielding. He stared at Song Yes' evasive eyes, his voice hoarse, carrying a cruel pressure. What did you say? Look at me, you say it again. Song Yu squeezed her eyes shut, her lashes trembling violently. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she desperately turned her head, hiding her burning cheeks in the shadows behind her, trying to refuse this humiliating repetition. But Fang Muyang gave her no chance. He held her soft hand, and with irresistible force guided her to explore. The faint rustle of fabric was especially jarring in the silence. Song Yes' breath completely stopped, her mind entering a state of blankness. When the cool tips of her fingers through the layers of clothing first touched the protruding outline and burning heat, Fang Muyang, kneeling on one knee before her, instantly tensed his spine. He closed his eyes, tilted his chin back, and let out a low, hoarse groan from the depths of his throat. The muffled groan subsided in the cramped wardrobe. Song Yu collapsed onto the wooden floor, her gaze unfocused. Her right hand hung in midair, trembling slightly. Between her fingers was all the scorching heat and stickiness that did not belong to her. The pride of having been a man for 34 years shattered completely at this moment. Fang Muyang did not rise. He remained on one knee, his back slightly arched. He took out a white silk handkerchief from the inner pocket of his suit, grasped Song Yes' icy wrist, and pried open her clenched fingers one by one. The cool silk cloth covered her hand. He wiped them one by one slowly with a gentle touch, as if afraid of breaking her fingers. Ding! A harsh electronic sound rang in Song Yes' mind. The system panel forcibly popped up. A golden red light appeared before her eyes. Triggered epic limited new item release. Name Huolinger Phoenix Elegance over the sky effect, unlock top tier business, aura, Huolinger Halo dust, and filth removal never damaged. Price 30,000 shame points. 30,000. Song Yes' gaze shifted to the upper right corner. Current balance, 20244. Nearly 10,000 points short. This number pierced her still softened nerves like a needle. The panic and embarrassment in her eyes instantly faded, and the calm calculation of a merchant regained control of this body. She slowly raised her head. Her gaze passed over the system panel, directly landing on the man who was still lowering his head to wipe her hand. Now Fang Muyang was a resource that could produce a large amount of shame points in her eyes. A glint of calculation flickered in Song Yes' eyes. Just give this madman a little more sweetness, and the 10th sandpoint deficit could be entirely obtained tonight. She gently turned her wrist, her slender fingertips slowly brushing across Fang Muyang's palm, then circling round and round in his hand. Fang Muyang's movement stopped, and his breath suddenly became heavy. He raised his head, his dark eyes meeting Song Yes' rekindled gaze. The fire in the young man's eyes flared up again with a whoosh. His tall figure pressed forward with a wave of heat. Ayu! Buzz! 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 A sharp vibration sound came from the corner as a phone rang violently. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly shattered. Song Yu snapped back to reality and pushed with all her strength against the chest pressing down on her. She fumbled in the wardrobe to find her phone. The cold light of the screen illuminated the darkness. The caller ID Empress Dowager. Song Yu took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound normal, and swiped to answer. Hello, Mom. Xiao Yu. Xin Fang's anxious voice came through the receiver. The bus arrived at school at noon. Lin Weiwei said you guys had already left. Where have you been, you little brat? Why aren't you home yet? Song Yu swallowed, quickly making up an excuse. Mom, I'm with a classmate. A shadow loomed over her. Fang Muyang's expression was very displeased. He directly rested his chin in the crook of Song Yes' neck, his scorching lips accurately capturing her flushed earlobe. His teeth gently bit down, grinding. His tongue also teased. Song Yes' whole body trembled, as if electrocuted. She bit her lower lip hard, but still couldn't suppress the distorted moan. This not only didn't make Fang Muyang back off, but instead stimulated him. The fire in Fang Muyang's eyes grew fiercer. Not only did he not let go, but his arm around her waist tightened even more. Then a heavy, aggressive breath of satisfaction escaped from his throat. This breath, full of masculine pheromones, clung to Song Yes' neck and directly transmitted into the phone's receiver. Ding. Detected that the host suffered an immoral violation during a call with a close relative. Psychological defenses crumbled. Shame points skyrocket 2,000. Current 22244. The other end of the line was instantly silent. Xin Fang's tone suddenly sharpened with keen alertness. Xiao Yu, what's that sound over there? Is that Xiao Fang? What are you doing? Song Yes' blood rushed to her head. The corners of her eyes turned red. She clamped her hand over the microphone. She elbowed backward, ramming into Fang Muyang's solid abs with all her might. Nothing. Song Yu yelled into the phone. Mom, you misheard. I was chasing a bus. I'm out of breath. He'll be home soon. She pressed the end button. Fang Muyang. Song Yu kicked the man's shin, her voice breaking. You lunatic. Pervert. She scrambled out of the wardrobe on all fours. Straightening the rumpled Xiling fairy dress on her body, she dashed toward the door without looking back. Drive? Take me back. Now. Immediately. The black SUV sped through the night wind. The atmosphere in the car was stiff. Song Yu curled up in the passenger seat, her face turned to the window, the glass reflecting her flushed cheeks. Fang Muyang gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He knew he had gone too far just now, so he could only grit his teeth and say nothing. A sudden brake. The tires screeched beneath the Xingfuli residential complex. Song Yu unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the door open, and jumped out. The car door slammed shut with a bang, blocking the devouring gaze outside. She ran up to the third floor. She took out the key and turned the lock. Why are you back so late? Old Song sat on the sofa, his gaze pausing on the conspicuous purple ancient-style dress. Xiao Yu, have you eaten? Yes. Song Yu mumbled vaguely, lowering her head and rushing toward the bedroom. Too tired, I'm going to sleep. She entered the room. Locked the door. 10 minutes later. Song Yu leaned against the bed, exhausted, and let out a long sigh. She closed her eyes, and in her mind appeared the crimson glowing Huolinger Phoenix elegance over the sky set on the system panel and the glaring 3.0 price. Since Wang Shuyi had put out harsh words at the Fang family charity banquet on the 1st of next month, she would definitely find a way to make her publicly humiliated and retreat in defeat. In such an occasion, if she wanted to avoid being bullied or even turn the tables on them, she had to obtain this limited epic set with the top-tier business aura. Only less than 10,000 shame points left. Song Yu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the Xiling fairy dress she had just taken off and thrown on the bed. The ambition and ruthlessness she had honed in the business world quickly suppressed the previous embarrassment and reclaimed her thoughts. Fang Muyang, since you dare to stake your billions of fortune to play with me and even push me to the brink, then don't blame me for using you as a tool to farm points next. 1 hour ago. Beep, beep, beep. Xin Fang held the disconnected phone standing in the living room, her frown deepening. Out of breath, She had raised her daughter for 18 years. How could she not know her stamina? If she were really out of breath from chasing a bus, Xiaoyu's breathing should be short and labored. But the voice from the phone just now was soft and sticky, carrying a trembling note that even she, a seasoned woman, found blush-inducing. This was not being out of breath. This was being bullied so badly that she couldn't even breathe steadily. More importantly, the background sound that leaked in just before the hang-up. That suppressed aggressive male voice. Even a vague grunt carried a ferocity that brooked no refusal. Xin Fang turned her head and glanced at her husband, who was sitting on the sofa, happily watching a short drama while holding a thermos. Old song. Xin Fang walked over and blocked the phone screen with her hand. Huh. I was just watching the Dragon King's Revenge. Song Jingshan leaned in to see. Xin Fang took a deep breath and lowered her voice to confirm. Tell me the truth, that kid Xiao Fang, has he had those kinds of thoughts about our Xiaoyu for a long time? Song Jingshan was stunned for a moment, then blew on the goji berries in his cup. Xiao Fang. He's a pretty good young man. He took a heavy blow to the back, protecting Xiaoyu, almost losing his life. So what if he has feelings? Good water shouldn't be poured into other people's fields. Cut your head. Xin Fang angrily smacked her husband's shoulder with the remote control. Chasing a bus. Xin Fang sneered and turned toward the kitchen. That bus was probably named Fang, strong and wild-natured. Right now, he was probably pressing her family's tender, juicy cabbage into a corner and gnawing on it. System Mall backend daily data Xiling Fairy set sales 1 buyer Song Yu new review today. Song Yu 5-star review content. The dress is very ethereal. The layering of the purple gauze is better than the cyan set, and the hair crown is more secure than the white jade one. During intense movement, referring to being shoved into a wardrobe by someone, it did not shift. The tassel on the pendant is just the right length, and during tugging it didn't snag on hair, which is better than the earrings of the Chingy set. But there are a few design issues to mention. The neckline is too low. Although the makeup has a built-in shadow effect at close range less than 10 centimeters, the neckline is basically useless. It is recommended to add hidden buttons for the next generation. Although the slit on the skirt is lower than the Chingy set, when forced to curl up in a cramped space referring to the wardrobe, the fabric bunches up, causing the thighs to be exposed. Someone was very dissatisfied with this, referring to him taking action. The ear hooks of the veil are too fragile. When roughly pulled off, referring to being torn off by someone with one hand, they scratch the skin. It is recommended to switch to a softer material. Overall, the appearance is perfect, but practicality needs improvement in specific scenarios. However, considering the results after wearing it, the live stream became popular. Someone came clean. The 888 shame points were well spent. System follow-up comment. Host, when you write a review, just write a review. Can you stop adding details in parentheses? This system's database does not need to know how much thigh was exposed when you were shoved into the wardrobe. Also, the phrase intense movement is very well used. It is suggested that next time you livestream, you explain to millions of people what intense movement means. Current shame points 22244 system. Note, host, you are only 7756 points away from 30000 shame points. At tonight's growth rate, 2000 per phone call, about 4 more calls to mom should be enough. Should this system set up a speed dial for you? Song yes, inner thoughts. Get lost. Song yes, inner thoughts. Get lost. Song yes, inner thoughts. Get lost. On the morning of Saturday, October 30th, Song Yu leaned against the headboard and unlocked her mobile banking app. A long string of numbers glowed on the screen. 7 million renminbi resting in her account. It was the guaranteed dividend and short video revenue from Starlight Media. This sum was enough to cover all of Old Song's debts and still leave a substantial amount. She tapped into the system panel. Current shame value, 22244. There was still a gap of nearly 8,000 points before she could exchange for the epic tier outfit, Huolinger Phoenix Grace, which exuded a supreme commercial aura. Song Yu stared at the screen. She had to accumulate the points before the first of the next month. Wang Shuyi would never let her off. That charity gala was surely a trap set for her. Mentally, she opened the shop and tapped to exchange. Consume shame value to exchange GZUS set with 0D sheer black stockings. Deduct 2448 shame value. Current balance 19796 points. A flash of light passed. Song Yu slipped into a flowing immortal dress of pale pink-purple gradient with cloud patterns and wide sleeves, a golden crescent moon butterfly wing hair crown coiling up her long hair. Layers of gossamer silk fell to her knees, and beneath the hem, ultra-thin sheer black stockings clung tightly to her long slender legs. Song Yu pushed open the bedroom door and went straight downstairs. Outside the weathered unit door of Xingfuli Community, Fang Muyang's tall, robust figure leaned against the mottled wall. The black SUV was parked beside him. Hearing her footsteps, he lifted his eyelids. The moment his gaze landed on Song Yes' attire, Fang Muyang's breath caught heavily. His hands thrust into his pockets, clenched into fists, veins bulging on the backs. You're a deadly temptress. Asking for trouble. I told you to wear this only for me. His eyes blazed with possessiveness. Fang Muyang swept his dark gaze from her hair crown all the way down to her legs, sheathed in black stockings. Come on, let's get breakfast at the corner. Ignoring his stare, Song Yu stepped forward. The two reached the steamed bun shop at the intersection. Boss check, please. Fang Muyang walked to the stall and pulled out his phone to scan the QR code. Beep, payment failed. The prompt rang clearly above the morning market's clamor. Frowning, he switched to another bank card. Beep, payment failed. Wang Shi had moved swiftly. After the rift last night, she had frozen all of Fang Muyang's bank accounts by early this morning. Fang Muyang stared at the screen, his masseter tightening. For the first time in his life, he faced the humiliation of being penniless. Song Yu stepped forward, pulled out her phone, and displayed the payment code. Beep, received 21 yuan. After settling the bill, she turned to face Fang Muyang. From her pocket, she drew a blue-patterned supplementary card. With a flick of her wrist slap, the card landed squarely on Fang Muyang's solid pectoral muscle. Song Yu lifted her chin, her voice cool and crisp. Take it. Fang Muyang looked down at the card pressed against his chest. Since you dare throw away a fortune of 100 billion, I'll support you from now on. Song Yu locked eyes with him. This is the bodyguard salary your master is advancing you. Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed heavily. Internal monologue, she's treating me like her personal property and calling herself master. Oh, just you wait. Just you wait. He stared at her raised chin, his eyes brimming with possessiveness and resentment. After a full 5 seconds, he obediently raised his hand, took the supplementary card, and shoved it into his pocket. Ding. Detected the host issuing an extremely explicit sugar daddy declaration. Severe dissonance with the icy fairy persona. Shame value soars 800. Current 20596. The phone in Song Yes' pocket vibrated. Qin Yuyu had sent a text. The words were humble, almost pleading. Starlight Media's legal team and top executives had flown overnight to Sioux City begging for a face-to-face meeting to finalize the deep IP development betting agreement for the Yuan account. Song Yes' fingers tapped the screen, replying with a single line, half an hour. Intercontinental Hotel, Sioux City Executive Lounge. Missed the time and you're out of luck. She pocketed the phone and glanced at Fang Muyang beside her. You're my personal bodyguard now. Come with me. Fang Muyang watched the pale pink-purple hem of her flowing immortal dress, stepped forward, his tall frame closing in, and leaned down to her ear. Dressed like that with those provocative black stockings. Who are you trying to impress? His voice was low and husky. Song Yu did not retreat. Instead, she smoothed the edge of her wide sleeve and said in a businesslike tone, this is the formal attire for commercial negotiations. Workplace professionalism. Fang Muyang let out a cold laugh. After the negotiation, he said, staring at her collarbone, each word deliberate, this outfit. I will tear it off with my own hands. Song Yu raised an eyebrow and gave a playful scold. This is very expensive. No way. And you already ruined one of my fairy dresses. I haven't settled that score yet. At the Intercontinental Hotel, Sioux City top floor executive lounge. The double-leaf redwood doors were pushed open by a waiter. Song Yu stepped into the private room with elegant strides. The moment she entered, her youthful grace and noble bearing captivated everyone. Inside the room, Qin Yuyu and 6 Starlight executives rose to their feet. Qin Yu's eyes landed on the intricately crafted GZUF fairy dress, his pupils contracting sharply, a cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Fabric and craftsmanship of this level simply weren't available on the market. Everyone stared at her delicate face, their breath caught, unable to utter a single syllable. Fang Muyang followed closely behind Song Yu. He pulled out the chair at the head of the table and seated her. Then with large strides, Fang Muyang walked to the chair on Song Yes' right and sat down. His tall, muscular frame blocked the view from the right side. Across the long conference table, 2 executives' gazes uncontrollably flickered towards Song Yes' legs, sheathed in black stockings. Fang Muyang's eyes shot up sharply. A fierce glare pierced straight at them. The 2 executives shivered, their backs instantly soaked in cold sweat, and they hastily lowered their heads, fixing their eyes on the teacup before them, daring not to look up again. Song Yu reached out and flipped open the contract on the table, thick as a dictionary. Song Yes' aura was overwhelming. Page 8, line 4. The profit growth nodes in the betting agreement. You used a tiered progression model. Her fair fingertip tapped twice on the paper, her speech slow, but every word hitting the vital point. President Qin Yu deliberately blurred the definition of non-recurring gains and losses. Do you think I wouldn't see through such a financial trap? The color drained from Qin Yu's face. He pressed his hands on his knees, feigning composure. Miss Song, this is industry practice. We can revise the supplementary agreement. No supplementary agreement. Song Yu closed the contract and pushed it back. Without a clear capital chain guarantee clause, all risks fall on the IP holder. President Qin, your sincerity is even less than the breakfast stall downstairs. She sat high in the main seat, radiating an inviolable fairy-like poise. Above the table, tension filled the air. Below the table, Song Yes' right heel gently pressed against her left instep. With a faint rustle, the pale pink-purple cloud pattern embroidered shoes silently slipped off, falling onto the thick carpet. She slowly lifted her right leg. The toe encased in 0D sheer black stockings stealthily and precisely probed to the right. It pressed against the outer muscle of Fang Muyang's thigh. The rough fabric of his tight athletic pants transmitted a coarse texture. A blush crept onto Song Yes' face as she used her toes to slowly rub and wander over that hard muscle. Fang Muyang sat motionless. His upper body was ramrod, straight arms crossed, expressionless, maintaining the icy bodyguard facade. Even his eyelashes did not flutter. But the masseter along his jawline instantly tightened into a sharp, angular line. Qin Yuyu stammered through the logic of follow-up resource allocation. Song Yes' black-stocking toes continued creeping up Fang Muyang's pant leg, an unabashed seduction. Suddenly under the table, a rough, scorching large hand shot out. Fang Muyang grabbed the mischievous, delicate foot in one swift motion. His 5 fingers clamped down, locking it tightly. Song Yes' breath hitched. The heat of Fang Muyang's palm was intense. His coarse fingertips through the ultra-thin stockings kneaded the tender skin of her ankle with deliberate force. The pressure was clearly punitive. "Miss Song, do you think a profit-sharing concession of 85% is acceptable?" Qin Yuyu probed tentatively. Song Yes' fingernails dug into her palms. She clenched her back teeth, forcing her voice to remain icy and steady. 90%. Song Yu looked at Qin Yuyu. 1 percentage point less, and you've wasted your trip today. Under the table, Fang Muyang's fingers grew bolder. His large hand moved up from her ankle, gripping her calf. His fingertips constantly rubbed against the texture of the stockings, even pressing his thumb hard into a soft spot. Song Yes' eyes rimmed with red, and a delicate, trembling moan nearly escaped her throat. Internal monologue, this lunatic. He doesn't know his own strength. Ding. Detected extreme immoral teasing during a business war. Extreme sensory stimulation achieved. Shame value skyrocketing. Shame value 2000. 1800. 2000. Current shame value 26396 points. Song Yu forced herself through a 20-minute negotiation. Finally, Qin Yuyu wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead, picked up the fountain pen, and signed his name on the harsh glass betting agreement. "Miss Song, a pleasure to work with you." Qin Yuyu stood up, adopting the humblest posture. Song Yu did not even rise, she merely gave a slight nod. Qin Yuyu led the executives out of the executive lounge in a hasty retreat. The heavy door of the private room shut with a solid thud. The sound of the lock clicking was crisp in the quiet space. The moment the room was cleared, Fang Muyang turned his head. Without any warning, his large hand shot out, gripping the armrest of Song Yes' chair. He yanked hard. Song Yu's chair and all was dragged directly between his legs. He leaned forward, his other hand dangerously sliding into the slit of the Jiziu address, ready to fulfill his threat from before they left, to tear it off with his own hands. Buzz. The phone on the conference table suddenly lit up and vibrated. Song Yu gasped for breath, pressing one hand on Fang Muyang's wrist that had entered her skirt while grabbing the phone with the other. Lin Weiwei had sent a photo. In the center of the photo lay an invitation card with a dark gold border embossed with the intricate family crest of the Fang group. Below it was a voice-to-toe text message. Someone just delivered this to me. The Fang Family Charity Gala on the 1st of next month. Miss Song's presence is requested. Song Yu stared at the screen. The surrounding sensual and intimate atmosphere instantly vanished. Wang Shi's challenge had officially arrived. The private room door was locked, leaving only the two of them inside. Fang Muyang could no longer suppress the thoughts in his mind. His towering figure pressed down on her, and his rough hand reached directly beneath Song Yes' skirt, pushing aside layers of light gauze. His fingertips probed toward her thigh wrapped in black stockings. Just as Fang Muyang's fingers were about to touch her skin, Song Yes' gaze turned cold. The previous panic vanished, replaced by icy rationality. Without screaming or struggling, she instead grabbed the S-level betting agreement, whose ink was still wet from the table. Slap. Using the edge of the contract, she pressed it firmly against Fang Muyang's solid chest, halting his advance. "Bodyguard Fang." Song Yu sat without even lifting her head, her voice icy and deliberate. "You hold my secondary card, you should know your place." She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze falling on the light pink and lavender embroidered shoe that had fallen on the carpet. "Go pick it up." She paused each word she spoke, carrying a command. "And put it on for your mistress." The air fell silent instantly. Fang Muyang's eyes flickered with uncertainty, anger, and desire alternating across his face. He stared intently at the face that dared to command him. After 5 seconds, the anger on his face gradually subsided, and a twisted smile curved at the corner of his lips. He said nothing. Under Song Yes' gaze, his tall frame slowly bent down, kneeling on one knee before her. He reached out to pick up the embroidered shoe from the carpet, while his other hand naturally lifted Song Yes' delicate foot wrapped in 0D sheer black stockings like a work of art. The cool silkiness of the stockings met his scorching palm. As he put the shoe on her, Fang Muyang's rough thumb seemingly unintentionally pressed firmly against the most sensitive, soft flesh of her soul. Then heavily, slowly, with a hint of punishment, he rubbed back and forth. Song Yes' breath caught abruptly, her body involuntarily tensed, and a broken, delicate moan nearly escaped her throat. It was the most submissive posture, yet also the most vulgar provocation. Ding. Detected the host initiating power, humiliation, triggering rare achievement, servant of the fairy maiden. Sensory stimulation achieved, shame value skyrocketing. Shame value 2,500. Current total 28,896. In the black SUV on the way back, the atmosphere was oppressive. Song Yu curled up in the front passenger seat, enduring the tingling sensation from her soul, her face taut and silent. Beside her came Fang Muyang's heavy breathing. She calmly unlocked her phone, ignoring the scorching gaze beside her, opened the chat with Lin Weiwei, and quickly typed a line. Weiwei, mobilize all resources of Starlight's legal department. I need the due diligence reports and final fund flow charts of every core capital attracting project of the Fang Family Charity Foundation over the past 3 years. Remember, do it secretly, don't alert anyone. Sent. Looking at the gap of over 1,000 points still needed on the system panel, Song Yu began to calculate rapidly. The shame value must be collected tonight. She took a deep breath, breaking the silence in the car. Change course, she commanded abruptly. To the top floor of Hunglong Plaza, your place. Screech. Fang Muyang's hands tightened on the steering wheel, and the car let out a sharp brake. He turned his head, his eyes darkly fixed on Song Yu's profile. Was she delivering herself to him? Song Yu, however, did not look at him. Right in front of Fang Muyang, she scrolled through her contacts, found the number, saved as Empress Dowager, and dialed directly. The call was picked up almost instantly. Hello, Xiaoyu. Xin Fang's slightly surprised voice came through. Song Yu, suppressing her racing heart, spoke in as steady a tone as possible. Mom, I won't be coming home tonight. She paused, then added, I'm staying at Fang Muyang's penthouse. Yes, I need to attend the dinner at his place tomorrow evening, so I'm coming early to prepare. What did you say? Xin Fang's voice on the other end shot up sharply. A man and a woman alone. You're not even married yet. Have you no shame? Song Yu, I'm telling you, you come back here right now, this instant. Just as the sharp interrogation was about to erupt from the phone, Fang Muyang curled a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly leaned, entrapping Song Yu between the seat and his chest. That hand, which had just been restless with a vengeful intent, again precisely reached beneath her skirt. Then he pinched the soft flesh of her inner thigh hard. Up. Song Yu trembled all over, a light moan uncontrollably escaping her throat, her voice, both shy and panicked, completely distorted. The sound, clear and distinct, traveled through the receiver to Xin Fang's ears. Song Yu, what's that noise over there? Song Yu's mind went blank. She frantically covered the microphone, fabricating a flimsy excuse. Nothing. I'm trying on the dress for the dinner. The waist. The waist is too tight, I can't breathe. Mom'll hang up first. With that, she hung up hastily without looking. Warning. Suffered violation during mother-daughter call. Host's psychological defenses breached. Shame value skyrocketing. 1,500. Current total 30,396. At the top floor penthouse of Hunglong Plaza, the master bedroom door slammed shut with a bang as Song Yu locked it. Half an hour later, Starlight Media's styling team rushed over a 6-figure black backless haute couture gown prepared for the next evening's dinner. Song Yu shed her GZUA outfit, neatly arranging it in the wardrobe. She changed into the gown and stood alone before the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror in the master bedroom. In the mirror, she wore a black dress exuding a dangerous beauty. The gown's design was bold, conservative from the front, but completely bare from behind. From the nape to the dimples of her lower back, a large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed. Her beautiful shoulder blades rose and fell with each breath, sensual yet perilous. The moment she scrutinized her reflection, beep beep. The electronic lock on the master bedroom door behind her suddenly emitted a sound of being unlocked from outside. The door handle turned. Fang Muyang pushed the door open and barged in, expressionless. He immediately saw Song Yu's unprotected back and the deep dimples of her waist. In a flash, his possessiveness surged out of control. Who allowed you to wear this kind of clothes for others to see? Fang Muyang's eyes instantly reddened, as if provoked. He lunged forward in one stride, pressing Song Yu hard against the cold floor-to-ceiling window glass from behind. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing. The expensive gown was torn open by brute force from the back, leaving a huge gash. Up! Song Yu let out a startled cry. The icy glass pressed against her burning cheek. Behind her was the man's scorching body and heavy gasps, along with a hard, fiery presence pressing against her lower back. Before her lay the myriad lights of Sioux City. The illuminated windows seemed like countless eyes watching her disheveled humiliation. An intense wave of shame and fear instantly engulfed her. Song Yu's cheek pressed against the icy floor-to-ceiling window, with Fang Muyang's scorching body behind her. The torn dress hung on her body, her skin trembling between the cold glass and the burning heat. His hot, hard, supreme bone pressed firmly against the small of her back. Her heart pounded violently, her cheeks flushed. She immediately drew on her past life experience. She must not resist hedon, but first feign weakness. Song Yu softened her body, her voice trembling with a pleading tone. Muyang, I can help you with my hands like last time in the closet. Okay. Fang Muyang paused for a second. Song Yu thought he had fallen for it. The next moment he grabbed her wrist, his fingers tightening, and pinned her hand against the glass above her head. He didn't flare up, but only gave a cold laugh, more dangerous than any anger. His low voice whispered against the back of her neck, each word icy. Last time I was weak, letting you brush me off like that. You think it always works. Fang Muyang began to settle accounts. With his other hand he gripped her waist and turned her around to face him. At breakfast you slapped that card on my chest in front of everyone, huh? At the hotel you used that card to threaten me, your personal bodyguard, to put on your shoes. And under the table his thumb pressed heavily on her waist, your little foot in black stockings rubbing against my leg. Was that fun? With each accusation his grip on her waist tightened. Song Ye's body trembled with his words, not only from fear, but from the guilt of being seen through. Now tell me. Fang Muyang's eyes held no desire, only a chilling calm, as if appraising prey. Did you have fun today? She gritted her teeth, her eyes stubbornly refusing to surrender. Still pretending. Fang Muyang suddenly released her wrist and stepped back half a pace. Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he would let her go. Fang Muyang bent down, slid his arm under her knees, and lifted her onto his shoulder. His movements were rough, yet careful not to hurt her. The torn dress fluttered in the air as her fists weakly beat against his back. Song Yu was thrown onto the master bedroom bed, the mattress bouncing her slightly. Fang Muyang followed, pressing down on her, his hands planted on either side of her head, trapping her beneath him. He didn't act immediately, but asked a question. Let me ask you one last thing. This afternoon at the negotiation table, you called me bodyguard, Fang, and made me put on your shoes. What did you take me for? He paused, a cold mockery in his eyes. A plaything you can summon and dismiss at will, or an NPC in a game. Song Ye's mind went blank, as if someone had gripped her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word. Inner monologue, NPC. There's no way he could know about the system. This must be a metaphor, he blurted out in the heat of the moment. But it still struck her guilty conscience with perfect precision, because she had indeed been using him to farm shame points. All the slick rhetoric she used in the business world now failed her. Facing Fang Muyang, business logic and profit calculations were useless. He didn't keep accounts or weigh pros and cons, he only asked her what she took him for. Tears suddenly welled up. It was because her shameful little schemes had been laid bare. She bit her lower lip hard, trying to hold them back. But the tears still fell in large drops, soaking the pillow. Silence spread through the room. After more than 10 seconds, Song Ye's voice came through sobs, tinged with a hint of defiance. I didn't take you for a plaything, and I didn't take you for an NPC. I took you for... She turned her head away, not daring to meet Fang Muyang's eyes. The second half of the sentence was barely audible, then she hastily changed her words. I don't know how to be good to you. In my past life, no one taught me. Fang Muyang's pupils constricted sharply. The coldness and anger on his face vanished instantly, leaving him stunned with only a pang of heartache. Past life. He didn't understand the meaning of those 3 words, but he heard the innate loneliness in Song Ye's voice. A person who had never been sincerely treated in a past life, when faced with a genuine heart, simply didn't know how to respond. Fang Muyang's anger evaporated with that one sentence. He stopped pressing, stopped settling accounts. He raised his hand to wipe away her tears, his movements so gentle, as if afraid of breaking her. Fang Muyang lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, his voice hoarse as he said, Then he'll teach you. He took her cold hand and placed it on his own violently pounding chest. I don't care if you still see me as a brother or how you treat me. I just need you to remember one thing. You are the woman Fang Muyang has claimed. This is not to change, even until death. Song Yu didn't speak or react, but her hand gripping Fang Muyang's shoulder tightened. He lowered his head and kissed her gently. This kiss was light, slow, and pure, filled with careful cherishing. Song Yu didn't push him away, only closed her eyes and responded awkwardly. After the kiss ended, she leaned against his chest, calming her breath. The first thing that came to her mind after she calmed down. She looked down at the torn dress on her body, her voice regaining that cold tone. Fang Muyang, do you know how much money you just tore up? Fang Muyang's Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. The Chingy fairy dress in the agricultural warehouse cost 888,000. This haute couture gown cost 120,000. That's over $1 million in total. You're such a huge spendthrift. Song Yu reached out her finger and poked his chest, her voice both angry and aggrieved. The thing is, tomorrow at the banquet your mother is going to kill me. Now I don't even have a proper dress to wear. Can you afford to compensate me? Can you even afford it now? Fang Muyang was choked by her sudden settling of scores. He instinctively glanced toward the walk-in closet, where a full set of Jisoo's attire hung neatly in the wardrobe. A vague guilt rose in his heart, so he simply shut his mouth and said nothing. So, Song Yu seized the opportunity to lay down conditions. First, from tomorrow's banquet onward you have to listen to me. Second, I need to prepare now. For 2 hours you are not allowed into the bedroom, no peeking, no questions. Fang Muyang stared at her intently, and finally through gritted teeth squeezed out one word, fine. His bottom line was only one. I don't care what you wear. But tomorrow if anyone dares so much as touch a single hair on you, I'll flip the entire banquet. After Fang Muyang left the master bedroom, the door clicked shut and locked. Song Yu confirmed the room was soundproof and had no cameras, then sat down on the edge of the bed, utterly drained. She closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the system panel. Current shame value, 30396. She pulled up the limited edition item, glowing with red gold light. Huolinger Fingi Qingtian priced at 30000. She took a deep breath. Redeem. A beam of red gold light fell from above her head. Inside the light, a magnificent set of attire appeared, a red gold phoenix patterned strapless gown, with a sweeping train, a gold red phoenix, entwined hair, crown gold, and red bead necklaces, earrings, waist chains. The entire ensemble radiated a nearly tangible red-gold flame in the dim master bedroom, making the air feel scorching hot. Song Yu arranged each piece one by one, hanging them in the deepest part of the wardrobe. System balance, 396 points. At 2:00 a.m. Song Yu showered and walked out of the bedroom, wearing Fang Muyang's black t-shirt, only to find him still awake. He was wrapped in a thin blanket, sitting on the living room sofa waiting for her. On the coffee table sat a steaming bowl of noodles and a phone. The screen was lit, showing a message just sent from Fang Dijing. The banquet seating chart and key guest list have been emailed to you. Shi has arranged 3 segments in the program. Be careful. Song Yu picked up the bowl and took a bite of noodles. Fang Muyang slumped in the corner of the sofa, half asleep, humming a vague murmur. Come over after you finish. My hands are cold. Song Yu looked at his frozen ears and the bank card on his knee, the one she had slapped at him during the day, and her nose stung. She carried the bowl over, sat down beside him, and slipped her feet under his blanket. In silence, the two of them shared the bowl of noodles. The hour hand slipped past midnight. A dozen hours later, the tires of a black Maybach rolled over the speed bumps of the Fang family's semi-mountain estate, coming to a steady halt. The front plaza was packed with luxury cars. Dozens of black-suited bodyguards stretched out a security cordon along both sides of the red carpet. The car door swung open. A foot clad in an embroidered shoe of crimson gold phoenix design stepped onto the red carpet. Song Yu bent down and alighted from the car. She was dressed in a crimson gown, strikingly bright against the night. Tassels hung from the golden-dread phoenix crown atop her head. Her off-shoulder dress revealed elegant neck and shoulder lines with delicate ornaments adorning her shoulders. Golden threads wound around her chest, and the crimson gauze skirt fluttered in the night breeze. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier was overshadowed by her crimson attire. The surrounding chatter ceased. Everyone present paused in their steps to gaze at her. The high-end gowns on those socialites suddenly seemed ordinary. The scene fell silent for a dozen seconds. Expressionless, Song Yu straightened her back and walked toward the main hall. The main hall was brightly lit. A 30-meter-long table clearly delineated the hierarchy of seats. At the front sat the Fang family and important guests, while at the far end were those of lesser significance. Miss Song, the steward approached, not daring to meet Song Yu's eyes, speaking in a low voice. Madam's wish is that your seat be at the very last place. This was a public humiliation through seating. Song Yu showed no reaction. She lifted her skirt and walked straight to the seat at the very end. At the head of the long table, Fang Muyang sat in the main seat, surrounded by several family elders engaged in conversation. He saw Song Yu relegated to the far end, and the hand swirling his wine glass froze. His gaze turned cold in an instant. Excuse me. Fang Muyang uttered 2 words. He set his wine glass down heavily on the table. The conversations of the surrounding elders fell silent. Muyang, the banquet is about to start. Where are you going? An elder uncle frowned. Fang Muyang ignored him, nor did he look at Wang Shiyi's warning glare from the second floor. He buttoned his suit jacket, strode forward with his long legs, and crossed the long aisle. The gazes of all the guests followed him. Fang Muyang walked to the end of the long table and stopped directly opposite Song Yu. He pulled out a chair across from Song Yu and sat down with an air of protecting her. The atmosphere at the end seat instantly froze. A few socialites at the same table exchanged glances, their eyes filled with jealousy and surprise. Zhao's Industrial Enterprises accounts receivable turnover rate dropped by 30 percentage points last quarter. Song Yu ignored the strange atmosphere around her. She leaned back in her chair, lifted her teacup, and blew on it, her eyes not looking at anyone. Among the 3 asset management plans at the bottom of the family trust, 2 have already defaulted. She took a sip of tea, and her words stunned everyone present. Song Yu turned her head to look at the Miss Zhao beside her. Less than half a month until a full-scale explosion. Miss Zhao, instead of rushing to cash out and flee, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with my seating arrangement. Miss Zhao's face instantly turned pale. Her wrist trembled. Most of the champagne in her glass spilled onto her gown. The socialites at the same table were too frightened to speak. Having one's own business secrets publicly exposed was more terrifying than a slap in the face. Fang Muyang across the table showed no interest in these business figures. He stared fixedly at Song Yu. Watching Song Yu command the entire scene, Fang Muyang clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. If not for the sake of her dignity, he would have overturned this damn table long ago. The muscles in his arms were taut, and his breathing grew heavier. Just then, beneath the heavy velvet tablecloth that touched the floor, a very faint rustling sound arose. A warm touch in an extremely secret space precisely landed on Fang Muyang's calf. Fang Muyang's body stiffened. Across the table, less than a meter away, Song Yu still maintained her seated aloof posture. But under the table, that embroidered phoenix shoe had silently slipped off. The smooth jade-like toes through the fabric of his crisp suit trousers slowly slid upward along Fang Muyang's tense thigh muscles. With an air of absolute domination, it inched toward the danger zone, right under the eyes of hundreds of political and business elites. At the end seat where socialites were trembling, Song Yu lifted her eyes, her cold gaze meeting Fang Muyang's reddened eyes. This look seemed to command him, yet also to seduce him. Fang Muyang's breathing became erratic, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down. The rational, aloof air of a financial conglomerate just a moment ago was now stirred by this mischievous foot to the point of reddened eyes, rigidly frozen in his chair, unable to move an inch. 1 hour later, the banquet reached the private auction session. In the estate side hall, a top-tier private auction, Wang Shi stood on the stage taking the auction gavel. This Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain fragment is a Fang family treasure. Her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Song Yu at the back row. The starting bid is 20 million. Miss Song, since you are fortunate enough to be seated here, you must understand something about the heritage of calligraphy and antiques. The dagger was revealed. The gazes of the surrounding elites pierced over like daggers. Everyone knew the Song family was bankrupt. This was a public stripping of her last layer of noble skin. Song Yu sat as composed as before. She didn't even lift her eyelids, idly playing with the golden silk tassels hanging from her long gown. Just as the whole audience was waiting to see her disgraced, and Wang Shi was about to count down to seal the humiliation, Song Yu suddenly emitted a very faint cold laugh. A business aura belonging to a top-tier elite exploded outward from her center. She did not look at Wang Shi on stage, nor did she heed the mocking gazes around her. She merely tilted her head slightly, her gaze passing over the crowd to cast a cold glance at the shadowy corner of the side hall. 20 million for a broken piece of porcelain is indeed a joke. Song Yes' fingers swept across the rim of her cup, her cool voice ringing through the hall as she spoke words that surprised everyone. But if this blue and white porcelain is a 1/30th entry ticket to the Fang Group's Southern City 100 billion urban renewal project, then this threshold is far too low. The moment these words were spoken, Wang Shi on stage shrank, her pupils, her breath suddenly catching. The Southern City renewal project was a top-secret matter that the Fang Group was to secretly finalize tomorrow. No more than 5 people in the entire Fang family knew about it. How could a bankrupt's daughter possibly know? And at this moment, in the deepest shadow of the side hall, Qin Yuyu, the president of Xinghui, who had been watching from the side, was startled upon hearing the words 100 billion urban renewal entry ticket. He was facing a board removal motion in 2 days, and his entire fortune and Xinghui's trump cards were all held in Song Yes' tyrannical bet agreement. As a regular at business summits, when he received that cold glance from Song Yu, he immediately sensed the terrifying profit margin and deadly threat behind those words. Song Yu was not at all defusing her own embarrassment. He instantly understood that Song Yu was publicly offering him an opportunity to access the core interests of the Fang family. He needed to spend 80 million to buy this opportunity, which would not only save Xinghui and his own life, but also allow him to board this 100 billion project. If he didn't take this bait, the black material of Xinghui would be sent to the Securities Regulatory Commission by Song Yu tomorrow. 80 million. A low but exceptionally determined voice calmly emerged from the edge of the side hall. Xinghui President Qin Yuyu raised his bidding paddle high and strode into the venue. The entire hall buzzed with astonishment. Xinghui Media, this MCN industry giant, actually willing to pay 4 times the market price for a broken piece. Qin Yuyu completely ignored everyone's shock, not even sparing a glance at Wang Shi on stage. He walked straight through the layers of security and elites, stopping before Song Yu. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, this capital magnate who had dominated the business world deeply bowed his body in an almost extremely humble manner. Miss Song. Qin Yuyu clasped his hands, his voice lowered extremely, but loud enough for the surrounding circle to hear clearly. This antique is specially prepared by Xinghui for you. Just consider it as a token. For future cooperation, we hope you will look after Xinghui. The side hall fell into deathly silence. Wang Shi on stage shrank, her pupils. The auction gavel raised high in her hand froze completely in midair. Song Yu leaned back in her chair, her gaze sweeping over Qin Yu's head. "Well, settle the Xinghui account later," she said, her voice flat. Qin Yu let out a breath of relief, straightened up, and stepped aside. The auction ended shortly after. A servant pushed open the doors to the side hall. The guests, wine glasses in hand, dispersed in 2s and 3s, entering the free mingling period. Song Yu rose to her feet. As she moved, the golden light of her Horlinger suit rippled. Countless eyes instantly glued themselves to her silhouette. Especially the young wealthy scions clutching champagne flutes. Their gazes turned rigid, atoms, apples bobbing. A few bolder ones began straightening their suits, preparing to approach. Song Yu ignored them. She gathered her skirt and ascended the spiral staircase directly to the 2nd floor of the manor. "I'm going to freshen up my makeup," she said to the maid beside her. Fang Muyang sat at the long table, a crack splintering across his wine glass, with a sharp snap. His eyes fixed on the backs of those wealthy scions, ogling Song Yes' figure instantly bloodshot. The provocation she had given him under the table earlier had ignited a blaze within him that he could no longer contain. Fang Muyang shot to his feet. He loosened his tie, strode with long steps toward the stairwell. The 2nd-floor lounge was carpeted in thick wool, and the corridor was silent. Song Yu had just turned the corner leading to the restroom when a brawny arm suddenly reached from behind and seized her wrist. The grip was powerful. Before she could utter a sound, she was yanked into a dimly lit room. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut behind them. Click! The electronic lock engaged. It was an unused VIP dressing room, the air tinged with a faint scent of dry cleaning fluid. Fang Muyang pinned Song Yu onto the deep crimson velvet sofa in the center of the room. Song Ye's back sank into the soft cushions, her fiery red skirt spreading beneath her, the tassels on her crown clinking softly. Fang Muyang's tall frame followed, pressing down. He braced his hands on the armrests beside her ears, caging her within. The dressing room was dark, with only a sliver of light from the corridor seeping under the door. Fang Muyang's eyes blazed red in the gloom. His chest heaved violently, his hot, rapid breaths spilling onto Song Ye's face and neck. Teasing me under the table, then running up here. Want those men outside to see you? Fang Muyang's voice was low, hoarse beyond recognition. Song Ye's heart skipped a beat. But she did not struggle. She raised her eyes to meet his fiery gaze. Instead of retreating, Song Yu straightened her back. She lifted her chin, a faint curve tugging at her crimson lips. Her cool voice rang out in the dim room. Fang Muyang, get your facts straight. She raised her right hand, her index finger pressing extremely slowly against his taut chest. Remember what you promised me yesterday? Her fingers slid down the buttons of his shirt one by one. Now only I have the right to demand from you. You have no place interrogating me. Fang Muyang froze. He stared at Song Ye's face, his mind momentarily blank. Her finger traced over his abdomen, stopping at the buckle of his trousers. She unfastened it. Fang Muyang's breath caught. Without hesitation, Song Ye's cold, soft hand covered him precisely. The movement was clumsy but purposeful. Every muscle in Fang Muyang's body snapped taut like a steel plate. He threw his head back, his jawline carving a tense arc, his atoms apple jerking violently in the darkness. Song Ye's fingers tightened slightly. Fang Muyang clenched his teeth and sucked in a sharp breath. Just then footsteps sounded outside. The click of high heels on the wool carpet, accompanied by a man and woman's conversation. Who exactly is that Miss Song? She made Qin Yuyu bow to her. The man's voice was low. Who knows? That face, that figure. Absolutely stunning. The crown prince of the Fang family is completely bewitched. The woman's voice carried a hint of sourness. The footsteps stopped right outside the dressing room door. It seemed the woman was fixing her appearance. A single wall away, the air in the dressing room solidified. Fang Muyang's eyes locked onto the wooden door, frozen, not daring to move. Song Yu watched his strained expression, her smile deepening. Her hand did not stop, instead it intensified. Fang Muyang's breathing completely unraveled. He gripped the sofa's edge with both hands, his nails nearly digging into the velvet. He dared not make a sound, afraid of alerting those outside. The two continued their idle chatter, their voices drifting in fragmented fragments. Song Ye's actions grew bolder. Fang Muyang's body temperature was scorching, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes reddened, his gaze shifting from the door to Song Ye's face. A look that seemed ready to devour her. Time stretched unbearably in the cramped space. The footsteps finally resumed, fading away. Just as Fang Muyang exhaled, his body teetering on the brink of losing control, Song Yu suddenly released her hand. Her fingers pulled away sharply. Stopped. Fang Muyang's body jerked in midair. A stifled grunt squeezed through his clenched teeth. The torment of being left hanging made the corners of his eyes flush crimson. In Song Ye's mind, a piercing system alert erupted. Ding. Detected extreme power crush and sensory punishment. Host completed high difficulty reverse domination. Shame value skyrocketing 2,500. Current total 7,896. Song Yu listened to the voice in her head, satisfied. She pushed Fang Muyang off her and rose from the sofa. Slowly she smoothed the wrinkles pressed into her long dress. The gold and crimson tassels at her waist swayed gently. She looked down at Fang Muyang slumped on the sofa. His legs were spread, his hands limp at his sides. He was hunched over, gasping, staring fixedly at Song Yu. She did not spare him another glance. She walked to the door, her fingers resting on the electronic lock's handle. Click. The latch released. Song Yu pushed the door open, a crack, the corridor light illuminating her profile. She tilted her head slightly, offering only a sidelong glance. Stay put now. Song Ye's voice was cold, devoid of warmth. She pulled the door open and stepped out of the dressing room. In the dim room, only Fang Muyang remained. He sat on the sofa, his hands gripping the armrests, veins bulging on the backs. His eyes locked onto the closed wooden door. The heat in his chest had not dissipated, instead the provocation had made it even more uncontrollable. He raised his right hand, covering his sweat-soaked face, and let out a low, hoarse laugh from his throat. Good. Very good. Fang Muyang muttered to himself. Song Yu left the changing room and walked back to the second-floor lounge. Before she had taken many steps, a butler in a black tailcoat approached her. He stopped in front of her, giving a slight bow, his demeanor impeccable, yet his tone brooked no refusal. Miss Song, the banquet is nearly over. Madam requests your presence in the study on the second floor. A rush of hurried footsteps came from the stairwell. Fang Muyang strode up the steps. The redness around his eyes had not yet fully faded, his suit jacket draped over his arm, and his tie hung loose and askew. Seeing the butler blocking Song Yu, Fang Muyang's expression instantly darkened. Where are you going? He stepped up beside Song Yu and reached for her wrist. Two burly bodyguards in black appeared from nowhere, positioning themselves firmly between the butler and Song Yu. "Young master," the butler said, head bowed but feet unmoving. "Madam has instructed that only Miss Song is to be received. Such is the rule." Fang Muyang's brows shot up, the muscles in his right arm tensing instantly. Song Yu raised her hand, blocking him. She tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over his restrained profile. "Wait here." She uttered only two words. Fang Muyang's movement came to an abrupt halt. He stared into her calm eyes, grinding his molars so hard they clicked. The lingering authority from the changing room still held. He dared not provoke her now. "He'll be right outside the door," Fang Muyang said, his voice hoarse. "If you're not out in half an hour, he'll come in and take you away." Song Yu did not reply. She turned and followed the butler down the long corridor. The double oak doors swung open heavily. The second-floor study was vast. 3 walls were lined with mahogany bookcases that reached the ceiling. Beyond the huge floor-to-ceiling windows lay the night view of the hillside estate. Wang Shuyi sat behind a wide desk of rosewood. She had removed her evening shawl and now wore a sharp, dark-tailored suit. Hearing footsteps, Wang Shuyi did not even lift her head. She flipped through the documents in her hand, her fingers brushing the paper with a soft rustle. The butler withdrew and the door closed. The lock clicked. Song Yu, in her embroidered golden silk shoes, walked straight to the guest chair before the desk. Without waiting for Wang Shuyi to speak, she sat down directly. Her hands rested naturally on the armrests, her back straight. Wang Shuyi finally looked up. Her gaze carried undisguised scrutiny. "I must admit I was surprised when Qin Yu backed you downstairs," Wang Shuyi said, tossing the document onto the desk with a dull thud. "But a family like Fang's doesn't gain entry just by knowing the president of an MCN company." Wang Shuyi extended her index finger and slid the heavy file toward the edge of the desk. "Open it and take a look." Song Yu lowered her eyes. The cover bore a line of bold black type, core outline of the 100 billion urban renewal capital introduction case in southern Sioux City. This was the most important project of the Fang Group this year. A confidential document due to be officially finalized at the board meeting tomorrow. Song Yes internal monologue, same old trick. Using core secrets as a test, trying to brand me as a mere pretty face through information asymmetry. She did not touch the file. Wang Shuyi leaned back in her chair, folded her hands in front of her, and delivered the final test. 1 hour. Read the outline and give me your thoughts. This is Fang family's core project for the next 3 years. If you can't answer, it proves you're nothing but a vase who relies on beauty. The door of the Fang family will never open for you. 1 hour. Song Yu let out a very faint, cold laugh. Her clear, cool voice echoed in the spacious study. She raised her right hand, her index finger tapping the file cover. With a thought, the system panel unfolded across her retina. The materials she had previously asked Lin Weiwei to retrieve, the fund flow chart and the due diligence report, appeared clearly before her. "Madam Wang," Song Yu changed her address, her tone shifting as well. "Don't you find it laughable to test me with a fatal question riddled with holes as the first person responsible for the project's risk control?" Wang Shuyi's face darkened. "What do you mean?" Song Yu withdrew her hand and leaned forward slightly. Turn to page 3. She didn't need to look at the file. The main capital introducer is Kaiman Capital. They claim to provide 5 billion yuan in initial startup funds. Wang Shuyi frowned. Her intuition told her something was wrong, but she maintained her composure. Kaiman Capital is the Asian branch of an old European financial group. Its qualifications are complete and the funds have already entered the joint escrow account. What's the problem? An old European financial group. Song Yu sneered. Have you checked the underlying structure of this company? Her speech quickened, each word articulated clearly. Kaiman Capital is registered in Georgetown, Cayman Islands. Its registration date is July 14th this year. It hasn't even been 4 months. The so-called European Consortium endorsement is all fabricated through 3 layers of offshore shell companies. It's a shell company. Wang Shuyi's hands clenched violently, and she stopped breathing for a moment. But she quickly adjusted without losing her composure. Nonsense, she said coldly. Fang's due diligence team couldn't make such a rookie mistake. All contracts are backed by top-tier law firms. Of course the due diligence team wouldn't make mistakes, unless they're also in on it. Song Yu continued without giving Wang Shuyi time to react. She raised 2 fingers and tapped them in the air. Turn to page 12. The project plan lists 3 core infrastructure subcontractors: Ruifeng Construction, Haida Materials, and Tianqing Engineering. Song Yu stared into Wang Shuyi's eyes. Check the legal person change records of these 3 companies. Early last month, all 3 completed crosshair holding. And the actual controlling shareholder behind them is precisely the 4th-layer offshore shell company of Kaiman Capital. This is a capital loop. Wang Shuyi's expression finally changed as subtle stiffness crept into her posture. She unconsciously glanced at the file on the desk. The names of those 3 subcontractors were indeed in the plan, and they were the 3 most profitable bidding sections. You think they came to deliver that 5 billion in startup funds? Song Yu leaned back, her gaze sharpening. That's just bait. She recited a string of numbers. 29. 75 billion. That's the amount of cell phone funds the Fang Group will need to inject for the second and third phases of the urban renewal project. The number was precise to one decimal place. Once the project starts, Kaiman Capital will transfer $2 billion in the first month. Then those 3 subcontractors will fabricate inflated project costs, citing skyrocketing material prices, abnormal geological surveys, and other excuses. Within half a year, the Fang Group must follow up with proportional investments according to the contract. Song Yu paused, then delivered the most critical point. This 75 billion in cash flow will be legally laundered into those 3 shadow companies and eventually disappear completely through accounts in the Cayman Islands. The Fang Group's capital chain may break completely by March next year, directly leading to bankruptcy liquidation. The study fell silent. Only the faint hum of the central air conditioning could be heard. Wang Shui suddenly stood up, her chair sliding backward, scraping dully against the carpet. These data, these equity structures, even she as the project's overall responsible person didn't know them. How could a high school student know them so clearly? Who are you? Wang Shui demanded, her voice losing its earlier composure. Where did you get this intelligence? Song Yu sat upright in the chair, watching the emotionally destabilized Wang Shui without even a flicker of her brow. That's not the question you should be asking. She looked at the strong woman and spoke the answer slowly and clearly. What you should ask is your husband's younger brother, Mr. Fang Duyuan. Wang Shui's pupils contracted sharply. He and the group's financial director he personally promoted are the inside men for Kaiman Capital in this scam. Song Yu directly clarified the nature of the matter. They have set up a bearer trust overseas. This 30 billion is his capital for starting a new venture. And you, as the first responsible person for the project, will bear the blame for economic crimes and spend the rest of your life in prison. Bang! The expensive bone china tea set beside Wang Shui's hand was accidentally knocked over. The teacup fell onto the carpet, shattering into several pieces. Dark tea liquid seeped into the precious wool. She trembled all over, her hands gripping the edge of the desk as she tried to digest the information. Fang Duyuan, the second brother who always obeyed her, was actually going to collude with outsiders tomorrow to destroy the Fang family. And the one who exposed all this was Song Yu, whom she had been trying to drive away. She had lost. She was completely outmatched in information. Just as Wang Shui lost control of her emotions deep in the study, the entire section of mahogany bookcase suddenly emitted a faint mechanical click. Click. A corner of the bookcase separated from the wall, revealing a narrow hidden seam. A secret door blending in with the bookcase was pushed open slowly from inside. Steady, powerful footsteps emerged from the hidden passage. Song Yu turned her head, her gaze locked onto the opening door, a flicker of vigilance in her eyes. The solid oak double doors swung open heavily. The second-floor study was vast. 3 walls were lined with mahogany bookcases that reached the ceiling. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of the hillside estate spread out. Wang Shui sat behind a wide rosewood desk. The secret door swung fully open. Excellent. Truly you have unraveled the threads. A sonorous laughter echoed through the study. Fang Dajing emerged from the shadows, clapping his hands as he strode forward. Wang Shui whirled around, her face a mask of astonishment. Old Fang. Aren't you supposed to be at a meeting in Yanjing? Fang Dajing ignored his wife, marching straight to the desk. The investment case was indeed the bait I cast out. He planted both hands on the desk, his gaze fixed on Song Yu. I've long suspected that our second son has been dabbling in shady dealings over the past few years. I had planned to sacrifice tens of billions if necessary, just to gather solid evidence of his crimes and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. He straightened up and let out a cold snort. But I never imagined he would collude with outsiders to devour 300 billion of the Fang family's assets. Fang Dajing turned to look at Wang Shui, who had collapsed into a chair. Shui, you've always prided yourself on your shrewdness. If not for Miss Song revealing this today, you would have signed the documents at tomorrow's board meeting. Then the capital chain would snap, the Fang family would go bankrupt, and you'd be the primary culprit, spending the rest of your life behind bars. Wang Shui's face turned ashen. Her business acumen and risk management strategies were utterly insignificant before this 18-year-old girl. The look in her eyes towards Song Yu shifted, the hostility gone, replaced by wariness and fear. Old Fang. Wang Shui's lips trembled, but she could not muster a single word of rebuttal. Fang Dajing turned his gaze back to Song Yu's cool, composed face. Such insight, such methods. His voice rose. This is what it means to be worthy of being the Fang family's daughter-in-law. The verdict was final. Song Yu's inner monologue, this old man certainly knows how to go with the flow. She betrayed no expression, remaining seated with poise. Uncle Fang flatters me, she said in a calm tone. But about the 80 million in the side hall downstairs. The Fang family will cover it. Fang Dajing waved a hand decisively. A finder's fee for saving the Fang family, 300 billion. There's no need for Qin Yuyu to foot the bill. Deal. Song Yu rose, the golden light on her gown rippling with her movement. Without sparing Wang Shui a glance, she turned and walked toward the study door. She pulled open the heavy oak door. Outside, Fang Muyang had his right leg lifted, his leather shoe about to kick the door panel. Seeing Song Yu emerge unharmed, he abruptly halted his momentum and lowered his long leg. His eyes swept over her, confirming that not even a strand of her hair was out of place before the taut line of his jaw relaxed slightly. Let's go. Song Yu brushed past him and headed for the staircase. Fang Muyang followed closely, half a step behind. Outside the manor gates, the night breeze carried a chill. Most of the luxury cars had already departed. A black Alphard waited at the end of the red carpet. Qin Yu stood by the car door, fine beads of cold sweat still glistening on his forehead. Seeing Song Yu emerge, he hurried forward to meet her. Ignoring the icy glare from Fang Muyang beside her, he respectfully handed over a sealed craft paper envelope. Miss Song. Qin Yu's posture was deeply deferential. This is the core financial reports and equity structure of Star Glory. The provisional board meeting is at 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. He swallowed hard, then revealed his greatest bargaining chip. If you can help me defeat the third largest shareholder Lin Jianhua at the meeting, Qin Yu promised to transfer 15% of Star Glory's shares to you free of charge. Song Yu halted. She did not take the paper bag, merely gazing quietly at Qin Yu. After 5 seconds, she extended 2 fingers and took the craft envelope. Prepare the transfer agreement. With those words, Song Yu turned and walked toward the black Maybach that Fang Muyang had driven. Fang Muyang opened the passenger door, shielding her head with his hand. Song Yu bent down and slid into the seat. Bang! The car door slammed shut. Fang Muyang circled back to the driver's seat, pulled open the door, and got in. Throughout the entire process, he said not a single word. The black Maybach's engine roared, and the car shot into the night. The atmosphere inside the cabin was suffocating. Fang Muyang gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled force. The speedometer needle climbed relentlessly. His breathing was heavy. The confined space was filled with his presence. That night, Song Yu had stolen the spotlight at the banquet. The men's gazes on her were all tinged with greed. And in the changing room, she had done that to him. She had ignited a fire within him, then dusted off her hands, and walked away, turning to laugh and talk business with Qin Yu. Deals worth tens of billions. Fang Muyang's chest burned with a fury that threatened to consume him. Song Yu leaned back in the leather seat of the passenger side, her head turned to watch the streetlights whizzing past. In her mind, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for passing the mother-in-law's test. You have earned the Fang family's authority. Reward issued. Shame value increased by 5000. Current total 12,896. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Song Ye's lips. Not only had she neutralized Wang Shiyi's challenge, but she had also casually secured a promise of 15 equity in Star Glory along with a hefty boost of shame value. Inner monologue: this night's game, I've hit the jackpot. Time to cash out with millions. But the next second the car swerved violently. Squeal. Tires screeched against the pavement. The inertia slammed Song Yu hard against the door. She quickly grabbed the overhead handle. Glancing up, this was not the road back to Xingfuli neighborhood. The Maybach shot down a ramp and into the underground garage of Honglong Plaza. Dazzling high beams swept across several concrete pillars. The car screeched to a halt in a reserved parking spot. The headlights died. Click. The central locking engaged simultaneously. The cabin plunged into darkness, eerily silent. Song Ye's heart leaped into her throat. She turned to look at Fang Muyang in the driver's seat. In the dark, his eyes were bloodshot, radiating a reckless, desperate fervor. Fang Muyang, what the hell are you doing? Song Ye's voice trembled, all composure gone. If I don't get home tonight, my mother will definitely suspect something. She tried to use Shen Fang's name to calm him down. Fang Muyang paid no heed. He tore off his seatbelt. His tall frame lunged over the center console, with irresistible force pressing down on her hard. Up! Song Yu cried out. She was pinned against the leather passenger seat by Fang Muyang's entire weight. The wide backrest groaned under their combined weight. Fang Muyang's left hand clamped both of Song Ye's wrists and pinned them above her head. His right leg forced its way between her knees, the knee bracing against the seat. His physique completely overwhelmed her. Song Yu couldn't move an inch. The tassels from her hairpins scattered across the seat, rustling softly. Using my mother-in-law to threaten me, eh? Fang Muyang's voice was hoarse, his scorching breath ghosting over Song Ye's face. Too late. He leaned down, his nose almost touching hers. Teasing me in the changing room, then making every man at the banquet stare at you. Fang Muyang gritted out. Did you really think I wouldn't touch you? His free right hand slid down her waist. His hand seized the hem of her dress. Let go. Song Ye's voice quivered. The possessiveness in Fang Muyang's eyes deepened. Now it's time to settle the score. Just as his hand was about to move further, the system's alarm blared in Song Ye's mind. Warning. Detected host in danger. Triggering confined space punishment mission. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Ding. Warning. A red level enclosed space punishment task has been issued. Host is required to voluntarily soothe Fang Muyang's emotions within 3 minutes, during which no refusal words are allowed. Task failure: permanent revocation of all system item usage rights. The system's icy warning sound blared the highest alarm in her mind. Revoking item usage rights. How could she play then? In the dark, cramped carriage, Fang Muyang pinned most of his weight down on her. With one hand, he clamped both her wrists above her head. Her fiery red skirt was roughly clenched in his palm. The air was filled with his aggressive cold pine scent. Just as he was about to settle the score, the phone on the center console suddenly erupted with a piercing, exclusive ringtone. The screen lit up and 3 characters shone starkly in the darkness. Empress Dowager. Fang Muyang paused. He stared at the screen, but the destructive urge in his eyes didn't subside. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Mother-in-law checking in again. He let out a chilling sneer. His long fingers reached over the center armrest and pressed the speakerphone button. The call connected. Instead of backing off, Fang Muyang's right hand grew bolder, directly touching the sensitive soft flesh at Song Yu's waist through the thin gauze. He gave it a hard pinch. Song Yu shuddered in intense numbness surging to her brain. She bit her lower lip hard to swallow the deformed gasp. From the speaker, Xin Fang's calm, piercing voice came. Song Yu, where are you? Why is it so quiet? Fang Muyang curled his lips into a malicious smile. He leaned down, his hot breath spraying on Song Yu's ear, pretending to shout "Auntie" into the microphone. No time. Once he spoke, not only would she face social death, but the system punishment would also befall immediately. Song Yu took a deep breath, completely abandoning her bottom line. She suddenly lifted her head, her red lips precisely capturing Fang Muyang's thin lips, kissing him fiercely. All the crazy words about to be uttered were blocked back into his throat. Fang Muyang trembled violently. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the cold, delicate brows and eyes so close. She initiated it. With a desperate ferocity, she clumsily and inexperiencedly pried open his teeth. The immense sensory contrast instantly shattered all of Fang Muyang's violence. He was completely lost. Fang Muyang turned passive into active, quickly pulling his left hand away from her wrist, grabbing the back of her head, deepening the lingering kiss. At the same time, his free right hand swiftly covered the phone's microphone, sealing it tightly. During the exchange of lips and teeth, Song Yu gasped for breath, forcibly steadying her trembling voice. Mom, I just finished discussing account monetization with Lin Weiwei. I'm waiting for a ride in the underground garage. Just then a sports car roared past, the tire noise leaking through the gaps into the microphone, becoming the perfect background sound. On the other end of the line, Xin Fang was silent for a full 3 seconds. Song Yu stopped breathing during those 3 seconds. Is that so? Xin Fang's tone was unreadable, leaving a meaningful remark. It's too late. Be safe. Get back here soon. The call ended. Ding. Punishment task completed. Shame value gained 1500 points. Current shame value accumulated 14396. The moment the mechanical voice fell, Song Yu's taut nerves completely snapped. As if drained of all strength, she collapsed into the leather seat, the corners of her eyes flushing with an unnatural rosy hue. Fang Muyang looked at her, so vulnerable and disheveled, and his heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. He took off his suit jacket and wrapped it tightly around Song Yu. His tall frame stepped back, kneeling on the passenger side floorboard. I'm sorry, he said hoarsely, admitting his fault. I swear before you truly nod, I will never cross the last line. The next morning, room 302, Xingfili district. Song Yu pushed open the door with dark circles under her eyes. In the living room, Shun Fang sat upright like a bell, before her a cup of cold tea. Old Song stood on the balcony, frantically winking at Song Yu. Waiting for a ride in the garage all night, finally willing to come back. Shun Fang lifted her eyelids, her gaze sharp as a torch, instantly locking onto the oversized dark gray t-shirt on Song Yu. Discussing monetization and even changed clothes. Xin Fang's tone was flat, but each word cut deep. Song Yu's heart tightened. She immediately activated the system's disguise skill basic. I stayed at Lin Weiwei's place last night to go over accounts, she said naturally with a hint of fatigue. I accidentally spilled coffee on my clothes, so I borrowed her brother's old shirt. Mom, I'm dead tired. Xin Fang stared at her for 5 seconds, then suddenly reached out and pulled open her collar. The pale neck was clean. No matter how crazy Fang Muyang was last night, he had gritted his teeth and not left a mark. Finding no flaw, Xin Fang snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you young people are up to. Fang's boy took a beating for you, we remember that favor. But if you're shameless, it'll break your legs. I know, Mom. Song Yu wrapped her arm around Xin Fang's, acting coquettishly while her back was drenched in cold sweat. Having finally fooled her, Song Yu locked herself in her bedroom. With a thought, the system panel unfolded. System, can I spend shame value to deep skin the files? System, yes, each 10,000 characters costs 100 shame value. Less than 10,000 is charged as 10,000. She called up the financial report draft from the brown paper bag Qin Yuyu had given her last night, spending 100 shame value to activate deep skin analysis. Vast complex data streams rapidly reorganized in her mind. Half an hour later, Song Yu opened her eyes, her gaze icy. Found it. 3 shell companies under the name of third shareholder Lin Jianhua had a total of 400 million yuan in fake procurement flows with the Starlight Content Center. Irrefutable evidence of interest transfer and money laundering. She immediately picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message. Weiwei, go to these 3 addresses, photograph their empty offices, and record audio evidence. Hand it to me by tomorrow. Then she dialed the homeroom teacher. Teacher Lu, I'm sick. I need to extend my leave until Thursday. November 3rd, Wednesday afternoon. Conference room 1, top floor of Starlight Media headquarters, Shanghai. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Third shareholder Lin Jianhua slapped a stack of forged Enyang contracts onto the table, pointing at Qin Yuyu in the main seat and cursing loudly. President Qin, this contract caused the company a loss of 30 million. You are to blame. I propose an immediate removal of Qin Yuyu from the CEO position. The fourth shareholder sneered in agreement, seconded. Qin Yu's face was ashen, his hands gripping the table fiercely. He was isolated, about to be kicked out of the company he had founded. Just as Lin Jianhua was about to force through the resolution, the double-leaf, explosion-proof glass door of the conference room was violently kicked open from outside. 2 bodyguards in black stood on either side. Fang Muyang strode in first, dressed in a pure black custom suit radiating murderous intent, instantly silencing the entire room. Then Song Yu appeared in a GZU outfit, a light purple gradient cloud pattern flowing dress sweeping across the dark carpet, silver tassel earrings gently swaying. Her expression was cold and aloof, like a celestial maiden stepping on clouds, yet exuding an oppressive aristocratic aura. Lin Jianhua froze for a second, then slammed the table in fury. Security. How did any random riffraff get into the board meeting? Song Yu didn't even glance at him. She walked straight to the conference table and casually hurled a black USB drive and a thick stack of financial report copies at Lin Jianhua's face. The papers scattered. Starlight Content Center has fabricated 142 procurement contracts with 3 shell companies over the past 2 years, involving 410 million yuan. Song Ye's cold voice was like death's judgment. The ultimate beneficiary of these 3 companies is your wife's younger brother. Song Yu looked down at him from above, using Starlight's corporate account to launder money. Quite a trick, General Lin. Dead silence. All the shareholders gasped. Lin Jianhua's face drastically changed, but he stubbornly retorted, "Nonsense. You're fabricating evidence. They'll call the police to arrest you right now." "Call the police." Song Yu let out a faint cold laugh. "How convenient. The money you laundered went through Kaimin Capital's underground channels, didn't it?" Song Yu leaned forward slightly, her tone icy and bone-chilling. Hearing the words Kaimin Capital, Lin Jianhua was thunderstruck. His legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair. Last night, Fang Group, in coordination with the Economic Crime Investigation, fully froze all of Kaimin Capital's domestic accounts. Your 400 million gap is completely dead. Song Yu cut off his last escape route. This devastating move elevated the original personal grudge into an open scheme to reshuffle the entire Starlight. The shareholders who had just rebelled were now trembling in silence, not daring to breathe loudly. They looked at the incredibly beautiful fairy before them, feeling a chill creep up their spines. Qin Yuyu was shaking with excitement. This was capital. This was the top-tier aristocracy that devours people without spitting out bones. He immediately pulled out a pre-prepared agreement, strode quickly to Song Yu, bowed 90 degrees, and presented the documents with both hands above his head. "Miss Song, this is a 15 gratuitous equity transfer agreement for Starlight Media. The company's seal is affixed. Please sign." Song Yu took the pen and signed her name with a flourish. Just as she tossed the pen onto the table, the phone in her handbag lit up. An urgent WeChat message from Lin Weiwei popped up. "Yu. Big trouble. A national-style influencer with millions of followers has posted a real name expose on Weibo, saying that the face behind you, Ian, is a high school student, and they've revealed your real identity information." Song Ye's pupils constricted sharply. The fingertips that had just signed the contract turned instantly cold. Song Yu clicked on the link Lin Weiwei had sent. The latest scoop from the entertainment influencer, Skinning Guy, was directly hanging at the top of Weibo's trending list. The headline was a glaring red: "The true face behind you, Ian, an 18-year-old high school girl's history of selling smiles, exposing the mysterious middle-aged sugar daddy behind her." The lengthy post was accompanied by 3 blurry photos. The last one was a shot of Song Yu from yesterday wearing the Huolinger costume, standing in front of Qin Yu's black Alfred. The angle was deliberately malicious, capturing the girl's waistline and the man's hand as he opened the door with a servile gesture. The comment section had already exceeded 100,000, filled with nothing but venomous words. Inside the meeting room, the just defeated Qin Yu's face turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Lin Jianhua, that old fox has gone mad." Qin Yu shot to his feet, fumbling for his phone. This is his final desperate counterattack. Miss Song will mobilize all of Starshine's PR resources, immediately force the post to be deleted, and suppress the heat. "Stop." Song Yu remained seated in the main chair without lifting her eyes. Qin Yu froze in his tracks. Song Yu stared at the screen, tapping her fingers twice on the tabletop. Deleting it now is equivalent to admitting guilt. Lin Jianhua was just forced out. His capital is completely frozen. He can't afford this level of coordinated smear campaign. She looked up at Qin Yu. The reaction speed and traffic scale. This is Tianyu, our rivals, stirring the pot. At that moment, a system alarm exploded in Song Ye's mind. Ding. Detected target caught in severe public opinion crisis. Triggering global social death judgment. Hundreds of thousands of netizens are personally attacking and shaming the host. Shame event confirmed. Shame value reward channel activated. Current growth rate, 500 points second, 600 points second, 800 points second. Song Yu watched the rapidly climbing numbers on the system panel, the balance instantly breaking through the 400 mark. A cold smirk curled at the corner of her lips. These people were handing her money. Inner monologue, could I really become the richest person just by accumulating shame points? No way. Meanwhile, Fang Muyang couldn't care less about business logic. He glared at the offensive words on the screen, the fire in his eyes no longer containable. He strode forward, pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello, security department. Within 3 minutes, completely destroy the account of Skinning Guy on Weibo, find out where he is, and bring him to me. A hand reached out and pressed directly onto Fang Muyang's phone screen. Song Yu stood up, her eyes calm. I told you you'll listen to me. Fang Muyang's chest heaved as he gritted his teeth. They're slandering your innocence. Then let's play big. Song Yu withdrew her hand, her tone flat. I want Tianyu to never be able to release even a punctuation mark in this industry from now on. Lin Weiwei's voice message popped up again. Her voice was extremely anxious. Yu, don't go home. Don't go back to school. Several waves of local influencers and paparazzi have doxed the Xingfuli community. They're live streaming, blocking your apartment building. Song Yu frowned. She was about to call her mother Shin Fang to calm her nerves. Fang Muyang snatched the phone from her hand, his arm wrapping around her waist. He pulled her into his embrace with force, completely ignoring Qin Yuyu standing nearby. Perfect. Starting today, you'll stay at my place. Fang Muyang's voice was low and brooked no argument. Let's see which reckless paparazzo dares to cause trouble on Fang family turf. Without waiting for her rebuttal, he half-carried, half-escorted her out of the Starshine headquarters meeting room. In Sioux City, a black Maybach sped along the highway. The back seat was spacious. Song Yu leaned back against the leather seat, eyes closed. The shame value in the system panel had already surged past the 600 mark. Without hesitation, she mentally opened the shop and directly spent 100 shame points to exchange for the new item unlocked at 500 shame points. Exchange successful, top-tier hacker traceability data package, limited time, one-time item. Torrents of data streamed and combined in her mind at lightning speed. Song Yu retrieved her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Strings of code flashed by. 2 minutes later, the interface froze on an encrypted dark web transaction record. The payer's account belonged to the deputy finance director of Tianyu MCN. The recipient was the overseas account of Skinning Guy. Amount 3 million. Attached transfer note, Forge Yu's scandal material, full platform promotion. Song Yu saved the screenshot and sent it to Qin Yuyu. At 8 p.m. the Maybach pulled into the underground garage of a riverside penthouse in Sioux City. The security here was tight, you outsiders couldn't get in. As soon as the two entered, Song Yu's phone vibrated. The screen displayed the name Empress Dowager. Song Yu answered the video call. Shin Fang sat upright on the sofa at home, her expression calm. But Song Yu knew that the commotion outside the apartment building couldn't have escaped her mother's notice. Where are you? Shin Fang got straight to the point, her gaze sweeping past Song Yu's shoulder to examine the large floor-to-ceiling window and interior decoration in the video background. Song Yu didn't lie. It's not safe outside our building. I'm staying at Fang Muyang's place temporarily. They'll come back once things settle down in a few days. Shin Fang hummed in acknowledgement. She didn't ask about the online drama, only said 4 words, the Fang family's security. I trust it. Then her gaze landed on Fang Muyang, who happened to walk into the frame. He held a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Song Yu. Shin Fang's eyes turned sharp as she delivered a warning through the screen. You two use your brains when dealing with problems. And stay safe. Call the police if anything happens. No reckless behavior. The call ended. Song Yu let out a long breath, dialed Qin Yuyu, and gave the final order. President Qin, notify all media outlets. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Starshine Media will hold an online live press conference. Announce publicly that Starshine will not only respond to today's all events, but also declare a major equity restructuring. After finishing all this, Song Yu slipped off her Jizue embroidered shoes, curled up into the spacious leather sofa, opened her laptop, and began organizing her speech for tomorrow. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. A dozen seconds later, Fang Muyang walked out. He was only wrapped in a white towel around his waist. Water droplets trailed down his chiseled abs, disappearing into the towel's edge. Song Yu looked up at the sound, her fingers pausing on the keyboard. Fang Muyang strode straight to the sofa. He didn't sit down. Instead, he suddenly bent over, his hands reaching past Song Yu's body to press heavily on the armrests of the sofa on either side of the keyboard. His tall frame completely enclosed her, blocking the light. The cold pine scent of his body wash forcefully invaded Song Yu's breath. What are you doing? Song Yu's face flushed, and she leaned back, pressing her back against the sofa cushion. Fang Muyang stared into her eyes. Droplets from his hair dripped down, landing on the skin of her collarbone. Song Yu shuddered. The whole internet is saying you're being kept by an old man, Fang Muyang said in a low, hoarse voice. Song Yu turned her head away, avoiding his burning gaze. That's the rumor Tianyu spread. I'll handle it myself tomorrow. I don't care how they die. His breath brushed against her face. What I care about is who you belong to. Fang Muyang's fingers traced the line of her jaw, his eyes no longer holding the restraint of before. He leaned in an inch, his nose almost touching hers. Now can you agree to be my girlfriend? It was blunt. No room for retreat. Sonya's heartbeat faltered. She looked into those eyes so close, saw the emotions churning within. All her usual quick words evaporated into emptiness. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Fang Muyang didn't give her time to think. He lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was without hesitation aggressive, making it impossible for her to think. Sonya's grip on the edge of his towel gradually loosened, turning into an unconscious cling. The next day, Thursday, 10 a.m., Starshine Media's official live stream started on time. The online audience surged past 3 million within seconds of going live. Pawns bought by Tianyu flooded the stream, their comments all saying, "Make the gold digger leave the internet and ban Yuyin." The camera lit up. There was no PR manager, no crisis response team, only a large black conference table. Sonyu sat behind it. Today she was dressed in a sharp all-black haute couture suit. On her face was a half mask of silver filigree, covering the upper half of her face, revealing only her delicate jawline and cool red lips. Her powerful aura radiated through the screen without reservation. The live stream paused for a brief second. Sonyu skipped even the self-introduction. She picked up the remote on the table and pressed a button. The massive screen behind her lit up instantly. No unnecessary words. Direct screen projection. Right in the center was the clear screenshot of the dark web transaction. Red circles highlighted the account of Tianyu's deputy finance director, the 3 million yuan figure, and the payee account of Skinning Guy. Beside it was the complete invoice for the astroturfing agency Tianyu had hired. The evidence was laid out before everyone. The jeering crowd fell silent instantly. Real netizens' comments began flooding the screen with exclamation marks. Sonyu folded her hands on the table, her tone icy. Commercial defamation, malicious smear campaign. Starshine's legal department has already submitted this evidence to the Sioux City Economic Investigation Division. The relevant lawyers' letters will be delivered to Tianyu's executives' desks by noon today. The entire internet was stunned. This wasn't PR, it was a direct killing blow. Before the netizens could process it, Qin Yuyu, president of Starshine Media, walked into the frame from off-screen dressed in a sharp suit. Under the gaze of 3 million live viewers, the well-known industry executive stopped beside Sonyu. He held a beautifully bound document in both hands, bent his body at a 90-degree angle. "Miss Song," Qin Yuyu said in a clear voice, his demeanor extremely respectful. "The 15% equity transfer deed of Starshine Media, without consideration, has completed the industrial and commercial change registration. Please confirm and sign." The live stream's comments completely froze. Sonyu picked up the Mont Blanc fountain pen on the table. She uncapped it and quickly signed her name at the end of the document. She tossed the pen casually onto the table, causing a crisp clatter. Sonyu lifted her head, staring straight into the camera through the silver mask. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am the new shareholder of Starshine Media, currently holding 15%. She leaned back in her chair, her posture casual, yet radiating power. Saying I'm being kept by an old man. Sonyu let out a faint cold laugh. "I'm sorry. I am the capital." The live feed cut off. Black screen. The public opinion instantly reversed. All major platforms' trending topics changed to Yuin Capital Big Shot and Tianyu MCN criminal activity. 30 minutes later, a video of Skinning Guy being taken away by economic investigation officers at the airport spread across the internet. The paparazzi around Xingfili community and the school had also dispersed. Inside the penthouse, the moment the live stream was cut off, Song, yes, rigid back suddenly relaxed. The days of tension and intense focus had drained her. Fang Muyang walked around from behind the sofa, caught her limp body, steadily lifted her horizontally, and carried her toward the bedroom. Qin Yuyu, with great tact, kept his head down, gathered the documents on the table, and quietly left the penthouse, closing the door behind him. Fang Muyang placed Sonyu gently on the soft bed, pulled the covers over her, and sat on the edge. His fingers lightly brushed the stray hairs from her forehead. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out. It was an encrypted text message from his father, Fang Dijing. "You handle things well. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Bring my daughter-in-law to the manor to meet someone. He's from the capital." Fang Muyang stared at the screen, his expression grave. He locked the phone and tossed it aside. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Songye's forehead. "Sleep. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up." Songyu opened her eyes. Fang Muyang's words, "I'll hold up the sky if it falls," still echoing in her ears. The blanket slipped off. She turned over and got out of bed, her feet sinking into the thick carpet. Her gaze swept over the nightstand. A neatly ironed uniform of Sioux City No. 1 high school lay quietly there. A white shirt, a blue-gray plaid pleated skirt, and a navy blue cardigan. Beside them lay a pair of new white knee-high socks. Sonyu threw back the covers and got out of bed. She changed into the uniform, washed up, and pushed open the door. The aroma of coffee and fried eggs drifted from the dining room. Fang Muyang, dressed in loose black loungewear, came out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates. "Awake," he said, setting the plates on the island counter and pulling out a stool. "Eat up, then we'll go to school together." After school, come straight with me. Song Yu sat down, picked up the milk, and took a sip. To the Fang manor. Yes, Fang Muyang replied, cutting into his fried egg without lifting his head. The old man organized a gathering. Someone from the capital is coming related to next year's Spring Festival Gala. He looked up at Song Yu, his gaze lingering for a second on her legs wrapped in the school skirt, then forcibly looked away. He wouldn't say who specifically. Song Yu swallowed her food. Inner monologue. Spring Festival Gala. Uncle Fang really pulled out all the stops. Senior year, class 1. Song Yu had just sat down. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open. The dean of students strode in his usually stern face, now wearing an awkward smile. He held a red-header document in both hands, walked straight to Song Yu's desk, and gently placed it down. Student Song Yu, the dean bent over. This is the recommendation form for the provincial 3 good student. After comprehensive consideration, the school has decided to grant this quota to you. Thank you, Dean. Song Yu's tone was flat. Take good care of yourself and don't hesitate to ask if you have any difficulties. The dean gave a dry laugh, stepped back 2 paces, turned, and left the classroom. The bell rang for the end of class. 5 male and female students wearing first-year badges clutched notebooks, their eyes fervent, crowding at the back door. Senior sister, please sign. A short-haired girl screamed, her face flushed red. Fang Muyang's face darkened. He took a big step forward, his 188-meter body blocking the doorframe firmly. Step back. Fang Muyang's voice was icy. Limited to 3 signatures. Behave. The crowd was intimidated by his aura, trembling as they handed over their notebooks. 5 p.m. The dismissal bell rang. The Maybach drove out of Sioux City's urban area and onto the elevated highway heading west. Song Yu sat in the passenger seat, placing her laptop from her backpack on her lap. The screen light reflected on her cool and distant features. She was researching. The sound of keyboard tapping echoed in the car. In less than 10 minutes, she had scanned the organizational structure of the past Spring Festival Gala director teams and the financial data of the core sponsors in the capital into her system. The vehicle entered the Fang manor. Security was twice as tight as last night's banquet. Black-suited bodyguards with earpieces were everywhere. The butler was already waiting at the steps of the main building. Seeing Song Yu get out of the car, Uncle Chun immediately bowed. Miss Song, young master. The chairman is waiting for you in tea room no. 3 on the back hill. Tea room no. 3. The independent building with the highest security level in the manor. The 2 walked through the corridor. Wang Shuyi was not present. This signal was clear. Tonight was a pure allocation of interests. Song Yu was attending as an equal partner. The butler pushed open 2 heavy wooden doors. The tea room was simply furnished. The air was filled with the aroma of Dahongpo tea. Fang Dejing sat at the main seat of the rosewood tea table, rolling 2 walnuts in his hands. Seeing Song Yu enter, he pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. On the guest seat sat a middle-aged man in a traditional Tang suit with a front button closure. The man had a square face and a composed aura, clearly someone who had been in a high position for years. Let me introduce. Fang Dejing stopped rolling the walnuts. This is He Yuanshan. He is the vice president of the Chinese Literature and Art Association and also the deputy director of the Spring Festival Gala's director team for next year. Hello, Director He. Song Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. Fang Muyang pulled out the chair beside her and sat down, watching He Yuanshan warily. He Yuanshan looked Song Yu up and down, his gaze lingering on her school uniform for a few seconds. Director Fang said that Xingua's current notable shareholder is an 18-year-old high school student. I didn't believe it at first. He Yuanshan's voice was deep with a Beijing accent. He picked up the tablet on the table and opened a video. It was a screen recording of Song Yu playing the zither in a live stream, wearing the purple spirit fairy outfit. This piece, Jing Hong's Startled Swan, has a very clean melody and solid technique. What's rare is that it has no contrived craftsmanship, no impatience. He Yuanshan pressed pause and got straight to the point. For next year's Spring Festival Gala, the higher-ups require a greater emphasis on Chinese-style traditional culture. I need a new face who can both command the stage and generate enough buzz. He interlaced his fingers and placed them on the table. Miss Song, I would like to invite you to perform in this slot. He tapped the tablet screen, bringing up a draft of the program schedule. Song Yu glanced at it. The third program before the countdown to midnight. A 3-minute solo. This was the prime time slot with the highest viewership and the most weight in the Spring Festival Gala. What are the conditions? Song Yu's voice was calm. A flicker of admiration passed through He Yuanshan's eyes. This girl has astonishing composure. I need all the influencers under Xinhua Media with over 10 million followers to cooperate with the Spring Festival Gala's publicity for 10 days from the 20th of the 12th lunar month to New Year's Eve without compensation. He Yuanshan laid out his terms. In exchange for this 3-minute solo slot. No, Fang Muyang interrupted sharply. Although he didn't understand the specific business operations, his intuition was sharp. The commercial deals for Xingua's top influencers in those 10 days at year-end add up to tens of billions. Trade tens of billions in revenue for 3 minutes on stage. That's a losing deal. Fang Muyang stared at He Yuanshan with hostile eyes. Fang Dejing remained silent, took a sip of tea, and watched Song Yu from the corner of his eye. Song Yu raised her right hand and gently pressed it down in the air. Fang Muyang immediately shut up, but his muscles remained tense, as if ready to flip the table at any moment. Song Yu lifted the laptop from her lap, turned it 180 degrees, and pushed it in front of He Yuanshan. The screen displayed Xinhua Media's internal data dashboard. Director He, since we're discussing a partnership, we can't just look at surface-level traffic. Song Ye's slender fingers tapped a few times on the screen. This shows the penetration rate of the sinking market that Xinhua currently controls. You don't just need exposure, you need the younger generation's engagement with the mainstream-themed gala. Song Yu leaned back in her chair, her hands folded on her lap. Xinhua's Matrix cooperating with publicity without compensation is no problem. But I have two additional conditions. He Yuanshan raised an eyebrow. Tell me. First, I must have absolute say in the choreography, music selection, and lighting arrangement for this 3-minute program. I will not accept any form of script revision guidance from the director team. Song Yu spoke slowly, but each word carried weight. He Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. On the Spring Festival Gala stage, no performer had ever dared to demand such a privilege. Second, Song Yu proposed an even more astonishing condition. The joint naming rights for the countdown to midnight must reserve a spot for Xinhua Media. I can pay the naming fee at the highest market premium. The tea room fell silent. He Yuanshan looked at the girl in the school uniform, deeply shocked. She was using the Spring Festival Gala as a springboard to expand Xinhua's entire assets. The naming rights are highly competitive within the station, He Yuanshan said after a long silence, speaking slowly. If it's just Xinhua alone funding it, it will be hard to squeeze in. The Fang family fund will guarantee it. Fang Dajing, who had been silent, suddenly put down his teacup, his voice low but forceful. Fang Dajing looked at He Yuanshan. The Fang family will cover all the production costs for the stage design, costumes, and props for this 3-minute program of Song Girl. Additionally, the naming fee will be jointly signed by the Fang family and Xinhua. Old He, is this sincerity enough? This was the confidence of the Fang family patriarch, using money to pave a path to the clouds for Song Yu. He Yuanshan took a deep breath and re-evaluated the Song Yu before him. With Xinhua's traffic and the Fang family's financial power, Song Yu's momentum was already unstoppable. He might as well go with the flow. All right, deal. He Yuanshan made the decision readily. He unzipped his black briefcase, took out a red document with gold foil stamping, pushed it across the tea table, and stopped it in front of Song Yu. Miss Song, I look forward to your wonderful performance. He Yuanshan stood up and extended his right hand. Song Yu stood up, shook his hand briefly, and then released. Pleasure cooperating. He Yuanshan was led out by Uncle Chun. Only the three of them remained in the tea room. Song Yu sat back down, her gaze falling on the red document. This was a formal invitation letter with a watermark of the national emblem. She opened the stiff cover. On the inside page, a line of neat regular script was printed: invitation to outstanding young artist of China to perform at the 41st Spring Festival Gala. In the recipient name field, 3 characters were printed in bold black: Song Yu female. Song Yu's gaze was fixed on that female character, her fingers involuntarily tightening slightly. Through the paper, she felt a sense of recognition from the nation. This was the formal acknowledgement of her current identity by the highest authority of the real world. A system prompt sounded deep in her mind, loud, and even accompanied by a static noise. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained absolute national-level social identity recognition. Congratulations to the host. The last trace of real-world causal rejection has been eliminated. Transformation progress, 5, current accumulation, 75. Reward issued: basic Chinese-style stage special effect field. Automatically stored in system space. 1 step closer to the manifestation of Song Yu the fairy. The next afternoon at Sioux City No. 1 High School, the bell rang for the final subject of the monthly exam. Song Yu packed up her stationery and walked out of the examination hall. As soon as she turned on her phone, a multimedia message popped up on the screen. On a dim concrete floor, a pink backpack was thrown. Attached to it was a familiar cinema roll keychain. Lin Weiwei's bag. Immediately after, a second text message came: in abandoned laboratory building of the old campus. Come alone. If you dare to call the police, the owner of this bag will be finished here today. Song Yu's footsteps halted, and her gaze instantly turned cold. She opened WeChat and found a voice message Lin Weiwei had sent half an hour ago. I finished the exam early and went to meet the Star Glory people to go over the contract. I left my bag in the dance room. Please grab it for me. Idiot. Song Yu's lips curled into a cold sneer. They haven't even figured out Lin Weiwei's whereabouts, yet they dare to pull a kidnapping. She didn't turn toward the abandoned building, but walked straight out of the school gate. A black SUV was already parked under the shade with 2 black Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons flanking it front and back. Fang Muyang opened the car door. How did the exam go? Not bad. Song Yu got into the passenger seat and turned her phone screen toward him. Go to the old campus and tell your people to move faster. Fang Muyang glanced at the text message and his eyes instantly turned cold. 10 minutes later, at the abandoned laboratory building of the old campus, Zhao Lei held a rusty steel pipe in his hand, pacing anxiously in circles. His eyes were sunken, his hair greasy, and he exuded an air of madness. Brother Lei, will that bitch really come? The yellow-haired thug next to him kept shaking his leg. Before the words faded, boom, The nearly disintegrating rolling shutter door outside the laboratory building was rammed off by an off-road vehicle. The twisted metal crashed onto the ground with a deafening noise. A dozen black-suited bodyguards surged and drew out batons, and within seconds pinned Zhao Lei and the three thugs firmly onto the dusty floor. The black SUV slowly stopped outside the rubble. Fang Muyang pushed open the door and stepped over the debris with his long legs. He walked up to Zhao Lei, who was pinned to the ground, raised his foot, and ruthlessly stomped on Zhao Lei's right hand that was still holding the steel pipe with the tip of his leather shoe. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air. The sound of finger bones cracking was clearly audible. You really never learn. This is the hand that wanted to touch her. Fang Muyang ground his foot down harder, his voice terrifyingly cold. Zhao Lei writhed in agony, and in his frantic struggle his left hand grabbed a sharp piece of broken glass and slashed forward desperately. Fang Muyang didn't even frown, casually blocking with his left hand. The glass cut through the shirt sleeve and left a 3-inch-long bloody gash on his forearm. You're asking for death. The bodyguard kicked Zhao Lei in the chin, knocking him unconscious. Song Yu pushed open the passenger door, her black leather shoes stepping onto the gray cement floor. She walked over to Fang Muyang, her eyes scanning the bleeding wound, then lowered her gaze to the unconscious Zhao Lei. Zhao's Industrial applied for bankruptcy liquidation this morning. Song Ye's voice was cold, carrying a sense of condescension. The Zhao family still thought they could turn things around with the 300 million from the offshore trust. Notify Star Glory's risk control department. Short sell all of the Zhao family's overseas shell companies tonight. She turned around without sparing another glance at Zhao Lei on the ground. Let him rot in prison and watch the Zhao family die out. 1 hour later, at a private hospital in the city center. Outside, the VIP single-room bodyguards stood in 2 rows. Inside the room, the doctor finished treating the wound and withdrew. Fang Muyang leaned against the headboard, his left arm wrapped in thick white gauze. The wound wasn't deep, but he insisted on putting on a weak act. Song Yu stood by the bed, frowning slightly. You brought so many people, why did you have to do it yourself? Fang Muyang used his uninjured right hand to grab Song Ye's wrist and gently pulled. Song Yu lost her balance and sat down on the edge of the bed. Worried about your good buddy? Fang Muyang gazed at her with burning eyes, his voice husky. Song Yu turned her face away, her ears burning. What would I be worried about? You deserve it. Fang Muyang stared at her rosy lips, starting to push his luck. I want water. You feed me. There's a straw on the table. No, I want mouth to mouth. He said it with a straight face, his eyes carrying an undeniable dominance. Song Yu glared at him, her chest heaving. Her eyes landed on the glaring white gauze, and she gritted her teeth, finally relenting. She picked up the water glass, took a sip of warm water, closed her eyes with trembling lashes, and leaned down toward him. Their lips met. Warm water spilled from the corners of their mouths, sliding down her fair swan-like neck. Fang Muyang suddenly grabbed the back of her head, took the lead, and deepened the kiss mingled with water. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. Click! The heavy soundproof door of the ward was unexpectedly pushed open from outside. Shen Fang carried a freshly stewed chicken soup, 1 foot stepping over the threshold. Xiao Yu Xiao Fang's injury. She stopped mid-sentence. The handle of the insulated bucket left a pale mark on Shen Fang's fingers. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. What Shen Fang saw was, on the hospital bed, Fang Muyang lay half reclining weakly, his left arm wrapped in blood-stained bandages. And her usually cool and aloof, well-behaved daughter, who had repeatedly claimed she only saw him as a brother, was now leaning half her body over the bed, pressing aggressively onto Xiao Fang. Their cheeks were pressed tightly together, kissing passionately. A hint of ambiguous moisture traced down Song Ye's snow-white neck. The scene left no room for doubt. This was no visit to see a patient. It was clearly a cabbage turned into a spirit, seeing that the boy was severely injured, saving her, and unable to resist, so she couldn't help but try to take him right there in the ward. Shameless. Outrageous. Shen Fang took a deep breath, her face livid, her eyes like daggers fixed on Song Yu. The sound of the kiss stopped. Song Yu snapped her eyes open, feeling her blood run cold. She stiffly turned her head and met Shen Fang's furious gaze. Mom, let me explain. At the same moment, the screen of Song Ye's phone, which she had left on the bedside, kept lighting up. Lin Weiwei's WeChat notification filled the entire screen with countless red exclamation marks. Check Weibo. CCTV Spring Festival Gala's official account posted. It directly announced the mysterious Chinese-style star and tagged your account. It's trending all over the internet. Song Yu stood frozen. Her good buddy on the bed was still holding the back of her head. At the door, her mother expressionlessly set down the insulated bucket. The phone on the pillow kept vibrating. The ward was very quiet. Shen Fang stood by the doorframe, holding a thermos in her hand. She stared at the 2 people stuck together tightly on the bed, her face turning pale with anger, and she let out a cold laugh. Should I give you a round of applause, Xiao Yu? Shen Fang's voice was not loud, but it carried pressure. The little cabbage I raised myself has turned into a spirit. Seeing that handsome guy injured and unable to run, you just can't wait to go after him. Song Yu pushed Fang Muyang away. Song Ye's face was bright red, and she was extremely embarrassed. The calmness she had shown in the business world was completely gone. Ding. Host encounters a classic scene of being caught by elders. Triggers epic level social death judgment. Current shame value 5,000. 3,000. Cumulative shame value 69969. Ding. Triggered. Being seen by mother being intimate with good brother. Intimacy 1. Current total 19. 6. The system alarm crazily flashed in her mind, making Songyu dizzy. She opened her mouth, her tongue tied. Mom. Listen to my quibble. No, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Although Fang Muyang's left arm was wrapped in bandages, his reaction was extremely swift. He pulled Songyu behind him with one hand, puffed out his broad chest to meet Xin Fang's gaze, and shouted out crisply, Mom. All mistakes are mine. Don't scold her. This, Mom, was shouted in a perfect tone with an unparalleled level of shamelessness. Songyu and Xin Fang said in unison, Shut up. Who's your mom? Just at this tense moment, the phone Songyu had left on the bedside vibrated wildly. Lin Weiwei's voice message popped up directly. You. Check Weibo. CCTV Spring Festival Gala's official account just posted. They directly announced a mysterious Chinese-style superstar and tagged your account. It's exploded on the trending list. The atmosphere in the ward changed. Xin Fang was stunned. Although she was a full-time housewife, she understood the weight of the words CCTV Spring Festival Gala. The fury that was about to erupt was forcibly suppressed by half due to the intimidating power of this national platform. She took a deep breath and placed the thermos heavily on the bedside table. You. Xin Fang pointed at Fang Muyang's nose. Lie down and recover properly. Then she grabbed the back collar of Song Ye's clothes, moving as deftly as if picking up a kitten. You. Come home with me. What a cheap person. Shameless. Shame value 300. Cumulative shame value 70269. Fang Muyang's eyes reddened with anxiety, veins bulging on the back of his hand. But he dared not talk back to his future mother-in-law, and could only watch helplessly as Songyu was forcibly dragged out of the ward. Returning to Xingfuli community. As the security door closed, Xin Fang pulled Songyu into the study and made her sit on the swivel chair opposite. There was no hysterical scolding, only a mother's deepest scrutiny. Xiaoyu, Xin Fang said gravely. You've grown up now and you have your own ideas. But remember, you are a girl now and you must learn to protect yourself. You must have the proper reserve. Songyu hung her head, clutching the edge of her school uniform skirt, obediently listening to the lecture. That boy from the Fang family risked his life for you. I can see that. But, Xin Fang emphasized word by word, before you graduate from high school you absolutely must not cross that line. Understand? Song Ye's face burned even more and she nodded frantically. Xin Fang sighed, leaned forward and lowered her voice. He's young and full of passion. If you really can't face it, just help him get through it. Don't be foolish and give yourself away, got it? Hearing this, Songyu nearly tripped over flat ground. Her mother was too bold. Ding. Shocking mother-daughter private talk. Psychological defense damaged again. Shame value 10,000. Shame value 80,269. The mother-daughter talk ended. Songyu returned to her bedroom, threw herself onto the bed, and opened her phone. The trending topic of the Spring Festival Gala's announcement had indeed exploded, but the direction was completely off. An account verified as National Intangible Cultural Heritage Ancient Music Inheritor Old Professor of Yenjing University Music Academy posted a long article full of gunpowder. Heartbreaking. The mainstream stage is actually compromised with vulgar internet celebrities. This is the sorrow of national music. Below, the black fans of the remnants of Tianyu crazily stirred up trouble. An 18-year-old high school student is worthy of the Spring Festival Gala. Probably shoved in by some sugar daddy. Recommend a thorough investigation. Stumbled into the imperial family. The one above yours singing again. Songyu looked at the unpleasant words on the screen, curling her lips coldly. What a good online carnival. A pillow just when she was sleepy. Public opinion fermented extremely quickly. At the headquarters of Xinhua Media, Qin Yuyu was sweating profusely, calling Songyu directly on her phone. Miss Song, the internet is in an uproar. That old professor has a very high status in the circle with students and former subordinates everywhere. They'll have the PR department act immediately and forcibly remove the trending topic. Songyu leaned against the bedhead, her tone steady without a ripple. Remove what? Huh. Qin Yuyu was stunned. Don't suppress the heat. Songyu tapped her fingers on the bedsheet. By the top spot, increase the stakes. Push the heat to the maximum. I want to use his hand to hype up Yuin. This? It's too risky. Qin Yuyu's voice tightened. Do as I say. Songyu hung up, directly displaying a capitalistic demeanor that made one's scalp tingle. Late at night, Songyu awakened the system in her consciousness. Ding. Social death blow combined with intense online public attention. Today's emotional energy is being settled. Total shame value skyrocketing. Breaking through the 80,000 point threshold. Hidden mechanism triggered. Advanced skill infusion module shop officially unlocked. A high-level panel emitting a faint golden light popped open in her mind, displaying several items enough to drive the real world crazy. Guqin skill master level 500 points. Calligraphy painting chess skill master level 100 points each. Guqin Skill Grandmaster Level 2 points. Calligraphy Painting Chess Skill Grandmaster Level 3 points each. Because the host has already internalized part of the Guqin skill, the shame value cost is reduced. System: as a peerless immortal, how can you not understand the four elegant arts of Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting? Limited Aura National Music Totem 1 points. Song Yu looked at these skill infusions, her breathing unconsciously quickening. Exchange Guqin Skill Master Level. The moment her will was issued, 5 shame value points were deducted. Current shame value 30269. Vast finger technique, memories, force application skills, and emotional resonance poured into her mind like a tangible substance. Muscle memory was reorganized in an instant, and a slight numbness spread through her 10 fingertips. She plucked the air twice, as if invisible Guqin notes rippled through the air, profound and full of spirituality. The next morning, Song Yu walked out of the apartment building with her backpack, then suddenly stopped in her tracks. Fang Muyang was wearing a thin black hoodie, his left arm wrapped in a layer of bandages, the sleeve looking a bit bulky, his lips pale from the cold autumn wind. His tall figure of 188 meters stood there pitifully, as if being punished. Shen Fang watched from the second-floor balcony, not saying a word. Song Ye's heart ached, and she quickly walked over, half dragging and half pulling him into the black SUV. Fang Muyang, are you stupid? Coming out to freeze in the early morning? As soon as she sat in the passenger seat, Fang Muyang reached back and pressed the central locking. With a click, the doors locked. His uninjured right hand grabbed her slender waist, pressing her directly against the leather seat. Last night when your mom took you away, I didn't sleep a wink. I thought I would never see you again. Fang Muyang's voice was hoarse, filled with deep grievance and strong possessiveness. I saw what happened online and I can't help you much, but I'll always support you from behind. Song Yu shivered at the warmth of his palm, but she pretended to be tough. I can handle it all myself, Fang Muyang. Don't move your hands. Fang Muyang didn't let go, his tall body pressing over. Then. You tell me honestly, when will you agree to be my girlfriend? In your dreams. Song Ye's heartbeat skipped a beat, her eyelashes trembling as she closed her eyes, tilting her head up to kiss Fang Muyang proactively. The two exchanged an aggressive kiss in the sealed carriage. A translucent thread stretched between their lips, then silently broke. Ding. Morning carriage sealed, pulling shame value 800. Current shame value 31269. Host triggered. Mouth says no, but body says yes. Intimacy 0. For current total 20. Intimacy breaks through 20. When transformation value breaks through 80, will unlock Ice Skin Jade Bone, Dual Cultivation, Perfect Physique. Arriving at Sioux City No. 1 High School, Lin Weiwei was holding her phone at the back door of the classroom, stamping her feet in anxiety. Those people online are saying terrible things. I'm so angry I used a small account to fight them. Song Yu put down her backpack, took out a handwritten plan from her bag, and slapped it on the table. Inform Qin Yuyu. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. At the Sioux City branch of Xinghui, arrange a real scene studio. I want to hold a pure raw sound live broadcast without any mixing or beauty filters. Lin Weiwei gasped, then nodded excitedly. Roger that. Little boss you. At 7:50 p.m. Sioux City Starlight Branch Scene Studio No. 1. Qin Yuyu stood before the director's console, his eyes fixed on the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen, cold sweat forming layer after layer on his forehead. Qin, the online viewership has exceeded 5 million. The operations director's voice trembled. The live stream hadn't even started yet. On the pitch-black screen, the barrage of comments had already turned into a white torrent. Heard someone's going to broadcast naked audio today. Ha, hilarious. Tianyu is done, and now all these clowns dare to show their faces. Old one criticized you, and you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Thick-skinned. Stumbled in by accident upstairs, you're singing quite a tune. The insults were vile and unbearable. Lin Weiwei stood in the corner, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. At exactly 8:00 p.m. No countdown, no warm-up. The livestream screen lit up instantly. The lighting was simple, no filters, and the background was pure black. A Gujing. A figure. Song Yu sat quietly before the instrument. The white and blue gradient flowing dress, Qingyi blue moon fairy glowed with a moonlight-like sheen under the most basic top light. Her face, untouched by any makeup, was cool and languid, yet beautiful like a flawless jade sculpture. In the 5 million viewer live room, the rapidly scrolling barrage paused for 3 seconds. All the insults ceased abruptly. Song Yu did not look at the camera, nor did she utter a single word. She raised her hand, her fingertips like jade gently resting on the strings. Zheng. A clear, resonant sound transmitted through the simple recording equipment reached the ears of 5 million people. Master-level Gujing skills erupted at that moment. She struck with a killing blow from the very start. The music was filled with a fierce martial spirit, like 1,000 troops charging. The murderous aura seemed to pierce through the screen, pressuring everyone. The barrage fell completely silent. In a quaint courtyard in Kyoto, Old Win sat upright, pen and paper in hand, ready to record every wrong note, and then write an article denouncing this desecration of national music by traffic. Yet the moment the first note entered his ears, he shuddered violently, and his purple clay teapot crashed to the ground with a clatter. Oh my goodness, what a beast. His eyes hidden behind the reading glasses widened to their fullest, staring intently at the flying jade-like fingers on the screen. This is the opening move of the lost ancient score of Guangling's San. In the live room, Song Yes' fingering grew faster and faster. The martial aura of the music faded, transforming into an ethereal zen-like tranquility, as if drinking alone under the moon or listening to snow on a mountain peak. The profound artistic conception, the ancient, unadorned charm of the music could not be interpreted by mere technique. It was the heart of the zither. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes in the 5 million viewer live room, a barrage gap unprecedented in live streaming history. The screen was clean. Not a single comment. Every troll, every passerby, everyone who had clicked in to watch the joke could not type a single word. Everyone was stunned by the transcendent skill. Zhong. The final lingering note, like a crane's cry piercing the 9 heavens, reverberated endlessly. Song Yu slowly withdrew her hands. She raised her eyes, and for the first time her cool, amber-colored gaze swept across the camera. No explanation, no ingratiation, not even a trace of emotion. The next second she cut off the live stream with her own hand. The screen went black. 5 million people across the internet were left in the dead silence before the darkness plunged into a long, intense shock. Fully half a minute later the barrage erupted like a breached flood. Holy crap. Mama, my dog. No one supports my lofty ambitions. I tread the snow to the peak. Mom asks why I'm kneeling while watching my phone. Praise to the fairy. I am your most loyal disciple. Fairy, please accept my knees. 10 minutes later on Weibo, a 300-word commentary exploded across the internet like a depth charge. The author was none other than Professor Wen Yinxiu, who had previously harshly criticized Song Yu. Today, hearing Master Song's piece, I truly understand what it means to be a great master soul of the zither. Her fingering conceals the ancient musical charm that the National Music Circle has sought for decades. I, an old man, hereby publicly apologize for my earlier rashness. Master Song is the spark for the revival of national music. At the end, each word was resolute. It is the Spring Festival Gala's fortune that Master Song is invited. If anyone dares to attack true art with fan circle tactics, I, old and frail as I am, will fight them to the death. Public opinion took a dramatic turn. Song Yu ascends to godhood. Old One apologizes. The 2 hashtags dominated the trending list with a bloodbath. Starlight Media's backend data exploded. Qin Yuyu stared at the soaring valuation curve, trembling with excitement, and slammed his hand on the table. We won. Won completely. At the end of the corridor of the scene studio in the Starlight branch, Song Yu, dragging her exhausted body, pushed open the door to her private dressing room and closed it behind her. She walked to the sofa, bent down, and began to take off one of her moonlit stiletto heels. In her mind, the system's highest level red alert suddenly blared, a piercing noise that made her head ache. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the famous under heaven accomplishment. National identity recognition and social prestige have formed a closed loop. The past life male soul anchor has been completely severed. Transformation progress exceeds 80 critical threshold, creating prerequisite conditions for the host's physique, ice skin, and jade bones. The moment the mechanical voice faded, the irreversible side effect of feminization erupted. Song Yu felt a blazing, unquenchable fire ignite deep in her lower abdomen. The flames shot up her spine, straight to her brain, a tingling, unbearable itch seeping from her marrow, craving something desperately. And then, her legs gave way and she collapsed onto the wide leather sofa. The force was too overwhelming. Involuntarily, she clamped her knees together, her thighs pressed tightly, rubbing against each other in a futile attempt to alleviate the strange emptiness. Warning. Neuron overload alarm. Within 12 hours, the host must receive solace from a Dao companion or neurons will be severed. Song Yes' rationality dissolved before the physiological instinct. She gasped heavily, her once clear eyes now glazed with a misty, seductive sheen. An unnatural flush stained her cheeks and fine beads of sweat trickled down her snow-white swan-like neck. Uncontrollably suppressed soft moans escaped her throat. She bit her lower lip hard, her hands gripping the collar of her dress, her knuckles white from the strain. Just as she was about to lose all reason and tear at her elaborate flowing dress, click. The dressing room door was pushed open from outside. Fang Muyang, dressed in black and carrying the scent of cold pine, strode in. "A Yu Qin Yuyu," said the data. His voice halted, his hand frozen mid-motion as he closed the door, directly sliding the bolt locked. Inside the dressing room the light was dim. Fang Muyang stared fixedly at Song Yu on the sofa. Her dress was half undone, her moonlit hairpin askew, a strand of hair plastered to her sweaty cheek. The corners of her eyes were flushed, her glistening misty eyes gazed at him dazedly, her whole being radiating an extreme allure. The scene was too overwhelming. Fang Muyang's restraint snapped. Internal monologue. "You. Such a contrast. Seductive aura maxed out. What's wrong with you?" His voice was hoarse to the point of danger. Knowing full well, he strode forward, knelt on one knee before the sofa, and grabbed her restless hands. The moment their skin touched, Song Yu clung to him like a lifeline. The man's body heat and the familiar scent of cold pine ignited the fire within her completely. Her reason told her to push him away, but her body was terrifyingly honest. Like a fish gasping for water, she slid along Fang Muyang's arm, actively climbing onto him. Hot. What? Me, her voice soft and sticky, carried a sob. Her arms wrapped tightly around Fang Muyang's neck, pressing her burning cheek into his cool neck, rubbing wildly. Fang Muyang froze, feeling a rush of blood surge to his head. He remembered his promise not to go all the way and gritted his teeth, trying to pull away Songyu. Snap out of it. Who am I? Muyang. I'm suffering. Give it to me. Songyu couldn't hear him. Her waist twisted and she burrowed into his embrace, desperate. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A heavy knock on the dressing room door. Lin Weiwei's excited voice came through. You. Have you changed? Mister. Qin says tonight's celebration party, the whole company is waiting for you outside. On the other side of the wall, dozens of people cheered outside, inside utter chaos. Ding. Detected a social death crisis, just one wall away. Sense of betrayal triggered. Shame value skyrocketing. 2,000. 3,000. Songyu, startled by the knock, regained a sliver of reason. She opened her eyes in terror, trying to cover her mouth, but Fang Muyang seized her hands. Scared now, dark storms churned in his eyes. That morbid possessiveness could no longer be suppressed. He pinned her hands behind her back with one hand, and with the other roughly grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. Outside, Lin Weiwei called again. You. Are you in there? I'm coming in. The doorknob rattled. Help me. Tears slid down Songye's cheeks as she pleaded in a muffled voice. Fang Muyang lowered his head, his nose nearly touching hers. They'll help you. His voice was low and hoarse. Remember, in this life, only I get to see you like this. He lowered his head and bit down on her fragile swan-like neck. At the same time, his rough hand slid along the slit of her flowing dress, reaching inside. Songye's head snapped back, and she bit hard into Fang Muyang's shoulders, swallowing the cry. Outside, Qin Yu's voice. Lin Weiwei, Miss Song might be too tired and fallen asleep. Let's not disturb her. Lin Weiwei blinked her wet big eyes, looking at Qin Yu with a dazed and soft expression, mumbling shyly then. Okay. Footsteps faded away. But inside the dressing room, the punishment had only just begun. Current shame value breakthrough, 51,269. Inside the changing room, the air was scorching. Fang Muyang leaned down and bit Songye's fair neck, while his large hand slipped in through the high slit on the side of her skirt. A stifled moan tinged with a sob escaped Songye's lips. Her entire body trembled violently. Fang Muyang's fingers touched the skin of her thigh, its temperature alarmingly high, almost scalding. His movements suddenly halted. An instinct warned him. Ayu was not right. He lifted his head, his breath catching. Songye's eyes were completely unfocused, her pupils dilated, leaving only a mist of tears. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her flushed cheeks and soaking the stray strands of hair beside her. Her lower lip was bitten tightly, a trace of blood seeping through. Fang Muyang's sanity snapped like a taut string. He jerked his hand back abruptly. Songyu collapsed forward, weakly falling into his arms. Her hands clutched desperately at the fabric of his chest, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Her body still pressed uncontrollably against his, her waist twisting subtly, her lips repeating fragmented phrases. Give me. So hot. It hurts. Her consciousness was utterly chaotic. Fang Muyang's chest pressed against her burning body, and the unique white floral scent of her filled his nostrils, stimulating his nerves. His sanity was rapidly fading. In her confusion, Songyu tilted her head back involuntarily, her tear-filled eyes staring at him blankly. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice laced with sobs and an uncontrollable softness. Muyang. Don't let me hate myself. Those words instantly sobered him. Fang Muyang shuddered, his pupils contracting. His hand still hovered near her waist, his fingers slowly curling into a fist one by one. His nails dug deep into the tender flesh of his palm, sending a sharp pain through him. He closed his eyes, the veins on his temples bulging. With all his strength, Fang Muyang peeled Songyu, still clinging to him, away bit by bit. He gripped her shoulders firmly and pressed her back onto the wide leather sofa. Then he took off his black jacket and with a rough motion wrapped her from head to toe, leaving not an inch of skin exposed. After doing all this, he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Fang Muyang knelt on one knee before the sofa, pressing his forehead against Song's knee, gasping for breath. His shoulders trembled violently. In his mind, the system's cold mechanical voice rang out. Ding. Detected sustained skin contact with Dao companion. Emotional stability anchor establishing. Neuronal overload beginning neutralization. The cold pine scent on Fang Muyang mixed with his scorching body heat was transmitted through his palm and forehead. The unnatural heat within Songyu did not subside immediately, but the burning sensation gradually turned into a tolerable warmth. Her consciousness was slowly returning. After 7 or 8 minutes, Song's breathing finally steadied. She slowly lowered her gaze and saw that Fang Muyang was still in the same posture, his forehead pressed against her knee, his shoulders still trembling slightly. She reached out a hand, wanting to touch his hair. Her fingers paused in midair for 2 seconds, the pride of a 34-year-old man from her past life still pulling at her. In the end, she followed her heart and gently placed her hand on the back of his head. Fang Muyang stiffened like he had been electrocuted, but he did not lift his head. Song Yu felt that the short hair under her fingertips was wet. He was drenched in cold sweat. Your hand is bleeding. Song Ye's voice was hoarse, regaining some coolness. She pried open Fang Muyang's clenched right fist. In his palm, 4 deep nail marks were embedded in the flesh, 2 of which had broken the skin, beading with blood. Fang Muyang finally looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice extremely raspy. Are you clear-headed? Song Yu did not answer. She reached over to the vanity table beside the sofa, grabbed a whole box of tissues, and silently, with steady strokes, wiped the blood from his palm. Her movements were gentle, her fingers steady, but her eyelashes trembled. Fang Muyang stared at her lowered lashes for a long time, his Adam's apple bobbing, then he let out a light laugh, as if mocking himself. I almost couldn't hold back just now. He finished speaking, his head drooping again, his voice very low. I'm sorry. Song Ye's hand wiping the blood paused. She opened her mouth wanting to say, why are you apologizing? It was I who. But the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. In the end, she only uttered 3 words. Thank you. Ding. Dow companion appeasement assessment, past neuronal overload alarm lifted. Transformation degree triggered 1 current, total 81, intimacy 0. 2. Current accumulated 20. 2. Fang Muyang pulled open the changing room door. He stood in the doorway and said to Qin Yu, Lin Wei Wei and the others waiting outside, she's not feeling well and needs to rest. You go ahead with the celebration. We'll take her back. His voice was calm, but no one dared to ask further. Back at the Riverview penthouse, Fang Muyang helped Song Yu into the master bedroom, closed the door, and then turned into the guest bathroom. Cold water poured down from above. He braced his hands against the tiled wall, his knuckles white with strain. His entire body was tense with unwillingness. He lowered his head and looked at the 4 scabbed nail marks in his palm, slowly clenching his fist, then slowly releasing it. His phone vibrated in the living room. Fang Muyang wrapped a towel around himself and walked out to pick up the phone. On the screen was a text message from his father, Fang Dijing. Elder One will personally visit Sioux City tomorrow. At the same time, Song Yu closed the bedroom door, leaned her back against it, and slid down to sit on the carpet. Her body temperature had not yet fully returned to normal, her fingertips still burning. What kept replaying in her mind was the image of Fang Muyang trembling with his forehead against her knee and the 4 bloody nail marks in his palm. Ding. Host's current emotional dependency index has exceeded the threshold. It is recommended to confirm the relationship as soon as possible to stabilize the psychological anchor. Song Yu was silent for a few seconds, then mentally dismissed the prompt. She unlocked her phone and opened the WeChat chat with Fang Muyang. Her finger hovered over the keyboard. She typed a line, deleted it. Typed another line, deleted it again. Finally, did you disinfect the wound on your palm? A second later, Fang Muyang replied. After a dozen seconds of silence, a second message appeared. Tomorrow, the national music master Wen Yinxiu is coming to Sioux City. My dad said it might be related to your matter. Sleep early. I'm here. Song Yu stared at the 3 words, I'm here, on the screen for a long time. Then she turned off her phone, climbed onto the bed, and buried her face in the soft pillow. She did not cry, but there was a small wet patch on the pillow. The cold water poured over my head, and I thought about one thing. When did I become so spineless? Back then, when Zhao Lei and his gang ganged up on you, I felled them with 1 punch each. And now, she leaned into my arms, saying, give me, saying, it hurts, saying, don't let me hate myself. And I chickened out. I dug my nails into my palm until they bled, and I still didn't dare to touch her. It wasn't that I didn't want to. It was that I was afraid that after she came to, she would truly hate me. Fang Muyang, when the hell did you become so indecisive? From the moment you started truly caring about her. He looked down at the 4 bloody marks in his palm and suddenly let out a laugh. It was worth it. The light purple gradient cloud pattern skirt brushed against her ankles, and silver tassel earrings swayed gently. Song Yu fastened the last button on her waistband. The GZU moonlight aura has been activated. In the mirror, the fatigue on her face vanished, leaving only agility and nobility. Song Yu pushed the door open and stepped out. In front of the kitchen island, Fang Muyang, dressed in a black shirt, was lowering his head to bite open the packaging of a Band-Aid. With one hand, he pressed the adhesive bandage onto his left palm, covering the 4 deep bloody fingernail marks. Hearing her footsteps, Fang Muyang looked up. His gaze lingered on her for a second before quickly shifting away. He slid a cup of hot coffee toward her. Elder One will arrive at 10. The meeting is at the private tea room next to Zhuozhen Garden. I've already had the place cleared. No one will disturb you. This is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Fang Muyang frowned and walked over to open the door. Outside, Shin Fang was holding a 3-tier insulated lunchbox, her expression sour. Auntie. Fang Muyang instinctively tensed his back. Shin Fang ignored him completely. She pushed him aside and strode into the house in high heels, looking fierce. Her sharp gaze swept over the moon-white stilettos at the entrance, then over the backpack on the sofa, and finally fixed on Song Yu, who was holding a glass of milk. You stayed overnight again. Shin Fang's voice was icy. Song Yes' scalp tingled, and she almost spilled the milk in her hand. Mom, the live stream went late last night. So I just... Enough. Shin Fang snorted. I watched your live stream last night. The internet is in an uproar. A heavyweight like Wen Yinxiu is coming to meet you. Your father is worried. Today's meeting I have to be present the whole time. Today's meeting I have to be present the whole time. She shot a sideways glance at Fang Muyang. Guard against thieves and burglars. Fang Muyang touched his nose and didn't dare to retort. 945 A.M. A private tea room by the water next to Zhuoxing Garden. The 12 black-clad bodyguards arranged by the Fang family had sealed off the perimeter. This show of force was the Fang group's financial backing for Songyu. Inside the tea room, Professor Wen Yinxiu arrived earlier than the agreed time. He was dressed in simple coarse linen tang suit alone with his eyes closed, savoring the fragrance of tea wafting from the purple clay pot. Songyu and the other two pushed the door open and entered. Wen Yinxiu opened his eyes. His gaze directly bypassed the noble heiress aura on Song Ye's surface and pierced straight into her eyes. Shin Fang quietly stepped forward, standing in front of Songyu at an angle, picked up the teapot to pour water, but her eyes were warily fixed on Fang Muyang, afraid that this young man might do something inappropriate in front of the senior elder one. Songyu pulled out a chair and sat down with a composed and dignified attitude. When Yinxiu made no polite remarks, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. I listened to the 3-minute recording of your Guzheng performance 7 more times last night. Wen Yanqi's voice was deep, and he said directly, the technique is at the level of a national master, and the artistic conception is also of master caliber. But there is one thing that is not right. The tea room was so quiet that only the sound of boiling water could be heard. You have technique and soul. When Yinxiu stared into Song Ye's eyes, but you lack the Tao. Song Ye's heart contracted sharply. It's too perfect, so perfect that it doesn't sound like a human playing, but rather an AI that merely follows a score. You haven't poured your own emotions into it. I can't hear the real pulse and heartbeat of the creator. Elder Wen's words were not harsh, but every word pierced the heart. Fang Muyang's face changed, his right hand suddenly pressed on the tabletop, about to lose his temper. Songyu under the table grabbed Fang Muyang's wrist with her reverse hand, pressing her fingertips against the edge of the scabbed wound on his palm from last night, and with an undeniable force, she pushed him back down in his seat. Shin Fang's hand holding the teacup also froze in midair. Although she didn't understand traditional Chinese music, she could sense the weight of those words. This was a total negation. Cold sweat seeped from Song Ye's back, and her face gradually turned pale. The master-level skill infusion had indeed given her impeccable muscle memory. But what about her heart? A 34-year-old male soul who had struggled in the business world, gone bankrupt, and died, was stuffed into the body of an 18-year-old pure, immortal beauty with eternal youth. She was playing the celestial music given by the system, not the life of Songyu herself. But what about her heart? A 34-year-old male soul who had struggled in the business world, gone bankrupt, and died, was stuffed into the body of an 18-year-old pure, immortal beauty with eternal youth. She was playing the celestial music given by the system, not the life of Songyu herself. The inner demon of who is Songyu was exposed in one sentence by Wen Yinxiu. In her mind, the system played dead, offering no prompts. She's only 18. Fang Muyang broke free from Song Ye's restraint and tightly grasped her icy hand. He straightened his back, meeting Wen Yanqi's gaze without yielding. Elder Wen, you are a grandmaster. But using a 100-year ruler to measure the life of an 18-year-old girl is unreasonable. Fang Muyang's voice was low and penetrating. Her life has just begun. Isn't it normal that she has no stories? These words were extremely arrogant. Shin Fang's eyelids twitched violently as she was about to scold Fang Muyang for overstepping his bounds. Ha ha ha. When Yinxiu suddenly stroked his beard and burst into laughter, the sternness in his eyes dissipating into approval. Good lad, you have guts and ideas. When Yinxiu turned to look at Songyu. Girl, the School of Music at Yinxing University still needs one final guaranteed admission spot. As long as you nod your head, you can enter directly after the college entrance exam. No art exam, no cultural course threshold. He tapped the table. The prerequisite is that before you perform at the Spring Festival Gala, you must find your Tao. Clang. The lid of Shin Fang's teacup fell onto the saucer. Yinxing University. Guaranteed admission. That's the undisputed #1 institution in Huaxia. Top-notch in every field. Shin Fang's voice cracked. She took a deep breath to steady herself, forced a smile, and pushed the teacup forward. Elder Wen, don't scare the child with such words. But if she really can get into Yinxing, her proud temperament does need to be tempered by a grandmaster like you. After saying that, she looked at Fang Muyang, who was tightly holding Song Ye's hand, and surprisingly found him a little more agreeable. At a critical moment, he dared to defy a grandmaster to protect her daughter. This kid had backbone. Songyu snapped out of her daze. She felt the warmth from Fang Muyang's palm and looked at her mother's face, which was a mix of ecstasy and restraint. The despair and loneliness of her past life, the family bonds in this life, and Fang Muyang, who never left. The memories of two lives wildly intertwined and merged at this moment. She was never the cold, fabricated Song Yu fairy created by the system with no rigid emotions or preset persona. She was simply Song Yu, a living, breathing Song Yu who would blink, timidly blush at the tips of her ears, and harbor her own little emotions and softness deep inside. Moreover, she was a Song Yu with desires, greed, a liking for earning a little money, and a need to protect those around her. Song Yu took a deep breath. She did not touch the zither. Instead, she extended the index and middle fingers of her right hand and heavily tapped on the rosewood tea table. Thump, thump, thump. There was no melody, only pure rhythm. The taps were slow at first, then the rhythm suddenly accelerated, carrying the determination of someone who had lived 2 lives and survived death. With the final dull thud, everything fell silent. The wooden echo reverberated in the tea room. When Yinxiu stared at her fixedly, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Good, good, good. When Yinxiu exclaimed 3 times, making no attempt to hide the excitement in his eyes. He reached into the inner pocket of his tang suit and pulled out a yellowed pamphlet, pushing it towards Song Yu. Guangling San, a fragment of the ancient Guqin score. A unique copy. Wen Yinxiu stood up and nodded repeatedly at Song Yu. You understand at a mere hint, exceptionally intelligent. However, girl, this is not enough. The Spring Festival Gala is the answer you should submit. The meeting ended. Shen Fang was still in a state of extreme excitement. You young people go back on your own. I'm going home immediately to tell old Song. Shen Fang directly hailed a Didi ride and left alone. Beside the black SUV, Fang Muyang opened the passenger side door. Song Yu got in and carefully put away the fragmentary score. Bang! The door closed. Fang Muyang walked around to the driver's seat and pressed the central locking button. The car was silent. Song Yu leaned back in her seat, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. But in her heart, there was an unprecedented lightness. She turned her head and looked at Fang Muyang, who was silent beside her. This unruly eldest son of the Fang family just moments ago had almost overturned the table of a national music grandmaster for her. Song Yu suddenly smiled. She unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned her upper body across the center console, grabbed the collar of Fang Muyang's black shirt, and yanked him fiercely toward herself. Under Fang Muyang's astonished gaze, Song Yu pressed her lips against his. Her small, agile tongue gently teased his upper lip with a strong aggressiveness. Song Yu pulled back slightly, her cool fingertips brushed over his tight Adam's apple, and her clear, cold voice carried a hint of laziness and indulgence. Let me teach you a rule. From now on, when I ask for something from you, you just close your eyes obediently and open your mouth. Fang Muyang's mind exploded with a boom. He turned the tables, his large hands suddenly clamping down on the back of her head, pressing her against the leather seat, frantically stealing the oxygen from her mouth. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the Seeking the Tao prerequisite. Soul Fusion degree reaches 30. Special Dual Cultivation Physique, Ice Skin Jade Bone, is being activated. In the master bedroom of a riverside luxury flat, Song Yu clenched her teeth, yanking the duvet over herself and curling into a tight ball. The Ice Muscle Jade Bone Constitution has been formally activated, periodically triggering mystic ice evil chi. Conventional physical insulation is ineffective. The only solution: absorb the primordial yang of a pure yang constitution, Fang Muyang. She glared at the words absorbing primordial yang on the light screen, grinding her molars in silent fury. Pulling the blanket higher, she forced herself to close her eyes. The next morning, the chill became utterly unbearable. Song Yu pushed open the bedroom door, her lips pale as ash, her limbs frozen stiff. She wore a heavy cashmere coat over her long dress, hands buried deep in her pockets. Fang Muyang sat at the kitchen island, scrolling through his phone. Hearing the sound, he looked up. The temperature dropped. I caught a bit of a chill. Song Yu walked over, suppressing her chattering teeth, her tone steady. Fang Muyang's gaze lingered on her bluish lips, then he rose and strode to her, pressing his palm against her forehead. The icy cold transmitted through his hand, and his expression darkened instantly. Without a word, he bent down and lifted Song Yu into his arms. Fang Muyang let go. I'm fine. She struggled instinctively, but her strength was drained by the cold, leaving her limp and powerless. He carried her into the living room and set her down on the spacious leather sofa. He turned open a cabinet and pulled out a thick cashmere blanket, wrapping her from head to toe until only her pale face was visible. Then he stepped into the kitchen and began to brew ginger tea. The phone on the coffee table vibrated violently. Lin Weiwei sent a video call. Song Yu extended her stiff iron-like fingers and swiped to answer. As the screen lit up, Lin Weiwei's indignant voice burst out. President Xiao Yu Weibo just exploded. A woman named Xiao Yu from the Beijing music circle openly attacked, calling out Old Master One for being blinded by popularity, and said you're a backdoor actress shoved in by capital, unworthy of the Spring Festival Gala. The video feed switched. Xiao Yu, dressed in a haute couture suit, faced the camera with her chin slightly lifted, her words arrogant and utterly demeaning. Song Yu's eyes turned cold and sharp as she stared at the screen. Just then the cold within her intensified. The chills surged straight to her brain. Her breath turned into icy mist, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. A faint, strained gasp escaped her throat. Fang Muyang walked out of the kitchen carrying the steaming ginger tea. He paused, catching the unusual sound keenly. Lin Weiwei was still shouting about PR strategies on the other end. Song Yu decisively pressed the red button and ended the call. Fang Muyang approached, forcing the hot glass into Song Ye's hands. He looked down at her, his gaze piercing. Song Yu, what are you hiding from me? This is definitely not a common cold. Song Yu clenched her teeth tightly, unable to utter a single word. The cold had completely robbed her of muscle control. Her fingers gave way instantly. Clang. The glass cup shattered against the edge of the coffee table, spilling the hot ginger tea everywhere. In her mind, the system flashed a crimson alert. First outbreak of Mystic Ice Evil Chi, countdown 2 hours. If not suppressed, the host's vocal cords will be frozen for 48 hours, risking permanent damage. Damaged vocal cords would directly cancel her Spring Festival Gala solo performance. The system severed all her retreats. Fang Muyang stood still, his gaze locked onto her face, his breathing growing heavy. Song Yu closed her eyes. Thin frost had already formed on her long eyelashes. She surrendered, trembling slightly as she parted her pale lips. I'm cold. Hold me tight. Fang Muyang's pupils contracted sharply. In the next second, he dropped to one knee and pulled Song Yu, blanket and all, into a fierce embrace. With one hand, he tore open his black shirt collar, exposing a broad expanse of solid muscle, pressing his burning chest against her icy cheek. The moment their bodies touched, a surge of warmth flowed from Fang Muyang into Song Yu, dispelling some of the cold within her. The system popped up a golden notification. Pure Yang aura detected. Evil Chi initially suppressed. Deep suppression requires further absorption of primordial Yang. In the highly tense atmosphere, Fang Muyang's phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed Wang Shuyi. Frowning deeply, he pressed the speaker button. Wang Shuyi's voice came through. Her usual dignified demeanor was gone, and her tone was fiercely protective. Muyang, tell Song Yu to watch out for the Xiao family of Yanjing. Xiaoya has secured a recommendation spot from the Ministry of Culture. They're using Song Yu as a stepping stone. After a brief pause, her voice rose firm and resolute. Tell Song Yu that the 100 billion liquid capital in the Fang family accounts is ready. Let her fight back hard. No one from the Fang family gets trampled by outsiders. Song Yu, leaning in Fang Muyang's arms, let the weakness fade from her eyes, replaced by a cold, calculating gleam. The Xiao family of Yanjing wanted to use her as a stepping stone. She happened to be in need of a brick to step on. The call ended. Fang Muyang looked down at Song Ye's face, flushed like a peach blossom, yet her eyes were sharp as a blade. He cupped the back of her neck with one hand, pressing his thumb firmly under her jaw, his voice husky. The outside matters. My old man and mother will handle it. Right now, the cold is the urgent problem. The cold still raged through her veins. The system's countdown flashed a frantic red light. Song Yu threw off the thick cashmere blanket, straightened up, and knelt on the carpet. Lifting her head, her eyes met Fang Muyang's constricted pupils. The corners of her eyes flushed a deep red. Then she leaned down, unfastened. The faint rustle of fabric was unusually clear in the quiet living room. Fang Muyang's entire body tensed, his breath catching. Song Yu closed her eyes, parted her lips slightly, and wrapped her warm, nimble tongue around him. MMH. His throat bobbed with difficulty. Half an hour later. Ding. Ice muscle jade bone constitution control progress 10. Current 10 shame value 5,000. Total 56269 points. Triggered first absorption and assimilation of cultivation partners, primordial yang. Intimacy 1. Current cumulative 21. 2. Red and blue system values exploded in her mind. Her throat felt as if she had swallowed molten lava, each swallow bringing a burning pain. Song Yu slumped backward, her mouth aching, collapsing onto the soft carpet. She gasped for air, her eyes flushed with a seductive redness, a trace of glistening moisture lingering at the corner of her lips. Looking at Fang Muyang, whose muscles had relaxed, and whose gaze was now indulgent, Song Ye's chest heaved violently. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, she lifted her chin slightly, forcing a trace of aloof pride. With a voice slightly hoarse and soft, she spoke fiercely. What are you looking at? Stop looking. This is a reward from this fairy. Don't get any ideas. Fang Muyang stared at the reddened corners of her eyes, then lifted his finger to heavily wipe away the water stains clinging to her lips. He did not utter a word of rebuttal. He pulled the cashmere blanket from the sofa, wrapped her head and feet tightly, scooped her up in his arms, and strode toward the master bedroom. This man was stubbornly tight-lipped, yet he knew best how soft she had just been. Half an hour later, the chill had completely receded. Song Ye's mind regained razor-sharp clarity, even though an indescribable weariness lingered deep within her body. She stretched her hand out from the thick quilt and reopened Lin Weiwei's video call. As soon as the screen lit up, Lin Weiwei's anxious voice crashed over her. You? Something's wrong. Xiaoya is going crazy on Weibo, rallying the Beijing music circle to boycott you en masse. Due to the negative publicity, Xingua's stock price just opened and plummeted 3 points. Song Yu leaned against the headboard, pulling up Xiaoya's background information with one hand. The page scrolled swiftly under her fingertips. Having fought in the capital market for over a decade in her past life, she saw through their hand at a glance. The The cultural media company under the Xiao family plans to go public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange via backdoor, listing next Wednesday. Song Ye's voice turned cold, striking the core. They couldn't get the Spring Festival gala slot, so they want to use me as a sacrifice. They'll crush me for traffic and hype their IPO bell ringing. At the same time in Yanjing, inside a private tea room, sandalwood burned quietly. A man in a Taoist robe leaned back in a chair, his long hair casually tied with a simple wooden hairpin. His gaze rested on the 100-inch screen before him. The screen silently looped a recording of Song Ye's live stream. He watched that cool, languid face and the flying jade fingers and let out a soft laugh. The assistant stood at the side, head bowed, reporting, "Sir Xiao Yu is leading the siege against Miss Song. Shall we intervene?" Intervene. By non-action, nothing is left ungoverned. The man's tone was casual. Use account 3. Inject 1 billion into the Xiao family's shell company. The assistant jerked his head up. The man stared at the screen, fixated on Song Yu. Go do it. 20 minutes later, the Xiao family, now secretly infused with 1 billion, fell into utter revelry. Unable to trace the ultimate source of the funds, they took it as the tacit endorsement and backing of the top brass in Beijing's elite circle. Xiao Ya's arrogance reached its peak. She posted 3 updates in a row on Weibo, directly issuing a real versus fake national music offline challenge, placing Song Yu on the pyre of morality and professionalism. The whole internet joined in the mockery, and the senior management of Xinhui fell into deep panic. Qin Yu's call came through, his voice tight. "Miss Song, the situation is getting out of hand. Chairman Fang has given the word. The Fang family's 10 billion emergency fund can be deployed at any moment to counter the attack. Just give the nod." Song Yu tapped her fingers twice on her knee. "Don't use a single cent from the Fang family. Put the entire Xinhui matrix into full silence. No PR, no response. Let Xiao Yu build her momentum. But execute." Song Yu hung up the phone directly. She summoned the system in her mind. Exchange for top-tier hacker trace data package. Ding. Consumed 1,000 shame points. Remaining 55269 points. A massive stream of data danced wildly across Song Ye's retina. Using hacking tools, she tracked the sudden massive funds that had come to the Xiao family. Layer by layer, she peeled away the camouflage, eventually locking onto a highly encrypted overseas IP node. A third party had entered the game. Not the Fang family, not Xinhui, but a spectator hidden in the shadows. Wealthy, powerful, using 1 billion to test her. Song Yu coldly lowered her eyelids, staring at the code on the screen. The Xiao family was merely a pawn in that spectator's hand. The door hinge turned. Fang Muyang pushed the door open, carrying a bowl of ginger tea to ward off the cold. He caught the unguarded calculation and killing intent in Song Ye's eyes. Inner monologue: who pissed off this little ancestor? The Xiao family in Beijing. That scale shouldn't be an issue. He paused for half a second, then walked over with the bowl and set it on the bedside table. "I've already deployed 3 teams of Fang family inner guards at Xingfuli residential area." Fang Muyang pulled up a chair and sat down. "Your parents will have the area cleared even when they go downstairs to buy groceries. Not a single fly can get into your home." Song Yu looked up at him. Fang Muyang scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, brought it to her lips, and softened his touch. "Outside you can kill however you want. He'll guard the rear. Don't hold back." Song Yu opened her mouth and swallowed the ginger tea, warmth spreading through her stomach. Inner monologue: should I tell him that the Xiao family is just a pawn? 3 days later, the Xiao family's media company officially rang the bell for its IPO. Internet public opinion had reached its peak during these 3 days. Yuyan's Weibo comment section was flooded with abuse. 2 glaring hashtags topped the trending list: Yuyan coward, disgrace of national music. Inside a Riverview penthouse, Song Yu sat in front of a multiscreen computer. The clock struck 9:30 m. Market opened. The Xiao family stock price shot straight up, all in the green. Song Yu stared at the arrogant red curve on the screen, then casually pressed the enter key. Kill. At the other end of the network, Lin Weiwei, through an anonymous overseas node, sent a 3 GB encrypted compressed package to one of the top 5 short-selling institutions on Wall Street. Inside were the complete drafts of the Xiao family's financial fraud and dual contracts. Within 5 minutes, overseas short-selling reports rained down on the market. At the same time, Professor Wen Yankee's personal Weibo account updated. There was no lengthy essay. Only 2 pictures. The first was an official document from the School of Music of Yenjing University, stamped with a big red seal. The document announced that Song Ye's reconstructed ancient score of Guangling San would be included in the national-level Intangible Cultural Heritage Emergency Protection List and permanently preserved as a teaching material. The second picture was a handwritten comment by Professor Wen: Xiao Ya's music is decadent and disorderly, unfit for the halls of elegance. Official stamp. Academic authorities' verdict. Everything the Xiao family had painstakingly built was shattered effortlessly. On the electronic screen of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, that once upward red curve instantly turned into a miserable green waterfall. Flash crash. 10 minutes later, it directly triggered the circuit breaker. Trading was forcibly suspended. Then the Securities Regulatory Commission issued the latest notice initiate an emergency delisting investigation procedure against Xiao's media. On the bell-ringing platform of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Xiao Yu, still in her high-end red dress, maintained her striking pose. Her assistant, pale-faced, handed over the tablet. Xiao Yu glanced down, her legs gave way, and she knelt amidst the scattered confetti. From the clouds to the mud in less than half an hour. At the headquarters of Xinhui Media, Qin Yuyu watched the Xiao family's total defeat, cold sweat seeping from his back. He finally understood why Song Yu had remained still. The higher you lift them, the harder they fall. Xinhui struck at the opportune moment, snapping up 7 steer business resources that the Xiao family had cancelled at bargain prices. The Yuan IP's value skyrocketed, tripling its valuation, with a market cap officially exceeding 1 billion. Substantial asset feedback achieved, sense of accomplishment doubled. Shame points 3,000. Current total 52269 points. Yinjing private tea room. The sandalwood had burned out, leaving a pile of ash. The man in the Taoist robe stared at the miserable green curve of the Xiao family's circuit breaker on the screen. He stroked the warm white jade cup, the steam curling around his brows, and gave a light laugh. It seems this piece of material barely qualifies to catch my eye. He lowered his head and took a sip of the fine Longjing tea. This 1 billion, let it be the path I pay for the immortal Song. At 2 a.m, in the master bedroom, chill crept in, and Song Yu suddenly opened her eyes, her breath condensing into white mist in the dimness. The mystic ice, baleful chi struck again. Bone-piercing cold penetrated straight through her marrow, her blood nearly frozen, limbs rigid. She threw off the brocade quilt. Stepping barefoot onto the wooden floor, the icy cold shot from the soles of her feet straight to her crown. Pulling her thin silk nightgown tight, she pushed open the door and staggered toward the guest bedroom. The door was ajar. Fang Muyang was half reclining against the headboard, his long fingers holding a security duty roster. Hearing the soft creak of the door hinge, Fang Muyang lifted his eyes. Song Yu did not hesitate for a moment. She moved straight to the bedside, lifted the quilt corner, and crawled in. She curled herself into a tiny ball, instinctively pressing closer to that body radiating scorching heat. Fang Muyang tossed aside the paper, and with a sudden long arm, he firmly pulled her into his embrace. His broad, burning palm pressed tightly against her frost-covered back. Flaring up again, he rasped every muscle in his body, instantly tensing. She lowered her head, unfastened Fang Muyang's belt. Her movements were practiced, but her lips parted slightly. 20 minutes later. Pure yang chi infused icy skin, jade bones, progress 20. Shame value 3,000. Unlocked special item, primordial yang lock. The cold electronic voice flashed through her mind. Song Yes, fingertips trembling slightly, her cheeks warm. Inner monologue, this damn system. Which good brother does this every day? No. Good brothers should not do this. The cold receded. Song Yu, utterly drained, collapsed limply onto Fang Muyang's broad chest, closed her eyes, and fell into deep sleep. Fang Muyang locked his arm firmly around her slender waist, lowered his head, and pressed a cherished kiss onto the crown of her head. The next morning, Fang Group headquarters, top-floor conference room. Fang Dijing sat at the head of the table, with He Yuanshan on his left and Song Yu on his right. Freshly printed planning proposals were scattered on the table. My bottom line is very clear. Song Yu tapped the paper with her knuckles. Use the restored Guangling Sin ancient fragment as the base and no backing dancers on stage. I want intangible cultural heritage lacquerwork combined with holographic projection to create a pure ancient musical atmosphere. Several Spring Festival Gala executive directors across the table frowned deeply, whispering among themselves. One leaned forward. Miss Song, integrating holography with ancient music carries high technical risks and lacks a warm-up effect. This is your debut on the grand stage. Such a risky arrangement could backfire with the slightest misstep. Bang! The double doors of the conference room were violently slammed open. A young man carrying an instrument case forced his way in, while 2 Fang family inner guards were desperately gripping his arms. My master Xiao family was just ravaged by capital. And you let a social media influencer who relies on looks and popularity go on stage. This is trampling the glory of national music underfoot. The man's face flushed red, his eyes wide, shouting hoarsely. He Yuanshan's expression shifted drastically, and Fang Deshang's gaze darkened. The scene was extremely awkward. Song Yu sat upright in her chair, not even lifting her eyelids half an inch. She picked up her teacup, gently blew on it, took a leisurely sip, then set it down heavily on the rosewood table. The porcelain clinked, producing a crisp sound. The Fang family inner guard's eyes turned fierce. He twisted the man's arms behind his back, clamped his hand over the shouting mouth, and dragged him out of the door. The door closed again. Deathly silence spread. Only then did Song Yu raise her cold, clear eyes, her gaze sweeping inch by inch over the director who had just spoken. Fang Group and Xinhui fully underwrite it. The budget is uncapped. I set the rules. If technology can't deliver, replace the people. If concepts don't align, show them the door. Understood. The entire room fell silent, no one daring to meet her sharpness. After the meeting, Song Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, dialed Wen Yankee's number, and briefly summarized the plan. The earpiece was silent for a few seconds, then Elderwin sighed softly. Girl, your methods are tough enough, but your wound too tight. Go take a walk through the streets and markets, let go of that killing aura. Evening. Streetlights were just coming on. Fang Muyang parked the black SUV at the entrance of an old alley in Sioux City. The aromas of cooking oil and various foods rolled and steamed. Fang Muyang, in a black leather jacket, pressed close to Song Ye's side, forcibly shielding her from the crowded tide. Song Yu had shed her business attire for a loose knitted sweater and a smoke gray long skirt. She held a candied hawthorn stick freshly bought by Fang Muyang, her teeth biting through the sugar shell, the sweet-sour taste exploding on her tongue. Vendors' cries and children's laughter filled her ears. She suddenly stopped, her gaze resting on a white-haired old man not far away who was tying a red ribbon for his little granddaughter. Her tense shoulders and back relaxed slightly. It had been so long since she had felt this carefree. Turning to look at Fang Muyang, the corners of her lips lifted into the faintest smile. Come on, let's get duck blood vermicelli soup and some small fried skewers. Soul fusion level increased, current cumulative 40. The system prompt quietly passed by. At the end of the long street, the light and shadow were dim. Inside a half-open old tea shop, a man in a black Taoist robe with a front opening sat deep in a rattan chair, sunglasses on his nose, his long fingers twirling two white jade balls. The man's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing directly on Song Yu. The hairs on Song Ye's back stood on end, her instinct sending an alarm. Across the clamor of a dozen meters, their eyes collided fiercely. The man's lips curled into a barely perceptible teasing smile. The atmosphere turned dangerous. Fang Muyang keenly sensed the anomaly, stepped forward abruptly, his tall, broad frame instantly cutting off the man's line of sight. Ayu, don't be afraid. I'm here. His eyes churned with murderous intent, fixed on the tea shop. Song Ye's phone vibrated violently in her pocket. She answered. Qin Yu's excited voice pierced her eardrum. President Song, just now overseas Cayman capital suddenly expressed a cooperation intent. They're throwing in 50 billion, and the only demand is exclusive worldwide rights to the Jade Sound IP. A cold gleam flashed in Song Ye's eyes, her tone flat. What's the hidden card? A bet on your personal 10-year management contract. Rejected. Song Yu ordered coldly. This is a poisoned bait. Anyone who contacts Cayman will be kicked out of Xinghui immediately. Ending the call, Song Yu looked over Fang Muyang's shoulder. The rattan chair was empty, only a cup of untouched hot tea remained on the table, its white steam curling up. Late at night, Riverview luxury apartment. The security door had just locked. Fang Muyang's large palm suddenly clamped down on Song Ye's slender wrist, and with a reverse motion, he slammed her against the cold wall of the entrance hall. His chest heaved violently, his breathing ragged. He smelled the bloody scent of impending danger, but was horrified to realize that in this game of tens of billions of capital, he didn't even qualify to enter. Powerlessness instantly ignited a fierce possessiveness. Fang Muyang lowered his head and bit down fiercely on those two soft red lips. It was a brutal, punishing plunder. Song Yu did not resist in the slightest. Her arms naturally climbed up to Fang Muyang's broad, hard shoulders, and in the midst of the uncontrolled force, she tilted her head slightly, meeting the almost tearing roughness. Ding! The urgent ringtone of an incoming message suddenly tore through the dead silence. Song Yu pushed Fang Muyang away forcefully. Both of their chests heaved. She grabbed the phone thrown on the shoe cabinet. Wang Shi's secret message was only a few words. Yinjing Lu Chun. The Fang family must avoid his edge for now. Song Yu stared at the screen. Lu Chun. It seemed that Cayman capital was far from the shell company previous investigations had suggested. Knock knock. Two unhurried knocks sounded from the steel door. Fang Muyang pulled Song Yu behind him and yanked the door open. The corridor was empty, the sensor light a stark white. On the dark gray doormat lay a pure black flat cardboard box. Fang Muyang's brows knit tightly. He lifted the box, strode into the living room, and slammed it onto the coffee table. Song Yu walked quickly over her fingertips, lifting the seal. The lid opened. Inside lay a moonlight fairy gown in a gradient from light blue to cyan, the stitching and lines identical to the Chingy attire from the system. And at the center of the skirt lay a pure black gold-embossed invitation card. Song Ye's gaze moved down, landing on the flamboyant, slender gold signature. Lu Chun. A black invitation card with gold lettering lay on the coffee table. The content was minimal. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Oi by the shore of Taihu Lake at the Tinjiuxuan. I will prepare light tea. I hope you will wear this dress and enjoy ancient music together. Song Yu pinched the card, her gaze shifting to the dress in the box beside her. It was a moon-white imitation Chingy dress with a blue-white gradient. Fang Muyang looked away from his phone screen, walked to the coffee table, and picked up the invitation to examine it. Then his large hand pressed down on the imitation dress. Without a trace of anger, his voice steadied. The fabric and tailoring are imitating your outfit from that day's live stream. Lu Chun is telling you that he can replicate your commercial value at any time. Song Yu looked up at him. Fang Muyang raised his hand to stroke her long hair, his gaze firm. I'll go with you to this game. He'll deploy the Fang family shadow guards. He was no longer the jealous teenager. At this moment, Fang Muyang was like a drawn sword carrying a reassuring sharpness. A cold smile curved at the corner of Song Ye's lips. Lu Chen's obedience test was indeed a bit childish. She picked up the imitation dress and casually tossed it into the trash can in the corner of the living room. The rough stitching and industrial machine sewing were worlds apart from the exquisite custom tailoring of her system. She didn't even want to give it a second glance. Ding. Detected provocation from inferior imitation. Triggered mandatory mission. System output must not be insulted. Already listed the Ice Skin and Jade Bone series limited set. Lu Sweki Starry Eyes price, 300 shame points. Mission requirement: wear this set to the appointment. To display immortal might. The next day, 2:30 p.m. Song Yu stood in the center of the master bedroom with a thought. She summoned the system panel. She gritted her teeth, consumed 300 shame points in exchange for the epic limited set Lu Sweki Starry Eyes. Inner OS, this Lu Chen really deserves to die. This outfit mission actually has no reward. Damn it. At this rate, when will I ever graduate from the 4 arts? Current host shame points 28269 points. A soft white light enveloped Song Yu. The white-blue gradient wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress moved without wind, the hem cascading like an ice waterfall. Full of silver thread snowflake embroidery shimmered faintly in the light. The silver moon ice crystal hair ornament lightly settled in her hair. On her brow a mysterious frost blossom gradually appeared, its ice blue luster cold and peerless. Lu Sweki's halo activated. She pushed open the bedroom door. Fang Muyang was leaning on the sofa looking at his phone. Hearing the sound, he instinctively looked up. The moment his eyes landed on Song Yu, his breathing completely stopped. The phone slid off onto the carpet, making a soft thud. The fairy before him was so beautiful it surpassed worldly imagination. It was an ultimate coldness and detachment. Her presence made the entire room feel clean and lofty, as if she no longer belonged to this mortal world. Fang Muyang's heart pounded wildly, his instinctive possessiveness surged like a tsunami. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound, only clenching his molars tightly to forcibly suppress the surging emotions. He knew that facing an opponent like Lu Chen, he must stay clear-headed and become Ayu's most indestructible shield. Song Yu walked to him, her movements fluid, as if stepping on white clouds. Fang Muyang snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on her. In the underground parking lot, Fang Muyang took out a miniature communicator from his pocket. He gently pressed it behind Song Ye's ear, his low voice carrying a magnetic tone. Within 3 kilometers of Tinjiuxuan, 6 teams of the Fang family's inner guards have secretly taken over. Qin Yu's trading team is also on standby. Ayu, go ahead and negotiate. Song Yu nodded to him and got into the car. The black SUV sped along the path leading to the back mountain of Hanshan Temple. By the shore of Taihu Lake, the private garden Tinjiuxuan. Fang Muyang parked the car outside the garden. He turned his head to look at Song Yu beside him. The girl's profile was tinged with a slight orange by the setting sun, but it did not affect the coldness emanating from the mysterious frost blossom on her brow. She was enveloped in a faint ice crystallite glow, making her seem out of place with everything around her. She took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. A chill spread in the air, and where she passed, the tips of the grass seemed to condense fine frost. Outside, Tinjiuxuan, 2 of Lu Chen's senior bodyguards dressed in black suits stood with cold expressions. They raised their hands to block Fang Muyang, their voices low. Young master, Lu only invited Miss Song to enter. Fang Muyang withdrew his gaze from Song Ye's cold back. He stared at the 2 bodyguards with a heavy gaze. 10 minutes. If Ayu doesn't come out, I'll raze this place to the ground without counting the cost. The 2 bodyguards, upon seeing Fang Muyang's eyes, showed a hint of surprise for the first time. Song Yu stepped on the stone steps, climbing upward. The mountain path was muddy and slippery, but the Lu Sweki Starry Eyes set's dust purification trait was activated. The hem brushed over moss and mud, yet it remained untouched by water and unstained by dust. The dress remained spotlessly clean. Lu Chen's bodyguards stood on both sides of the mountain path, watching this scene with a hint of ghostly terror in the depths of their eyes. Song Yu entered the waterside pavilion. Lu Chen stood with his back to her, dressed in a black Taoist robe without a crown, his long hair casually tied